Futures trying to bounce here this morning as we head towards the latest reading on the jobs market. Coming up at 8:30 this morning, we'll get June NFP 115, the number we're expecting on the back of 175 the prior month. That is going to be the key this morning. Also want to pay attention to the wage column when that comes out this morning. A lot of people talking about inflation, a lot of people talking about if we start to see that average wage tick to the upside, that could be a bad indication for not only inflation, but interest rates going forward, with July potentially on the table here still for a possible rate move, at least from Kevin Warsh and the Fed. That's how the market's looking right now. NASDAQ, anyway, back to the upside here after a solid down day yesterday, after cloud got all kinds of messed up, if you want to put it that way. Meta throwing a grenade into the cloud space in a big way. We're trying to get back higher here this morning. It was positive briefly there, coming through to 8:30. We're back downside right now, but absolute monster day yesterday for Meta. Names like CoreWeave, among others, significantly to the downside. We are trying to bounce here back to 85. We're back above 85 right now for CoreWeave and Crew. But this completely changing the landscape as far as, or potentially anyways, for these types of names. Daryl with me, Sharif, watching soccer in Texas. I hope it's probably actually cooler maybe in Texas than it is here this morning. Or at least I hope they have big fans in the stadiums or something like. I mean, they'll have obviously fans of soccer in the stadiums, but unreal. I saw yesterday it was 100. It felt like 130 Fahrenheit in Toronto yesterday. It was just absolutely insane. It was 47 Celsius. Or felt like 47 Celsius when I got home yesterday with the humidity. It was insane. It was horrific, honestly. But hopefully this market won't be horrific. Final day of a holiday shortened week, ahead of Independence Day. We have TSLA potentially with these deliveries very likely to come out this morning. We're getting around, different analysts have different averages, but roughly 400,000 vehicles. So not the worst look that Tesla could have, assuming that it actually comes out what we're expecting here. Other things to watch out for, of course, today. Bending Spoons had an IPO yesterday, did really well in the IPO. They're down 7% this morning, so a little bit of give back there. You mentioned Meta, some other catalysts here for the likes of Google. Apple as well here. Again, potentially trying to get these chips off the blocked list from China here with the Pentagon, so that could be a whole issue, and I have lots to say on that later. But lots of different catalysts here, and actually a lot of catalysts, oddly enough, for, again, a last day of a holiday shortened week. Yeah. You mentioned this Apple story. It's interesting. We'll get to Tesla here in a second as well. But if you think about the Apple angle from the perspective of if Apple is allowed to buy cheaper memory specifically from China and doesn't have to buy it from the Microns of the world, that's going to add another layer of potential issues for this group going forward, the memory group going forward. But we'll see. Nothing has come from that yet. We'll see if they actually go ahead with that. But yeah, pretty ugly day there for Micron yesterday, as we mentioned, trying to get back to that 1,025 area anyways to start things off here this morning. Yeah, I mean, are Tesla deliveries still a big deal? I don't know. I don't know. I think we're beyond that at this point. Well, it's funny because I think we're beyond it, but I don't think Tesla as a company can afford to be beyond it. And I say that because, Brendan, in recent quarters, and they didn't used to do this to my knowledge, they've started putting out on their investors relations page, and this really started when the deliveries were going really downhill, they started putting out a look at all of these different analyst expectations. So at first I thought they were just trying to prove these analysts wrong, we're going to do better than that, but it's not really what they're doing. Yeah. I think they're just trying to be we're aware of it, guys. We know we're a car company, even when we act like we're not a car company. So I think for Tesla to just maintain that veneer of still doing cars, I think it's important. From a trading standpoint, I guess we'll have to wait and see how the market moves. Yeah, I mean, I think we're still, the focus is on the robotics, the focus is on the autonomous angle for Tesla at this point, and looking down the road to that instead of in the rear view to what has happened as far as deliveries. But I mean, here we are, up nicely here this morning, heading towards that potential number again. Coming up at 8:30, we'll get this June non-farm payrolls report. Going to be big on the economic side of things as far as, it's the first look, or the first real look at the jobs market since Warsh has taken over. That's true. I mean, he spoke yesterday, said a whole bunch of nothing. Did you watch that? I saw clips of it. Oh my God. I mean, the narrative continues to be towards the inflation side and not the jobs angle.
Yes.
Which, if you go back to the Fed meeting and his press conference at the Fed meeting, he kind of went out of his way to say he's going to focus more on the inflation angle versus the jobs angle. And if the inflation is under control, then jobs should take care of themselves.
Well, I would say, honestly, the biggest thing that he seems to want to take care of is these task forces. Like, it came up so many times yesterday, too, to the point where Sarah Eisen, the moderator of CNBC, who's always usually a little bit kind of tense, I'll say, with these people, she was even saying, like, oh, we should do a drinking game. How many times you said task force? Like, it was really tense. And every time any kind of question would come up about forward outlook, he would like immediately clam up and be like, you're not going to get an answer out of me. Like, I think he thought it was like fun and playful. It was a really odd vibe. And I think if you were watching this meeting trying to get a better sense of what kind of Fed chair he's going to be, I think you maybe got a good idea. If you're trying to get a sense of guidance going forward, we had nothing. So I think it's honestly very much worth watching to people who are interested in it, because it was very entertaining, but it gave you, again, just no sense of what the Fed's going to do when it comes to rates.
Powell was very good at
He's excellent at it.
Redirecting the conversation, redirecting the topic of conversation.
Without it being awkward.
Yeah, worse so far has definitely missed the boat on that. But hey, we'll give him a few press conferences before we start being critical of him. Anyway, it is the day before the holiday, so happy July 4th to everyone, early July 4th to everyone. I'm sure the beverages will start being consumed a little bit early, maybe even this afternoon. Sean and Joe, would you agree?
Mike Peter Ryder might have even already be started.
Mike Peter Ryder.
I don't know what's going on over there. Yeah, I got the mic over there. Yeah, but welcome everybody. We got Brendan back there. Everyone's really happy to see Brendan, so we say welcome back. He's of course filling in for Sharif. And Joe did double check. It is much warmer here than it is in Dallas.
No, it's like the same.
Yeah, I know, but it's going to get. Yeah, I know, but by the time.
But the fact that we're comparing here with Dallas.
I thought it was much warmer here.
No, it's 27 in Dallas right now. Don't forget they're an hour. I believe they're an hour behind. But it's going to feel like a high of, I believe, 37.
So you just showed it to me. It said feels like 29 in Dallas.
Yeah.
It feels like 32 here.
All right. Oh, is that what you
right
got?
now? Yeah, my God. It feels like 32.
Bro, you're on Lambton, baby.
That's right here. That's where I live.
Get on a
10 minutes from here.
Get a Bay Street corridor,
dude.
Man.
10 minutes from here is not that much difference. So, anyways, warmer here than in Dallas. So, shout out to the heat. And today we have Portugal versus Croatia, and that is going to be a hot one. It's going to be a great game here in Toronto. The last game of the World Cup here in Toronto is a banger. And will it be the last game that Ronaldo ever plays in the World Cup? Can you believe that this historic dude's last game of the World Cup could be played in Toronto?
In the greatest city, man.
In the greatest city in the world? Lisbon? No, I have no idea.
I have a bunch of friends coming down this evening. Yeah, well, they're
to hang out? Oh, okay.
Yeah, because they're half Portuguese.
To hang out with you? Or
well, I mean, not Cristiano.
No. I mean, like, you got at your place?
Yeah. Well, I'm in the village, right? So we just step outside and hustle and bustle. So, we're going to watch the game and then have a little bit of fun. Have a couple of non-alcoholics, and those are good. Yeah, you got to try those, man. They're pretty good, man.
I don't really drink too much, but if I would,
it's just like if you like the taste without having the effect of.
Yeah. So why would you not have alcohol?
I just don't like it because I like functioning the next day correctly.
I know, but how many beers do you have to have before you can function incorrectly?
Well, I'm a lightweight, man. 3 and
Three?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just only saying that. Like, would you have like one normal, then 2 non?
No, just keep it.
Just keep it non.
Yeah,
keep it non.
Yeah. I have.
And your friends are they going to be drinking non-alcoholic?
No.
Oh man, non-alcoholic beer. It's funny because you brought that up, and I said that this weekend there are some dudes, some of the dads from the hockey that were like, non-alcoholic beer's gotten a lot better.
It's
as far as
very
the
good
taste and everything like that. So. Yeah, no, for me, whatever. If I'm going to be drinking, I want to be drinking, but not today. But as Brendan mentioned, though, happy July 4th, and we'll take tomorrow off.
Yeah.
And yesterday was Canada Day. What a great day that was. I saw some good parties happening. The fireworks started mad early. I've never seen them. It was light out. It was 8 p.m. It was light outside, and we're sitting. Thankfully, my dog is just chill. It doesn't even think fireworks is even a thing.
Yeah.
But it did sound like we were in. A little bit of Twilight Zone there with things going off in the morning, but or in the daylight, anyways. So And then 11 o'clock, I think they stopped around 11:30 or so. What's up with this? Seems very likely that Tesla dividends numbers is insidered on Poly. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. You can check on Poly Market. That's right. We can go check there. And there's like a plus minus number that you could always bet on for Poly Market. All right, consensus around 400K. The bracket for 475 is trading over 50%. Yeah, so one guy buying a ton, 2 accounts which are related. Okay, so this guy's saying that the consensus is around the bracket is 475. So you're thinking that there's going to be a higher than expected delivery number for Tesla. So it just came out. We can go back over to the desk if you got it. I don't have it on my little platform here, but
stating China sales climbed for the 8th straight month in June. So there's more information.
Okay. So more information coming about Tesla. I don't even know why it's not like muted in my ear here. All right, there it is right there. Tesla sales 24.4% year to, okay, so that's only 90,000 vehicles in June. Is that right? That doesn't seem, China sales there itself. In June, because that number was about 400,000 they just gave us. I realized that I had my news site on mute there, because if I have when Brendan's talking and then the news is going, we have too many things going on there. But yeah, non-farm payrolls out today as well. Yeah. But right there, so Tesla with those numbers out, I have the stock up right now. Nothing happening right now to Tesla stock. So let's wait to see what Poly Market's up to. I don't have the website up. I can get it up when we get back. But yeah, Tesla right now not dancing around too much. The stock that I have on the watch yesterday, and we tried the long late, was Palantir. It didn't hit late, right? The market really cracked in at the end of the day. And so there we go. We fall back in for Palantir. But today we start to go to the upside. And I'd written down this 126 to 125 closing area here to see if we can get along. It looks like as the market for Palantir comes back in, we may be able to get some of that. And, you know, the IGV, we talked about, you know, some of the upgrades there with Microsoft over the last couple of days starting to go. Adara did a thing yesterday about Canada with all the Canadian stocks, and today we get Shopify moving around a little bit as well, up to 121. Right now goes Shopify today, so that's a nice little trade there. We'll see if that can get going. We got to 124 yesterday, was up about 6 or 7%. So we'll have to wait to see if that one wants to hold base as well. Shout out to the United States yesterday, you know, getting it done against Bosnia. So they advanced to the round of 16. All host nations, and I think obviously Canada was the one underdog out of all of that if you played the odds, that we're going to make it to the second round. But Israel, or I guess the third round now, the round of 16.
So that's Saturday, I believe, at 1 o'clock.
We've got Morocco, which should be pretty tough. We're like 2.5 dog, you know, favor, like underdog, 2.5 to 1, 3 to 1.
So we play like what do we pay, plus 250 or something?
That's what it is. It's like plus 250, between plus 250 to plus 290, I keep seeing. So that'll be interesting there. And then Portugal is heavy favorites tonight, minus 100 against Croatia. But I still think Croatia has a good chance of winning that game.
I mean, I think they're going to be good games. Here's DRAM, guys. We're down 2.25. Starting to fill up some of this gap. So the memory names finding a road to recovery at this point. Tesla, we can keep an eye out on this one. It's not doing too much. You heard the desk talking about it not too long. Are we really taking these numbers into consideration? Right now, there's nothing crazy from a volume standpoint. 197 here on Nvidia. Intel up 1 3/4 here, guys. So not too bad of a look on Intel. I like that one. Filling that gap, and I mean, like we were talking about Meta yesterday and having some great conversations just on the fact of what does this mean for this company at this point. And I mean, it's better late than never. $607. We were up to a high of around $628 there, Katina, man. So a little bit of a slide. I don't mind that in the pre-market, though. The big question looming for me is if we break 600, then maybe we're going to give back a little bit of this move. And we've seen it on multiple occasions already, right? When he was coming in with the prediction markets and also when he was adding the paid tier systems within Instagram platforms. So a lot of interesting stuff. I think it would be ignorant of Sean and I would speak for myself anyways, for us to not be looking at this name again, considering it was an absolute banger for us both yesterday. So we'll keep our eyes on that one. Palantir to the top side, and Tesla finally starting to get the ball rolling. So almost $430 there. We were taking a look at the options chain on it yesterday. We'll do the exact same thing this morning here with Meta. So a lot going on, DRAM recovery, and a lot of potentials, a lot flying around here today. So looking forward to the open. Let's send it back to the desk to see what they got going on over there.
Move here to the upside again. One of the names that got crushed yesterday in this Meta cloud fallout Back positive anyways from where it ended the day yesterday. We're trying to get going a little bit. CoreWeave did not make that move, so I was trying to make, or now we are a little bit delayed there for CoreWeave. So this, the others, I guess we can call them in this group, trying to bounce a little bit this morning.
Yeah, I think another name in that group that everyone, is going to be like, of course, Adira's bringing up, but Oracle got smacked pretty hard yesterday. They're actually also, again, gapping up a little bit here, but you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 straight red sessions for Oracle, it looks like, unfortunately. So I think, it's going to be a tough look for a lot of these names. I mean, like Nvidia still near highs, recently added to the NASDAQ. CoreWeave, I believe, also recently added to the NASDAQ, with this chart looking a little bit worse. So yeah, I mean, I think if you're in one of those neo-cloud spaces, if you've got a competitor as big as Meta and a company that we know is as willing to throw money around freely as we know Meta is, I think it does make sense that it's being viewed as competition. If it becomes longer-term competition, we'll have to wait and see. But I think, I think the fear, given the context of what we know about Meta, makes sense.
Is this a hedge, or is it more just them saying, our AI efforts have been terrible and not fruitful at this point, so let's go in a completely different direction? I mean, it's worked for the rest. It's worked for Google. It's worked for Microsoft. It's worked for Amazon. Is Meta just saying, yeah, we get it. We can't do AI too well, so let's go in this direction?
I think it might be both, honestly, Brendan, because they do we know they like to hedge, but they also, to your second point, have their pockets in literally every business they can, whether or not that business has been super successful. Like, we don't have to talk again about the Reality Labs losses. We could, but we don't have to, because we know that that's like another thing that they're doing. I just think Mark Zuckerberg, to his credit to some extent, has a lot of ideas for the company. I'm not sure if all of those ideas are congruous. And I think that sometimes leads to this very scattered identity that Meta has. That being said, I think if he can make this work, I think it's a good decision. I think it'll just take a little while to see if that is in fact effective.
I mean, the glasses on their own, I think, are a little bit further down the road than Reality Labs, for example. But I mean, if you're not trying different things, what are you doing if you're trying to run a company like that? But I don't know, guys. Thoughts here? Is this a pivot, or is it just a hedge for Zuck?
I agree with Adira. I think it's a little bit of both, right? Like, you still have your tools out there, and if they're not as successful as you're planning for them to be, then you kind of just have this this fallback, something that you can catch yourself in, because these guys have been spending a ridiculous amount of money and haven't really bringing in too much of it, right? So you have the CapEx spend, but there's no real revenue stream here just yet. So I think providing cloud and compute is really important for these guys to at least, exactly like what you said, almost hedge yourself at that point if your LLM or your tools don't really start to gain any form of ground there.
I mean, it's always nice to get a new business going, especially one that we know is profitable. I mean, we just had, you sent me the article yesterday, or the interview with Alex Karp there. He's talking about how part of the only profitable space is the compute side of it, right? So we do like that. And you've seen, I think you nailed it with some of the, it is such, obviously, it's such a good business idea, I would think, of the way the Meta reacted yesterday. Back down to 610 today. Should be interesting to have a look. We can call that stock up. But we talked about, if it wasn't a good idea, or if people didn't think that it was going to work, then I don't think a name like CoreWeave or Nebius would have been hit the way it was. And you lost 10% in these names yesterday, and it looks like today a little bit of a rebound. But I still think we go a little lower here in CoreWeave and Nebius. And it's kind of a shame, because as Adair just mentioned, recent additions into the NASDAQ 100 for those names might have been a reason to hold on to them. But now, the elephant in the room has come for their business, and that's going to be Meta. And there's also, just like they turned the switch on, AWS, Google, all these names have already sort of come into this space and started it. So there's going to be a lot of competition. And we talked about that yesterday. The minute you start to monetize something in this way is potentially the time that it may be some oversupply as opposed to the demand. So you're already back, Joe, to where we were yesterday, basically. Like, what's the difference between 603 and 600, where this thing kind of broke out from? Sure, we broke out from here, 560, but unless you knew that news was happening, forget about that whole move. Really, the best you could have bought would have been between, and both you and I were lucky enough to do this, but in between 595 and 600 yesterday. And right now, with the market, the NASDAQ, I was looking at that earlier today, the NASDAQ relatively flat here this morning. I mean, ES up 0.1, NASDAQ up 0.15, and NASDAQ actually getting a little bit of a bump here. Look what Meta's doing when the NASDAQ is doing this. So I wonder if yesterday, and we had seen the same kind of a bump happen in Meta when they announced their pricing tiers and a little bit of a change there for their AI, where they were announcing a subscription model. And that day, I remember Neil and I, we watched that, and we actually had a big win on that day as well. And look what happened. We faded right back in, basically back into the lows again, off of what we all thought was great news. So sure, it's nice. And like you'd said with Adair and Brendan mentioning some of the positives and negatives of the story, at the end of the day, it's coming back in. It was up about 7 or 8% at the end of the day yesterday, I believe. Maybe it was 9. Give it back another 1% here. And then now we just wait for that gap to get filled. And I mean, that's scary to think about that. But for me, along today, let's write down 595, between 595 to $600. We'll see if we can get that long. I still like the story. I mean, anytime you can go ahead and make a little bit of money, it has to be a good thing. Meta right now, happy for them, happy for shareholders. But the stock pulling back today, would have liked to see it start a little up here and then get going and maybe retest that 630. But in what's a positive day for the NASDAQ, I'm surprised Meta's down. So,
well, I mean,
not great. But the NASDAQ was down yesterday and Meta was still smoking,
and it was kind of just, well, imagine if the NASDAQ was up, what it would have done for Meta. So it's a different story to announce the new division, but then you also need customers in order to get any form of money, right? So like that would be the next step for this company. And I mean, who's there really in this pool right now? You have 2 names, and it's OpenAI and Anthropic. So if they don't sign any form of a deal with them, then it's a big nothing burger, and they're just going to be sitting on all this extra compute power. So I mean, hey, it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, I got it on my mind. I'm thinking the exact same thing here, and same with Tesla. So we'll talk about both these names momentarily when we talk some options. So send it back to the desk.
All right, a lot to understand. I want to get to this OpenAI story as well, because it's I don't know. It's interesting from Sam Altman to all of a sudden think, 5% of his company to the government is a positive momentum shift, I guess, after everything that has gone through. But let's recap this first. Coming up in 8 minutes, guys, we'll get June non-farm payrolls. Remember last time, huge blowout number, 172 was the actual print last time. Forecast anywhere from 110 up to 115. Split the difference, call it 113 is the number we are aiming for this time around. 4.3 was the unemployment rate last time around. They are expecting that to stay exactly flat and not change whatsoever. As I mentioned to start things off, these two right here, the month over month and the year over year print on the average hourly earnings, going to be key. Lots of people pointing to, if companies are having to pay more for workers at this point, that's not great for the inflation story, as we continue to hear Warsh yesterday, for example, talking about how inflation is still too high and trending in the wrong direction. So does that bring July even on, into play and onto the cards as far as a potential rate hike? Initial jobless claims as well, because it is Thursday, not Friday, even though we're getting NFP on a Thursday today because of the holiday. So lots to come here coming up at 8:30. But give me your take here, Ms. Adara, on this OpenAI story. I mean, Trump was bolstering yesterday about how much his Intel stake is already worth since he did that deal. And now here we are, potentially anyways, getting 5% of OpenAI going to the government.
So I'm going to say something that I don't think is going to be super popular, but I think we have to ask the question, is this a golden share? It kind of is starting to sound like these golden shares that we have with China. I'm going to be honest, and I know I'm going to get probably heat for saying this, but I'm okay with saying that, because I think if
I think it's different because it's those have final say. Those have voter rights.
So that is different. So, yeah. But I think in terms of obviously we don't know this for sure, but there was a lot of speculation once we have the government taking a stake in Intel, and then you start seeing Intel get these deals with Nvidia, et cetera. People were like, do you think, is the government potentially going to try to sway these companies to work with Intel? No, I don't think we can prove that either way.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that is in fact happening, but I'm saying I think it is interesting the extent to which the government's got involved with certain businesses in different sectors. Like we're talking lithium Americas as well, right? Now, however, I was Sam Altman, because we were asking why would Sam Altman, do this. Look at what happened to Intel.
Yeah.
Intel killed it.
Exactly.
Intel literally is, I think, the fourth best performer, third or fourth best performer in the NASDAQ and the SPY so far this year, as of Tuesday's close for the first half of the year. It's had an incredible year. And I think I will always give part credit to Lip Butang, because I think he's done a very good job. But I think part of how he was able, to get so much support is because of the government stake and because of Trump publicly believing in him after initially doubting him and wanting him to be fired.
Yeah.
So I think it's also hard, I think, given the specifics of Intel, to do a one-to-one comparison. But Sam Altman and OpenAI is someone that I think in certain of Trump circles also not super well liked. So I think if you do get that collaboration working, potentially maybe good publicity for OpenAI if I were to extrapolate a bit. Yeah, honestly, Brendan, it's kind of hard to see him doing it, but the more I think about it, the more I'm like, pieces of it make sense.
Just from a funnel mechanism purely, it's going to be positive for OpenAI, for more government contracts, for more potential business coming their way, as we've seen with Intel, and a huge performance from Intel on the back of that. So yeah, the government stake now $80 billion, according to Trump, for that Intel share. And it was kind of funny how he presented that yesterday. He asked for 10%, and Liputin jumped on it immediately.
Yeah.
And Trump initially said, well, I should have asked for more, clearly. So
yeah, he's been saying that.
Regardless, I mean, it's a great deal for them from that standpoint. But if we do get this from OpenAI, then maybe that shifts the weighting here as far as who gets what going forward. I mean, we all know the backstory of the government and Anthropic at this point.
Yes,
so
and that's dicey.
If those are the two heavyweights right now, and then the U.S. government jumps in bed with OpenAI, it changes things.
Can I make an argument? So I spend a lot of time in a lot of different sections here of X. You guys know I'm interested in a lot of different stuff, and there are a lot of people who have close ties to the Trump admin who are very, very pro Elon Musk still, even with the Musk and Trump fallout of last year, and they're also very pro Grok and XAI. So now I wonder if this OpenAI thing doesn't work out, and we know that the Trump admin has their issues with Anthropic, I wonder if they go towards XAI, because I think that would be probably the most popular decision for those in his camp, from what I've seen.
Amazon already paying, of course, XAI for compute at this point. So yeah, I mean, it makes sense as well. We are, 4 minutes away here, guys, from June non-farm payrolls. Quickly, Neil and Sean. Joe and Sean, thoughts?
Close enough.
Yeah.
No, look, so I think, you can't really invest in OpenAI, obviously, right now, unless you're taking a stake in Microsoft.
Yeah.
So we're not too worried about that. But I do think that, whenever the government gets in bed with somebody, and we've seen the success that's been through many of their investments. And, the number one for me is going to be Intel. And we talk about what Intel is up to. And the fact that it was down that 8 or 9% yesterday, I think gives us a buying opportunity here for INTC. I mean, this is another name. It sucks because I keep on wanting to get less and lighter in the space. So I'm not going to buy it right now, but I really do like Intel. I think, we talked about this 50-period moving average coming into play there, and this name worked. I think AMD can work in all of this. But again, if you like the OpenAI story, you like the Anthropic story, then you have to invest in the public names that we can do, and that's going to be Google with their share in Anthropic, Amazon with their share. Oh yes, that means the coffee has arrived. And then Microsoft share in OpenAI. I think those are ways to invest. And I actually dropped that little bit of an idea yesterday where I thought, thanks a lot, Randy. What about if Microsoft just invests more in OpenAI and potentially looking to take a stake of a majority spot in that? And then, is that something that would rally Microsoft? Because sitting here, whatever Microsoft's been doing has not been working, as they continue to focus on maybe the co-pilot angle and not as well focused into OpenAI. And I think that could be something that does spark their stock. They were down 17% for the quarter, Microsoft or so, I believe it was, or maybe it was the month.
In the quarter alone, but I mean, off the highs, the stock is down still.
So I think they just got to do something. They got to change it up, right? We saw Meta give a little bit of a change up there.
Yeah.
So let's wait to see what happens with OpenAI. And, we still don't have a date for their IPO.
It's funny. I'm just reading up here. So I know they were talking about it over there at the desk, but Trump administration, 15% stake in MP Materials, 10% stake in Lithium America, 10% stake in INTC, and I mean in Intel, 6.2% return. So something that they spent roughly, I mean, this investment is worth now $55 billion.
6.2% overall in all of those?
No, 6.2 times the investment, right? Exactly. So now it's worth $55 billion, which is absolutely insane. 433 million shares purchased. Listen, I think it's just, I mean, and Adair and I were joking. about it yesterday, that the government's going to have to take a stake in Nike or something in order for that stock to turn around. So what does that mean? Sam Altman and company offering 5%? That's huge for the enterprise side of things for that company, which has been kind of lagging, right? But $1 billion, see, the thing is, though, a lot of people are issued. Yeah, let's send it over there.
Let's go back, because we only have 10 seconds until the number.
Yeah, let's go over there, and then I'll spiel on after.
The headline number up here again, 172 was the last print. We're expecting somewhere in the neighborhood of 113 to 115, although I just saw a whisper number from Bloomberg that was 138. So let's see where this comes out and how far off they were. So a few things coming through right now. 57,000, much lower than expected there. June non-farm payrolls, again, 57,000 only. Downtick in unemployment, 4.2%. That's not going to be good for the market overall. Initial jobless claims coming in right in line with expectations, 215,000. Participation rate, 61.5%. This number not good for the market either. Again, I was mentioning the average hourly earnings year over year, 0.1% to the upside. So 3.5% versus 3.4% last time. Yes, it's in line with expectations, but again, it was the month-over-month comparison there that a lot of people were pointing to, saying if we start seeing those wages start to creep higher again, that's not good for inflation. So non-farm payrolls on the private side, 49,000. Manufacturing payrolls, 3,000. That's the number, though. 57,000. Again, we were expecting 113 to 115, guys. Market not liking that.
No, the market, right now the ES and the NASDAQ are absolutely booming on this number because right now you're not going to, so here's the NASDAQ right now, nice little move. We just talked about it was up 0.1, now it's up 0.5%. The thing is, as Brendan was mentioning there, lower number there, and they just revised June from 172 down to 129. So I'm thinking now that this is less of a case of a rate hike if we don't have the greatest jobs market. Let's see if that continues to hold true, because the NASDAQ, we've seen so many times these kind of moves happen, and then we retrace the whole move and bring it back in and then even turn out to be negative. So I guess now we just wait for another truth to come out about these jobless numbers and what the hell's wrong with them, because right there, non-farm payrolls coming in at 57,000 versus 110. So right there, the market, the NASDAQ, the ES, right now starting to get to the high side. We'll see if there's a pullback. Like I said, there has historically been that pullback. We saw yesterday what the rate expectation was. And maybe if I just sort of refresh this, let's go back over into July right now. So now 31%, we're going to keep refreshing. We'll check this back in about 10 minutes when it updates. But it was a 31% chance of a rate hike. And so we'll see if that alters at all. But there it is right now, a nice little spike up on less than expected job report there. So 57,000 versus 110. And there's a bunch of other numbers that came through too. They revised from 172 down to 129. There's just a whole bunch. The non-hourly payrolls there as well. Unemployment rate for June, 4.2 versus 4.3 estimate. So yeah, you know what? Sort of in line on the unemployment rate, a little bit lower, so that should be okay. But yeah, not for the jobs number, not great. So you have a lower unemployment number, but then less jobs. So I'm not even sure how to equate that. So I'm expecting a little bit of a pullback there, but so far so good there. As the NASDAQ battling back half of what we lost yesterday right there. Decent number, giving you a little bit of action now in the NASDAQ. But like I've said before, and as Brendan mentioned there with the numbers, let's see how the market reacts to this. It was initially thought of as a good sign. We'll keep double checking what's going on with the expected interest rate moves. But there it is, a pullback in now. I expect it to pull back. We've seen so many times the numbers get sort of overtaken on exuberation there. So we'll have to wait. Rivian also just came out with a delivery number there. Let me see if I can go get that on the top side. Just hearing it in my ear right now. So they actually raised guidance there on their numbers for Rivian. So a nice little spike up there as we talked about Tesla numbers. What about us? Says RJ, and we'll see what happens there, breaking through $18. This actually looks like a great top break. I mean, we talked about it. I mean, Randy's been here. We talked about Rivian a couple times. Right back into the mouth of that $14 to $15 area. Now it looks like you're going to top it out on a little bit of head and shoulders action, trying to take down $18.50 now. Rivian looking pretty good right there. I got an update today in the email there. I'm about to say in the mail, but on email that, R2 deliveries expected still to get that invite early 27 for here in Canada. So, I guess if they're going well, we'll have to figure that out. But there goes Rivian back up to the upside on deliveries for Rivian. So we'll get those numbers when we do get them. And we're going to go back over right now. It's Joe with some look at some options.
All right, guys, welcome. Let's take a look at some of the activity here in the derivatives world from yesterday's session. We're going to kick things off with Meta. Big catalyst falling into this name, guys, and we're going to be looking at this $630 strike price. Now, you can see we've had an issue claiming this and holding it. We're now trading south of it. We had a pop in the overall market, but Meta not participating here, guys. But let's focus on this strike price and the open interest. Now, we're only sitting on 1,000 open contracts right now, but what we had on yesterday's session was 13,000 open and closed, all right? So surprisingly so, this is a relatively cheap strike price, $1.85 on the ask and $1.75 on the bid with a $10 spread, okay? We'll look at the contract here momentarily, but that is going to be expiring at the end of the day. Now, as for the delta, we're sitting on an $18 metric right there, guys. So for every $1 change in the actual contract itself, you're gonna see an $18 change, a dollar change in the underlying and $18 change in the contract. Now, as for the gamma exposure, relatively cool. You're sitting around $1, and then you're at the money IV. So, aside from that spike, 53.2% in a $600 name is relatively cool. Now let's move forward and actually take a look at the contract. So after that report here that they're going to be providing cloud and they're going to be selling their excess compute, what we do have is a 291% return in that specific contract, but then it did give back the majority of it as it faded in the latter half of the day. All right, moving forward, let's take a look at Tesla reporting delivery numbers this morning. Not too much of a reaction, but heading towards this $430 marker. Now, this contract is going to be expiring at the end of the day, but I want us to focus on this open interest. It's going to be the largest through this expiration cycle. We're sitting at 13,400 contracts, but from my volume standpoint on yesterday's session, 56,000 were open and closed. So that was the highest combination between the OI and the volume on that specific level and this expiration cycle. Now, as for your bid in the ask, sitting around $3.60, and then if you're a collector, you get $3.50. Now, as for your delta, $38, that's pretty high here, guys. And your gamma exposure, it's modest here. It's nothing crazy, but you're still sitting on that $2 level. Now, as for your at-the-money IV, 61.2%. I mean, you're going to see that reflected in the options contract itself, but it's nothing substantial in Tesla. Now, moving forward, let's actually take a look at the contract too, guys. This is going to be the 5-minute time frame, and on this contract that is expiring today. Just like that previous one we were looking at Meta, you get a 197% return, but then you do give back a lot of that as the stock started to cool down in the latter half of the session, guys. So those are two levels that we're going to keep an eye out on. 630 here for Meta, even though we are extremely out of the money on that level, and then 430 after the open. After those delivery numbers came in, we climbed up to 428. So let's see if we can break and absorb all of that supply through these strike prices. Let's send it back to the desk.
All right, a few things to note here. Let's recap first, then we'll bring in Mitch Hoke over at Trade the Pool, talk a little bit about some of the things he's looking at today. Again, if you missed it or just joining a little bit late there, 57,000 June non-farm payrolls. Prior was much higher than expected, 175. They've revised that number to the downside as well, 129,000. Was the actual print in June. Again, we were looking for 110 to 115. A lot of people pointing out 113. So this comes out a lot lower than expected. Unemployment rate, a little bit of a dip, 0.1% to the downside, goes to 4.2%. Initial jobless claims, 215. This number, however, going to be interesting going forward, 3.5% uptick on average earnings. Again, for the inflation argument, that's not going to be very good. Let's bring in Mr. Mitch Hoke over at Trade the Pool. Hold on, Mitch. I'll get rid of this thing that's on the screen here. So it's in front of
headlines.
It's in front of you. It's in front there. There. It's gone. It's gone. Good to see you.
Pushed it.
Good to see you. It's been a while.
Pushed it down there. You know. How we doing is doing great right now in the market. One of the things that we've been seeing is the piston effect, right? And what I mean by a piston effect, right? It's how it goes, right? As one comes up, the other comes down, right? So we've been seeing this balancing, and it's really the index, right? If you look at it, we're in this symmetrical triangle sideways period, which is a good sign because we're doing this at the top end of the range, right? You guys can clearly see here, and what I'm going to be watching, do we go to the top end of the range today and kind of chop around a little bit further before we get the breakout? This makes perfect sense as a lull comes in before the bigger earnings that are going to start to kick off, right? So we'll look to see us really break out as the new earnings season really kicks off. But right now we're in this chop. So sometimes things change, right? The current environment has changed. If we think about what was trading 3 weeks ago, we were kind of buying and holding, looking for that euphoria type of rip out. But now you're getting a little bit of a change. It's more sell the rips and buy the dips. So just like yesterday, we got tech to come back down. What did we get on Tuesday? Well, we had tech ripping higher, right? And a lot of people out there, oh, I grabbed those semis, I got it good. Next day, they get stuffed, right? A lot of those traders probably just stopped out yesterday, and then today are looking to get right back in. So we'll be looking to see if we get this tech run right now, and what I'd be looking is for it to get to the top end of that triangle pattern on the Qs. So that could push us back there towards like 738, 739, but doesn't really push us above, let's say, 745s, right? We're not going for a new breakout right now because there's no true catalyst to continue this breakout.
And this time of year, and that's what I wanted to, good lead in there, that's what I wanted to get to, is this time of year specifically in a holiday week. I mean, the last trading day here before the long weekend here, volume definitely not going to be where it normally is to end off this week, despite this number today. I think maybe this 830 number probably the main catalyst for the day potentially. So, going into the Fed coming up here in a couple of weeks, there's a lot of things that could potentially happen, but as you said, there's really nothing you can point at now saying, oh, that's the main thing we have to watch going forward here.
Exactly. There's no main driver, right? And that usually creates the lull, right? And this is normal in summer, right? Like you mentioned, right? I think what we need to be looking, though, is what signs or what stocks are really showing signs of strength. There is one area that I think is interesting in semiconductors. I've seen a big liftoff in TSM. And of course, we know how TSM is so vital for the AI trade, right? We've seen semiconductor equipment stocks continue to show the strength. That's where it was on Tuesday. So I'm also going to be looking for a name like TSM. I've been watching TSM for a while now, and I've been seeing it just kind of hang out. And I think it's time for it to have its Nvidia moment. Of course, I called in the Nvidia moment for the AMD move, and I think both of these could be having another leg higher here. So look for TSM to potentially get back to the high that it was just recently on Tuesday at 479, and then maybe attempting to break the 480s. I'm not expecting the 500 breakout right now because I'm still expecting some chop. But this is one name that is showing me clear strength and just recently had a pullback to a long-term support line. So the long-term support line runs right underneath this towards that 430 and could continue to create support as TSM looks for another move to the upside.
If we look at some of the names that have, kind of tagged along in this narrative since the beginning of the year along this same trade, Meta comes along yesterday, throws a grenade into the cloud space. Give me your thoughts here as far as some of these other options in this area that got hit so hard yesterday. Is there an opportunity there?
There's opportunities anywhere where you're seeing that piston effect, right? Where you see a big drive and a quick pullback. This is the mean reversion style trade. So that's exactly where you should be looking at, right? And it's all about that volume type of push too. You'll see a lot of volume coming into these moves and then quick pullback. So Meta would be one to kind of keep an eye out for. Of course, with that news, it's definitely going to help it. I'm watching still to see, of course, the classic tech names that have been strong. KLAC, right, was just recently at the highs. It takes a dump, right? Well, now we could see this kind of come right back, right? Semiconductor equipment names, hardware names, right? Another stock that I really like is Dell. So Dell is a really nice setup. Of course, we recently had the earnings gap. It pushed up, it came back down, has been holding sideways right around this 380, 400 area. And if it takes 440s, 450 here, we could start seeing Dell continue its drive. And of course, it's been a nice AI pick. Of course, you could also look at some of the memory names to see how they bounce back today. Personally, I'm trying to stay away from those, but I do like a name like Dell. I also like different semiconductor equipment names like AMKR. And then you could also be looking into that space. There's a lot of these smaller names too that have been making moves like UCTT. So those are small caps on the semiconductor area, but you're seeing big push. And then of course, energy still remaining an area to kind of continue to look for strength, right? I know that you guys have recently probably seen the big move in GLW, and the optical power area is definitely an area that I'd be looking at. You also saw APH up 6%, but then pull back massively just yesterday, right? Fabrinet is another name I'd give you guys in that space, FN, right? So I do think that we continue to look at these names as potential names that could see a nice lift. And then just an added bonus, a scientific instrument name like COHR, Coherent, is something I'm definitely keeping on the radar.
All right. I mean, we're back to highs here, basically for the market, Mitch, as we head to the open here this morning. Give me your top 2 or 3 for today, and just preface that with, the simple thought of, is it a less is more kind of idea here going into the long weekend and into next week?
Yeah, so I'm watching the TSM. I like it right now. I'm going to be looking to try to drive this back. Like I mentioned, I think it can make a drive towards like 470, 475, maybe even 480s. That's going to be literally one I'll watch right out the gates, right? Another one that I was trading just yesterday, SoFi. SoFi started to get the lift, and I know Sean out there probably smiling. I traded this one on a day trade yesterday, was able to sell the rip into the push above the 1850s, looking for this to break above the 19. So let's see if this can break that 19 and start a new rally in SoFi. So what you want to be thinking about in SoFi here, and the stories that's starting to develop, right, is the underworkings of the coins and kind of the digital dollar, that kind of mention. Look into that. You'll start to see bigger focus from the neobanks, and SoFi trying to be a leader here is something that I'd really focus in on. Of course, you might be hearing more mentioned from that as we pass July 4th. So who knows where SoFi is by the time we come back on Monday. So I like SoFi here. I'll be watching to see if the financials can kick off again. But again, one of the concerning things is the piston effect, right? Yesterday, financials were on the lift. Today, they could have that sideways or slow down day. So I'll be looking at it, but like always, watch for the piston effect. If we do get, for some reason, an adjustment to tech, and then you start to see where it's just a quick move in tech to the upside, and then as the day comes, it starts to drift back, that's when you can start to look at different trades, right? You can go to your defensive trades. There has been some stocks that have been doing pretty good lifts off there, like ELF, or maybe you're looking into a HIMS. HIMS has been doing really well. It's been adjusted and kind of shifted over towards more of a personal products, and it's being viewed as more of a value trade there. So that's actually been doing really well. Big trade that I was in just yesterday was AUR. That was looking for more LiDAR trades to the upside. Ouster has been trade that I've been trading to the upside. That's another one that just went a little bit sideways yesterday, but we'll see if it can continue making runs. Mobileye. The list can continue, man. The fun part is there's tons of trades when we're getting this type of piston effect, right? Where what you need to be doing is staying really nimble and going with the strengths. You guys know, really my bread and butter is swing trading, right? And so when I've been talking about right now is 1 to 2 day swings, not really necessarily looking for a week or 3 day kind of momentum rallies, right? You're kind of selling into the range, into the resistance versus looking for the breakout. So when you get those big momentum pushes right now in a sideways tape index, it's great to take that gift and just sell it. You'll feel a lot better when you see the piston effect come right back down. And then it gives you the opportunity to not fear tech like some are fearing tech today because they got washed out the prior day.
Great approach going into the long weekend. We come back on Monday, as you mentioned, heading into earnings season as well. That's going to be a whole another conversation. And then the Fed as well, the next major catalyst. Always lots of great stuff.
That's what we need. We need something, right? So
especially in the summer.
Will be the banks, right? The banks aren't too much of a driver, right? But once we start to think about the mega caps and we start to think like that, watch how this market can pick right back up.
Always tons of stuff going on over at Trade the Pool. What's the latest for us?
Yeah, guys, come and check us out. Like always, we're always doing these great giveaways to try to give you guys free opportunities to kind of get a part of Trade the Pool. Like always, we don't do massive discounts, but we do giveaways so that you guys can go ahead and win some accounts. Like always, you guys can come check us out, whether it be earnings streams, live streams, wherever you may be. Right, like always, I'm always on in the morning, but we have traders on in the afternoons, the evenings. Catch us like always. Trade the Pool is here to help you guys continue trading. And for those traders that want to test, let's say even algorithmic strategies, bot strategies, guess what? On Trade the Pool, you can be trading with your bot. Right? You could be using, and I even just recently connected over my Claude with Cowork. It doesn't make decisions for you, right? But it can really help you kind of analyze. So I have it right now as kind of like a red light signal. In certain times when I'm certain positions, it can alert me and tell me, hey, be careful out there. Right?
Always.
Well, you guys can be using that on Trade the Pool.
Always.
And there's nothing against it in the rules. That's what I love. Hey. Go check out your bot trading on Trade the Pool.
Mitch, enjoy July 4th. Enjoy your long weekend. Happy July 4th. Happy Independence Day. Always a great contributor for us. We appreciate it.
Yeah, have a great one, guys. Like I always say on this weekend, pinkies up, guys. So enjoy it.
Cheers.
All right, fantastic stuff. I wonder who Trading World Cup there, Mr. Mitch Hoke. All right, guys, let's see what we got going on for some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades. Trip.com at the top of the list, going from a buy to a hold and a $42 price target. You're down almost 2% here this morning. China Renaissance giving them that downgrade. And then we also have Constellation Brands. We're down about 0.35% here, going from a buy to a hold as well, with a $173 price target. Freedom Broker giving that downgrade. Now, as for SkyWest, guys were down 1.5% here this morning, and $108 price target. That's down from $126. Also going from a buy to a neutral weight from Goldman Sachs. Now, Agent Inc. also down 4.75% here, guys, going from a buy to a neutral and a $6.50 price target. That is down from $10.25. DA Davidson giving them that downgrade. Moving forward, let's take a look at some more positive things here, guys. A price target increase for Meta, Wells Fargo giving them the nod. You're up 1/3%. With an overweight rating, 767 is that price target. Nothing substantial on the increase here, but that's up from 765, better than nothing. Now, Palantir also getting the nod, going from a neutral to a buy. We're up 3% this morning, and a $175 target. That is up from $165 at DA Davidson. Adobe getting the nod here, 2.75% to the top side, with a buy going, that's up from a hold, guys. $308 is that price target. That is up from $282. HSBC giving them that upgrade. Now, Chevron also getting the approval, 1.3% to the top side with a hold rating, but we're going to be increasing our price target to $205. That's up from $197 from TD Cowen. Those are your upgrades and your downgrades this morning. Let's send it back to the desk.
Yeah, so one name, shout out to Mitch there. Thanks for coming through. And I think I just put up my sticky note out as well. And I actually really like SoFi. I mean, that's two now. Two of our last guests talked about breaking on SoFi and potentially looking at this $19 level. So I just wrote down a break of $19 here on SoFi to get going. I think the curl up is real on this. You know, like we talked about, the little bit of a head and shoulders pattern there. This looks very similar to what Rivian looks like. That top side though right now is like 19.50 to 20. So, you know, per what Mitch was saying there as well, and we're day trading on this show, but maybe the slower quicker ins and outs on a name like this. He was talking about swing trading maybe for a day or two instead of that 3 to 5 day period. So I'm wondering about the same thing sort of on SoFi. And if we sort of zoom out to what we saw yesterday, there was that top of 1880. Looks like we wicked into almost, it's still 1885, same difference. I was looking at if we do break that top, and look, it's not, you have to go back a little bit further to see some kind of level there, and that was more Rivian that was looking to break the top. But right into there, let's just see what we can wind up doing at yesterday's high. It's up 1.63%. You see Bitcoin starting to go again a little bit here. And yeah, I think SoFi's on the come up here. We're going to take that long on a breakthrough 19. So that was one of those ideas that I did not mind. And Rivian, with a delivery number of 12,000 and change as expected, between 9 to 10,000. So Rivian with their R2s, R1s, being able to produce a few more cars, therefore being able to deliver a few more cars, therefore that's how you make money. Let's see if Rivian's still losing per car. So it's not like the more deliveries you have, the more money you're going to make. Not for Rivian right now, but it's proving that their concept, their cars should be, well thought of. And I think they're going to sell a lot of those R2s. I'm looking to get one. We talked about that a little bit. I'm not sure if we'll do that or the Model Y, or even if I'll do anything. But right there, 1850 on the break long for Rivian. Also not a bad little look there. So, just a few different names to talk about. And then I put a bid in my own account, man, for Qualcomm. Like, I really want to try to buy a little bit of this name. I'm not in it. There's a dividend associated with Qualcomm. I believe it's about 2%. So one of the higher ones, if you're going to do anything in the space and looking for a dividend, Qualcomm would be one that we're looking at. So that's a decent area, I think, to try to get long on some dip buys. We talked about that. Mitch talked about that whole piston effect, up and down and sort of reacting to each other. We'll have to wait to see if Qualcomm finally gets that buzz going. And yesterday they had that story in the middle of the day where Elon was talking about people thought SpaceX was building off that Dragonfly AI chip, and then the tweet came moments later that said utterly false. And I remember Adara brought that to us for Qualcomm yesterday. So there was a huge move higher with volume, and then not huge, what am I saying? 183 to 191. So not a big move, but a decent one there, $10. And then it pulled all the way back in and then closes near the lows. So we'll wait to see if Qualcomm has any action behind it. But yeah, I wrote down SoFi. It's going to be a top trade for me, hopefully today, if it does break that 19. And then we like Palantir down here as well. We're going to get through the rundown momentarily, but that's this name will be on it. So we'll wait to see if 128 winds up holding. I wrote down 126, yesterday's closing price there for Palantir. But yeah, the names are moving right now, like Micron starting to go. And I don't, the thing about it is we saw SNDK. Look what Micron's been doing this AM so far. We touched down to $1,000 again, and then the move back to 1,070. Like, how quick was that spike right back to the upside there for Micron? And maybe we're just getting into some levels of support now. We've seen $1,000 a couple times. It was sort of the gap fill there up to 1,250, pulled back into $1,000. Last time it ripped back up into 1,200 the last time we made that move down. And now we'll see if we can hold one more time there for Micron. And then SanDisk also having themselves a decent morning today, as well as the NASDAQ. Remember what we talked about when that non-farm payrolls number came out? And I was like, hey, man, it looks like we're just going to get right back in to the same levels again. Well, there it is. There's the whole move up, and here's the whole give up right back in. There's the big spike on NFP. Looks like we're right back to where we were, as if that didn't even exist. So I think there's a push and pull with that, right? I mean, does it mean that the rates, it's here. We said we would look at the rates. It was 31% chance. And so let's just refresh this. Ooh, wow. That's one of the most dramatic moves I've ever seen in 20 minutes. Neil and I sometimes, Brendan and Dara Sharif, they'll drop the numbers to us, and then we'll go back and we'll see what's going on. That rate hike went from 31% yesterday to 17% today of a chance. It's cut in half. On just that non-farm payrolls number. So the market.
But I mean, Sean, we've seen these pops get faded before on previous reports.
No, but
you know what I mean?
that's what I'm saying. That's why we called it.
Yeah, exactly. As soon as I seen the market went higher, I'm like, okay, watch out for the fade.
Yeah, we're coming right back in.
Exactly.
But we don't see the number get changed like that on the expectation. So that was a quick change. So now it's looking less and less like July will be that rate hike. And then now we focus on, okay, as Brendan had said, if those numbers are weaker, if the jobs numbers are weaker, that can't be great for the economy. I mean, I think we can, associate those two things together. So once that starts to become realistic, the market is not always the forward look into the economy that people think it is. I mean, just because Micron is going higher, SanDisk is going higher, and Intel and this whole chip race is happening, that doesn't mean that there's not underlying problems. And now we get a revision from 172 back to, what was it, 120 or something, or 150? So you're getting some revisions back lower for the jobs. Then you get a weaker number coming through. It's not great. It's not great for that aspect. And, it's nice to see oil coming back in a little bit. Some of the prices at the pump, serving themselves a little bit better. But you know what, Joe?
What's that, brother?
You know what might have sniffed this all out? I mean, Walmart. If you're going to have weaker jobs numbers, you're going to have people potentially at threat of jobs. The retail space, we've seen Costco getting hit recently. Walmart is on what a heater to the downside right now. Walmart's 121, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 down days and breaking all kind of levels right now on Walmart. And not to pick on Walmart, I mean, we talked about Costco as well, and looking to see what's happened to them, right? It's very similar. It might even be more of a downturn on a name like Costco. Are people able to go ahead and pay that $120
I'm going to call it now, though.
Year, sorry.
I'm going to call it now. Potential bottom here in Walmart.
Potential?
Yeah. I'm going to call it. Okay, I'm going to say it's the bottom right now in Walmart.
Wow, that's a very bold.
It's very bold. I'm calling it right. I'm going to call right now. If it does, you may wick a day or so below 107, but I believe we're going to get a bounce in this name. There's just too many stars aligning at this point. You have this indecision print and a lot of volume stepping in. So you had that aggressive breakdown to the tune where you're down. You're bear market territory from the peak to this local low right here of 20%, right? So 20 3/4 there. I'm going to call it a bottom here on WMT, especially, hey, if we're going to be rotating out of this tech trade, then I wouldn't be surprised if you start seeing cash being funneled into
Tesla's
some of these
going
staples.
crazy.
Yeah, Tesla's going off right now.
Yeah, so Tesla, they might have just had their numbers released there, 430. We'll wait to see if they got it in the back, but it's a nice move right there, 429 up to 437, 438. So either the leak is on. We did get a nice move there in Rivian on better than expected deliveries for Rivian.
They're raising 2026 delivery forecast.
Okay, so here we go, man. It's Tesla time.
I mean, that came out a while ago, but.
Okay, well, it's starting to go right now, so we'll have to see what's going on. Lucid also announced their production, LCID. We can have a quick look to see what they're doing. Probably absolutely nothing. This one reverse split. This stock is 60 cents, man. They split 10 to 1 not too long ago. So what this stock is doing is nothing and getting hit. But yeah, it's Tesla right now. I don't see them on the Benzinga platform here, but maybe there is something going to come out. But there goes Tesla right there. Nice little move to the high side on a little bit of a pickup in volume, right? Right there. So not too much volume, but there goes the spike up there now in Tesla. But just as we were talking about it, and thanks to John and everybody in the chat there. I got to, every time I see something like this, I got to highlight it. Great advice there. The market has a mind of its own. So yeah, I mean, we can sit here and look and talk about what the market's actually doing.
Yeah, well, look at the TSX compared to the Canadian economy.
Yeah, and that's what Brendan actually made a point about that with me one time before. It's like we were talking about in Canada and sort of how things aren't necessarily going the right way for us here. But and then I was like, well, look at the TSX, right? But the thing is that, to Brendan's point, not everybody's invested in all of the names that are starting to pop up here. Not everybody's invested in the stock market, period. So what we actually have to worry about is the common man and woman. And honestly, if the economy is going to fall on its face and oil and gas and all these expenditures are going to continue to get more and more expensive for the average person, it's not a great look.
It's not at all.
I mean, especially when you're looking for jobs and you're going to be, and there's nothing wrong with it, but there's a lot of Uber and a lot of sort of this gig economy workers out there. Those are great jobs. Look, they're great jobs to pay the bill, but everyone's looking for that sort of that career and that bigger move. And I have a son right now that's out there looking for work. And, and I think it's not the easiest.
It's not the easiest. It's not the easiest
environment right now. And he's in AI and all that kind of stuff as well. So there it is right there. So bang. Who gave that number? There was that insider buying. We had that super chat from before, and they were talking about how the number was supposed to be 400 or so, which is exactly what Brendan and the headline just put up there. 400,000, they get 480. Someone said on Polymarket that someone was really hammering that 475 long. So right there's 480. That 475 bangs it out again. So don't tell me that Polymarket and Kalshi, there's not some insiders on there. I'm not going to use
1,000%.
I'm not going to talk about the administration or anything like that, because there's a lot of stuff about, and my kinsake, my son, his name's Baron as well, but there's been some talk about those kind of names actively trading in the poly market zone. But there comes Tesla. Hey, what is it? A non-farm payroll number?
Yeah,
Tesla goes up and then comes right back in again on those delivery numbers. So, hey guys in the back, it looks like it's a pretty strong number there for Tesla, but the market not really rewarding it right now, back into 430 on TSLA.
Yeah, here's the breakdown. If you want to jump into this, Andre, real quick. 442,936 was the Model 3 and Model Y. That's on the production side. And then 467,762 was the actual delivery number. And then they just classify everything else as other now because they don't have the other models anymore after they stopped the S and the X in total. So other,
models.
It's everything else, like the semi, everything else is in other now. So 481,226. Total production 451,758, as you were just saying to me. That's a huge beat.
Yeah, and I already updated this visual here, and this will get posted later today. But as you can see, Brendan, it's kind of been more zigzaggy as of late in terms of like the two main models, the Model Y and the Model 3, this growth. But we're back at levels we haven't seen since, it looks like Q2 2025. So nice improvement there. A couple quarters of slump right now, sorry, Q3 2025. So it's been a couple quarters since we've been here. We still have yet to crack that 500,000 level here for deliveries in recent quarters. Let's see if we can do that maybe with Q3 26, but solid quarter here when it comes to deliveries.
All right, lots of other great stuff to know. If you are just joining, let's jump into everything that we need to get to this morning on the watch list if you haven't done so yet. Below right now in the description is the link to the watch list. If you haven't done so, grab that. It's absolutely free, comes right to your inbox every single morning. All you have to do is enter your email address. Let's start with some of these memory names. Again, Meta was a absolute monster yesterday when they came out and said they were throwing their hat into the cloud space. Everything else in that group, not so much. Even Google, I saw, had a bit of a move to the downside, which I'm a little bit surprised. Nowhere near, what some of the other ones did. I mean, you mentioned Oracle and the CoreWeaves of the world getting absolutely crushed. So Meta trying to get back to the upside right now after a bit of a down move here early on.
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of some of these new cloud names, and we've mentioned this a little bit earlier, I think we're going to have to kind of wait and see, I guess, the extent to which this Meta cloud business actually happens. Now, what's interesting is apparently they did respond to Bloomberg, who again reported that Meta is going to be starting this cloud business so they can sell compute. Meta declined to comment, and I find usually if a company declines to comment, that could maybe lend some credence to it actually is a thing that they're just not ready to announce yet. But yeah, it'll be interesting. It feels like they're maybe late to the game on this, so we'll have to wait and see what kind of competition they could actually pose. But they're also going to be facing competition from the likes of, as you mentioned here, Brendan, Google, Microsoft, Amazon. There are already so many fierce cloud competitors, and we've talked about Azure growth. I wouldn't say slowing, but I would certainly say stagnating. I guess that's the same as slowing, but it's just kind of, consistently at that 40% year-over-year growth. So they're already kind of facing an issue where they're struggling to continue to re-accelerate that growth. I wonder if this is the right time for Meta to do what it's doing here.
I still, going back to my earlier comment, I think it's more of a, are they just saying we're not really great at AI, so let's try a different angle here just to hedge our bets a little bit, which is, give them credit. I mean, Zuck is known for trying a whole bunch of things and then, going in the direction of what seems to stick. So holding most of these gains, though, guys, from yesterday.
Nebius getting smoked 11% yesterday as well, too. I've been saying that literally when you've seen Meta report and they're going to be increasing their CapEx quarter over quarter, year over year, you're seeing this $150 billion in capital expenditure, but you have no cloud provider. I've been talking about this for months. It just didn't make sense. And all your other major competitors, obviously the Google Clouds, the Amazon Web Services, and the Azures of the world have that feature, and you don't. It just didn't make any sense to me. Brandon, I agree 100% with you. They're not that great at AI. They need to find a way to make some money and justify this capital expenditure. Adara, you as well. I believe they're a little bit late to the dance, but it's better late than never, to be honest with you, instead of just having this excess compute and not being able to do anything with it. So I think the number one question right now is who are going to be your customers, and it's a very, very small pool. Anthropic and OpenAI, they need to sign a deal. It's one thing to start this segment, but then it's another thing to obtain customers. So I mean, it's a step in the right direction. I'm not going to complain about it, especially as a shareholder. I like it. I think they should have done it a long time ago, but it is what it is. So let's see if they can get some customers and sign a deal with Anthropic.
Yeah, look, for me on Meta, we really hit it yesterday around the $600 level, and I think that's going to be another one to look at. Whether or not you agree with what this compute's going to mean for them and what this is another business model that they're trying to get involved with. I think it's a positive turn for Meta. I don't know if it's going to solve the whole problem of they still have too many overhangs, like the protectionism and should kids have an Instagram account, should they not? And as you go back and forth there with some of there's still like some bots and everything that's on Instagram and on Facebook. And we do like the WhatsApp aspect of it as well. And I think that there's some monetization aspects there for Instagram that could happen. I'm not excited about the glasses or Oculus or anything like that. I just don't really think that that's moving the needle, right? I mean, this is a high, then we got a lower 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 high. So, I mean, it keeps on failing. We've taken some bright moments through the 200 period moving average, but at the end of the day, that still needs to break and hold, and that's up at 640. So I don't even think this is a catch the falling knife story yet. I would rather wait and catch it as it breaks through and hope that, the market rewards. Either we have to wait for next earnings to see if there is more CapEx spend and where their money is coming from. Is the subscription model actually something that someone's performing well against? We've seen subscription models work in the past, but we've also seen them fail in the past, right? Like not that many people went and signed up with Gemini and we talked about how the compute right now is costing more money than the tokens are actually worth. So, the tokens are worth more than what the customer's actually paying. So at the end of the day, is that going to matter for many of these names that are, renting some of this out, right? And if Anthropic and OpenAI can't turn a profit, then how much money are they really going to be dropping to a name like Meta in order to sort of fix their computing issues? Again, it all stems from retail, being able to pick apart LLMs, and then also, is there a corporate side of things that's why we like Anthropic? Are they able to keep the ball rolling there with compute power and demand? And if they are, then Meta should be able to work. And just looking at yesterday's, we bunched between 595 and 600. I mean, we were uncertain, and then we took off. And now I feel like the same kind of thing's happening. We just touched down to 605. We could easily drop down to 595. So I don't have this written down on the sticky note today, but I probably should. Between 595 and 600, we'll look at Meta and we'll try to get long. Joe will trade it by FBL, so that should be a good opportunity, as well as Meta. So I'm on both of those names, but as far as a long-term look here, I think we just got to wait a quarter. Let it settle out. Let's see, if they do get those customers, what that looks like from a profitability side of things for them. Just because you're in the business, are you going to be cheaper than the rest?
Like, be competitive.
We don't know what their competitive advantage is going to be here. Is it going to be cost? Is it going to be scale? I don't really know what Meta's plan is as far as their competitive advantage over an AWS or anybody else in the space. Google, CoreWeave, Nebius, things like that. Why go to Meta instead of the others? And I think that's a question that we'll see on earnings.
You have to remain competitive, right?
Yeah.
Like, what are you going to do? You're going to have to offer something at a discount, and you know what that means, right? I talk about this all the time. If you're really giving things at a discount, it's going to hurt your margins. And you already have a company like CoreWeave and the Oracles of the world who are like establishing this AI infrastructure. But you're like, oh man, what is the margin actually on this business, right? So there's so many questions to be answered still. Listen, it's a step in the right direction. We'll take it instead of us just having this abyss of compute, which Meta was sitting on. Hey, Superintelligence Lab giving Alexander Wang and whoever's in that division itself hundreds of millions of dollars, coming out with MuseSpark. It's been an epic fail so far, in my opinion. Reality Labs from day one has been a net loss for the company, and it's unfortunate. Let's see if they can start to turn things around. Let's talk Palantir with Alex Karp on CNBC yesterday.
Just reading a couple of comments there on that as well. Yeah, we'll get to Palantir here in a second. Darren and I were just talking about this Wedbush. I mean, Dan Ives has been, it's got to be a decade or more, a huge fan of not only Elon, but Tesla specifically, and then all things tech, really, maybe secondary. But Dan Ives leaving Wedbush.
Yeah, after 8 years.
Yeah, to move on to what he's calling other opportunities in the banking sector. So He does so with betting big on SpaceX, however, calling it a buy, initiating coverage, some price targets, but on the way out the door saying still buy everything Elon. But that's a bit of a shock.
Yeah, there was that $190 price target and buy rating on SpaceX yesterday. But so it's pretty interesting here too, Brendan. In a way, it kind of makes sense he's pivoting to tech. We know he has that IVES ETF. That was a whole thing. But yeah, so the banking pivot almost makes sense. But you and I were saying off camera, I feel like this could actually significantly impact a lot of the Wedbush ratings on the stocks that he covered because he was so relentlessly, aggressively, whatever word you want to use, bullish. I have a feeling there are very few analysts that are going to match this level of enthusiasm from these companies. So I think this will be a really interesting shift once you start seeing these Wedbush ratings come in that aren't from Ives.
But was it impactful? I mean, everyone, as you said, everyone got to a point where they just knew what he was going to say regardless. So is it actually impactful at that point?
Well, we'll find out.
We'll find out, I guess, as whoever takes the helm at Wedbush comes out with their first rating. But let's talk about Palantir here. Big day yesterday, continuation here this morning.
Yeah, so Palantir, let's talk about it here, guys. D.A. Davidson giving this one an upgrade, raising their price target from 165 to 175, raising the rating here from neutral to buy. Apparently, they're saying that their strong profit growth has made their valuation more attractive. They also said that it reinforces their competitive position, as they put it, in AI software. They think that the AI orchestration platform from Palantir can actually give customers more flexibility to switch between models as they need it or as they so choose, and it also makes them less dependent on one single provider. So that's look here for Palantir. I know there's been a lot of talk about Alex Karp was on CNBC yesterday. For whatever that's worth, I didn't really see any headlines from that. I know Joe, I think, watched that. People have been talking about it. But yeah, I mean, maybe that added to the enthusiasm. The exact, I think, direct reflect in the market potentially remains to be seen. But there was that move up yesterday in Palantir, even despite, Brendan, a negative headline coming out of Spain saying that they don't want any of their government or other entities at all, like any public entities using Palantir. They have security concerns.
They don't need Spain. Palantir is still firmly, however, in this downtrend, guys, on a higher time frame.
I have Palantir written down here. Yeah, I mean, that is part of the problem, but it is a nice little rebound for Palantir. I mean, off that $100 mark, I don't know if anybody was waiting for that to happen, but it got into 105, and then now we're trying to break back above the 50-period moving average, but you're running into a pretty big level here of 130 where, you know, it was held until it wasn't, and when we broke that, that was a pretty dramatic 25% move down, right? I mean, you went from 130 down to 107 there, and it was just not, I guess, a 20% move down. Was not well received, and basically 20% down in a week. Now you're back up that 20% in a week. So this is definitely that sort of effect here where it can a complete V-shaped recovery. But the good news is I still like the stock at these levels. I mean, I think a pullback into yesterday's close, I mean, let's get this stock going. I mean, the market yesterday was down. It was down over 1%, and Palantir was looking like this. And if it wasn't for the weak close in the market, and you guys know we tried to run Palantir long right about there, and we got out when it failed, so that was good. And that turned out to be a great call because of where we wound up closing into. But there was a market sell imbalance yesterday on Palantir. It did get kicked down into that $3 or $4 basically, 128, well, down to 125, $3 right there at the end of the day. Now today it's like right back up. So I always feel like whenever you're doing this kind of action, you know, we saw Palantir last couple of days off the open, downside, downside, downside. Yesterday off the open, right? Starts here, does come back into about 120, and then absolutely takes off once that bell rings, and then we get going. So, you know, looking to break pre-market high yesterday was 120 to 121, and we took off. So today the pre-market high is 131. Whether or not we take that right off the open or not, I don't think I'm going to punch it. But now with the market fading back in, Tesla's fading back, the NASDAQ is still positive. Let's see if it holds VWAP. I'm going to wait for yesterday's closing area. I wrote down on the note today between 125 to 126, and that might be a little too low. But I was looking for a level, Joe, that could be something. So 128 has held here in the pre-market. So now that we're up to 129.50, we only have 13 minutes to go. We'll wait to see what the imbalances are. I think we can sort of up our level into 128, but this is not one that I'm going to sit on and wait for. If it does come around and dance in this area, then we could take the long off the 200-period moving average. So, you know, looking for strength. If it's going to be an up day in the market, Palantir is already up 3%. Let's see if it fades back on a little bit of indecision, and then we want to take the stock to rip higher. So Palantir today definitely on the watch there. We got Alex Karp on some sort of a show yesterday. And we'll wait to see if that sort of holds true. He was sort of talking about the compute power and the fact that you want to be the one, the customer, we want to be the ones holding all the language, all the data, right? And their platform allows you to put the inputs in and spit out the results and keep your information attached to your organization. Every time you're using these other LLMs, all you're simply doing is giving it more of your information so they can use that to help others, to help build their LLMs. That's not what Palantir is all about, and that's why they have the government contracts. They have the security side of things. So I like Palantir, and I think that as long as we can get it back up into that 150 area, then and holds, meaning it has to break through this 50 period, get going, retest this 200. I do think there's an upside here for PLTR, and I think it's already started. So let's see what we do today on a day 2. Yesterday was a big day. Can we hold those gains? I think we can. I'm a buyer down here around 126.
Yeah, I mean, he was on the show yesterday, not this one, that is, and first thing he said was, all right, I got to tame myself here in respects to Jensen and company, then proceeded to bash Dario and Sam Altman. Why? Because look what happened to his stock. SaaSmageddon, his stock is still drastically affected. And then if we're speaking of Dan Ives leaving, he calls this the Messy AI, but it's not even in the top 10% of its holdings of the ETF, right? Like, we're at the top of the list is AMD, then you go through all of the names, and it's not in the top 10 holdings. So, I mean, listen, I have no issues with Karp himself. I actually like him. The stock has been beaten to a pulp to the tune of down more than 50% off of its highs. Now finding somewhat of a recovery. But as for this name, listen, I agree with what he had to say. He said, you're just paying these large companies your money and then also giving them your IP as well, which didn't make any sense. And you can see he was starting to get a little bit heated during the interview because he's passionate about his company, which is totally fine. Let's see if Palantir can find some form of a recovery. It's not on my list today. I'm going to be keeping my eyes on Tesla, Meta, DRAM, and obviously Jensen and company here. And with that being said, Tesla, the first name that I just mentioned being on my list, let's go and talk about the deliveries.
Yeah.
We were just talking about that. I mean, I can't remember an interview where I haven't seen Alex Karp a little heated. Like,
shout out to the Department of Offense interview with the LH.
Yes, yeah, he's just that kind of a guy. Let's go to Tesla here, chopping around. I mean, we give back this entire move on this number if you missed it. 480,126 deliveries in its latest quarter. Much above or much higher than expected. What was it, 390 or something like that was the expectation?
I think the average on Tesla, I think the Bloomberg average was 396,000. Tesla's average, which they compiled from a whole bunch of estimates from analysts, they put it on their website. That was about 406,000, Brendan. So regardless of where you slice it, they massively, massively beat. Here's the little thing here as well, so you guys can see it. This is from their website. And this actually, sometimes company websites are kind of slow to update. Yeah, we had this right away, so I will give Tesla full credit for that. Again, production here for Model 3 and Model Y, 442,000, just shy of 443,000 here. Deliveries about 467.7 thousand vehicles. Other models here, you've got production of just under 10,000 vehicles, which is more or less what you expect. The other models category, obviously a little bit smaller now than it was previously with some models being shelved. Deliveries coming in here at 12,364 for the other models category. So really good look here. Production over 450,000, deliveries over 480,000. And let's take a look here as well at, this is just the main two models, the Model Y and the Model 3. As you guys can see, and I already mentioned this, but we are continuing to see, if I was a trader, if this was a chart you could trade, I would say this is almost a flat top break here. We keep trying to crack that 450,000, 500,000 level here. Let's see if we can crack that barrier here for Tesla for the Model Y and Model 3 vehicles come Q3 2026. But I think no matter how you slice it, Brendan, it's really hard to argue that this is a bad report for Tesla.
No, it's amazing. I was actually just looking for this data, and shout out to Sawyer Merritt on X, a great follow for X or for Tesla News, actually proving this point to what I was just thinking. This is actually the best Q2 specifically ever for deliveries.
Nice.
He just posted all the way back to 2018. 2018, 40,740 deliveries. Again, 480,000 in 2026. So, yeah, this is the best Q2, guys, on the delivery number ever for Tesla.
A 3 to 4 month wait for a Model Y. So, I mean, when I don't know how many cars out there have 3 to 4 month wait periods on them. But when we went to test out the new Model Y, the Juniper model, it was delivery in September. So, and it's into October now. So we'll have to wait to see. Interesting. That's
on the Model Y?
On the Model Y. Yeah.
Really? I didn't know.
4 months. So
that's brand new.
Brand new, brand new. Delivery.
Yeah.
I mean, used, you can
you go
get one tomorrow, my guy.
Yeah, exactly.
But brand new Model Y. And it's because the pricing is super competitive. It's one of the lowest prices the Model Y's ever been right now here in Canada. I think it's $64,900 for the middle range, and I think it's $54,900 or something like that for the low range. So yeah, I mean, it's very, very, and that's Canadian. So that's almost free U.S. money. But no, nice move there for Tesla today on those numbers. The interesting thing for me was, and that's why I told to Brandon, said, does that include Cybertrucks? That means out of the $480,000 number, at most 12,000 of those are Cybertrucks. I guess that's been a complete epic fail on that, I would think anyways. I thought that Cybertruck might move the needle a little bit more. And of course, we know that they've changed over their Model S and their Model X, no longer in production as we focus on Optimus and sort of the move towards robotics in those plants. But yeah, for me on Tesla, again, similar to Palantir, where you've had that huge move higher here. Obviously, there's a gap that we have to fill that has to come back in here for Tesla. But yeah, nice move, breaking back through now $400. I think it just makes for an easy trade. You know, you're not too far away now from your all-time highs in Tesla, and see if we can get back up into that $400 or $500 range now. $430, pretty choppy in these areas, but yeah, you do have a top area of $450, and I would think that if you're long, you could write some covered calls if you think that it's getting just a little bit too overextended over there and you want to protect your position. I could see that makes a little bit of sense, and maybe we'll run into some problems up there at $450. But what about sort of the question that remains, and that is that does Tesla and SpaceX eventually get wrapped up into one company there? Will it be allowed by, you know, the regulators, and how does that look? And what about the compute that's involved with SpaceX? And, you know, they're making deals as well. So, you know, we're going to wait to see what happens with Tesla, but a great quarter, great number, but for some reason they're fading it out a little bit here. So for me, looking at a level, I just kind of always want to go back to yesterday's closing prices, and that would be 425. Not that far away from that rate now. So I look at 425 or this break rate here, 431s. You know, we broke it there on the number. We came back, tanked it, tried to break it again, did not. Now you're pulling back into 428. So I would say this 431.60, even 432, that break probably gets us going again to the upside. Very much a cult stock. The Nasdaq's only up 0.2. This is up 0.7. We'll wait to see what happens with Tesla. I almost think Rivian looks better on a daily chart to break through these levels and then get back to their highs of $23. So I kind of have a little bit of a look there on Rivian more than Tesla today, as Rivian also had better than expected deliveries. So, you know, we can look at both spots there, Rivian and Tesla today. I'm gonna stay away, but definitely have it on the back burner to have a look at TSLA.
Yeah, year over year, China sales up 24%, beating deliveries by over 80,000 vehicles there. Not too bad of a look, but again, with his name, I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't know. I do believe we're on the trajectory to punch through some of these pivots. Are you going to get that merger? What does that mean for the regulators? They're probably going to give Elon the hardest time out of anybody, in my opinion, if Paramount, Skydance, Warner Brothers obviously struggling along those lines as well, too. So, I mean, listen, there's a couple different segments within Tesla, and I think one that we don't talk about enough is the energy storage. That is gaining ground, and it's growing almost near triple digits year over year, which is huge for this company. We're going to be rolling into earnings season in the next couple of weeks, which I like a lot. I mean, 430 this 450 level is going to be a key area. You're up 4 straight days at this point. You're opening up green here. The market, obviously, you had the macro data start to come in. So, there's a lot of questions looming. It is on my list today. Meta's on my list as it's heading lower. I'm going to remain bullish on this for the intraday session. Let's see how the price action plays out after the open. Let's send it back. Let's talk Apple memory.
Go here real quick on Micron. Here's Trump on Truth right now. How about this? Micron, great American company, announced they're going to put $250 million into Trump accounts for the future benefit of children. Their stock is up 9 points today on that announcement, according to Trump.
Okay, Brendan, I have a couple questions. For one, this announcement was made earlier this week, and for another, he posted almost the exact same thing, but much longer yesterday.
This tweet actually said the rare double pump from Donald Trump on Truth Social today. the stock didn't move on that, so that's leading in that direction anyway. So that was 2 minutes ago. The rare double pump there for Micron by Trump. Yeah, I mean, we can touch on both your Apple and Rivian. I mean, we kind of alluded to it early on this morning. If Apple starts to buy cheaper memory from China, what does that do to the Microns of the world?
China. Yeah, I think it could be a little bit of a concern, but I think the other issue is too, I mean, hopefully, because they still do have a lot of demand, they'll still be able to kind of eke it out here. My thing is, I don't even know if Apple will be allowed to get cheaper memory from China.
Exactly.
So I could get into this a lot more, and I probably will during the midday, but off the top of my head, I mean, Tom Cotton, Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas, he's already spoken out against it. You've got a lot of other very much, China hawk and anti-big tech senators. So this type of story with big tech companies trying to get permission from the Trump admin to get, these memory chips from China, highly doubt this will go without any kind of skepticism. I bet there's going to be a bit of backlash. So we'll have to wait and see if this is allowed. I have a feeling it is not.
Rivian, meanwhile, to the upside this morning, Rivian front-running Tesla, increasing their delivery forecast as well. It wasn't a lot. It was like 3,000 or so, 4,000, I think, on the total number for the quarter, guys. So Rivian to the upside also.
I have, we talked about Rivian. I like that little break there through $19. I also have Bending Spoons written down today, $36. It's on the sticky note. Let's see if it holds 36. I'm waiting down here for a bid with only 30 seconds to go. I like Bending Spoons. Nice move there yesterday. These guys, again, kind of like a private equity for apps and things like that, where, they take beaten up apps and they kind of, remodel them, make them more efficient, get them going. And $36 there for Bending Spoons. I'm trying to look at that with only 15 seconds left to go. And we want to say thank you to VinFast, ticker VFS, for sponsoring the opening bell here today. Go check them out and scan that QR code to learn more. As we talked about EVs today, go learn more about VinFast. So that's Bending Spoons. I'm also looking at right now SoFi. So let's see what SoFi has to do. I'm going to take a long through $19. Hopefully that breaks. That's going to be a trade of mine that I have on watch now as well. SoFi breaking through 19. We'll see what that does. And then we're also going to wait for some Palantir. Let's see, Michael. Yep. So we still don't have Michael, there he is. Yeah, he's watching it. Okay. So quotes unable to change right now for me either. There it goes. Now we switch over back into Palantir. We're still, unfortunately, when I try to switch off, back to 130 right now for Palantir. So we'll wait for that. It looks like SoFi breaking 19 might be the first stock for me today. And there's Bending. I can't do anything right now with the quotes.
All right. I got my eyes here on Facebook or Meta. I don't know, because I'm trading the leverage vehicle. Let's see if we get this level to hold up. If it cracks the 603 level, then that thesis is invalid. I see something on the pre-market 5-minute candle that might display ourselves as a potential long and a break through the volume-weighted average price. Tesla holding up at that 428 marker, and a nice print on the TQQQs here, Katina, man. All right, things are starting to look a little optimistic here. Apple's going, Nvidia is back up to 197. There goes Tesla through that marker. Guys, let's see.
Which one, 31?
430. 430. Now it's going through 31s there on TSLA. Hopefully those quotes are back up for you, my boy. So let's see what we got going on. I'm going to look to play this trade here. We're involved. There it is. Ooh, not the best fill. Oh, horrible fill. What is that?
What happened?
Man, I just got the worst fill ever.
What are your long Facebook?
Yeah. That was absolutely horrendous. What? Okay, anyways, I'll send it over to you, Katina, man. I don't know what's up with that.
Let me deal with this. Apple's going to the upside right now. I just saw that too, Adara. I'm still taking 432 long. There it is. So we get that 432 long now on Tesla. I want to give this back to about, here it comes right back in. I was going to say, I want to give this to about 430. Not taking a whole bunch of shares right here, but we do have some Tesla on our mind. And then there it is, man. There's SoFi on the 19 break. So not bad. We'll see how high this one wants to fly upside now on SoFi. We have the 19 break on SoFi. And again, that's what we wrote down on here. We like that trade. We'll see if it wants to work out for us. It's SoFi. But a small little take there. SoFi is working. It's Tesla that's not. We don't have a whole bunch of shares on this, but there goes Tesla back into 428. I'm going to buy this dip if available for me right now on, there it is. We'll buy it a little bit there. Oh, nope. My orders, there it is. Okay, so now we're into this trade now with Tesla. Let's see what winds up happening. Looking like if it breaks back down below this 427 area, we could get out. But we've been in Tesla before, and it does have these tipsy-turvy kind of moves, and it looks like it's doing it right now. As we take that top break, and it doesn't look like it wants to work out, man, we could go 0 for 1 on our first attempt here on TSLA.
Yeah, we went 0 for 1. I don't know what happened. I was posted up at 24.10s, get a fill over here at 24.30s, and then just absolutely goes tank city on us. So yeah, big hefty hit right out of the gate there, ladies and gentlemen, on this meta trade. Oh well, it is what it is. We stay level-headed. We go.
Joe, your mic is where is it? Someone said your mic was off there, so we'll try that again. Maybe it was muted. But yeah, Joe's mic issue. Okay, we'll get it going there in a couple seconds there. Joe's just talking about his meta trade. Once that gets figured out, we'll throw it back over. But there it is, man. I have to hit the same kind of a fail right now on maybe your battery died. Yeah, go get it looked at there. There it is, man. F for fail and for other things there as Tesla makes that move back down in. So I don't know, maybe we just touched out at that 425. You know what, let's get just a little bit, and I don't want to, I've gotten a lot better of not like being stubborn with things right now, but I wanted to get out. We did have probably too many. We got 3. We had about two-thirds of a unit there, so not 1 unit yet. We're going to put back on half a unit right now against that low of 424, okay? That's sort of where we were yesterday. I want to put on a little bit of risk here so that I can see if I can hold this back to the upside and just make a little bit of back there on what we wound up losing. SoFi still flat on this trade right there. The number 1 trade today for me was going to be Palantir. That didn't dip down as much as we had thought. I'd hoped that we would get a dip down into 127, 128 there, but it doesn't look like that's happening right now for PLTR. I can review Meta. I mean, Joe's going to be sitting back here. There's 600. These are the levels. Like, I didn't like Meta off the jump.
There's Rex Banner. That's where I got it.
There he is. What's up, Rex Banner? He's there. But yeah, Meta right now falling back in quite nicely into that 600. We talked about it yesterday. I wasn't sure this was like the huge catalyst that it was, but we made our money yesterday on this name and not making any money today because we haven't traded it, but we'll wait to see what winds up happening there. SoFi doing its own thing. Where's an out going to be for us on SoFi? We just bounced nicely off VWAP there, so that's 1885 on SoFi, potentially a look down there. As an out. If we can get back below 1850, then we'll stop out of SoFi. But so far, so good there on SoFi. And took a couple outs there. My best out is going to be 15s, 10s, and 15s on a long of 02s here. Yeah. And now we're down $1, waiting to see what happens now. As we're trying to bottom pick a little bit here on Tesla. I mean, I like what Brent had mentioned there, the best Q2 deliveries of all time or whatever it was. Damn. But it doesn't look like the stock feels that way as we're turning around here pretty aggressively on TSLA, just giving it one more shot down there and then we'll be gone. We don't want to give back like stuff we made yesterday or anything like that on one trade. So we thought the exuberance was going to hit. It does not. And now Tesla getting hit to the downside. Looks like we're taking down yesterday's lows. Right now, there goes Tesla extending to the downside here at TSLA.
Yeah, Meta and Tesla to the downside. We're getting Nvidia start to come back in. But you guys guessed it, DRAM going to the top side here, guys. I'm posted up on the TQQs. We're going to say AC Slater to Meta. Now, we gave up that $600 level. I think that's going to be the narrative. We've seen this on multiple occasions. There's obviously some larger participants putting price down and not necessarily in love with what they have going on. Totally fine. We have no issues with that. Now, let's see if we catch this fill right here, Katina Man, on TQQs. We're going full risk unit on this bad boy. Posted up at 77.50s. We did have that pullback there momentarily. And Tesla is slide city.
Yeah, I just got hit again on it.
As the SPY moving higher, I wonder what sector is relatively hot. A lot of people saying, Joe, take a look at Robinhood. We had a previous pivot high of around $114. What are we trading? $117, $118, $130.
What's that about?
Robinhood.
Yeah, what was the story about Robinhood?
I mean, there's Robinhood. We can figure that out.
They had that the world is flat event. That was what they called it, not me. That was yesterday. They got a couple different positive analyst notes, including from Mizuho today. After said event, they made a whole bunch of different announcements, but it was mostly just kind of international expansion of certain crypto available.
Yeah, going worldwide. Prestige worldwide right there is Robinhood. Now you can trade cryptocurrency in Canada via the Robinhood app. Cool stuff, obviously, with the acquisition of WonderFi, that is. So we're going to be posted up. Other than that, Katina, man, we might have to do a little bit of a strategic pivot here intraday. Yeah. If these tech names aren't going to do what we want, where are we going to go find some strength? It might be some of the financials. Also, Bitcoin putting in some strength here today. Guys, everybody's showing me out. Joe, Bitcoin up to 62K almost
I have
on
that
that
written down
bad
as a
boy.
long, but I don't have it yet.
We don't have it just yet there, but not too bad of a look. I mean, in the bigger picture, not the biggest recovery, but it's better than nothing. We'll take that. Robinhood strong here. We're waiting. We're posted up at 77.50s to see if we can catch that. Another 8% for this bad boy. Circle up 9%. That's Robinhood. And then Coinbase up 7.8%. MSTR another 9%. So back-to-back double-digit days here for the strategy itself. So not too bad of a look. 3.25 for Bitcoin.
Talk about Robinhood getting hot, man. Like that was down to $70.
Okay,
It's low as 63. It's low as $63.
Yeah, man.
There, absolutely unbelievable. So yeah, man, we have to flush ourselves down because we can't just, like. Thankfully, we're still not in this. I am willing to take a 422 long if we do get back upside there for Tesla, but not going to hold on to this one. We tried it there, it broke, then it just absolutely tanked in there. And look what the NASDAQ is doing, man. You're tanking pretty good now. As we said that number would probably retrace itself, and boy, did it ever do that. It came all the way back into Redsville right now for the NQs. So not a great little look there for NASDAQ. And I'm probably going to, I don't know, I went on the Canadian side of things, but I do want to try to buy some Qualcomm in my own account, so maybe we'll get hit soon on QCOM. We probably already are. Right back in there, 181, 181.50. We're going to have to watch out for Qualcomm. We did buy the dip on SoFi. We're flat right now on this, so we do have a little bit more shares, obviously. So let's give it a go here. If it comes back up into 1910, then we'll wait to see about 1920, and then we'll let it go. But right now, buying the dips into SoFi, not going to let this break through 70s. So if that breaks 70s right there, we're going to get out of SoFi. Just too much bleeding down there to the downside. Tesla's still doing its own thing. Is Rivian going through that level? No, not yet. Rivian, nice. I mean, much better than Tesla, right? Tesla turning on its head right now. Rivian trying to go back up near the highs, up 7% today is RIVN as that keeps on going there. So that might not be a bad look today for Rivian shareholders. So congratulations on that. 7% to the high side there. The other name that I looked at today was Bending Spoons, and it's not much volume. So I'm going to wait to see. I'm still posted up here at 36 to see if we do get a dip down opportunity there on BSP. But right now, that's not hitting. So Bending Spoons, waiting to see if that one bends a little bit higher. And then you mentioned Micron as well a little bit there. Move down, move up. Micron stuck in the middle. Right now. Looks like Robinhood, honestly, would have been the one there to take at some point here today because that's kind of shooting the moon, so to speak, here up to 118 and getting going now. What about even a break of 118.50 on Robinhood? Play some strength. It's just the breakouts haven't been working. I mean, I tried that on Tesla. Wish we didn't. That hasn't been working. And I don't know if you want to take that on Robinhood or not, but there's 118 coming in again. We do have a couple halts right there. S dot. What the hell? S dot is what? $105?
Yeah, that's crazy.
For S dot right there, halted and opened up again right now. S dot. There's the halt. There's the reopen. Gets up to 105 and then now down to $90 again. It's going to halt short right now. 91.80 on S dot. Halting right now to the downside, sorry. And there it is. No, the halt gets rejected there as people come in and buy that to prevent that halt from kicking in. Now we'll have to wait to see what's going on. Spread of about $2, spread of about $5 right now on SDOT. Be careful with this one, but it's a halter early, man. It's SDOT halting everywhere. And man, we lost on this, right? We probably lost too much, but at the end of the day, like, we got out, and there goes Tesla, man, bleeding, now down 2%. Was not really expecting that one, but it's Tesla, downside, down 2% right now.
Good job getting out of that there, man. You didn't want to, I mean, you took the hit. Yeah, well, I mean, at the end of the day, you got to get out when you're supposed to. Yeah, exactly. You got to get out when you're supposed to. Here it is, right? Like, we go for the long on the TQQs, just wicks us out momentum to the downside. Now starting to find somewhat of a recovery here as NVDA is starting to climb. Now, there was an opportunity for me to get involved. I'm just getting the hunch on the short. So I'm going to allow things to cool down a little bit here. We're only 12 minutes after the open. but we're forming these lower highs. I'm not going to get caught in any additional fake out at this point. Want to stick to the strong names, and I believe that's going to be Robinhood, 18.25. Just need to find an entry point on this bad boy, and then same thing with Bitcoin, up 3% here today. Now starting to form a little bit of a consolidation here, ladies and gentlemen. Where is our opportunity going to be to get involved? You guys know where I stand, and I talk about this all the time. I don't love these pre-market trends just to the top side. I feel like they typically get faded in. But what's really strong here is the SPY. The SPY back-to-back sessions so far, a little bit stronger than what the NASDAQ is. You have Tesla all the way down here. Like, you put, as Brenda was mentioning and you were mentioning, you have the best quarter from deliveries ever, and the stock is selling off.
To clarify, not sure if it's the best quarter ever, best Q2 ever.
Best Q2, okay, yeah, sorry, best Q2 ever.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, whatever.
It is what it is, right?
The word best is still involved.
Yeah, exactly. And the stock is sliding. I'm going to probably take a try at it down here, Katina, man. I think this is going to be a good entry point for Tesla via TSLA.
I'm already in right down here as well.
You're in down here as well?
Be careful if you think the same thing over here.
Hey, man, well, I mean, hey, brother,
you know
what you said. Listen, the TQs, I don't like jumping around too much. I should have took the second entry, shoulda, coulda, woulda. That's not the narrative in which we're sitting in. But there goes the Nvidia to the top side, DRAM climbing a little bit higher as well. And we have Meta and Tesla lagging. I think Meta is going to be a complete fade on today's session.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm trying Tesla just against 415. I'm not sure this is going to work. Right now, we're long at 416. Here it comes. We could lose another dollar and a bit here if there it goes. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm trying to do the same thing as you. It looked like we were trying to bounce a little bit there and find out those lows. We haven't broke. Here it goes. We haven't broke 415 yet, but that's imminent. It should have already gone. The NASDAQ just took off there a little bit. So I don't really see this one as being that winner that we're hoping for, but let's hold on to it. We've been wrong before. I do have an out at 417 if we can get a little bit there and try to scalp out just a bit, but this looks like this will be a disaster, and we're just adding to our losses here today on Tesla. We don't need to be long this name, that's for sure. Our other name is working out quite nicely, and that's SoFi, as that's trying to work itself. So unfortunately, we won't make nearly as much on SoFi as that we're going to lose right now on Tesla, but that's okay. We'll just wait to see what happens. I'm waiting at 1909 there, the same kind of price that we got out at in the past. Looks like, okay, there it is. By the way, see, there goes Tesla. So
I think it's going to do an additional wick. Like, I'm looking at the exact same thing.
Keep trying that. It shouldn't be there. What, on Tesla?
Yeah, but
I don't think we should look there, but
no. But what I think is I could be wrong, right? Obviously, we come up with these ideas, but we've seen the exact same pattern off the lows. It's coming in right now. I think this just might be an additional liquidity gap. Unless it's an all-day fader, it might just absorb a little bit more, and then hopefully we can climb. So I'm going to be keeping my eye on it. Try and catch the bottom is, I think, pretty dangerous at this point, but that's what we do. We live in the danger zone. So I think this is going to be my opportunity. If it cracks the lows, then I'm out of dodge right now on this name, and I'm with you on that train. Should have just stuck with the T-triple-Qs long, but it didn't work out how we wanted it to. It's not it. It's not it here.
No, it's not it. I mean, I tried it. I actually don't mind trying those plays, like especially the one we just did.
Absolutely.
Where we think it's bottoming and then we're trying to go for it. But yeah, catching the falling knife, not a great idea there for Tesla, that's for sure. But look what just happened right there. We were at 1909 and we did not get filled, so that's kind of a shame. But leading into it right here, not looking the greatest as a trade right now on SoFi. It kept failing up at those highs. So we'll have to wait to see what the idea here for SoFi is at the end of the day here. Hopefully it continues to go. That Robinhood is one that was working out, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was the better.
118, 117, up now 8%. Check in on Bending Spoons, day 2, IPO right there. I was going to check in on nothing going on. I want to check in on S-Dot. So that does finally halt again. This time it tried to go one more time up to 105, now printing back down into 90s. And unfortunately, guys, if you're long, the tap is 75. So it's not looking great there for a tap right now on SDOT. So just be careful if that one comes into play there. SDOT, not a great little tapper right there right now. $77 coming back in. It just halted at, it should only be 5 minutes, so 43s. So actually 44s. So we'll wait till about 49 on the time, 9:49, and we'll get
It's disastrous in Tesla right now.
I know. I was looking at a 413 right now. Tesla's still going lower. AMZN right now trying to make a move as well. That one looking better than Tesla, that's for sure. Making a move and bouncing off its 200 period, 242 and change. The next one I had is IBIT. We can definitely have a look to see what's going on with crypto names here as well as 35. Not much. We'll wait for the 200 period on this one, 34.60 to come into play. What is TC? That just halted. Not little downside play there underneath. We could check that out. Super Micros up 5% today as well. SMCI. Apparently just news that they're starting to cooperate now with the investigation. So they always had been cooperating with it, but that started giving them a little bit of a boost. Am I wrong, guys, to still look at Tesla right now? Thinking, just knowing that if we can just, even if you buy 100 or 150, 200 shares or something down here, and this thing pops a couple bucks, you're kind of right back into a decent trading opportunity if we can get this low. At some point, I feel like it wants to bounce. I mean, look what the market's doing. It's going off to the upside. But again, that's the whole that good money after bad, not really the greatest story there. But there goes Apple, man. And yesterday at 295, mark it down, man. Go back and watch the show yesterday afternoon. I said tomorrow's trade today is Apple breaking this 295. And for some reason, I don't know why we didn't take that this morning. What a great move there for Apple, as it is moonshot right now for Apple, up to 302, up that 2.5%. As we heard word yesterday that Apple was going to look into some of those Chinese alternatives for the RAM and everything like that. Well, it looks like they are looking into it, and it's working out for them. As there it goes, up another 3% today for Apple off of a good day yesterday. Continuation play today, 296 break. What a good one that was for Apple, up to 302. And damn it, man, I know we talked about it. So yeah, I'm not really too happy with the performance that I've been putting out today anyways, because we should have had that trade and we don't have it. So I'm not super thrilled with that one. All right, SP, and it's too bad too, because SoFi is coming back in and that might break lower too. This one's obviously it's not as bad as Tesla, the hit, obviously. But yeah, we're going to drop this out, man, if this breaks through 70. Maybe a little bit of an average in, but then again, are we catching a falling knife or simply just trying to support it down here where it is? So I'll try it one more time, see if we can get a little bit of shares down here in the 80s for SoFi. And if there is a comeback for this name, we'll be there for it. But right now, that's what we're waiting for, is a comeback in SoFi at these levels. Palantir, yeah, good little look there. Shout out to you guys in the chat. That is for sure. What's up to Robert Lewis in the chat, as he wants to talk a little bit about PLTR. So let's go over here and have a quick look at Palantir. The top stock written on the list today was PLTR, but again, into the space did not come back in. I just said space because I was looking at SpaceX. It might go here. Come on, man. The quotes are taking a minute to flip today. We don't have SpaceX written down here, but that 160 level is something there for SPCX. And I think that if we could take that out, then maybe there is a nice high side run, and we could always use 160 as our out there for SpaceX. But right now, 159 looks like it might be well supported there for SPCX. And there it goes, trying to break through the highs now. SpaceX looks like we'll lose out again a little bit here on SoFi as that's trying to go. Let's buy some 160s here and just slow down. We don't need to be into everything all at once here. Make sure that we're in the right names at the right prices. It doesn't look like SoFi will be right. Let's see if SpaceX is trying to break through 160. We like that. I like that 160 level. So I'm not going to cry over spilt milk if that fails. A little bit of a pullback into 159.50 gets me a little longer. And then what about just a drop off here if it breaks through 158.50? So let's put our stop at 158, 48. We'll put our stop in there and see if that one wants to mature upside a little bit for us. Hopefully it does. And we got some SpaceX love back in. All right, well, there he goes, man. Lunch 911. Thank you for the $2. We'll put that towards lunch. And you caught Meta and Tesla both to the downside. Well, Tesla caught me to the downside, that's for sure. And I'm glad that you're able to make a little bit of cash on that one. So that's going to be a good trade for you, it looks like. So congratulations on that. And then Meta, I know Joe tried that one long, and now that's breaking back down in. These are the levels that we talked about. Yesterday we talked about it earlier today, that this 495 area is something to look out for. It looks like we are trying to bounce a little bit now off of this spot. So there it goes back to the upside right now for Meta. We're going to see if that one wants to work out. We're in SpaceX, Joe, and that name doesn't seem to ever want to give us too many troubles there. So we'll take a little bit out here before 161 and see if that winds up working out for us. It's SpaceX trying to get a little higher here. And there it is. We take a little bit out at 161, well, 160.95. We'll wait to see if we get a higher bump there, 50 cents in the money over here.
Don't super chat on down days. Lunch 911.
What did he say?
Well, you just, okay, there you go. So you're up today, obviously, it sounds like at this point.
Good job.
Hey, listen, guys, you've seen what Sean and I were both up to here bright and early this morning. We're going to put an AC Slater to Tesla on our chart, and the same thing with Meta. I think Meta's going to be a complete fade. It's unfortunate that you had that big-time move yesterday, and then it just gives back the majority of it here today. So it is what it is. You could just tell that's weak sentiment within the underlying asset itself. SPY putting in a new high of the day. Are we at all-time highs here now on the SPY? No, not quite yet, but we talked about an indecision print on the daily. We'll go over to Adara in 1 second. Look at this. We went long just a little bit too early here on the TQQs. Now off to the races. This would have been the day right there and eliminating all of our losses, but that's what if history. We don't play that. No if, ands, or buts. These are for certains, and there goes the overall market to the top side. Let's send it off to Adara.
Keep an eye on Nvidia and some of these chip names here. The information reporting that Anthropic is in talks with Samsung to manufacture a custom AI chip. Again, guys, keep an eye on Nvidia and the likes of these AI chip-related plays. The information reporting that Anthropic is in talks with Samsung for AI chip manufacturing. Back to you.
There goes Nvidia to the downside. 197 just getting absolutely lit. So Anthropic in talk with Samsung. That's not good for this company. This custom ASICs play is really, really adding a headwind onto this name. You were climbing up into 199. Now you're seeing the volume and the volatility really start to step in to it. I mean, it's absolutely disastrous. Jensen & Company has an investment, $2 billion investment into Marvell. This guy better start doing some hostile moves and grabbing some of these companies because it's been a real hindrance as of late on the price action of this name.
I think that's a good question that we're getting there on the chat. I mean, I think it's how many times you think you were right, but you never hit the button because of your instincts. I mean, I think that Joe and I, because of the nature of what we're doing, we do have a lot of opportunities every single day. And sometimes we get, you're looking at something and you're thinking, should I do it? Should I not? And, often, you do hit the button and it's a great trade. But I think I do probably take advantage of most of the gut instincts that I have. I try to utilize and try to put them to work and take advantage of those opportunities. But I think that most importantly is, and you're talking about, you said maybe you were right about Tesla down here. The thing is like sometimes you just got to cut bait. And I did think that Tesla on those deliveries was a good name, and we've seen it really run before. We've had 15, 10, whatever dollar winners on this name. And I think the important thing is that when you're wrong, you just do exactly what Joe and I did today, and that's bail. And like bailing out here at 26 and trying to reload it, bailing at 22s, and then again at 15s on that break. And now when it's down here into 12 and it looks like it's trying to base out, you do have that opportunity now to say, okay, slow down, take a couple deep breaths, and rethink, because instincts, as you guys know, is only part of the equation, right? I mean, I do think that trading is an art form almost more than a science. You got to sort of believe and trust in what you're seeing and be able to read the charts a little bit. But it's a little bit of both. And if the stock is not reacting properly to news and giving you the feels of what you think, then sometimes it is good to step away. So although I do believe in myself and obviously the trading abilities, it's right now I'm not really seeing it. And if anything, it looks like it's going to break lower here for Tesla. So I want to thank you for that. And I'm not going to try it anymore. I tried it there, thought that, hey man, 15 minutes in, maybe there was a bounce coming. It doesn't appear that way. And I always, Joe, and you and I talk like this all the time. I see the market being up and Tesla being down. So relative strength is not our friend right now in this particular
you got a Christian Bale on those ones.
Yeah, you got a Christian Bale. I like that one. I might steal that from you. That's right. Mr. Steal Your Lines over here. It might be me, because I like that one. I'm going to Christian Bale on that. I'm going to say that when Neil comes back, see what he says. But we're long. We are not Christian Bailing on SpaceX. We're going to see if this one wants to get going to the upside right now. And, Batman could use some of these toys that I'm sure Elon Musk is thinking about at some point here.
This is no joke.
But we're going to, I don't know, man. I'm only long here in the 80s because we did dip by at 159.75 there, but we didn't get any out on the top end there. I'm waiting for 158.50 to break. This might break lower as well. We might have 3 red trades in a row here.
I do.
And I don't.
It's not funny, but I went over.
Actually,
It is what it is.
It is what it is. Yeah. But let's give it. Okay, let's go. As soon as we say that, there goes SpaceX. So now SpaceX trying to finally go. Let's take out a little bit more. We just got some out at 40s there on that. There it is on a little bit blast up. So we'll take some more out. We're 85 cents in the money now on SpaceX, but let's give it a little bit of room to see if it wants to get back there to the upside on SPCX here.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm sitting on my hands for a little bit here. As we just mentioned, we just started over, and that's just not our typical way of doing things. We're half an hour into the open, and I don't want to end my day too soon. We'll go over our losses here.
You don't want to OB yourself.
Well, hey, man, it doesn't matter. It happens to the best of us.
Oh, no, only because he talked about it yesterday on that one
trade. Yeah, on one trade.
And so, it's just he tried to hit
he tried to hit the meta short, maybe a little bit too prematurely, and we're not going to fall. Listen, learn from others' mistakes as well, too. And I mean, it's not the first time that I've done it this early, but it just makes your day so much longer. And you got to think, I'm on here all day, so I got to take my risk measures into play without any form of questioning there. So there it is. A horrible fill. It just started right out of the gate there, Katina, man. A bad fill on Meta, and this thing continuing to slide. I talked about that $600 level. If that gave up, it was going to be absolutely disastrous for this name, and that's been the case here so far. I would have liked to offload some of my position up at 638. I would have been about $40 or $50 in the money at that point in my long-term port. Reduce a little bit of size because I had the hunch. Oh my Joey, sorry, I'm right by my thing. Turn your volume down. I mean, you do have control over your volume at home, right? So anyways, aside from that,
Joe coming with fire today,
it's not even with fire, man. It's true. Like, you can turn it up, you can turn it down. It doesn't have to be all one tone. But in all seriousness, Meta continuing to bleed. This was my first loss here of the day, and then we proceeded to take a loss here on the TQQQs, right? So this one actually worked out for us. After, what is this TQQY? We don't want that one there, Katina, man. If we were just a little bit patient, I was size too heavy where I was risking a little bit. The stop was a little bit too tight, but here it is. It just goes off to the races, and that would have been my day right there, right? So, I mean, it would have been pretty good for us, but that's not the case. We don't play what if history. I told you that already. And then TSLL. So some of these leverage products giving us a little bit of a hit here today. And then boom, to the downside. Now starting to form somewhat of a base, it looks like, Katina, man. So I'll pop back over to Tesla.
I was wondering about Tesla long right now.
Yeah, I know. Is it going to drag us back in?
To be honest with you. Yeah. So we'll see if it drags us back in there. But right now we finally got a club going on. I mean, it took a little bit of time there, but now we're into the dollar club area with SpaceX. So I don't know. I'm waiting for 161 to break. I mean, we've already gotten out a little bit up here. We took about 60 to 70 cents there as it wasn't breaking through 40s. I'm waiting at 161 flat right now. We have factory orders coming up at 10 o'clock. So we're going to have happening now at 10 o'clock with factory orders as I'm trying to hold on to this SpaceX and see what winds up happening right here with that one. But that's what's happening for me, and happening now is with Adara at the desk.
10 seconds away here from factory orders month over month for the month of May. Now, this is coming here after a pretty eventful non-farm payrolls print this morning, with non-farm payrolls coming in below expectations and estimates, and even with a downward revision. Here, we just got here the factory orders month over month, negative 1.3%, slightly higher than the forecast here of negative 2%, but below the prior print here of positive 4.8%. Here is the NASDAQ not really reacting to these factory order numbers. As mentioned, though, we did get at 8:30 a.m. kind of a mixed employment print here, again, with non-farm payrolls below estimates, downward revision for the prior month, and UN unemployment rate below estimates here as well. Let's take a look at TSLA. This is another number that we were watching this morning, much stronger than expected here. In fact, the best Q2 the company has ever posted when it comes to deliveries for TSLA for Q2 2026. The market, though, not liking these 480 plus vehicle deliveries too much right now. Another area to watch here, some of these tech upgrades. Palantir getting an upgrade here from D.A. Davidson with just a $10 price target increase, but still look for the stock this morning. Robinhood also getting lots of laudatory comments from analysts after its "the world is flat" event that it held yesterday. Back to you.
Yeah, lots of stuff happening, but not much as far as stocks are concerned right there, as we were able to get a little bit out there. We got some at 160.85 there on SpaceX. Just waiting to see if it does come back. So hold off on what I'm supposed to do Andre, is that what you're saying? Okay, yeah, no problem. We're going to wait to see here what's going on with SpaceX. Maybe we'll dip by a little bit more down there at 159 if it does come in, because, hey, as opposed to, and we did get that question about our trading and, would we like to go back into Tesla or so on and so forth. If stocks are working for you, stay with them.
Yeah.
So right now, SpaceX has been working. So we'll try to dip by that a little bit. It hasn't been working hugely because our first take was there. Our bigger take was right back in here on some of these levels of 159.50s or so. But we'll let this one sort of cruise to the upside. Everybody in the chat's like, now's the time to take Tesla. I don't know if it is or not, man. I mean, still trying to go. I would not mind taking it if and when we do break this 25 period moving average. I mean, that's why I have that on there. So if we do get a break of 414, then I think it's a much more reasonable take there for me on Tesla. So it's got to break 414 and give me sort of those feels of wanting to take it. And here's another shot, man. It's you're only good as your last call, I guess. But SoFi right there worked early, not working late. We got out of it on. There's the break there of your 200 period moving average. We got a scrambled eggs out of that one, as that one does not work out for us. And maybe it's Robinhood, the one that's attached to the Trump accounts, the one that's attached more to take it or like it or leave it or whatever the sentence is there with Bitcoin, right? And so I think as Bitcoin starts to mature up, Robinhood as well. What a great take that is. I know you and Neil, I believe. I don't know.
Well, I've been in this since
I know you
40.
have been. You've been, but I'm not sure what the story is down there. I know that there was some good takes down there on 73, 75, $80, $90, but there it goes. Upside, boom shakalaka for Robinhood. One more check-in. I just got a note there on Uber. And I do want to check in on SDOT, $72 and change right now. Let's see if SpaceX wants to go. But we did have Mitch on today there. And there's an offer that your broker's not giving you. Mitch talked about this. They've been extremely active lately. This environment creates a lot of opportunity. But to take advantage of these conditions, you need a couple things: discipline and access to capital. And that's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing their own risk. No more fear of blowing up your own personal account. No more fear of moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is what we call limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, please head over and visit TradeThePool.com and rewind to about 8:30 where you can see what Mitch is up to. We want to thank him for coming out with Trade the Pool here today as we continue to watch these markets do quite well, but certain names downside, right? Tesla downside today. What about some of the banks? JP Morgan and Change, 332. They're kind of holding out for it right now as well. Let's go over to the big dogs. What's going on with Micron now? Okay, Micron choppy, but holding near the highs, so we kind of like that one. We opened up down here on Micron. It was not a great open, down to 1030, maturing up into 1060. Good little look there. And Joe, man, yesterday we said Apple breaking through 295 was going to be a trade. I cannot believe that we did it, and we didn't take that. So there goes 295 today on Apple. What a smoke show right there. And if you look back, there's the take that we were talking about. If anything, you want to get a little more conservative, it's 296.50, but those tops, definitely a good little trade there. It appears like, anyways, for Apple getting higher. So darn it, missed opportunity there with AAPL.
Got something stuck in my finger there, man. Like a
piece of wood, like a wood?
Yeah, like a sliver. You see that? You see that?
Splinter, they call it?
Yeah. And it's teasing me, man. I need Ramin.
What is that from?
I don't even know, man. I need Ramin over here. I'm sure she got some. Yeah, she got some tweezers or something along those lines. Now it's just gonna annoy me all day, man. It's absolutely it is a free fall here in Tesla. I mean, I keep trying to look for a potential bottom.
Joey Splinters, that's a good one. Oh, thank you, Rob.
Oh, there it is, man.
Rob's always got loaded up
Randy's
coffee.
not here, much
unique
appreciated.
mugs. I like the mugs that Rob brings. He's always got some.
Yeah, he's got a
different
unique
kind
guy,
of
man. We're talking some beers this morning as well, too. Rob and I, that is.
We're talking beer?
Yeah, because he's seen the Peronis in the fridge.
Yeah.
And he's like, we were just going over some of the good, high-quality ones. So, other than that, thank you.
What you guys had Peronis?
Neil bought them, yes.
Oh, I brought them. Yeah, we had some super.
Joe needs Pine Tar. What's Pine Tar? All right, we're gonna do it right now.
Pine Tar, yeah.
I don't know. I don't even know what Pine Tar. What is Pine Tar?
It's like you put it on top, like it's wood.
Yeah.
Everything like that.
Oh,
like
and
a lacquer. Like
okay. Yeah. Okay.
It's because it will help draw out.
Well, I mean, if we can get this out with some tweezers
you'll be all right,
there,
Joey,
that's
don't
right.
worry about it.
So we're gonna try one more attempt here on the Tesla long, Katina, man. It's been selling. Whoa.
No, I'm only saying that that's been the dangerous part so far today.
Very, very dangerous, that's for sure. But hey, man, if we're going to catch this curl over here, I think it's going to be at this spot. We have a good position. Our risk to reward ratio is right there. So a pop into 14s is going to be an absolute game changer here for us today. And it can happen. So it's starting to work for us now, Sean. But there is a resistance zone right at this 413 level.
I'm taking that break.
You're taking the 413 break?
Yeah, because that's a 25 period moving average.
Yeah, but again, at some point we have to bail on. We have to Christian bail on this stock if it's not going to do what we want it to. We tapped into $200.
Of course, I take 413 and it comes right back in.
Yeah. Did you take it again?
Yeah,
oh man. That's why I'm only playing with you. Look at the opposite. No,
I wanted it if it broke the 25 period moving average.
This is going to be a massive teller on what we got going on here. Miles Teller right here. So here it is.
You're just on fire today.
I don't know what it is. Well, my trading isn't on fire.
No,
well, it's up in flames.
Join the club.
It's up in flames. We can say that there, Sean. 415.
Up in
Here's
flames.
Well, I mean, you said it's on fire.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm just on a roll here, I guess, at this point. 415, there's a little bit of size. I mean, 425, there's nothing substantial in front of us. It's just probably a larger participant continuously pushing price down here at this point.
We were able to, I mean, like I was saying, to each their own, but we were able to get out again there on SpaceX. And, that rips up into 85s. It's a little fail there, so I took another 65 fill there. Here it goes. So I'm really looking forward to this breaking through 161 here and then get higher. Right? I mean, what we're looking for after this is really just clear sailing to the upside into 163. So if that can happen, that would be good. That was sort of where we started to get going a little bit there yesterday on SpaceX, but it does seem like we are having some problems in this 161 area, just hoping for that break higher, and then we can sort of retrace a little bit there. We did have a huge day yesterday downside, right? I mean, once it started going, it did find a base in and around 157 yesterday late, and that was the low here today. But you can see this high, and this is what, we did that the other day. Remember, we got out of Apple, and then it absolutely moonshot. I think that was like 285 or something on Apple, and then it absolutely took off. And I was questioning these top takes. But right here on SpaceX, it definitely is having a problem with this 161, and we can sort of see why when we look back at that. So right now, like, you would think that I'm the Elon fanboy right now. I'm long SpaceX and long Tesla, but right now it's coming back in, both of these names coming back in quite aggressively. I guess in Elon we trust, probably not today, as we're down quite nicely, down 3% now in Tesla and down flat or so on SpaceX, but we're going to wait to see where that one matures up. We're both long on Tesla. Maybe we should trade something else. But I'm going to give this another go to break 410. That's the low of the day. Yeah. Let's see what winds up happening down there at 410. Look, I got to give this a little bit of room, man. I can't lose $2 or $3 on this, when I'm trying it, and then not give it that again when I do think there's an opportunity for this to retrace back into the high side. I'm filled on Qualcomm. So here we go, man. I'm in at basically at 182 right now on Qualcomm in the long-term account. This is a starter position.
Oh, okay.
I like the Snapdragon. I like to talk about into agentic AI for Qualcomm. Hopefully a good name that we can hold out for a while. It's been beat up over the last little bit there. They did have their investor day. They were known as the chip, the handset, and would go back and forth with, sales of handsets like, the iPhone or whatever because of what their Snapdragon was in. But now we've changed that up and, they're looking more at data center and things like that. So let's wait to see if AI can help Qualcomm get going. Might not be the right time to get into AI stocks. I mean, Intel yesterday beat up AMD there, but they've had nice runs. Let's try to take advantage of that and get into the right names at the right time on pullbacks. Qualcomm also with a little bit of a dividend hitting there as well. So we'll definitely take some looks here. And those are the names that I'm looking at. And then we did have halting around again today. And I cannot believe that got to $105. This name was back there on June 2nd was $4. So nice to see it up to $80 even would be a great take if anybody has that in their account. But right now dancing around here, SDOT halting around up and down. I'm not really seeing too much else. If anything else is halting with some kind of volume, please let Joe and I know, and we'd love to look that up. I have the volume scanner here for halts, but it's not really showing anything. So unless we missed one. Nvidia can't stop, won't stop fading off that 200 mark. That's now twice We faded off of there yesterday almost exactly, and it just happened again 10 minutes ago off of 200 again for NVDA. So, man, look at the market pulling back in. This is not going to be good for my Tesla long, but we'll still give it a little bit of time here. Down about 70 cents now on Tesla.
Yeah, I mean,
tomorrow's a holiday, by the way. There's some people talking that it's a half day today. It's not. It's a full day of trading.
Oh, if it was a half day, I would have complained.
Yeah, so today it's a full day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, today full day of trading. I guess traditionally, I guess probably Adair is right.
Yeah, so what happens is, generally speaking, if I may opine here for a bit, so because the holiday day, which of course is July 4th, is on a Saturday, we're going to have the observed July 4th today. Now, for example, last year when July 4th was on a Friday, you had July 4th off, but you also had to give people a chance to prepare for July 4th. So you also generally get the half day on the 3rd to prepare for the 4th. But if the 4th is on a weekend, then you just get the 4th off in observance, or the day before the 4th off in observance. I like the hand gestures there, Sean.
Yeah, I'm just saying, you're like one thing leads to the other.
Yeah,
so
I hope that makes sense, guys. That's what's happening there.
Okay, so there it is. So those of you that are in question about what today is, it is a full trading day. We'll be here all day. So,
yeah, we will.
You'll be here all day.
I'll be here all day. I mean, you're here with me,
my guy. Yeah, I'm here. We'll be here. We'll still try to go to the gym in the middle of the day.
That's good.
What ends up happening, but yeah, so far not so great here with the Tesla long, and the SpaceX has been a good one. And then we didn't. That's the only thing we. Oh yeah, and then we traded SoFi, which unfortunately that gave it up. SoFi was a kind of, we do lose on it, but it wasn't a whole heck of a lot. We were able to get a little bit out there.
That's good.
Then the average in, and then the dump off the 200 period moving average. So SoFi not really my greatest
There we go,
friend.
Katina, man. All right, let's see if we can break this level, man. We're starting to get a little bit of an uptick.
Yeah.
The rounded bottom is there. I mean, I like what Gaurav was saying. Meta has to go. Obviously, he's being sarcastic, but that thing is just weak. It's unfortunate. I just had the hunch. There it is. It's down to 591, brother.
Okay.
591. So, I mean, pop from 66s.
Come on.
Yeah, there it goes. Bang. Let's go. I mean, we're going to try to hold this for as long as we potentially can. I mean, I think VWAP is a solid target for us here. Yeah. And that's going to be absolutely monstrous if we can diamond hands this all the way up there. But if price starts to turn around, yeah, it's a different story. You know what I mean?
So I'm the whole day around.
Exactly, right? And I'm going to try to hold this full position. You've seen how we rock and rolled on Meta yesterday, just absolutely diamond handsing all the way past the high of the day. And that's going to be the narrative here, right? We want to try to make our winners as big as possible, but you also don't want to get too ridiculous. If price action's displaying itself to get out, then we have to do that. Strong downtick right there, but let's try not to micromanage this position.
I'm trying to micromanage it a little bit. Right. But to your point, I mean, we had a $25 winner yesterday plus on Meta. So my big worry about this kind of stuff is, and I'm with you, Joe. I mean, we don't want to think about these things too hard. It's just, it hasn't been the trade today.
At all.
So if I'm able to take a little bit out here on a swing, we should do that. And here's SpaceX, same kind of ways, right? So this stock is actually, yes,
sir.
This is a difference maker for me today. Again, like the fact that I trade anything but SpaceX is actually embarrassing, because I should just be on SpaceX, man. I mean, what we've done on SpaceX, if I keep saying it maybe, has been for me quite the run and quite the opportunity. So I just like the movement on this name. It does give, the sort of vibes of, wait for the technicals, because I just feel that there's a lot of push and pull on this name, and it does come back in. We traded off of that level, and the dip buys have been what's been working there for SpaceX. And to your point, we only got out of 10% on Tesla.
Holy cow!
But look what just happened.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's at least we were able to get some out. My best outs is 1450, and that was 250 ago. So that's how dramatic your day can change, right? We were talking about, oh man, let's let Tesla make our day there, and all of a sudden now we're like, what the hell have we done? So that's just how
it's over. It's gonna move.
That's just how quick things change in this space, and even on SpaceX, as we are getting some out there on these moves higher, now it's fading right back in and making the trade look normal again. So not great action that I'm seeing anyways here today on these names.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I agree with you.
Running.
And that's what I was just talking about. Like Sean and I both saying, hey, we're gonna try to allow this to make our day. But if price action isn't showing you that it can do that,
I'm trying to get some money back.
Yeah, boy. I mean, that would be nice. I seen a funny meme the other day. It's just this guy like praying. He's just like, I don't even want any profit. I just want my deposit back. So it's just like, let's see.
Must be a day trader.
I mean, hey, Meta's done. at this point here. Gaurav is going to continuously fade. SPY's stronger, man. The financials and the healthcare probably doing that for it. I mean, it displayed it from a price action standpoint, everything we didn't want Tesla to display. And with that being said, we're going to probably get stopped out at the break of the low of the day. No participants stepping in, pushing price higher on this bad boy. There is a signal starting to display itself now, Gaurav, but it's like, what do we even do? Volume stepping in, so that's not horrible. If it holds the lower end of this range, we'll try to take a stab on this bad boy. But again, like, we have to take risk measures in place, and I have to make it make sense, because if I'm putting on winners and they're just not big enough to even put a dent, it just doesn't make sense to me. It's unfortunate that Tesla's doing what it's doing, but also you had 4 straight up days, okay? Delivery numbers coming in, and then it's just like, all right, you try to put any form of logic into the best Q2, I think it's the Q2 of all time, and then the stock's down 3%. You're trying to justify those things, you go a little bit mad. But there it is. We're going to get out of Tesla as it cracks through the low of the day, Katina, man. Yeah, it's been an absolute disaster and an ugly one here for us on today's session. I got to be hands off at least until the midday.
Yeah, I mean, it's so stupid. It's because thing is like we called this, and it was like, let's look somewhere else. And unfortunately, there goes Tesla. So yeah, man, we do have to flushy on that one, as that's just getting nasty today for Tesla, down 4%. You know, it's not even that big of a down move. It's just, it is bleeding lower.
You're out of it.
No, I had
too,
to
right?
do. I mean, the minute it broke 10s, we had to get out of there. Lost way too much money there on Tesla, trying to chase. I mean, the amount of money is not the thing. It's just trying to chase it. Is not the right. And I don't like making the wrong decisions, and that happens in trading, so it kind of is what it is. But yeah, we identified earlier that Rivian was actually looking pretty decent on the daily. There's the break of Rivian up to 1950 now, so it's too bad that our SoFi didn't follow suit with that sort of a thought. But yeah, downside right now for upside for Rivian as it goes downside for its friend Tesla.
119, let's go.
Yeah, Ford also had, that's Robinhood, I guess.
Yeah,
Ford also had a good number released today, and that's not well received. They got up to $14 and all the way down, as Ford had deliveries today as well. So that number, I don't know. What was the Ford? Maybe Adara probably has it in the back. I could probably look it up there. Ford did have deliveries. I thought they were low, down 10%.
So yeah, Q2 down 10% year over year, 549,200. I hadn't seen these yet, so there you go.
Yeah, so down there on those deliveries for Ford. So, not a great move there, but up to 14. They went to $17 there on the daily, and that was huge. We were able to get some out when that happened, and pretty good call there to get some out, that's for sure, on Ford. All right, what else do you want to look at?
Check out my boy Walmart.
Yeah, it was 109 earlier today.
110.57. I called the bottom.
You did, yeah, 100%. You mentioned that maybe there was a bottom pick there on Wally's World. Good little look there as well. People getting into Tesla now. Don't put that in the chat, man. That's going to make me want to get into it.
Yeah, I'm done.
We're going to try to hold off on that one
for
now.
It's sell program. Look at it. It's putting in.
It has to act
load. Look at this thing. Right. Are you getting into Tesla now? Look at it continuously, just absolutely tank city right here. I don't know. I just think that's the bad play, and I mean, but it's your own money. It's your own money. You do what you want with it.
I feel like it's going lower. I feel like
absolutely.
You're right about that one right there. And I don't know if I want to buy it or what's going on with this, because I still have some love back in there for this SpaceX trade. And trying to wait to see if that one wants to do anything here on SpaceX. So Palantir 131, not doing a whole heck of a lot. The name that I was looking at, and you're not in it now, but it's a name that we always trade together, or at least we look at. There's a TQ.
Yeah,
that's coming right back into the 200 period moving average, trying to deal with VWAP right now as well. So 77.50 would be sort of the drop zone there. Not a bad look here on the futures. Maybe we can get back into those at some point right now. Wow, man. And Tesla's now 407 and going lower. Like, yeah, it's, man, if you saw my P&L, it wouldn't be funny, but I know that's not why we're laughing. We're just laughing.
Well, no, this is like, see, I'm an individual who laughs through pain, right? I guess amazing. So what we had here is
Tam Panda. I cry through pain. I very much.
Well, behind the giggles. Well, behind the
I'm one of those sensitive Italians.
Behind the giggles is tears, right? It's just it's a mask. It's a mask.
I can't even hide my pain.
It states this. Tam Panda, a regular on the show, says, because you guys had an amazing session yesterday, naturally the market wants to take it back.
Yes, that's right.
That's
now you're learning.
Yeah, exactly. Now you are really learning. That's how it goes.
That is part of the problem with what we're doing over here.
It's one day.
But yeah, it's just, you know what? I'm not. We don't really share P&Ls, and honestly, you would see like but a lot of the emotion that we have here, it's we're not just because we're put on a show or anything like that. We are taking on real trades, but we've been doing this for a long time.
Yeah.
So it's like we're sitting on a prop floor, and the whole point of it is to try to find some winning trades. And some days we are gonna have losing days, and it's just a matter of. And Neil talks about this all the time, and it's trying to get a positive reoccurrence where what you made last month is hopefully you can add a little bit more to that, or if you wind up losing, like if you made $1,000 last month, hopefully this next month you can make 1,100, 1,200, and just keep on growing onto that number. And we're doing that. So it's just some days you do get those, rocky horror shows. And today on just on Tesla, it was that. But you know what? I think we're doing the right thing by at least showing you guys and talking about like risk management. Like we went long there, able to get a little bit out, and then it dropped through and we're out. So it's like this could have been honestly 30 times worse. And I think a lot of you that trade prop and that are on those kind of floors, what you wind up doing is you have a good couple days and then it's gone. Like one day ruins your whole week or something like that. That's not the proper way anyways
at all
to look at trading. And I think you got to try to have proper risk management. And you're going to hear it again. I mean, we saw Obi yesterday, and like he had mentioned there, not a great trade early for him on Meta, but was able to go back into Sim, and he'll talk to you guys today again. Obviously, he's coming at noon, and go in, try something out, and then I'm sure today you come back in and you don't put on the same risk. You maybe slow down a little bit, take advantage of opportunities, and see if you can get back into that groove, right? I mean, it happens in sports, it happens everywhere, right?
Yeah, man.
Where you're feeling it, then you're not.
Loss is inevitable, brother.
There it is. Yeah, this guy, you're looking at the chat over there. We did put a few more shares in. We're going to get out at 158.50 if that winds up breaking. So, right now about 70 cents, 80 cents worth of risk here on SpaceX. And again, like the amount of money that we've made on SpaceX is dwarfed with what we're doing today. Like, what we're doing today is dwarfed towards what we've made. So, just trying to get back into a name that we've had some good luck with there in SpaceX. The name that we haven't talked about a little bit is Bending Spoons. And this is a name that I like today. I'm going to cancel. I'm still there at 36, but the volume's not really here today. I was hoping that we would sort of take off a little bit there on BSP.
Oh, it's gonna go. It's gonna bounce now, Katita, man.
What is
Tesla? I don't want to. No. But it is.
We're probably gonna throw hands today at each other.
Man? Why?
Well, because I'm just playing around. But I don't. We're trying to not get back into Tesla.
Okay.
Are you back in?
No, I'm not back in, man.
I don't want to stop you. And to your point,
no.
It has nothing to do with.
We don't want any hands thrown around here.
Well,
I mean, it's absolutely no. Obviously,
but the idea behind what I was trying to say is that
disastrous.
Sometimes you got to look somewhere else. Like you've been infatuated. You've been talking about Robinhood a little bit.
Yeah, but
so have a look at Robinhood.
It's coming back in. You're not wrong, man. I think that's one of the hardest skills. I'm not crazy about Tesla at all, Mantree 001. I mean,
not crazy, just obsessed.
Yeah, exactly. I think those are two totally different things. Watch the movie Obsession. But here it is.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. That's just crushed all the records.
Yeah, it crushed everything, man. It costs like $1 million.
Yeah, it cost $750,000. I saw this yesterday on TMZ or something. They posted, and it's made like $400 million.
Yeah. It's like what an ROI
what
on
is
that
movie?
Man. How do we get that type of leverage?
Is that a Netflix movie? What is that?
I don't know what it's on, but yeah,
Have you seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it.
I believe the director's name is Curry Barker. I think he's a 26-year-old YouTuber.
So essentially it's about this guy. He walks into the store in this like witchcraft store, buys this thing, wishes this girl would be obsessed with him, and then it takes like crazy.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
mean, it's like Napoleon Dynamite. They spend like $500,000 to make that movie.
Napoleon
and it's a cult classic.
I'm with Pedro.
Are you voting for Pedro?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Of course, obviously.
And vote for Pedro.
The whole. By the way, how's your Tesla log looking right now?
Hey, I'm not going. No. It's done. It's done. We're gonna
to the downside. I'm glad we're able to. I'm able to threaten you with throwing hands there because we're not going to get back into Tesla over there. We do have a Adara.
Why is it telling me?
Maybe Adara's got some hot trades on Adara.
Oh, CrowdStrike split.
Yeah, 4-1.
Okay, it finally split. Damn, Adara says. Okay, yes. Oh, wow. Okay, bang. We get to buy some for the long term now.
What do you mean? The price of stock has nothing to do with it.
I know, but I know you say that, but you got to understand.
Well, I say that because it's true.
It's true. I get that.
Okay.
I get that. But we're involved with it now. We like the PE on it, and it's even more attractive. I get it from a PE standpoint. It's still what it is.
So what makes it more attractive?
The fact that, listen, from a retail standpoint, you have to look at the number, right?
That's the answer. Yeah.
Right. It's from a retail
100%.
standpoint, $200.
I like that. I like the fact that when we split, we get a little bit, it makes options a little bit cheaper. So that's the one thing. That's why I was just asking you, but that is 100% right. That's the reason why we get excited about a split of any kind.
All-time high.
Yeah, split off its all-time high, right? So here, CRW.
Well, now it's all-time high.
SpaceX going the wrong way, but there's CrowdStrike. Unfortunately, our charts will not show that split. But yeah, CrowdStrike announced this a while ago, happening today, effective July the 2nd. CrowdStrike split it up. All right, Adara, what you got for us at the desk?
To answer your question, I do not have any hot fire trades for you guys. In fact, I have no trades today because I have not traded yet. But I've been watching Tesla, Micron, and bending spoons. Been practicing patience and sitting on my hands a little bit more here. But let's get into one sector where patience and sitting on your hands can sometimes pay off, and sometimes the moves are just too fast, and you can't even catch it. This is the small caps here. We'll start with Liminatis, LIMN. This company, as of yesterday, announced that I guess they've amended their proposed $320 merger deal with Inox AI. So again, that is $320. It looks like I'm not seeing a million there. And I'm adding a million to the end of that number wouldn't make sense because their market cap is only $9.9 million. They have a 26 million share float. So LIMN, the day after their badly received merger deal announcement, they're now trading higher. Keep an eye here out for CWD. This is Caliber Coast, a name that I know for a fact has rallied in the past year. They announced today real estate fund tokenization strategy here with Chainlink's compliance and distribution infrastructure. CWD has a $11 million market cap and a 8.3 million share float. Last but not least, not the smallest of market caps, but some people in the chat were talking about it. I thought I'd mention it here. So people in the chat were saying there was a Canadian announcement. This came out earlier this week, actually back on Tuesday, the day before Canada Day. Webull announces that their Canada Crypto has received a Canadian Investment Regulatory Organization approval to start offering crypto trading. So that came a couple days ago. No news on BULL that I could find today, but I did see some people in the chat talking about it, as mentioned. Just under $4 billion market cap with a 7% short float. Back to you.
We just lost the bid there on SpaceX. So small hit to end it there on SpaceX, but unfortunately it does lose it, and we're not going to Tesla ourselves into this one and just keep on buying this over and over again. But there's the loss to the downside there on SPCX. Was debating actually flipping this around and going short, but I don't think we want to do that. We're not necessarily loving that play. I still actually like the long in SpaceX, but look at the market right now, bleed city as we come to the downside. So I was just said to Joe, like, I can't miss these trades on Apple again, because yesterday we had saw this at 295 and it just absolutely blew higher there through those levels. So not a great little look there for Apple to not be in that long. But just looking to see, I don't necessarily want to go short this name, but we'll like to see a 305. Very much extended there here on the RSI up into the 90 area. We've seen this before on Apple, and it has faded back out. So I could see myself getting a little short in this name, but it's been pretty hot fire there today on Apple. Maybe we stay away just a little bit. Man, it'll be easy to check out SOXL. Yeah, it would be very easy to do that. So there it is. Thank you for the $5. VWA, VWAP A's there. SOXL, yeah, I mean, those are all VSAT, AAOI. I mean, you've got some names here that are in the chip space. So pick one. I don't know which one we want to look at there. SOXL, let's do that.
Pull it up.
So here goes SOXL. We'll just get a good look on the overall environment right now. Then I can look at some VSAT there and GSAT. But yeah, SOXL down today. We had seen a move yesterday in the space. We saw Intel get hit. We saw AMD getting hit. And there comes SOXL again. I'd said maybe a switch up, get rid of all of your stock and get into some of these just ETFs might be a better play. Therefore, you're not suffering. But again, this is a double levered. Is it double or tripled SOXL? SOXL. It is a 3X, sorry. As soon as I said double, I realized it was probably wrong. 3 times ETF right now. So SMH, a little more standard. AAOI, we can have a quick look over there. Applied as well, 130, down 6%. They're all, I don't like really any of these names. I bought some Qualcomm today. This might be a decent one opportunity as well to get involved. This actually looks like a pretty good level on AAOI right there. Yeah. You know what, VWAP, you might have found one. This is a good level here for AAOI, which is Applied Optoelectronics. Applied Optoelectronics. I like the opto side of it, the optical side of it. We talked about Marvell getting into that space. Not a horrible look there for AAOI. Good levels, so I do like that one. S dot, oh boy. What's SDOT doing now? $66. You'd be right.
Farm Trader said he made 200K on SDOT.
He didn't. Oh, on SDOT today?
Yeah, no, like over the past couple of days.
200K?
Yeah, 200K, almost a quarter schmilly.
I mean, sometimes these numbers, like yesterday we had someone say I just made 54 grand and that was on those options.
Yeah.
There. So look, man, all I got to say is like the reason why I do those pauses is
dramatic.
A, dramatic, and then B, also like those are some serious numbers.
Big time numbers.
And it's like the reason why I pause like that is that there's sometimes like, and we do talk about this often, and that is that you have an opportunity to bank some of that money. Like $200,000 is, you don't have to work for a year making that kind of money, you know? And then if you invest that money, 10% a year, that's 20.
Brother, you move to, you got to pay, brother, you go to Danang, you got 5 years. You got 5 years.
I'm not moving. I'm staying.
Staying.
I'll go.
I'm not leaving.
No, man. I'm 35 years old. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you believe that, then I got some beans for you as well. But at the end of the day, yeah, you got to live where you're living. But I do agree with you. Potentially retiring into a spot, you know, when they don't have too many more things to worry about. But right now, I'm a dad, and kids is everything, obviously, for me. So we'll be hanging out here and I need to make money. I need to pay for that education. Yeah, I've got the education fund blasting right now, but hopefully, you know, I might just full port my kids' education into SDOT, and then we'll see, and then we can see if we can pay for that.
Listen, it's either going to go one way or the other. It's literally that black or white. It's either you're going to be making bank or you're going to be scratching your head. Like
I guarantee you, the scratching the head part is what won't happen.
You're going to just.
And I can't scratch the head too much because then all the hair already going to fall out already.
We already know about.
Now what are we doing right there? I got back into SpaceX one more time. We'll wait to see there.
Neil in Thailand.
You're all about Thailand?
Well, Neil in Thailand is an individual in the chat who's always been trading from Thailand.
Yeah, and again, like I think it depends on your dependent.
Look at Apple go out. I'm glad that you didn't try to short that.
Summer is when I want to be in Toronto. You know,
yeah,
maybe the winters is when we'll be snowbirds.
Exactly. I said that too. Like a lot of my friends, I'm like, you don't understand what Toronto's like in the summer. It's a completely different world. Here it is, AAPL. I'm glad you didn't try to short that one. As the market is moving down, this one just put in a new high, 304. So it's an absolute buy program on this bad boy to the tune. Katina, man, we were down 13% in this bad boy. Jesus, now we're only down to like 4%, right? Like these are some insane moves, and it's unfortunate that this bloody name over here can't get its name. That was it aggressive? I don't know.
Bloody?
It is bloody. Well, NVDA is starting.
I mean, there's blood in the streets of my account today.
Oh, you're telling me. But aside, the only one. Hey, listen, I like what you said the other day. It's like 5-10 to the downside, one of them up, and the up being here today for me and your boy is going to be Robinhood as it tapped into $120, which is good. Like, think about it. You were down over 60% in this name. Now you're only down like 15%. I'll take that all day, every day. All right, so shout out to Robinhood and company as things are really starting to pick up steam here for this bad boy. What a recovery, right? Like we talk about falling out of the window, but this thing can take the elevator up as well. And I think that's what this name has been doing over the past couple of weeks. It's just a complete recovery to the tune that we're only down at that high 21%. So not too bad. With 450K, what would you do to get 45K for retirement? So 10%?
So for me, you can't get 10% in the fixed income market, right? So you could probably get about 4 or 5% right there. So that means you need to do something else to make that up. So I would say guarantee yourself you can get into some bonds. You know, you just Google, there's even here in Toronto, cash, the symbol cash gets you, I think it's 3 or 4% there. Remember, the only problem is about this 45K for retirement, you do have to consider, and you know, we are not financial advisors, let alone tax experts. We live here in Canada. It's a completely different situation altogether. But I think you got to consider just a couple things to consider. The tax payments you're going to have to make on some of that. But I think if you're going to get 10%, and I thought about this many times before because similar questions I have, and that is that you want to put, you know, maybe 30 or 40% into something that's fixed. And then, you know, honestly, the way to get it would then be look for an ETF that's maybe a dividend payer. You know, there are some different ones. Well, yeah, you know, again, you may have some ideas there on which ETFs to get into, but like the S&P, there's there's a dividend. I have to look it up, but there's an S&P 500 dividend name that pays you, you know, I think it's either monthly or quarterly a dividend. So you won't get the actual return on the S&P 500, but it'll pay you out a little bit of dividend. That might help you with your tax burden on that kind of a talk. But for me, it would be 30 to 40% in something fixed for myself, and then put it in a money market fund, like something which would be that, and then into the S&P 500, where you can hopefully get that 12 to 13% annual growth that it's been doing for the last 75 years. So, that's something to look at as far as how to get 10% per year on your money, but nothing's guaranteed, man. I think that as we start talking about,
except for fixed income, but you could have to hold on.
Yeah, the only problem with that is then your money's tied up, but I think that's the whole point. So
you throw it in a 2-year, you get that done.
Yeah. So the thing is that this is what kind of was hitting IBKR and some of these other names like Schwab and all that. Is that's a great question to ask your local LLM.
4%. I'm pretty sure you get 4% for putting cash in.
No, I mean if you just I said 4 to 5.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think that's a good little level there. But just ask whatever LLM you're using and say, hey, look, this is my age, this is my requirements, and this is what I'm starting with. What do we think? And then also, can you assess the risk involved with that, right? So I think that those are obviously ways that I would approach that kind of a question. But it's another great question by, once again, members of our chat. So.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. Another $2 super chat. David Jang, retire in Europe/China for affordable healthcare. Yeah, I mean some Asian countries.
That's another thing, right?
Like South American countries as well.
What are your needs? Is healthcare part of the story for you? And if it is, then you're going to want to look to a solid healthcare situation.
Yeah, man. All right, man. Let's see what else we got going on here.
Go on.
Katina, man, I mean, Apple complete buy program here today, going absolutely opposite the overall market. Let's head over to our watch list, which we have yet to do today. We took a look at a couple of names on the options chain bright and early this morning. Nvidia down about 0.1%, continuing to slide a little bit here. Strong pre-market action, about that fade. Now we got 363 here on Google. Katina, man, not too bad of a look as you're up 0.5%, almost 4%, 3 3/4 here for AAPL. SpaceX holding on to positivity, up 1%. Microsoft up 1.5%. Amazon up 1.5%. Tesla down 6% here today. Just getting absolutely.
That's at $4 bills.
Yeah, it's getting shablamoed at this point. Broadcom here holding on to positivity, but not much strength there. Look at Broadcom from a daily, Katina, man. Like, this is one of the $1 trillion names that has been getting hit the heaviest, right? Like, off of those highs. And we're talking about custom ASICs. Here's Broadcom down 25%.
I know.
So is that a good buying opportunity? That thing's been absolutely getting plastered. Palantir up 4.5%. I know you were looking at this bad boy here today. Hasn't done too much though, Katina. Man, a lot of that gain came in the pre-market, and then here's AMD, a name that just doesn't seem to want to break down whatsoever. Holding up, but still slightly negative this morning. Netflix up 3%, so not too bad of a look in the flicks. Now, as for some of the cryptocurrency names, I know we've been going over them. CrowdStrike up 2.4%. That split finally coming into play. That 4-to-1, tapping into all-time highs here today. So that's looking really, really positive for this. Now, what is my boy JPM up to, in Walmart finding its bottom, which we want to see? TKO down 4%. That's not too good of a look now, is it, my brother? JPM down 0.5% here.
Yeah, we're just, here's SDOT. Couple halts back and forth again here on SDOT, guys. Let us know what else you guys want to talk about there. I mean, there goes, wow. I know you just looked at Tesla, but I'm just going to look at it again.
Yeah, man.
It is just like disaster waiting to happen here for Tesla. So just be careful if you guys are obviously invested into that name. It does not look very healthy now, breaking back down below, now down 6%. Like, I was buying it when I thought there was a case for this to get back to the upside. It looks like that case denied right now. Bail denied for Tesla. That's just like breaking lower and lower and lower. And I actually feel fine about this trade here because it was finally a trend break that I thought we were breaking back through that 25-period moving average on Tesla. But no, we go downside and it just goes, no, thank you, sir. Come again. And there it goes. And I'm just glad that we were, I was about to throw hands with you at 405.
Oh.
And I'm glad we didn't do that.
Crazy.
Yeah, race Ferrari, so we can take a look at that. Yeah. Also, Rivian today is having a nice day as we got better deliveries there today from our good friend Rivian. But yeah, there's race up 1.5%. And again, a stock that looks like, good call on that one, trying to break a little higher right there as we get into the Ferrari talk. And I know this is not, oh, wait a minute, I'm looking for this one. It's a Lambo. But yeah, there it is right there. As higher end cars right there, race and Ferrari. And I believe race is, isn't there another company, Randy, Ferrari and something else wrapped up into race there, but we'll take a look at that. But there it goes, good little look there. But it was more the Rivian show today, right? I mean, this was a good one, man. Up 11%, and Rivian on. We talked about it. We were on here. I'm excited. I got the email today that the R2 deliveries are on pace for, well, at least the invitation for early 27. So we'll see if that kicks out. And I know they're starting to get delivered now in the United States. So let me know if you guys got the R2 there and what that's looking like for you and if you're happy with it. And there goes the Rivian right now, There goes Rivian up through $19 and a nice break on the daily, to be honest with you, $18.50. Let's see what Rivian wants to do now, up to $19. I still own a little bit of this, so happy with the way that's going. Isn't McLaren is also involved in race, Ferrari? So
definitely
maybe.
not, man.
I don't know, someone in the chat said that. I was just repeating what they were up to. But looks like SpaceX, a good couple outs there on a spike through into 159. Here comes 158. We're out on a 158 break. It looks like space won't give us. This will be flat trade on this one because we're able to get it out on the top side. But again, rejecting, and now it looks lower here on SPCE. So bye-bye SpaceX, breaking it back down below 158. Now it looks like it's following its friend Tesla down to the downside. All right, Adara's got it. It's 10:40. Let's go get an update.
Hello all. You may have noticed if you look at the NASDAQ versus the SPY, they do look distinctly different. Here's the NASDAQ as of right now actually trying to break these pre-market and post-market lows. S&P 500, however, holding on, I mean, as of right now, just trying to break the opening range low, but performing a little bit better here than the NASDAQ. And I bring that up because you can really see the SPY versus NASDAQ disparity when you look at the sector board. You've got lots of strength in health tech, a sector that's gotten beaten up over the last couple of days. Strength in energy minerals, strength in commercial services, strength in utilities, strength in consumer non-durables, strength even in non-energy minerals, finance doing really well. A lot of tech services doing okay with a couple caveats here, Meta to the downside. But then let's talk about what's weak, which is basically big tech and associated plays. So electronic technology, aside from this massive rally off the open here with Apple, you've got a lot of weaknesses in a lot of other places. Memory names really, really bleeding here. SanDisk was at above 2,000 as of this morning. It was down 10% yesterday. It's down another 8% today. Currently trying to hold on to 1870. You've got Cisco to the downside, KLAC to the downside, Intel red, Micron red, AMD red. So if you are an electronic tech, probably not too good of a look right now. You've also got consumer durables, Tesla, despite a quite frankly amazing deliveries report, including Q2 delivery records for TSLA. Still dragging lower here. Producer manufacturing also weak. So if you're tech or AI adjacent, you might be struggling today. If you're not involved in those sectors, probably having a decent session. Back to you.
All right, we're I'm going to try the S&P 500 here instead of the NASDAQ a little bit. Yeah, it just fell in right into here, right into the 200 period moving average of 746.50 or so, right into some levels. You know, we do have a lower opportunity, but that was sort of right there before we had the imbalances and whatnot yesterday, 350, right into here, 746.50 or so. Let's see if we get a hold. I want to give it just a little bit more room, maybe into 745.50. So let's see if we can give this one about $1 right here as we go long on the S&P 500, choosing SPY. And again, there's many different names, things you can choose instead of the SPY, but there it comes right now back in spiders. I'm going to try a little bit of a buy down there at 746 flat. And if that fills, then great. We're going to give ourselves 50 cents from there. So, you know, we're in it now. Obviously a mover. I mean, this name can move multiple dollars. I don't know if we're going to get it retraced back up into VWAP right there, but the NASDAQ is falling all over itself. And SpaceX is trying to figure it out. Tesla's back down to now 397. And then, you know, the big runners that have been really helping this market are not today, right? There's SanDisk down 10%, let's not call it 10%, but 9% downside right there in SanDisk. So again, not well received there on SNDK. And we'll wait to see how low that one wants to eventually go there, as well as probably its friend here, Micron. I'm not sure how friendly they are going to be to each other today, as this one getting hit to the downside as well, down 3%, Micron. So that's another level to look at, just cracking through $1,000 right now. Not great look there for MU. But here we go, man. The SPY trying to pick it up a little bit.
Yeah, good stuff there, man. Hopefully you grab something off of those. I mean, Apple's living in its own world right now. It's just it's a rotation out of every other tech name it feels at this given moment, and just like right into Apple's account. I mean, this is crazy. Oh my God, the dip by a 273. I don't know why I'm not involved with this here from a long-term perspective. I remember this was one of the first names that I was ever buying in my long-term account. and us selling it. Just, oh man. Anyways, it is what it is, man. We'll continue to rock and roll. Gaurav, I know what we're talking about. Like, the thing is, we just keep getting lured in with this Tesla trade. This is waterfall price action. Like, this is literally a waterfall, okay? It's just straight down and these micro breaths. It's just not good. And then look at the volume supporting the move to the downside as well. Same thing with NVDA. If we head over to the daily, it's not looking good from a strength standpoint, right? It's just like these are just micro pullbacks or breaths within the underlying asset before they take an additional leg lower. So yeah, it's a bit tougher of a look here in some of these other names. Like we can go over the memory storage. I know Adara's talking about it, but think about it. We had those sessions where every day you woke up, Marvell, SanDisk, Western Digital, STX, Micron, up 8%, up 10%, up 7%. It was just like a consecutive thing. It was just an ongoing thing. And then now we're starting to see the inverse of that. It's literally, it happens across the board. It doesn't matter. And I was saying to my one boy who was up an insane amount of cash on this specific name, like $500,000, my buddy who I was in Chicago with last year. And it's like, dude, you got to take some profit up here. Like did
he not? Or?
No, up $500,000, and
how much has it fallen?
Dude, off the highs, it's down 60%.
No.
Yeah, up $500,000. Kid I went to high school and played hockey with, was in Chicago with last August, and he's just like, hey, ride the wave. I'm like, dude, listen, these guys make $1 million a year. If a company like Nvidia can get cut in half or drop 30%, best believe it's going to happen to something that is definitely outgrown his valuation. Not to like call him out, but that's the nature of the market. Sometimes it's good to take the money and run.
Is he still in the money at least?
Yeah, his average price is like $4, man. Yeah, it was like five or $6 or something like that. Okay. So it's just like take the money and run at times, because you never know when things are gonna vomit all over themselves, and you can get them at better prices. That's why I refuse to chase these memory storage names all the way up here. I'm like, let's be patient, right? Like, once you made the same mistake too many times, hopefully eventually you learn from them, but you're down 23%. So if you slowly want to start grabbing some DRAM that has Samsung, SK Hynix, Micron in it, Western Digital, every name that you would want to kind of grab up over here is in this ETF, now at a 23% premium off of the highs.
Well, that's what we were saying. When I was saying that the other day, I was thinking like, hey man, why not take a shot at an ETF, so you're not as exposed to these downside moves. And I'm not talking like a SOXL that's triple levered. You'll get smoked triple the problem there. But we take $1 right there. I mean, SPY goes up, and we take some more outs there into these levels. I'm only out of 20%, so it's not. It's right back into where we were buying it before.
What a disaster.
But, what a disaster. That is now making new lows right now, as we did take a little bit of advantage of that tick higher there, but not enough, as I still holding that 20% now and looking to get a little longer at 746. So yeah, be careful about those 2 times levered. I see there's a lot of people there in the chat want to talk about those 2 times levered names, and that's dangerous. It's a very, very dangerous, triple levered, all that kind of stuff. You don't want to be over your skis a little bit there. And remember, they're not investment tools. They're just day trading tools, because they degrade over time because of the cost of options and what it talks about maintaining those positions, right? So you got to be careful with that. SDOT, just to have another look at it, halted about 4 or 5 times on decent volume, 1.3 million, now hovering around $60 on SDOT. But I'm only in the futures right now, so I just, SPXL, sorry, that was the other one that we can look at there as well. This is a 3 times bullish name on the spiders. So again, if you want to get a little more excited about that one, you could try SPXL. And that's the other way, right? That is Spider, S&P ETF, 500. So there you go, SPXL. Have a look at that if you're interested. But for right now, we're 55 cents in the money and trying to go back up. Why not put another piece here? Again, just trying to lower some of this pain there as we take a little bit more on the SPY, see if we can get this back up. I do have another offer for this day high where we sort of got it back, or this session high in the last 5 minutes. We'll see if we can get a piece out right around there. That's sort of where I'm looking now for that next out. And then let's see if we can moon, man. Let's see if we can get back up. Yeah, I don't know if it'll moon today, but if we can get back up to VWAP 748, 749, that'll ease back a little bit of the pressure that we've been seeing today through the trading. And just to take a quick back look at Tesla, I see people in the chat trying to tempt me being like, oh, it's bottomed now, time to get back in. But
no, it's still selling.
It's still 496, it's still downside. And I said to Joe, like, maybe we got stopped out near the lows there, 158 on SpaceX. This one could get back up there to the upside, but I'm going to choose my pain right now with the S&P 500, just because, again, more of a basket of stocks. We'll see if we do get a little bit of a rebound there, and then maybe look to dip buy, as you had mentioned here, on Apple as well. Any sort of weakness coming in Apple might be worth a buy, up 4% in what's a pretty bad day here for many of the names in the NASDAQ.
Absolutely. I was going to say, let's lighten the mood here and do some what's for lunch, man.
All right, we'll do this, and then we'll go to Money Talks.
We'll do this.
So we'll do what's for lunch first, and I hear Adara ready with the Money Talks. So I have to find the list first, and then we'll talk about it. So here it is. I found it.
Okay.
So yesterday.
Hopefully this lightens the mood, because you know what I mean, right?
Yesterday we ordered in, so we talked about some of the food that we had there yesterday. Wow, SpaceX now back to 159. I guess we could have eventually held that one. All right, today is the flag of India.
Oh.
So you don't sound that excited.
No.
Okay. But it's the most typical
butter chicken.
White man Indian food ever to exist. It is butter chicken today. And the butter chicken, I mean, it just depends on the chicken.
I don't mind. It's not bad.
Because sometimes it's a little dry. The seasoning's been fine. Butter chicken's pretty standard there. Steamed basmati rice, naan bread there. So if Sharif was here, you could have his piece, because he's not going to eat the carbs. So we have warm naan bread with steamed basmati.
Oh, I like the naan.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I like the garlic naan.
You like the garlic naan is very good.
Yeah, it reminds me of some Italian. Sauteed seasoned veg. Cucumber salad. That's what's for lunch.
Oh.
On a day when the market bleeds and a lot of people's accounts that are AI have hit to the downside, we got the fruit salad graphics. Cucumber salad, naan bread, basmati rice, roasted veg, and Joe's favorite, butter chicken, will be in the building in a matter of time. It's Adara. Well, I got to find out what to do with the lack of money that I have today. Let's go back over to Adara and find out what's talking with Money Talks.
We've got a big pull down here in the DXY. So this move here today, not only erasing the price action from yesterday and the prior day, we're going back all the way here. I mean, we got as low as what we were trading in mid-June, so June 18th. But yeah, as of right now, pulling, I guess we're retracing a little bit from these lows. Either way here, we're down about just over 0.5% right now on the DXY, opening here at 101.4. High here around 101.4, opening around 101.4, currently trading around 100.8. So again, big pullback here for the DXY. Now let's talk about why this pullback might have been. As we've discussed here, we did have employment data coming through, including non-farm payrolls. 57,000 was the print. So this is going to be below the estimate of 115,000. It's also going to be below the prior print here, which was revised down from 172,000 to 129,000. Unemployment, 4.2%. So it's a little bit better here than the estimate in the prior print of 4.3%. But let's take a look here at the CME Fed Watch tool, because I think a lot of people were thinking after this employment print that maybe the rate odds would change. Now, they have actually, as we expected, now 10% higher chance that rates will be held. So over the last week or so, and yesterday we were seeing 70% chance of rates held. Now we're seeing 80% chance of rates held, only just under 20% chance of a hike. If you look here at the probabilities, we're still seeing the chance of a rate hike in September, but kind of stabilized. We'll have to wait and see here how Fed Chair Warsh, who is notorious for not giving us any sense of his forward look, how he and the team act in just under a month from now on July 29th when we get the next Fed meeting. Back to you.
Yeah, I know. 424. Yeah.
Say straight fire?
No, downside. Obi's sitting back down in the media. He's like, have you traded Tesla today? And I was like,
have we, man?
Talk to me about Tesla, my guy over there. Yeah, both Joe and I were trading it, and we're going to hear the story from Obi very, very soon as he kicks in right now for Sharif, and we want to say thank you for that again. I guess I'm not getting the fill on Palantir. My Palantir bid right now is 127. That's not, well, maybe, as it's coming back in. I was actually wondering what Palantir was up to there right now. I'm going to cancel. I got to get out of here very soon. We did buy some more. It came in, man. We almost got long. Like, I'm bidding 46 right on the nose there, but we don't get that fill, unfortunately, which I wish we did, but we were able to buy just a little bit. I only took about half of what I wanted there, actually less than that, a third of what we wanted there in the 20s. Once I realized it wasn't going, we punched the momentum to the upside. So we're actually long SPY, $700.50 name, a $750 name right now, SPY, as we go long over there. And it's too bad because we should have had a little more long down there. We got missed. Can you believe that on a $750 name, we get missed by 2 cents on the bid?
Yeah.
Anyways, that's such is life. Yeah, they're watching us. Yeah, if they're watching us today, they're making money off of us. That's for damn sure. A name that I've been buying on the dip. There we go. We get a little bit out. Yeah, let's go. Diamond hands out a little bit as we get that dip buy in the SPY. IREN is making me want to just run through a brick wall right now, down $40 right now, as I just bought some of this at $50, man. There goes IREN to the downside. And again, not a huge, remember, we're trying to get a little lighter in the data center space. And by buying Qualcomm, that doesn't make much sense. I understand that. But right into there, $46. That was a good break. And now we get back into 40. Where will IREN stop? I do not know. Again, another name that Jensen's talked well about. And I'm now going to start to wonder, is the circle jerk real? Because IREN, Marvell, all these names, dude slapped a $1 trillion target on Marvell.
Oh my God, brother! What? No! We gotta fix this immediately.
Go, man.
This needs to be fixed. Yeah, because I got split adjusted right here.
Yeah.
We'll
get that Fabian.
No.
About that.
Heck no, that ain't going down like that, my boy Fabian.
It's okay, Joe.
Yeah. 10th, man. I'm third slot. I'm
worse
third
than
all
Neil?
day. Yeah. No, I'm third. No.
Get back to the drawing board, my guy.
Heck no.
Come on,
no
Joe.
way, man. That's crazy. No. We got to get that fixed, Fabian. 100%. Listen, we're going to try along here on Nvidia.
I thought you were talking about the market over there. You're looking at a random game that we played. I'm glad that you called up. I'm literally the only one that ever calls it up in you. You and I are the only ones that ever called up. Neil's
listen,
never mentioned it.
I know.
Never mentioned it. Nobody else.
Listen.
I think it's because it's a game. I even used to do an infographic to track it, and then the reason I stopped doing that is because I was like, this is.
That's why I'm not doing it anymore. Because I took it as serious. These are things that I'm trying to offer to people, and I know, Obi spent time doing it. I know you did as well. But that's the problem. Whenever I throw it back to people that are negative, they're like, "Wow, this is
not real. It's not real."
I know.
Hold on, no. But I said from the first time we did this last year, the first time because it started with Jimmy Carter. There's nothing here in life. If I'm doing something, I'm in it to win it.
This is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I'm in it to win it, man. So regardless of if it's
hey, man,
real
you have four of us right here. We're all the ones that are green.
Yeah.
So are you Adara? I don't know.
Yeah, Dara. You are.
Adara, Joe, Obi.
Yeah, exactly. I'm in it to win it.
If Oracle's bleeding, I'm probably green. So.
Okay, you want me to look at it? Joe, you just had it up. So who's green and who's not green? It doesn't really matter, but to your point, I think it's to each their own. It is a game at the end of the day. It's not that it's real life.
What is in a game?
No, I'm saying this is just, we didn't slap down and we didn't put 10 grand into an account and buy these names. But this is what we're talking about here. Obi, Sean, Adara, and then Joe, you are.
Yeah.
So if we look at Joe's holdings right there, CrowdStrike is up nicely from where you bought it. You bought this at $466. Yeah. CrowdStrike's at $800 right now. So you're up on that. Then you bought JP Morgan and Walmart. So you always talk about JP Morgan, we talk about Walmart, we talk about CrowdStrike. So these are real plays, right? These are all real plays. There's Marvell, Eli Lilly, and then Big Bear AI. Big Bear AI, again, that was the price it was at. I'm long at 420, but I still liked it, so I'm holding to that as well. We talked about Neil down here, AVAV. Good, still, 2 good calls there. FCX and CRISPR. AVAV is the one that's down 50%. Yeah, go back over there. Sharif has a couple good plays as well. I know Brendan has the one that I was just talking about with IREN right there. And good names. I'm being influenced by Brendan too much, I feel like. I bought some CEG and I bought IREN real time, real money, real account. So that's not great. There's Adara. So yeah, Adara, you're definitely green. As you got the Oracle short. The Oracle short is 31% in the money. So that's absolutely huge. And then you went long on Starbucks, which is great. And then Boeing, which I really like that stock. So I think your portfolio and Joe's portfolio definitely kicking as well. And then, of course, I mean, this is Obi right now. The Circle short, I mean, wow, that's really started to pay off recently as well. And that's been back and forth. The Sidious there took a shot there as we talked a little bit about some space names. That's working out. And then there's BW into the oil patch as well. So that's been some really great calls there. And Obi might be the only one that has all three names in the green. So there you go, man. And as we continue to talk about it, but hey, like I said, we're the only ones doing it, and it is what it is. But here comes the SPY again, right back there to the upside. Let's see what winds up happening. Take a little bit more out. We've been trying to buy the dips in here, and it's been working out. So we went back to the NASDAQ, into the index and tried to buy it. Maybe Tesla's getting a bid here. Finally, it breaks. I could try that now. Finally starting to break, back overneath the 25-period moving average right now on Tesla. So we could give that a go and see if that wants to mature back to the upside a little bit. You got to give it at least to 396. So I think you're looking at about $1.50, $2 right now here of risk on Tesla if you like that trade. But I'm going to hold out that maybe the SPY battles back there today. Thank you so much to everybody for enjoying or watching the show. I hope you enjoyed it. I know I did. Thank you to Joe as well. Thanks to Obi for taking over for Sharif. He's coming up very, very soon. A big shout out to Tiffany, Fabian, Ramin. Everybody, one is over there working hard. So is Brendan. We have Adara this morning as well with all the news. We want to thank her as well. And I do want to give a big shout out to Mitch. Thanks for coming through today, Mitch, from Trade the Pool. Check them out, Trade the Pool right now. But it's 11:01. Without any further ado, we're going to continue to cheer on the SPY. Hopefully that can continue to go. And thanks for bearing with us on this Tesla down day. And there it is. Now we're at $1.30 now in the money. So we got dollar clubbing now, and we got to put an offer as we can, It's only a win if you take it out. So there it is. We get some 64s there on the SPY. Thanks for watching. Enjoy the midday show. I'm back at 2. Ciao till then.
For those who know, you know who does that? Alex Poetan Pereira. Keep him up. No, it's Pereira, man. He comes up here. He keeps him low. Man. It's Alex Pereira. Always back to the chin. You're still muted. What's up, everybody?
I was saying you gotta plug.
Yeah, you gotta keep him up. But we gotta know what this is from. You gotta know what this is from, though, Katina, man. It's Poetan, man. Alex Pereira. That's his signature walk-in move right there. Obi always want to keep those hands on the chin. You're still off there, guys. All right, man. You guys know how the session has been going. Nice little bounce there in NVDA. I'm long this. I could do a little bit of a transaction for you guys momentarily as we wait for our screens to roll over. But yeah, I mean, hey, it is what it is. If you've been trying to snipe the bottoms, it's been tough on Tesla. Now starting to find, I feel like, some of that aggressive selling. But 4 days in a row to the top side, and then look, boom, engulfing it to the downside. So it is what it is. That's the nature of the beast, man. We're having a lot of fun with it regardless. That's what the privilege of having such a wicked team around you is that everybody's having a good time majority of the time. So there it is, man. It's been a tough one. We gave back a lot of what we made yesterday, as it was mentioned, and then it just didn't put enough size on this trade. This is just more or less a feeler, but a couple of small wins here and there. We get the ball rolling, and then next thing you know, you're only one trade away from turning this absolute rocket ship of a downward movement around here. So yeah, that's where we stand. We'll get into some roll call here momentarily as I pull up. I got a lot of screens up here, guys. We'll figure that out here. But once again, joining me here today is Obi. He is the only one. Kenobi. Curious to how your session's been going. We'll get into that momentarily.
Trash.
Yeah. Hey, man. We'll let you elaborate on that reactions. Yeah, I mean, it's so many horrible. Yeah, I mean, we'll get garbage. It's a dumpster on today's session. Let's see, super hot, not fire at the end of the day. I'm in my in my head, brain pain gets worse. Yeah, you just got to laugh it off, to be honest with you guys. We're heading into the 4th of July long weekend. Don't allow this to ruin the weekend, all right? It's that simple. But we'll get into some roll call. Obi, what, is it too late for that? It's already ruined it? All right, Ben Affleck in the chat. My favorite, we got Arcane, Swain, Slow Motion. Joe, what's up, Joey? Greetings. What's up, No Teeth, please? Oh, okay, maybe I shouldn't. Jack of Art, what's going on there? Beware the Monkey Hammer. Gorav, what's up? Los Polios in the chat. Luis Suarez, what's up, baby? Oh boy, says Adam James. MF Dangerous, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Rally. We have KC526 in the chat. What's going on, girl? And then we also have Jordy. I don't know if Jody Mills is in the chat. Shout out to Jody Jack of Art. He is back. And Pitchbull, Blicky Spears, you know he's in here. Missing our guy, Jesse Martinez. Hope he's good. Sam and Will Power Son. I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Go with the flow. And we got Kill, Gorin, Tout. What you mean shorts on fire? Liar, liar, pants on fire. But yeah, it's been a tough one, guys. It's one session. Guess what? The market is forever.
Yeah, for now. But you know what is.
I love you too, Jack.
Growing right now, guys. VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, VinFast India partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM launched all-electric ride-hailing in Kazakhstan with VinFast VF6 vehicles. Together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. You can find them on the NASDAQ under the ticker VFS. So once again, thank you all for joining us. And what crazy directional movement have we had today? And oh boy, indeed, shout out to anybody who got short. And I'm watching 2 names here. Now, I know there's a lot of them that are very, very directional. I personally got absolutely rocked on one name, and I lost a little bit on the other. We'll cover them in a second, but oh my God, Tesla coming in hot with the deliveries today, and I saw this happen in the pre-market, and I'm like, all right, we're printing kind of flat. We did a bit of a shake and bake all the way up to 440s, almost 440s, and then down to 220s, 225s. I'm like, all right, cool. You know, you have a bit of a roughly 60, 65 point range to work with coming in off of the open. Take a look at that, Joe. The range break of that shake and bake is the place to be. That $424 level slams right through, does not look back. It's doing relative volume. It has a catalyst. It's broken the range that was significant in the pre-market. You can throw on an anchored VWAP here as well if you want to, being like, all right, this is the deliveries. Wow, would you look at that? As soon as I throw that on, some of my indicators from some prior support and resistance indicators come in, and guess what? More confluence as that 430 ends up being a historical level. I got to check back from when, but regardless, it just adds more confluence for taking this breakdown when it does finally come in. And wow, all the way down to 400s. I was looking at this at 420s. I was looking at this at 411s, and then 400s now cracking through. I lost a lot on Apple today. And this is what I mean by directional moves, right? I had the long through 300. This was my mistake. The long through 300 was absolutely solid. Opening range high, a bit of a pullback into VWAP, hold, and then slowly grinding up into that 300. I'm like, all right,
you were long, Apple? You were long?
So I was long 300. I was actually long 299.90s, looking for the push on the tape, being like, all right, well, this is going, like in this moment right here, if you go to, I mean, you can't go back to the tape unless you've recorded it now, but if you go and look at the 939 candle on the 1 minute, you can really see that, yeah, if you saw the tape on that candle, you were like, all right, it's coming in. I gotta kind of position in for this. And yeah, it went. And then I get out at 301s and some change, and then
that's why it's bad for you, because
I flip short.
Man.
That was the issue, because I'm like, this is not going right away. This should be going much faster. 300, blah blah blah, whatever, whatever random irrelevant ideas that I came up with in my head. But guess what? There was no reason to sell. There's no reason to sell here. There's no reason to buy Tesla right now on the day, as it's continuing in the downtrend alongside with the rest of the market. Now, I know a lot of people had eyes on the crypto world yesterday, and some of these stocks today looking absolutely, I mean, off of the open, they were pretty solid here. MSTR was one of them. And yeah, I was looking for maybe a bit of a stronger move, but we came in pretty nicely on the back through 100. You see that pre-market, some of these pre-market support levels get lick grabbed right off of the open on that opening range, bit of a bottom wick there, and then off to the races through into and through 100 for a 104.10 high of day. And I think I think Adara was talking to me about SNDK. Wow, take a look at this one. What a short on this one, doing not crazy amount of relative volume, but 1.5 times in the pre-market. And guess what? Same kind of story here. When we do break down some of these pre-market levels, maybe even some of the opening range levels, we're just done and gone. 2000 breakdown. I guess it was more like 1975. And then all the way down to 1790. So just chopping around the 1800 here on SNDK. So yeah, let me know in the chat. What are you guys watching? What have you guys been trading on the day today? Wow, Google, I'm seeing on the right screen here, Google coming all the way back in. Talk about a V-shaped recovery. Man, have we seen a few of those this week? V-shaped to the upside, V-shaped to the downside here on Google on the day, but looking distinctly different from some of its friends. We just looked at Apple. We just looked at Tesla. I know you guys have been watching Nvidia as well. Nvidia, similar story here. Can't really hold the bid, can't really hold the opening range lows. What else is MSFT? So MSFT, they're all looking kind of different here. Some of them in line with the futures, some of them definitely not in line, and Softy is one of those as it continues to try to push into that 400. Yesterday we had that absolute strength, bit of a V-shape as well on this one, closing near the highs of the day, and then bit of a continuation happening as of right now here on Softy. Netflix saying good-o NFLX, man. As much as this stock has been beaten down, it's been doing pretty decently over the past few weeks here. And let me show you what I'm talking about. Right here, 70, 71 lows. We were talking about this stock much earlier on at the beginning of the year, middle of last year as well. Beautiful reversion that happened on this one. Beautiful continuation back through 100, back-to-back jacks with some of those catalysts that really brought it down. We can take a look at the weekly here and you'll see what I'm talking about right here. So an all-time high of 134, bit of a bounce off the 75, and then another leg down. So Netflix, yeah, I like it. You know what? Maybe we're getting a bit of a trend break on the weekly here. So I can understand why people might be looking at this. Is it doing some relative volume on the day? That's the first question that I'd be asking. And guess what? It is definitely doing some relative volume in the pre-market session for the past 2 days. So Wednesday, which was yesterday in the pre-market session, you can see here over 3 times relative volume. And then once again today, this morning, doing roughly about 2 times relative volume. And that seems like that relative volume has only been in the pre-market session for the past couple of sessions here. During the intraday, it kind of drops back down to 1 times R-vol. So it seems like maybe some interesting participation happening on this one in the pre-market session. It seems like we're catching a bit of a bid here, so going into the first 15 minutes of the 11th hour of the day.
There goes Michael Burry short coming into play once again here.
Yeah, I saw that. He got short a few things.
Bro, AMAT, right? Now down 20%. Caterpillar. Let's see. Oh, okay. There you go. Bang. Now down 10% off of the highs. And he shorted NVDA as well, too. So those really working out for him at this point. Some downward pressure. Losing a lot of what we've gained here in this name specifically. And this candle right here at above some resistance zones. Excuse me. Not ideal. $120 on Robinhood. What a recovery. And this is what we wanted to see in this name, man. We've been holding this for quite some time, since the 40s. I believe I bought some like low 40s, high 30s, and then I did sell some at 122, and then I bought some back at 120 but it was about like 30% of the total position, so not so bad. With that being said, it does move your average up drastically. Now, TKO Holdings, I know some people asking us about this one, pretty choppy if you ask me. Like we luckily we're going to break that 218 and then shablam all the way to the downside on that one. Not too good of a look. And a space that was hot for a couple of days in a row there, Obi, was the airlines. Like you looked at DAL, AAL, and some of these other names that were up 4% one day, 4% the next day, starting to cool off a little bit here, but nothing substantially. You're still hovering around some key levels. Is this all-time high for Delta Airlines? A company where it's just like, hey, we don't even really care about economy anymore at this point. We just want to put all our money into business class and just have a fraction of the planes. So that's an all-time high right here in Delta, guys. So not too bad of a look there whatsoever. So if you're looking for signs of strength, maybe the airlines is going to be something you're going to be looking at. JP Morgan still hovering around those all-time highs, up 1/3% here today. And then Walmart, bright and early, man, up 3%. I called the bottom on this one, and I'm going to stick with that until this signal breaks. It's that simple. Let's see if this daily is going to load up for us now, Obi, which I don't think it's going to. Dramatic pause. All right, here we go. So why am I calling a bottom on this? I don't know if there was anything substantial from a catalyst standpoint I can figure out. Kramer's saying buy TGX, Katina Man, and their Kroger, some other than. Anyways, aside from that, there's just a couple of things aligning from a technical standpoint. You have this volume spike and this indecision print. Look how large this volume print is. And it's not even earnings, right? So that's from May. It's going to be the second largest print since that date, okay? And then sure enough, it's just a complete buy program up here. So a rotation out of tech maybe into some of these staples. There's Costco. And I know yesterday we actually did a poll on the fact is like, what would you rather own from an investment standpoint, Costco or our Walmart, okay? Now we're down 13% in Costco off of the highs there, Obi, and we are down 17% in Walmart. So, I mean, not too bad. And we're both talking that they are both relatively expensive, but from a PE standpoint, that is. What isn't expensive from a PE standpoint is Meta in the teens. But it can't hold on to anything, which is extremely unfortunate. Here's some of the defense names. Those guys are on the rise again, 22% to the downside. Here's Northrop here. What are we off of the highs on this bad boy? 30%, right? So there's a lot of solid underlyings at maybe some decent discounts. What is overdone? Listen, I say this time and time again. It feels like something's never going to end. And when it gets to that point, it's probably going to come to an end soon, which is crazy to say, but Marvell down 7% off on today's session, now down 22% off of the highs. ARM Holdings was on a big-time run. Oh, well, yeah, guess what? Obi Shablamo, 30% to the downside on that bad boy. AMAT, which would take who was that you, Katina Man? No, he's tapped in. I know you're locked in over there, my friend. SanDisk down 25% off the highs. So that's why I didn't chase any of these names.
Boys are talking about SanDisk and Micron right now.
Yeah, I know. That's why I wasn't chasing. Fodonk is right. I wasn't chasing any of these names up here because you'll get them at somewhat of a discount. So.
Yeah, that Micron. I mean, we're looking at SanDisk, kind of similar sector here. Micron coming in with 1,000 rejection here, so that was a bit of a pre-market level as well on this one, and then a low of 977s here. So yeah, a little bit of continuation that we're seeing in some of these memory names. Some strong selling yesterday as well. We talked about this where you had a strong V-shaped recovery coming in on Monday, Tuesday, a bit of a chop zone on top of Monday's price action, and then Quadunk, bit of a gap down, and then flush coming into the open yesterday, and seller dominance being shown going all the way into the close as well. A little bit with the imbalances at the same time coming in today. Sure, you get a bit of a pop into prior day's end of day range highs. Guess what? Sellers step right back in with just as much aggression, if not more, alongside the rest of the market here on Micron. So we'll see if this closes actually below 1,000 or not. I'm curious to know, Joe, is this finally the backside? We know that, what's his name, Mr. Burry recently got into some Nvidia short as well. But again, you got to remember, just because a big trader gets into a position and publicizes it, doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna happen. I'm sure how many times Burry has been wrong, right?
Wasn't he long Lululemon?
He was wrong multiple times, but that's a beautiful thing about trading. This is what you got to realize. And a lot of people talk smack about Michael Burry, but you don't need to be right all the time. You need to be right one time, and it has to be like going back to the emphasis on taking that one good trade, right? You only have to have one good trade, and he's had a few good trades. He's had many trades that haven't worked out, but that's the nature of trading, right? And we were talking about some of the podcasts that I was watching yesterday, and that I have been doing over the weekends as well. It's cool because now you see like the trading space really opening up. A lot of people kind of coming out of the woodshed and being like, this is my verified track record, and people coming on screen and giving us valuable information. There's a lot of solid podcasts out there. But some people just having the conversation about, sometimes in trading when you have a 20 to 30% win rate, which you can have and still be extremely successful. Yeah. Imagine the kind of mental that you have to go through losing 70% of the time, right? Say I'm like, all right, well, I'm trying to get short something. Sure, you got to wait for the setup, and then once the setup or once certain parameters meet, then and only then will I still win 30% of the time, and 70% of the time I'm losing. So let's just say I'm taking that trade 5 times, I gotta lose like 3 or 4 times. Yeah. And then on the 5th try, maybe it works out and it kind of wipes out everything else. That's kind of one way to do it. Now, of course, everyone trades differently. There's traders that they haven't seen a red day in their life, a red month in their life either. It's interesting reading about some of those traders and what they.
A trader who's never seen a red day.
Like a red day or a red week or a red month, like ever.
So they've never lost.
But here's the thing. This is why I'm still going through it. The new markets. So you got to read the new Market Wizards book. Okay. So it's one of the traders in the new Market Wizards book. But again, at the same time, when you have such a consistent profile, his wins are not as crazy as some of the other traders who do have a 20% win rate or a 30% win rate. Okay. Because they'll swing, and when they win huge. And sure, when you lose, you take a few hits, but hopefully you're not losing as much. But yeah.
So in the new Market Wizard book, like it tells you about an individual who's never had a red day?
Yeah, I think I gotta pull it up. But yeah. So it's one of the chapters in there. He's I think it was he's never had a losing day more than like $20 or something. I don't know. Again, I'm not.
Okay, so he's had it, but it just hasn't been X amount of money in which he's lost. Yeah. He's lost. Maybe I have a hard time, but I got to read the book.
Yeah, exactly. I'm only on like chapter 3, so that's what I'm saying. So just like reading, so I got that from the synopsis before I started reading it. But yeah, I got to definitely look more into it. Some of these traders, absolutely crazy, some of their journeys, right?
Yeah, man. Everybody's journey is different, brother. That's for sure. I agree with you. On that one. It's definitely a fade day. Yeah, we were talking books there. So what do we think? I seen your question there, Obi, and it was directed, or sorry, not Obi, but Kill Gord Trout. Excuse me. I seen your question there. From our experience, is this a shakeout? I don't know if it's a shakeout, but if you ask me, like it's something totally reasonable. You look at the runs that some of these memory names have been on, and with no real like deep pullback, at one point you're gonna get it. I don't think, by all means, I'm not saying that it's over. I mean, you get 20% here, but in the bigger picture, like you just go on this big time run and you don't retrace aggressively, makes things a little bit more difficult to just continuously buy, because then at some point you do have that aggressive breakdown, which we're kind of experiencing right now. By no means am I saying the sky is falling, because I don't think that's the narrative. This is just the market. Like, listen, Obi, you and I. Okay. So what do we got to do here? What do we got to do to show them what stonks only do? good stonks, that is, Obi. What time frame? This is a monthly. This is the Nasdaq.
Those are the Qs, yeah.
Yeah, and they only go up at the end.
Stocks,
good ones only go up. Yes, good ones they only go up, man. So,
unless you were living through that lull in the 80s.
Yeah, I mean, whatever happened, but after that, they went up, right? So, I mean, the Nasdaq and the S&P. So, if you want to drop out some of the volatility, this is your route. It's so hard to bet against this. Obviously, you have those dramatic pullbacks where you lose half of your value during COVID, and you have a bear market. But at some point, it gives you a good buying opportunity, and then off to the races it goes. You'll always have the changing of who's the best company and the biggest company in the world. Like, think about it, Apple held that for so long. Microsoft was up there for a long time as well. Now, Nvidia has been the king of the thrones at this point. And who knows? I think it can change, right? Things change in life, and you have that kind of revolving door. But the best stay at the best, as the best for quite some time. And if you're Apple, you just have so much cash. If you're Google, you have so much cash. And we talk about too big to fail, and I know a lot of people don't like that term. But at some point, unless you absolutely blow everything up and really, really fumble the bag, it's hard for these names who are in the upper echelon to fail. And that's why buying the Nasdaq and buying the SPY at times can be the smarter and safer route. You don't get that exponential return, which is totally fine. It's nice, steady. And if you're willing to sit in this stuff for 20 years, now listen, I know what Drake said before. He's like, I'm not trying to be rich when I'm 40, I'm trying to make it now. I'm in the exact same boat, but it's better than never. Right, and then what did they say? The average age of a millionaire is 50 years old.
Drake also said that he was the best rapper 35 and under, and then said he's pretty sure that there's no rappers over 35, and now that aged pretty poorly because he is in fact a rapper over 35. So
he's 36.
Whoever to make is you can't take everything seriously that Drake says. He's not 36, Joe.
Yeah, Drake is 36.
Was he not born in 1986?
No, I think 88. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I'm not going to quote.
Younger than him.
Pardon me?
So.
I'm 4 years younger than him, I think. We'll see. We'll figure it out right now. It's not that hard. I don't think it's like that deep to figure out when.
October 24th, 1986.
Okay. All right, boys. Sorry.
I do not. I would never, doubt Adara and her memory.
Yeah, well, it's hard to go against them. And he's 39. He's 40 now. Hey, he's 40. All right, cool, man.
Yeah. I mean,
going on 41, man.
I like. What's your top songs from some of his new albums?
Don't Worry is my favorite song.
Don't Worry?
Yeah.
I like Plot Twist.
Like Plot Twist? I don't remember that one, man.
Plot Twist is good, man. It's one of the top ones. Plot Twist is solid.
Yeah.
Did you hear, I heard that the whole Janice thing.
Yeah, you see
where
that
he
meeting?
invited every woman named Janice in Toronto, or I don't know. But,
he's just sending out like a mass invitation.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Things Drake does. Anyway.
Fact Finder, of course, man. But this is the new me, and I wouldn't have it any other way, man. We evolved here. J-Rock is the best rapper. All right, are we ready for the desk right now?
Yeah, I think so.
Let's go.
All right, take him away.
Let's take a look here at the European market, which did. It's just about to close because it is 11:27 p.m. But at 11:30 p.m. it will be closing, or at 11:30 a.m. it will be closing. And to prepare you for said close is one. How are you doing today?
Good, thanks. How are you, Adara? I hope you're ready for the long weekend. Okay, so European markets, U.S. markets might be in the red today, but European markets ending all in the green, or close to ending all in the green. We see huge 52-week highs for most of the indexes. Stocks 600 right now, erasing all that of yesterday's pullbacks, up by 1.60%. Eurostoxx 50 also up by 1.46%, and that's off the back of a lot of banking and pharmaceutical blocks. I'll go into detail a bit just now. But the main regional leader is Germany, the DAX, up by 2.21%. Huge, shattering 25,000 benchmark. An explosive 560-point surge, and that's heavily backed on huge macro news coming in from their chancellor. So let's go into detail into what happened overnight. What happened in European markets. Of course, the main NFP prints that happened this morning, that was huge news, and basically all that hawkish central bank posturing. The weak NFP data reignited hopes for some intervention. In response, all the futures in Europe definitely surged. The volatility index, VIX, they deflated down by about 16. And now US dollar also sold off sharply against some G10 currencies. That's what happened with the NFP. And in healthcare in the UK, AstraZeneca, they jumped by about 1.4%. That's after they secured a deal with about 1.7 billion euros with China's SPCE pharmaceuticals. They're going to be co-developing some kidney disease treatments. So that definitely bumped up the healthcare sector in the UK. Other than that, we got some defensive moves from Tesco and J. Sainsbury that kept the UK afloat. And the big news coming from Germany, that huge shattering of the 25,000 ceiling. That gain, basically, the Chancellor Friedrich Merz, they introduced about a 10 billion euro reform package that will focus on low income tax cuts, pension reforms, as well as affordable housing. And that definitely pulled up the DAX up to all-time highs right now. Apart from that, we had also their conglomerate Bayer surging by about 4% after a buy upgrade from Deutsche Bank. They announced the consolidation of their US glyphosate business, and they're going to be separating that into a separate subsidy called Ruveon. So that definitely was big news coming in from Germany. A lot to look out for, and definitely something to look for tomorrow is how DAX as well as CAC will be performing in the European markets.
Yes, just because the American markets are closed does not mean the European markets are. We will unfortunately be closed, but we'll still get to see one more time before that long weekend kicks off. He'll be back here at this desk at 3:30 p.m. to talk about another market that should be open for tomorrow, Asian markets. See you then.
Awesome. Thank you guys very much for that. Yeah, I'm looking at, I was looking at a few of these Euro names here on the day. Yeah, some strength for sure, especially in some of these defense names that I'm watching. So it should be interesting to see, what they do tomorrow when the American markets are closed. I don't really have too much data in performance of foreign markets while American markets are closed, something I might need to or might want to look into. But yeah, kind of going back to the conversation from before, Joe. So the wizard's name is Phil Godecker, also known as Trade STL on X, and he's achieved a track record of featuring virtually no losing months over a span of more than 10 years.
Okay, a month is more reasonable than a day.
And it's just like it's just interesting. We were just talking about like the different stats and different play styles and different trade styles of different traders, and successful ones that are willing to come out and really give the public some value and some value about their journey. But yeah, let's get back here to these markets and let's see what you guys are up to as well. What are you guys trading? I don't have anything really on the docket for me. I took my trades this morning and I got absolutely rocked on them. Pretty much giving back most of my BL profits from last night as well. Remember when I was like, yo, BL is going to be good? Guess what? Last night, it was amazing once again.
What'd you trade on it?
I traded some SOXL. Let me pull up a chart so we can take a look at what SOXL did in the overnight market, and I can kind of show you how crazy good some of these opportunities are in the overnight market. So SOXL, go to here, go to boats. People talking about how, edge might not last very long in these here markets. So this is kind of, but like, people have always been saying that. I think edge in different areas comes and goes, and our job as traders is to continuously be hunting for fresh edges and continuously testing if prior ones are back. But anyway, so you have, this was the SOXL move right there. You can see decent leg up in the beginning of the morning or the night session, and then going into much later into the night. You can see here straight selling, especially on the break of this, a break of the uptrend, a break of opening range lows. So you had a pretty strong move from all the way from 225s to 202s and some change. So about a 10% move in SOXL in the blue ocean session. But you can see here coming in off of the open, it's done maybe a little bit more of the same. It got all the way back up to those 220s and then pulling now even lower below 200 with a day low at 186. So it seems like some of those sellers that already kind of started participating last night, going into the morning session, kind of let off in the pre-market session and step right back into the liquidity in the open session here on SOXL. And we've seen so far, as of right now, maybe it's changing as we speak, but sellers have definitely been in charge. And maybe we're getting a bit of a curl here, Joe, where we can see some buying potentially step into this here market. 73.87 lows on the TQs. Apple finally maybe catching some relief here. And it's interesting, distinctly different, right? Polar opposite of what the market is doing. The market is selling off aggressively, and Apple basically had a buy program on it all morning.
Yeah,
right.
Man.
Tesla had a sell program on it all morning, but that was a bit of a strong, I would say, a pretty big miss here. So headline here: Goldman contributes to Trump accounts for employees' children. Interesting. I don't know how. I'm going to trade off that, but good information.
I don't think it's that. I don't think it's like it's not a needle mover or anything else.
No.
I don't believe there will be with Goldman Stacks. We like to call that one Goldman Stacks. Up 0.4% here today, not too far off the all-time highs. Ladies and gentlemen, a curl over in the overall market right now. Do we take an attempt on Meta? I think so. This is going to be a good opportunity, man. What else are we here for? OB, if we're not going to try to take the swings and just try to gain some ground that we lost. It could be absolutely disastrous, and we just give back all of the move here in META, and you put in a new low. But there's a couple of things, stars aligning for us. Gorev, what have you been trading here today, my guy? The liquidity on FPL has fallen off a cliff, 2246. I'm going to have to really reduce the size because we obviously have risk measures that we need to take into consideration. But if it breaks and cracks the low, we'll just be docking it up, man. It's definitely been a cooler one for us on today, but nothing to worry about, right? It's the second day of the month, and we'll find something in the coming days to really rock and roll on. And hopefully we get another big-time opportunity in let's see what this guy. Hello, anyone? Yeah, market makers are doing fantastic here. So let's see what we got.
Always doing fantastic.
Yeah, they're never not doing except for during the GameStop, maybe. Yeah, but market makers.
They might be getting
then might have been a bad time, but again, it's mostly sunshine.
You gotta understand what they actually do, right?
Yeah, but exactly. Yeah, they just.
A lot of people just like to point fingers at the market maker. I know it's fun to do. It's someone to put the blame on, but again,
of course,
the market is a living, breathing beast, right? So it's best believe you try to tackle the market, you're gonna get scratched up, you're gonna get bruised up. You got to understand the nature of the beast.
Very much so, man.
It will test your mettle.
It will. Hey, man, that's why we talk about mental capital. But hey, let's head over to Facebook and see what FPL. I don't know why on our platform it says 1.5 times. I do believe it's 2 times. So come on, get that curl over here. Maybe if we're fortunate enough, a tap into the volume weighted average price, just tap her in right there. That'd be nice for us. OB, that could definitely turn this ship around on today's session. But again, it's just one day, man, and one day is a blip on the radar. We just want to come back on Monday and see if we can really get the ball rolling. Tesla curling over after this disastrous morning, down 7%, guys. Yeah, boom, shablam. Yeah, so some ugly PA on that front, brother. It is what it is, right? Like it's
back through 400 could be something.
400, yeah. We were looking at the options chain for any forms of support. 2260 would have been more of ideal of an entry, but I do believe we can head up a little bit higher. Big time selling in 589. The breakout started in this name. We'll head over to yesterday's session and see what we got going on. 30-minute, 566, right? So if we talk about 40% pullbacks, then of moves, that is, I think that's where we're sitting. Probably even a little bit more, closer to 60. So let's see if we can find a bottom in META and then find somewhat of a rebound here and get this party started. I do not love. Okay. All right. Anyways, I'm not going to read that. Maybe Meta starting to break the downtrend. That's what I'm thinking, Gorev. We have Dawn back. I spent 15 years in CBO floor as a market and a floor broker. We pretty much always win. Yeah, exactly. Mainly because we were doing the opposite of what retail market participants do. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I remember you telling me
you're
that.
not even doing the same thing.
Why did you leave? Okay, I get 15 years maybe in something. You're like, all right, let's call it quit. But if you never lose, man, you may as well just continuously rock and roll with that. So.
I mean, it takes a toll on you as well, right? 15 years of grind.
Of straight winning?
Yeah, I mean, like, think about it. Like, you there's other things in life as well. People, you gotta know when to cool off as well. Maybe move on to different things. Yeah, no. And again, trading on the CBO EO floor, solid stuff there. I'd love to hear more about that if you're down to chat. But yeah, we'll wait and see.
15 years of winning, man. What else? I mean, yeah, I do. You're right, Godo. That's it, man. No, I mean, nor you and I have been on the CBOE floor, so we don't know.
I haven't even been trading for 15 years.
Yeah, exactly. We don't know what the environment is like, and it's positive environment is key when it comes to the workplace.
Yeah, it does. That's the other thing as well, right? There's you can only win so much. We'll just say that. But yeah, no.
You can't. You can only win so much.
Yeah.
You think you'd get tired of winning?
Yeah. You ever get tired of winning?
You need to feel a little pain. It's like, all right, I need to feel something, man.
Yeah, no. I mean, you see it in my trading as well. I'm like, sometimes I do some painful things before coming back from them. But sometimes you want to know. Sometimes to feel alive.
Yeah.
You want to feel some pain.
Oh,
you do some dumb stuff in the market there to feel some of that pain. I definitely felt some of that pain this morning trying to short a grinding stock with a buy program on it, and Apple was the one. Man, yeah. But it is what it is. I think I was talking to Jose as well. I'm just like, there's some places in these markets now. I don't only trade during the day session. There's some places in these markets where the opportunities are just so skewed. They're just skewed in the favor of the trader. It's just like just being patient and waiting for some of those opportunities, not really caring about much else. And sure, you can be like, okay, I want to react to every single tick that some of these bigger stocks are doing, but a lot of the time, some of the best opportunities are laying where a lot of people may be not looking.
Exactly. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I agree. I agree, man.
It's not always the case, but yeah. Nike calls printed twice saying Roger Noonan calling out David Siamese in the chat. Yeah, I was talking about Nike, man. Nike, I liked the short coming in. Today's earnings day 2 for Nike. It did a decent amount of relative volume yesterday. And coming in today, yeah, the long was pretty nice as well, but I was more structured for the short. And the short did come in really, really well on the failure to follow through of $45. And that was the trade here. I think, honestly, biggest trade for Nike, if you're not swinging, I'm talking about intraday trade on the day today, was a failure to follow through of 45s. And I think you could have got in like 44.70s, 44.80s on this break. You could even get involved on top of VWAP here, 44 halves. For the continuation all the way down to 43s and 44s, so 43.80s to 44s. So decent move there. Nothing crazy in terms of dollar moves, but it's still giving you a decent percentage move there on Nike. But everyone's eyes this morning were on Tesla. Everyone was watching some of the crypto names like MSTR or Robinhood. I know a lot of people were watching some Robinhood. Let's see what that's been up to today. I have not looked at the stock at all today. So yeah, just shy of 115. Wow, would you look at that? Yeah, I might have seen a screenshot of someone that was trying to get long and they got quadunked on here. But yeah, when that selling stepped in, pretty much buying was done for the day. You got that clean pullback into VWAP and then continuation back into some of these opening range low areas. So opening range low is at 112.70s-ish. So okay, hasn't really gone there just yet. 113s are the lows there of this current consolidation. So Hood doing some decent stuff on the day. I know people were watching Circle as well. We looked at that. Cosmetics sector is up. What am I looking at for the cosmetics sector? Let me see. What's that? I guess we can look at Elf Beauty here, and take a look at the weekly. We know Sean really likes this one. I know you guys were talking about this one yesterday as well, and it does seem like. Let's go to daily here. Yeah, I don't know what stocks in the cosmetics sector are you talking about there? Dijon Mustard, because I mean, I'm only looking at one stock. I'm sure you're looking at multiple other ones as well. But Elf is down on the day, roughly about 3.9%. Gudo saying he's AI maxing at the moment. All the power to you. Good stuff. Let's see. Estee Lauder. Yeah, okay. All right. Let's see what these guys are up to. So red on the day as well, Dijon Mustard. So this one's down. This one's actually, I guess it's up 1% from prior day's close. So if you're going to count that, sure. But I'm talking about, being an intraday trader. What has it been doing on the intraday? Sure, it's doing relative volume, decent gap up relative to yesterday. It's still technically up, but sellers have been only dominant on the day today on Estee Lauder. So interesting take on that. But we've already seen a strong bid come in over the past couple of days here on Estee Lauder. So good look there, guys. Is BSO a new IPO? Saying Arun Warrior, BSO. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really see anything showing up. It reminds me of yesterday's stock, BSP, that crazy IPO that we had yesterday, BSP. Let's see how our friend BSP is doing today. Crazy move, man. Yesterday, 31s. Let's go back and see if we can see the actual chart here from yesterday. Yeah, this was the price action yesterday. Opens at 31s, rocket ship all the way to 42s and change. And guess what? Going into the close as well, shorts were definitely slapping out of their positions, getting kind of rocked here. As going into the close, I was watching this and it just swipes up a whole dollar, almost $2 to $3 in the last few minutes there, breaking through those day highs. Let's see what it's up to on the day today. So we did contest 40 for a little bit in the opening range price action here, but since then some relief as we pull back into the mid 30s. 36s are the day lows here on BSP. Fresh IPO from yesterday, $1.6 billion, Joe. Yeah. It's not often we see a $1 billion IPO, but it seems like within the past, I'd say 6 to 12 months, we've seen quite a few.
Yeah, there's been a lot of, even last year too was pretty good for IPOs. Excuse me. I mean, listen, we're trying this one more time. It's just not a day for longs, guys. We'll sit on our hands for a little bit more and see if there's any form of a short. It happens, right? Like you just have those sessions, and it's unfortunately leading into the 4th of July long weekend. You'd think Wall Street, but everybody's over in the Hamptons there. Obi, and it's just like sell. At Qualcomm, I don't even know why I have this up on my chart here. We pull up Robinhood, but yeah, things aren't looking too good for the long side of things. You just make it easier in your life. I mean, I think it's established at this point that sellers are completely in control, and if you do, you're just fighting the trend. And you know what they say, man, Obi, the trend is your friend, and I've been countering all day, which, I mean, you do get those elastic-style moves when you have the aggressive price action to the downside. And you
sparring with friends is allowed.
Sparring with what?
It's sparring with friends is allowed.
Yeah.
Just don't get knocked out.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to knock out your friends. Okay, so yeah, we're just taking another hit, man. It's just paper cut after paper cut at this point. On some of these names here for me, as Meta looks like it wants to put in a new low of the day. Let's see if it cracks it. I'll try to hold on to it for as long as I can, but man, oh man, we're just inching to the brink of, we already gave back the majority at this point of what we made yesterday. And I mean, we don't want to dig any other form of a hole. So it cracks that low, we get out of dodge on that bad boy, and try to find maybe a short opportunity. You get that curl over price action here in Tesla, and then you'd look to engage to the short, because it just seems like that's going to be the narrative. Yeah, heavy tech sell-off. That's the narrative of what it is. Oh, things are getting ugly. All right, we're out of this one here, Obi. Oh, no, why did I do that? All right, let's see what we did. We just added a little bit more for a little bit of a pop here. That's not what we wanted to do. So, hey, Joe putting in the buy low, sell lower classic. Yeah, that's the tough, man. Buy low, sell lower classic. Yeah, that's what your name is exactly. So, let's see if we get this bump into 55s. We hop out of this bad boy. We're in full position right now. I meant to get all out of it, to be honest with you, but it's all right. We'll be able to find it. We'll do some damage control over here on this front. Let's head back over to our, oh, nice. OB, a nice little uptick on that one, on that bad boy there in META. The trading gods looking out for us right now, but 2.4% to the top side is Walmart. Called the bottom on this bad boy. Let's see if we can continue to move over there. Boeing to the top side there, Adara, as things are starting to look a little less turbulent within this name. I don't even know why I'm saying that, because we're just moving sideways on the higher time frame. The monthly is just completely sideways price action, all right? Now, love American Airlines, United Airlines, Boeing, Delta Airlines up there. Pepsi up 1.5%, just in case anybody was curious. And then Coca-Cola up 2.25%, so not too bad of a look there. TKO Holdings, I've talked about that plenty of times, negative on today's session, giving back a lot of the moves. But here it is, like there's Bloom Energy to the downside, there's Vistra, Datadog negative, so it's a little bit tougher to find the stronger names, except for MSTR. MSTR up 6% here, Obi, so not too bad of a look. And Coinbase up 4.5%. So that's not horrible whatsoever. I don't think too many people are complaining, even though this name has been getting destroyed for quite some time. It's been an absolute tough look here in Coinbase. I mean, listen, one of the more popular crypto exchanges here, or brokerages, I should say, but down 63% off of its highs. Can we call this name a one-trick pony? I think, man, they need to do something else other than just cryptocurrency, because that's just putting it alongside Bitcoin. And if Bitcoin and these altcoins aren't thriving, you're not going to see that translated into the price action of Coinbase, Obi.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking at the chat here. Was it Dawn? Here, I gotta scroll back. Dawn Baca in the chat saying they were talking about how they spent some time on the CBOE floor, saying that the Options Institute was run at the CBOE, yes, and they used to help them run mock 15 to 30 minute trading on the CBOE floor for retail customers and firm bigwigs to try doing it, and it was fun. Yeah, that sounds like I said that sounds like a great experience. Sounds like so much fun. And I was just talking about nothing will really compare to the open outcry pits. I said I wish I was alive for that time. Would have been interesting. Trading like that would have been, I think, a whole different experience. Yeah. And the downside of it would have been like. There was a strong ticket to participate. There was a strong ticket to play. It was definitely a little bit of a pay-to-play game, and even then, the stats were stacked against you. As even if you could pay to play, more likely than not, you're probably going to lose more often than not. But interesting stuff there. Still want to visit the CBOE one day, I think.
I went to the CME, which was pretty cool.
Yeah. CME is just down the road here.
CME, Chicago.
Oh, sorry. I thought for a second I thought you said TSX.
No. That's just down the street. We can go pass by the TSX. I don't think we can get in. That'd be pretty cool if we could. But yeah, man, trading has definitely changed for sure. I mean, it's the same since I started, but I heard over the years, and I'm sure that Dawn, you can attest to that too. So. Yeah, I mean, a little bit trickier of a play, Obi. I know you tried the short here on AAPL. We want to see if we can find a bounce. The SPY putting in a new low of the day, actually not too good. And the NASI starting to head into that neck of the woods. If there's anything that you guys want to go over, technically it's Friday for us. No session tomorrow. I hope everyone has some solid 4th of July plans. I know the Americans, do it big, and I'm sure you're going to do the exact same thing heading into a long weekend, which is a lot of fun. So, yay, stocks, says Showtime. Yeah, I mean, today maybe not be, like if you're short, then yeah, if you're Burry on today and he's seeing Applied Materials down big time. So, yeah, other than that, PlayStation, no disc after 2028 is BS, says Seabass. Okay. Cool. I mean, Obi, are you going to be playing GTA 6?
The last Grand Theft Auto that I played was Vice City.
No way.
Vice City was it was actually one of the first ones that because I had played GTA a little bit of 1, a little bit of 2, and then 2 was actually a lot of fun. I used to play at my buddy's house.
2 was the bird's eye view.
On his PlayStation. Yeah. I used to play that. And then when I finally got a PC, I got Vice City. And Vice City was a beautiful, beautiful game. And then after that, I haven't really played any of them.
Yeah, same.
I know there was a lot of hype on San Andreas, and I'm sure it's a great game. I'm sure it's a solid game, but there's a lot of mixed opinions on the new GTA because people were like, oh, because you know how they released like the pre-orders, but it's just a code. Because people are like, oh, I paid for something, I want a disc. People usually get like a disc.
They thought they were going to get the hard copy.
So they bought a hard copy. It's just a digital copy. So even if you get like a hard, like a thing, it'll just have like a code on it. Or
no way.
Well, I don't know how they're going to specifically do that. But guys, come on. At the end of the day, like you're living in 2026. If you're talking about back in the day when you would buy a game and you would get like a nice, thick, gamer manual with the map in there and everything, then you were getting like you were paying for some good stuff, right?
Yeah.
But now it's like most of the games I buy now are on Steam, right? It's digital copies anyways.
Fair enough.
So. I don't know, man. It's like I understand people are upset about that for some reason, but guess what? Was it Rockstar Games, right? Yeah. Rockstar is just like they I don't think they care. I don't think they care. This game has been hyped for many years now. It was funny. I saw a meme just a couple days ago where every GTA was for a different console except for San Andreas, which was for 3 different consoles.
Really?
Yeah, because it just stuck around. And San Andreas was around for, I think, PS5, PS4, and 3.
Those were I didn't know you
And then PS2 had GTA.
You had Vice City. Did you have the code book? Where you could get like the Rhino tank, like you get
like the cheat. I think I eventually.
No, the code bag is like you could get like the helicopter and get all these cool.
Yeah. Eventually, like after I beat the game, I played it again with like cheat codes just to go through it on like OP mode. But it was definitely fun. I don't think I'm gonna be playing it though. Honestly, I'm probably not gonna be playing.
You in tomorrow, Randy? How do you? I mean, all right. So we're kind of getting these small moves. That's the thing, Adam. That's what I was about to head over to. Shebang says Crypto Banks.
Yeah.
He's heading There's Adam James. Thank you for that one. If we could pull this CLRO, small float, less yapping, more trading. Says him, bro. We're getting.
Where's the next trade?
Lit up. Yeah.
No. Let me know where the next trade is.
He's saying it. He's saying it right now. Pull up the super chat if you can.
All right.
He's saying whatever the name that he just put up there. I'll move it here.
CLRO.
Yeah, CLRO, okay. Small cap name. Starting to move a little bit more there. Halted now, Obi. Oh, wow, nice high of the day break on that one. This is what I'm looking for. Okay, that's not too bad of a look whatsoever. Not too bad a breach of this 514. Now halted to the top side. Let's stop messing around with these mega cap names and maybe head into some small caps because the momentum style. Maybe get a rotation over there. What are some other names that
740K flow?
Yeah, man, these things get really rocking and rolling here.
That is
HLP. I need help today. And then here is CLRO. Thanks for the call out and the shout out on that one, Adam James. I'll promise to do more trading, less yapping from here on out.
Yeah, man. I mean, hey, you got to understand here. When you've been sitting at the desk for a very long time, you know that good opportunities are a dime a dozen. So it's just like, if there's anything that, maybe you can extract from the non-trading or sitting on the hands, is exactly that. Being able to just like chill out, watch some of these moves happen, let some of these trades pan out so you can figure out what is the highest probability opportunity for you.
Yeah.
And thank you for pointing out Clear One, CLRO. Not really my cup of tea, but something definitely I could be watching here. It's never really my place to be like, oh, I can't learn anything from this or I can't benefit anything from this. I'm sure 100% if I sat down and I kind of watched some of these names, I would learn a thing or two about some of these small caps here. Yeah, no, I think it's good to keep stuff on watch. Even coming in off of the open today, other than Tesla, I didn't really have anything much on watch. And yeah, I was just like, today might just be a light day, and those are the days where you really got to watch out because you don't really have too much of a trading plan.
Yeah.
And you're just coming in, and if you're taking shots, you got to make sure you're not taking. You're not taking, heavy shots. You're not shooting bazookas on days where you have no plan. There's no tactical aspect.
You don't want to unload the clip on that one.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much what I did this morning.
Okay, Adam. Yeah, I can tell you the tap on this bad boy. CLRO. Let's see. Yeah, Shreve's already in Dallas. He's messaging me. He's like, yo, what's going on with Apple, bro? I'm like, man, it's just on one here today. Joey,
I mean, the personal is looking great.
Top is 579, my brother. 579 is the theoretical auction price.
79. So that's a penny away from where we halted.
Yeah.
That's not good.
It's not good. It's not. It's better than going down.
I want to see it tap above $6 on this.
I'm up 56% today after big losses yesterday. You guys help a lot, man. Shout out to you. Thank you. For that love Mexican boy. You guys got a big matchup coming up here against England. I'm looking forward to that. I love Mexico. Yeah, I think I have to root for Mexico on that one. I'm half I'm not. I'm obviously lying. I just love everything to do with Mexico.
You're half Mexican?
Yeah, I was going to say that. Like,
no, I think you just like tacos.
Yeah, let Joe live his natural love. Yeah, I know I have been, man. And trust me, and I appreciate all you guys. The majority of you guys are positive individuals, and you know I love you all. Vamos, Mexico, absolutely. Oh, man, it's an absolute tank city right now in meta. We can't find any form of a bottom at this point. Yeah, exactly. Hermano is Mexican. Yeah, exactly. So other than that, Asesino's in the building. He's doing his thing, man. It's a nice chill Thursday for sure. Joe, what's your background, handsome? It is. I'm half Jamaican. My father is from there. He came here when he was 20. What do they call? I don't know if I should say it online. I'll probably get in trouble for that one, which we're not going to. But nothing. Someone says, see what a Rune Warrior said? But there's another terminology for that. You can find it over there. Up 15%, Allen. Up 15% on MEUZ, nice. 2K pocketed so far today. Nice, man. Rolling into the weekend. Listen, I have a couple of buddies coming from up north. We're going to watch the Portugal game.
Nice.
And we're going to have fun. So, yeah, we're going to have some fun watching that. Other than that, I have no dog in the fight. I'm going to be honest. My friends know this. I'm like, the Portugal fans, they kind of annoy me and stuff like that just because they're so, like,
why is that?
Yeah.
Have you met all of them?
Well, not all of them, but the ones that I do know are like, it's like, man, chill, man. I don't think they've... Cristiano's never won a Euro Cup or a World or whatever. He's never won one of those. So yeah, other than that, man, I'll be silently rooting against them. No, I'm joking. If Portugal wins, then I'll be happy. Pretty sure they're heavy favored. We're just getting. Oh, there it is. It's open now, guys. There it is.
Where do we go?
Adam James. Yeah, 582. We're up 3, but watch out for the pullback here, guys. Things can get pretty hectic. Now, I don't have my halt bands like Sharif does, but we'll keep our eyes out on CLRO just in case it does want to go on a big-time rally. You pulled up the float on that bad boy? Oh, okay. This is getting absolutely disastrous in meta. I have no option but to get out of this trade at this point, guys. So I'll apologize for not being able to put it. Actually, I don't. But, again, I would love to put on winning trades for you guys. It's just the nature of the beast. It hasn't been a bad week. So we take some losses today, and we're on the precipice of just almost ending it because we're almost shut down. Full disclosure.
Yeah, all right. We'll be right back from Adara.
What's happening now is a drop here in the NASDAQ. Right now, we're kind of hanging out around this low. Let's see if we do, in fact, get a flat bottom break here. We might as we speak as the NASDAQ tries to crack below 714. S&P 500 also, it looks like already below that prior low of day. So let's see what happens here. SPY here, the level of 748.4. We've already just broken below that. NASDAQ, we're looking to see if we can hold 714. Still testing that level right now. One of the stories that I think should have in a lot of people's minds, arguably buoyed the market and really didn't in any kind of long-term way, were these Tesla deliveries. TSLA posted its best ever Q2 for overall deliveries. This infographic just pictures its Model Y and Model 3 deliveries, but it wasn't enough to save the stock. It did initially get a bounce, trading as high as $430, currently hanging out around $400. Now, speaking of things that have given back moves, Micron, SanDisk, STX, and WDC all in focus, all hanging out at or near intraday lows as traders assess the memory space. For what it's worth, SanDisk currently down about 11% today. It was down 10% yesterday. So kind of in a bear market already with just these first 2 days of trading in the second half of fiscal 26. These memory names buoyed the market and they led the market in the first half of the year. Will things change in H2? We'll have to wait and see. But you know what you don't have to wait and see? This show, because it's happening right now. So please hit the like. Please hit the subscribe. Give an oh boy for Joe, or Obi. Shout out to the Bald Brotherhood with Joe and Neil. We've got a great community over here. So please join us every single day. Back to you.
That's crazy. Yeah,
nice.
Crazy, man.
Hey, I'll join the Brotherhood soon enough.
No, man, stop saying that.
No, I will. Trust me.
Because
one day, you know, this is how it's gonna be. This is how it's gonna be, and I'll tell you guys right now. One day, I'll walk in here, and there will not be a single strand of hair on
bro.
It'll just transition. It'll just boom.
Bro, you have a full
It'll just
head
be
of
like
hair.
gone.
You have a full head of hair. Like it's literally you might have the most hair here, next to Adara, maybe Ramin.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know. There's definitely
and Fabian, like.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Yeah,
Come on. What do you mean?
With Fabian,
like Fabian's got a full head of hair, luscious hair. Fabian, I am definitely not jealous.
Fabian trading options these days. So there's the time, the ticker is already on. Like the time lapse is on if he keeps running those option games.
Yeah, exactly. No, man, I'm literally looking at the rate of. The rate of exchange, nice.
Yeah.
The rate that my hair has been falling out, and it's been incrementally. It's just been more and more as I progress along my trading journey. So yeah, interesting stuff for real.
Yeah,
but no, that's how it'll be. Do a mohawk first, saying Jubilee.
It's crazy. You
got to see some pictures from my undergrad.
Oh.
I had
Did you have a mohawk?
I had a faux hawk going on. I did some crazy. Dude, I love my hair, and it's just the fact that I'm stuck to this haircut because of certain things that are happening in the back, and it does well to kind of conceal.
You don't think I loved my hair?
Dude, I went through so many different hair phases. I had a mohawk, I had a faux hawk, I had a blowout. I had, all sorts of different fades. I did a buzz cut. I used to do like a split early on, I guess in elementary school. It's just, I've gone through many phases. Yeah, hair is good, but the upkeep can be annoying. Yeah, tell me about it. I used to have a nice, beautiful mustache, all the way, kind of nice and curly. But on the days that I didn't kind of do it up with the wax, it'd just be like, be like droopy, it'd just be everywhere. But it's definitely.
What's the difference between a faux hawk and a mohawk?
So a mohawk is more like an actual classic mohawk, and a faux hawk kind of like, I think it like fades in.
Okay.
Yeah, and like a mohawk is just like hair, no hair.
All right.
And then a faux hawk is kind of like, I don't know, like a fade. It's a faux hawk. It's a hawk.
Oh yeah, I get it. I see what we go.
Yeah.
Do you see anything interesting here, man? I guess we should talk some markets. It's every bit.
Tesla's coming back in.
Yeah,
Tesla failed to follow through.
Low of the day.
We
got rinsed on FBL once again. Like right out of the gate, I caught a horrible fill bright and early this morning. Obi, I punched. I thought it was like 28.10s. I get filled up at 24.28, and then it just went boom. Which is really, really tough. What's a skullet? I don't even know what that is, man. Joe needs to grow his hair back. I would love to, Angelo. But yeah, other than that, here it goes again to the downside, guys. 5% is meta to the downside. I love all you guys. You guys are mad funny, and I think everyone's having a good one here today, getting ready to rock and roll for your July long weekend. I know I mentioned that for sure. More yapping. I know. I'm sorry, Adam. I'm trying to get into trading, but I don't see anything. All right, we love America, man. I love Dallas. I love Texas. I like Chicago as well too. I think Chicago is a great city. One of my favorite cities. I have
Windy City.
Yeah, the Windy City, man.
Yeah,
we love Illinois, man. Uncle Joe, that's crazy, Milton. But anyways, I am an uncle 3 times over, nice. Actually. Yeah. So shout out to them. All younger. That's how it typically goes.
How many siblings do you have?
I have 8 half siblings.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's
but it is what happened.
It reminds me of my mom's family. She has 11 siblings.
Yeah, that's crazy. All full.
Yeah, 11 siblings.
Right?
Her parents got very, very busy.
Yeah, boy, very busy. It's crazy how busy they were back then.
Yeah. 11? That's like what, 12 kids?
Like
12 kids.
my grandma's one of 8, so it's just like, man, what were you guys even doing back then?
Exactly.
Things that.
I guess people not on their phones and on computers all day. You don't have
crazy.
much else to do.
It's not. Just
pop some kids out.
Apple's on fire. Sharif's ringing down my phone. He's like, bro, what is the catalyst? I'm like, dude, I don't know, man. I don't know. Probably something related to China and the memory storage, obviously, getting their memory from China, which Adara said I don't think is going to happen. I highly doubt it's going to be allowed to happen too. But
if we have time later, I have lots of thoughts on that.
Adara, we got a lot of time, so chime in.
Okay, can we do it now?
Yeah,
we're
absolutely.
Apple memory.
That's what I'm saying. Let's do it now.
So I've ran. You guys know if you've watched the show a little bit, I'm really into, and I'm still watching the news, guys. So if news comes in, we'll stop this conversation. But I'm pretty interested in U.S. politics, mostly just from like an observation perspective. I'm not talking party lines here. I find it really interesting. I like watching the hearings. So with that in mind, you notice there are a lot of politicians who I can tell you off the top of my head, I could name like 5 that are absolutely not going to be okay with what Apple's going to be doing here. So here's the thing, even if they get approval from the Trump administration, apparently they're talking to the Trump administration trying to get approval. Here's the thing, Joe, Obi, and people watching, Trump still has to answer to his party, which is the Republican Party. Now, I think this would be a bipartisan issue, but he doesn't want to anger his base too much. Now, Adara, what are you talking about? His base wouldn't be angry. We already have had Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas come out and say, even on the hypothetical of this, he came out on Monday and he said, like, he doesn't want Apple doing that. Now, there's another senator I can think of off the top of my head as well, Senator John Hawley of Missouri. One of his biggest platform things is he hates big tech, and he's also not pro-China. So this story, again, runs with both of these. Now, going back to Tom Cotton for a second, if you guys don't remember, the reason Intel even caught on Trump's radar, which again leads to him, he calls for Lip-Bu's firing, then a week later they invest in Intel, all that only happened because Tom Cotton went on Fox News and was like, I'm not happy with this CEO Lip-Bu Tan's ties to China. That is the whole reason that Intel caught on Trump's radar, because he watched it in Fox News. People have done the timing math. It was on Fox News a couple minutes before. I'm not saying fake news, Trump, I'm saying the truth. So I know this is very impassioned, but the point I'm trying to make here, guys, is I think given this pedigree, given the fact that senators who are pro-Trump and who Trump would like to keep it aside are not going to be okay with any kind of Apple-China deal, I highly doubt this goes through. I think it gets stopped in its tracks. I don't even know if the White House would allow it. We've already had so much flip-flopping over the issue of will Apple be able to sell, or will Nvidia be able to sell chips in China? So anyways, thank you for my rant, guys. I also do have some news here before I let you go. This just came in, nothing massive, but Trump administration and Anthropic have reportedly not discussed the government taking stakes in the firm. So we heard they might be taking stakes in OpenAI. It looks like they're not doing so in Anthropic. Shocking, probably no one. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, I agree with everything Adara said. There's zero chance. I think the only valid argument that Apple would have is that, hey, you are aware that we are going to be passing the increase of costs onto the consumer, which obviously could hurt some of the fundamentals for Apple. There goes CLRO, screen, please and thank you. Break through the high of the day. I was looking at this one here, Obi. But as fast as they go up, look how aggressive it pulls down. 30 cents just like that. CLRO, where are you in at from, Adam? I'm curious to know. This has been an absolute banger, up 82% here today. How do you feel about these small caps, Obi? By no means am I going to classify myself as any form of a trader, but if you like the momentum style of things, some of these small caps, in my opinion, are the way to go. I really like the way that they move sometimes, but they can definitely smack you in the face.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of edge when it comes that can be found in trading small caps. I've kind of dabbled in it in myself, but it's not really. How do I say? It's not my they say the style that you trade has to align with your personality, and I feel like sometimes when I try to participate or look at some of the small caps, it just doesn't necessarily go too well. Even when I'm trying to follow certain systems and certain aspects of it, it's just not really something I want to necessarily pursue as of right now. I am looking at them, and certain setups when they do happen. I think like the setup's the setup. If it's going to happen on a small cap, sure. Other things like the ability to manage risk within a certain quota. If it's there, then yeah, sure, I'll participate. But other than that, I think I do want to spend some more time just working on. Reversions. I like my reversions, and I've been compiling over the past, especially over the past year. It's gotten a lot more focused in this past year with reversions, and that's something that I'm working on. And now, whether that reversion happens on a small cap, on a large cap, different nuances, right? And then that's what I'm learning as well, picking up on different nuances when it comes to reversions. What makes a reversion, an A+? What makes it a B? What kind of reversions are just a trade per trade basis? Like some of these mean reversions, you can't really kind of compare them to other reversions because it's just, the story of that trade, that stock that's potentially setting up for a reversion could be distinctly different, even though on the chart it might look similar, it might have a similar feel. But yeah, that's what I'm more focused on, kind of learning some of the nuances. And it doesn't necessarily have to be limited to mid to large caps, but that's mainly where my focus kind of is in building that craft of trading, that part of my trading. Ben Affleck saying, sometimes you need to revert the reversion. Absolutely true, my friend. Sometimes the reversion reverts, and you must participate in reverting the reversion. Thus, the reversion of the reversion is born. So yeah, good point there. But anyways, it's just sometimes there's a lot of different ways you can look at reversions. Maybe we can do a thing on reversions sometime in the future, and I can kind of talk about some of my findings. Obviously, I'm not going to talk about everything, but
right, you don't want to give that away, Obi?
Absolutely not. Why would I? There's certain things that I'm more than willing to give away, but there's other things that I'd rather not. But then again, I could be wrong. What do I? But I do think that edge leak is very much a thing. Even though mean reversions have stood the test of time, right? That's the thing. That's why I'm leaning into it a lot more, because I'm just like, okay, if you just study charts going back into the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the early 2000s, mean reversion is a natural kind of occurrence when it comes to price action. You talk about the rubber band effect. So we talk about things that are tried and true over the long run. And reversions have definitely met that criteria, and trend trading as well, right? That's the other side of it. CLRO.
Yeah, this is why I love these things. I was going to play this break. I was going to play this $6 break here, Adam. What are you in at, Adam? From I'm curious to know, Dawn, back up, what are you up to? Kennedy is the GOAT, better than all the Boston Kennedys combined.
They're talking about Senator John Kennedy, who has honestly the most entertaining X feed ever. Please, please, please check out his X feed. He talks about his elliptical that he named Margaret, and I'm not joking.
Okay, all right. Shout out to Margaret. All right, Hi Trader, what's up? IBIT 3550 calls expiring today. 800 contracts, hold or sell. Where are we at? Dude, honestly, you just gotta, for someone who's not seeing the market today, I don't know, what does this price action look like to you? Are you gonna hold up in that area? And these contracts are gonna probably start to expire relatively quick. Like, we can pull them up right now, to be honest, and see how they have been holding up. IBIT will pull up this bad boy. 800 of those smackers, eh? All right, let's see what you got going on from that expire today. All right. So you're holding some of that size. Like you're telling me you're almost 10% of this? That's crazy. They're $2. They're not worth anything. So what are you holding on to? Did you write them? Like have you or sell? No, it sounds like you've owned them. They're not worth anything. I don't know if there's anything to hold on to be honest with you, man. You could if they're worth $2. If that's how you're feeling here today. iTrader, but as you can see, they're going to expire worthless. Is there even anything on the bid? No, they're worth $1, and these aren't even worth anything, so you can't even write them at the end of the day. It doesn't look like you have anything, unfortunately, at that point. Only about $5, mostly out at $6.50. All right, it's all right. At least you 1 cent for F's sakes. Those calls are 1 cent. I know. I don't know what you want. There's nothing we can really do with that. Joe, only about $5, mostly out at $6.50. And what do you mean mostly out at $6.50, brother? You caught that high, $5 to $6.50. You'll take that all day, man. Nice work there, my boy AJ Adam James, healing pain naturally over there. So nice look, brother. I'm wondering are you on the island still, or what's going on? Sick, Adam says. Mike Peter Ryder. Gore, what are you up to? Adam James.
So which island is that?
The Van City.
Oh, okay.
Vancouver, I guess Vancouver Island. Love the quick bucks plus pops. Yeah, so there it is. CLRO, pretty good one, Jody. I need to know what is the ideal price to start buying SpaceX long term for you guys. Do you expect it to go under AAPL price? Listen, I bought some at 60s. I bought some at 70s. I removed my 150 order. I have no idea where this thing is going, and if I did, I would just YOLO my port in whatever direction it was. I have an order at 125. Let's see if that gets filled.
If I knew where it was going, I'd throw everything at it.
That's what I just said.
I haven't done that. So it's just like nice. We don't really give out any financial advice here. So you put on a risk each to your own. But when it comes to SpaceX, I think my opinion is I want to be a little bit patient, and that 150 level is going to be very interesting, and it does seem like over the past couple of days, it's tried to kind of test it, contest it. Let's see what it's doing now. Wow, 677's on the clear one. Maybe it was very clear that this was the one that we should be trading here, but SPCX, Space Exploration Technologies. You see? 157, so sideways chop here. Let's go. I know there's not a lot of information on the chart here, so we'll try to kind of work with what we have. You know what? I don't like this daily. I'm just going to go to a 3-hour chart. I need some more information here. So, okay, you can see here. We can just keep it simple. Where have buyers been showing up? Right? Buyers have been showing up. Actually, I think I already have some of these things here. Buyers have been showing up around the 150, and that's what happened on day one. That's what happened here on June 23rd, and then throughout that whole
everybody's saying
4 or 5 day session here.
It's getting smoked right now, Obi.
Yes, I mean the chips. I think the chips are kind of getting rocked.
Yeah, Intel getting rocked.
But SpaceX. The buyers are at 150. What happens at 150? I don't know. If it's going to build into it and break below, guess what? A lot of people are going to get stopped out below 150, and we have to look for price discovery lower. But we'll be right back with Intel and some of the other names right after we get back from Adara.
Keep an eye here, guys, on Roblox and Meta. So about 15 minutes ago or so, I've just kind of been seeing it circulate on and off the past 15 minutes. Meta, according to a Business Insider report, is rolling out this Pocket, which is going to be a new social AI app that allows users to create and share interactive gizmos by prompting AI. So Roblox didn't really move on this, but this is going to be in competition with Roblox. Again, users kind of creating their own games and apps. Here's META not moving on this either, but just wanted to let you know again, roughly 15 minutes ago, you are seeing here this report from Business Insider suggesting Meta is releasing something that could be competitive with Roblox. This also, I'm seeing people mention this in the chat. This came out about a couple minutes ago. I mentioned it then, but I'll mention it again, guys. Hearing reports that the Trump administration and Anthropic have not discussed the government taking stakes in the firm. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adara. So let's take a quick look at RBLX, Roblox right here. Okay, so day lows coming in on RBLX. Interesting stuff there. We'll take a look at Intel. You guys were calling out Intel. Intel 120s incoming as of right now. Decent relative volume in the pre-market session here. You can see roughly about 2 times in that hour coming into the open here. You can see, I guess around 7:30, 7:40, that volume spikes, and then we get some consistent 2 times relative volume going into the open here on Intel and breaking the opening range lows, and then attempting opening range highs, failing that first, failing back below VWAP, which is probably in and around somewhere here, and then breaking into this this opening range low, chopping it up, and then now taking a secondary leg along with the rest of the market, right? Tesla, I was like, this might bounce back through 400 potentially. Guess what? That 400 is now used as a resistance to the downside as sellers step in. Once again, 394s just trading below that as of right now on Tesla. Apple is wild, saying Litech surgeon. All right, so Litech surgeon saying Apple's what? Is Apple still? Wow.
No way.
I mean, yeah. I mentioned earlier, I got rocked trying to short this a couple of times, and that's what happens when we talk about focusing on one strategy or focusing on one idea. And if I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna try to revert this thing. My worst days literally are when stocks grind up like this in this fashion. When there's a very clear buy program, especially in and around this 300 area. That I think there's a bit of a buy program there, and then seems like Buddy's switched on once again here off the 305s and some 306s and some change once again. But I got to look at the tape to kind of confirm that there. But Apple absolute strength on the day. I got rocked on it personally on the intraday, but best believe my the personal portfolio is definitely looking nice here.
That's good.
On this one. Apple again. I talk about Apple and another name, one of my biggest holdings.
What's the other name?
I'm not going to talk about it.
Bro, you can't do that.
If I told you, there would be repercussions. No, I'm joking.
Who cares?
No, I know.
You can't just be like, oh man, but I got another name that's huge in my portfolio, but I'm not going to tell you.
I mean, hey, listen,
just type it in there. Is it GFL?
Yeah, some of it's in GFL.
Okay, now you're just lying, man. And you're just getting out of here. That's crazy work, bro.
No,
all right,
I don't really look at some of my long-term charts very frequently, but yeah, I think GFL is definitely one of them. So GFL,
I'm trying to be
lives
green.
Buddy lives in Vaughan, the CEO.
Yeah. I'm trying to be green for life.
Yeah. Green for life. So this so far has been
hold
green
on now.
for
Now I got a bone
to
pick with Adara. How come GFL wasn't on the Canada infographic yesterday?
Okay, guys, I'm not perfect. I Googled. I used the theory of preferred for sure. I Googled, and I know I missed GFL. I missed Enbridge, which is actually might be featured in an infographic series that's going to be coming out for Independence Day. So wink at that.
Shop? Did you have
there
Shop
is.
on there?
Unfortunately, I forgot about those.
Was Shopify on there?
Pardon?
Was Shopify on there?
Shopify was on there.
Okay.
And it was also, it will be on my list of worst performing NASDAQ stocks so far this year too, unfortunately.
Nice.
So again, guys, there will be posts all long weekend. Stay tuned.
All right,
there's only so many stocks you can fit.
Did you do a 4th of July infographic, Adara, or no?
Oh, Joe, have I been working on a 4th of July infographic? Okay. I've been doing this, I alluded to this yesterday, I've been doing this very long-term research project. And we're almost done, and I'm planning on starting to roll that out on Saturday, but you're probably going to see a preview today on their wall.
On your segment?
Yes. So I'm trying to get that done. There's a lot of number crunching. I'm building the database of all my data. You guys will understand, I think, when you see it, why it took so long, but really excited.
All right, here you go. He's going to add again. What are you? Adam, what's up, brother?
I thought you had a red painted nail.
No.
I'm like, what's going on over there? It's like, okay, so this is a little those like pill things?
No, I don't know what it is. It's from a pen. I just
it's just like a little cap thing? Okay. Tripped me out for a second. I'm like, why did he paint one nail red? That was funny. But some of these names, GFL, Apple, long-term portfolio. That's what we were talking about.
Okay, that's as far as you're gonna go with that.
Yeah, I think that's as far as I'm gonna go. And those are the longs. Let me just keep it.
You got longer duration shorts in there.
I like swing shorting.
All right.
Not for months.
But
on end,
but you said the long term now. It's only.
I said those. That's it for the long.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. 12 and a quarter to the downside is SanDisk. Is SanDisk in the LT?
I'm waiting for both SanDisk and Micron backside. So
what are you thinking here from price action standpoint? Like $1,000 maybe?
I'll let the market tell me that, but I'm gonna wait. I mean, the trend is starting to look like it's definitely weakening, but I need some more information on the charts to really start to get involved.
$1,000
maybe some sentiment change, maybe some fundamental changes to some of the stuff in the memory sector. Maybe that'll be it. But I'm waiting for the right time to potentially get. Maybe I don't have to have the whole move. I'm not saying they're going to go back to zero, but I'm looking for roughly 30. We'll start off with 30, but I like my reversions at about a 50% reversion.
There's something coming up. I mean, this isn't like new. This isn't new or anything along those lines. Came out. So Apple shares hit the highest level since June 8th, up 4.2% today to $308 now.
They did have news this morning. Yeah.
5 new iPhone models.
Yep.
As it seeks to gain market share. So 5 new models there, which is a little excessive, but I mean, hey.
I mean, it's Apple. People will buy them.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. I wonder how the iPhone Slim has been performing.
Yeah.
I've only seen a handful of people with that, but it's pretty cool, to be honest with you. I know you're not an Apple product guy there, Obi.
The only thing I like about Apple is their stock.
Okay.
And I've said this multiple times again. The only thing that I like about Apple is their stock and their business model as well, obviously. But well, it's part shout out to everybody who buys an Apple. Thank you for that.
Oh, all right. Okay. I see how it is there, Obi. All right, man. I'll head back to our old watch list. Here's TSM. I know Mitch was talking about TSM here today. Down approximately just about 9% off of that all-time high. So, I mean, listen. Are we? Yeah, we have to be. I'm pretty sure we are. We'll head over. Oh, no, I didn't want to do that. What are they saying, Obi?
Buy low, sell low are saying, ew, imagine texting Obi and he sends back a green bubble. Okay, you can keep your blue bubbles to yourself.
I see what you did. You don't. Yeah, it's like immediately. Okay, we're 2 trillion here on TSM. Yeah, I told you my old BBM story way back in the day when I was a young guy in the club, and I had the iPhone 4, right? Like it's still relatively new. Yeah, I was there in Barrie, Ontario.
Nice.
And anyways, I'm walking down the stairs, and this girl goes, "Oh, hey, what's going on? Can I get your number?" And I pulled out the iPhone. And she's like, "Ew, you don't have BBM?"
Yeah, I remember when BBM was the thing. My first phone in high school was it the 3330, the 3330, the BlackBerry? It was with like the keys, like the tangible keys, and the little scroll ball in the middle. So that was my first phone. It's probably sitting around somewhere. I got to find it. That thing is ancient technology, but yeah, I remember going from that to like a full screen, and I was tripping out. I'm like, I won't be able to feel the keys anymore. It's gonna be weird typing, and I remember thinking
this was my first.
This was a long time ago.
This was
I remember those.
Remember how hot this? I was the first one in high school to have this bad boy right here, man.
Remember this? Remember the razor flips?
Yeah,
those
the razor flips were up there, man. Those
went crazy, yeah. And they came back with some sort of.
Yeah, this was the boy. I had it in blue. Oh, there it is, right there. Oh man, way to go down memory lane. This is what your boy had back in there. Maybe we can make this. As Sharif said here, let me teach you something here. Is the spirit, but even though it was with something else, $56 for this thing here. I think maybe we could slide back to that back in the days, man. What a good time it was. Go, boop. And then just go absolutely nuts. Yeah.
Okay, this was I think my second phone here, the 93. But no, I think this is the one. This one right here, something like that. BlackBerry. So it had the keys. It had a ball. It had a ball there.
Yeah.
It had the internet button, which everyone was scared to use at the time because nobody really paid for data plans back then. But now it's just part of the whole deal. But yeah, that was one of my first phones there. Pearl, yeah, I think that's what it was called, BlackBerry Pearl, because it had the little pearly scroll ball in there. Wow, Tesla coming into fresh lows, man.
Yeah, man.
Come on, the market continuing to sell off here. reminds me, how's Nokia doing? We're talking about all these phones. Let's see what our friend Nokia is up to. Wow, maybe they heard us. Oh, this is a monthly chart. So yeah, Nokia. Wow, look at this move on Nokia over the past couple of months here, Joe. Man. That's absolutely solid. This is the move in the past 4 or 5 months. Nice little gap, push, and then continuation. Would this count as an episodic pivot? Is the next question that I'm asking. Maybe I gotta go look into this a little bit right here. Maybe in and around here, this area. Nice little stair step up, $5 reclaim, and then pushes all the way to 17.45 highs there. Pulls back to 12, sure, but I guess decent leg of the move here on Nokia. And yeah, BlackBerry does not, I guess, is not really on people's radar as much. But wow,
man.
I guess maybe it should be, man.
Yeah, BlackBerry and Nokia.
BlackBerry in Toronto, maybe. But yeah, definitely. I'm pretty sure this is. Is this? Let's see, what am I looking at right here? July 6th, 2026. Yeah, no, this is. Is it delisted? Am I tripping?
What is that?
Pretty sure this is. Why doesn't it show a timer here? No, never mind. It's not delisted. I don't know why my thing is acting up right here. Just got to refresh the page maybe. It wasn't showing a timer for my thing there. So let's see. BlackBerry.
How's Apple at the high of the day? Everything else is just.
Yeah, man. I mean, apparently it's the iPhones. It's the new iPhones because I was just coming in and I had a short bias, which was obviously not the best. And you know what? I didn't have a short bias coming in. I actually had a long bias because Jose was like, "Hey, yo, Apple 300 coming in." I'm like, "Yeah, that's a good trade." I get involved for the long on Apple, and guess what? Flip game not so strong today because I flipped from a long to a short, and it's only been a long. Pretty much, maybe you can get some short scalps in and around here. Maybe you're getting chopped up, but you get stopped out, whatever. But here, through the 300, into and through the 300 opening range high, this was probably one of the top ops on the day, other than the Tesla opening range, not opening range low, the deliveries reaction low, right? We talk about anchoring to events, and one of the events from this morning on Tesla was the deliveries number. So you can see here, I have this line right here, the blue line anchored to said event, and you can see kind of washes it right off of the open, attempts to kind of break in the pre-market session, and then breaks that reaction low. So this is that reaction low, and for those of you who are wondering what that means, is when the news came out this morning, the stock reacted, and the reaction made a bit of a range, and the range high was at 438.29s, and the range low, let's get specific, at 424.40. So that's the reaction low at 24.40s, and then boom, straight quadroon, straight through that level. So like what's happening here? We can kind of delve into like what's happening at this price, like why do we potentially see now, of course, I didn't know it was going to go all the way back below 400, but why do we see a move like this occurring when that range is broken? Is an event-driven catalyst. Tesla, when it comes to Tesla deliveries, I would argue that it is a stronger catalyst than Tesla earnings at times, right? So Tesla has moved with a lot more oomph and volatility off of its deliveries numbers than it has off of its earnings, more times than not. So the top type of catalyst in Tesla is their deliveries numbers. So coming in today, a lot of people are watching this name and maybe positioning. We saw there is an infographic earlier. They kind of had they had all-time highs on some of those numbers in their deliveries. And guess what? People might be positioning for that in the direction of that sentiment. They might think this is bullish. This is the best thing that the best deliveries that Tesla's maybe potentially ever had. And guess what? Below this price, below that reaction low, anybody and everybody who got long after that news came out is now out of the money. Not only that, their stops are getting hit. The market is also getting hit. Best believe the market's not down because Tesla's down. I don't think that's the case. There's a lot of other names that are selling off. We have Google, which makes up for more than 5% of the market, right? So you have Nvidia, of course, obviously Nvidia, one of the biggest companies in the world. Look at what Nvidia is doing. Nvidia is to the downside as well, with chips selling off. We have some of the sector and thematic leaders like Micron and SNDK that are taking some strong pullbacks today. So a lot of confluence on that, and all that kind of together. Opening range, not opening range, even though opening range would have been nice. The reaction range low at and then pushing into that as well was definitely the top op of the day today. Sure, I'm sure there are arguments for and against that, but for me personally, I think this was a trade that was definitely worth getting involved with. And oh boy, what a move that has been. We just measure that out right here from that 424 half area all the way down to 390s. That's almost an 8% intraday move there on Tesla. But Apple, why did Apple take me for a run? It's not every day that Apple will just move, 5% within the first hour or first 30 minutes of the day, and I'm just like, okay, well, how much further can this go? Guess what, buddy? They had a fresh catalyst, and it can keep going longer than you can stay solvent. So that's definitely the case there. So Apple and Tesla, I think, were some of the top ops on the day today. Yeah. I dabbled with Nike. Maybe wasn't the best stock selection, even though it did eventually work out. And if I had stuck with it, sure, I don't mind losing on this initial attempt. I don't mind losing if I tried on this second attempt either. But on this third time around, when you confluence with a double top at that 45 plus the breakdown of structure at 44.80s, and then the breakdown into VWAP, and then the breaking of VWAP as well, and the breaking of opening range lows, how much more information does the price really need to show you to tell you that sellers are in charge? Right? So I think that was definitely worth it. And of course, it's a cherry on top that the market's also selling off. So.
Yeah, Ozan, all right, man, you're long Tesla 387. Best of luck there. Oh, how you long 387? We didn't even touch that yet, Ozan. We haven't even sold off to 387. Was that from like, how does that work? How is it long Tesla 387.50? I don't know if you are right now, but price isn't even down there. Bounced off of that 390, that 390 marker. I mean, let's see if there's any form of a base. Let's head over to our options chains, guys, and see what we got going on. TSLA order set, bro. Oh, okay, sorry, bro. I didn't know. Are you meeting up with Sharif? Did you call him yet today? Because he's in Dallas. He's waiting for you over there. Who's that? Oh, I thought that was Katina, man. 392.5, 390, nothing from an open interest standpoint. 387.5. I know you like this one here, Ozan. That's where you're going to post up. I know you got some eyes on the options contracting, so hopefully you catch that fill and you get that.
What is 420s looking like?
The 420s, man, that's quite a ways away now. You want to go to today's expiration cycle? Yeah. It's not even displaying any of the open interest right now on that. Okay, great. It's always the strike prices that you want.
That's weird. It's not showing you the open interest
right now, but we can go over somewhere else and find that to see what we got going on, Obi. I'll pull that up for you just here. Let's see what's going on. We don't want that, Fabian. Let's head over to our trusty tool and see what we got going on there and find out what we have from an open interest right to the options terminal. Go head over to 420. Whoa, zero edge. Get out of here. We don't want you. All right. Sorry for the delay here, guys, but we were talking about TSLA open interest over there at 420 doll hairs. Let's see what we got there. Wow, 420. Okay, only 7,000 contracts. Only 7,000 contracts. Not too bad. And our show looks great in 1080p. Yeah, so there it is. Where's the most amount of size? 430, just absolutely flush city from that level. 415, it was tank at that level as well too. So a lot of downwards momentum and pressure in this bad boy. We have CLRO halted. So yeah, a little bit of a tougher look. Did you see the Netflix call options from earlier this week? I didn't. Tell me about them. Herd Scrambler. I'm curious to know. Joey, the top is 660, so it is falling right now. Adam is down 6 cents from that halt price, from that halt band. 666, not too good of a look there. And then I will buy SpaceX at 100, says T-Money. Okay. All right, I can get behind that. That would be nice. I could buy a lot more at $100 than I can at 125, right? 25% more if you ask me. There is some bottoming signals on Tesla here, guys. And there it is, bang. Off to the races, off that 390. Now you're starting to find a little bit of a rebound. Let's head into the detail of things. I don't see anything on the lower time frame from a stopping volume, but at least if this market gets some form of a breath, then a lot of people can finally shake their heads. But poor NVDA. Michael Burry, man, I'd love to have a conversation with that guy. Honestly, I had we were talking about this for quite some time, and I just believe there's going to be a lot more downside, unfortunately, in this name. Just the way the price action is really starting to play out. I hope maybe into 380s. It's probably going to take a little bit longer than what we're expecting, but worst case scenario is that we head down into the 60s, 160s. That would not be good, because I'm running kind of like a swing position on this, and I don't want to DCA until oblivion, but I have faith in the company. It's not the highest valued company on the planet for no reason. With that being said, if you're going to put your money where your mouth is and have faith in it, it has to be, as they say in sports, Obi, your best players have to be your best players have to be your best players, and that's not necessarily the case right now, as we are down almost 20%. It's 18%, and it looks like there's going to be more downside. At what point are we going to be down 31%? I can see that happening here in this name for sure, which kind of sucks, especially as a long-term shareholder and someone who's looking to turn things around a little bit. Now it's open, Adam. Now we're at 659. You can obviously see that it did sell off a little bit, and then boom, off to the races it goes one more time. 109% to the top side in CLRO, Obi.
Yeah, just having some funny conversations with some pod members. Yeah, people in the chat asking when is the bottom? When bid is the question right now? And yeah, some stuff being talked about VIX levels, and I'm like, yeah, dude, this is crazy. The kind of move that we're seeing, and I think one of the traders
VIX only up 0.5%
at SMB kind of posted this earlier today. So shout out to him. But yeah, no, VIX below 20, and we're seeing some crazy volatility today. Definitely potentially catching people off guard, or if you're on the right side of the move, maybe also catching you by surprise on some of these crazy moves. But yeah, no, VIX is at 16, man. Yeah, and I do have levels marked off on my VIX in terms of when and where I want to kind of switch gears. I think, is this the one? No, that's a different VIX, but one of my lines is on here, just in and around $20. I have it at 1965, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's not about the specific VIX level, but it's about in and around this area. VIX above 20, definitely the market acts differently versus sub 20s, and then maybe even sub 15s. But we haven't seen that in a long time. That was last time was December of 2025. So yeah, no. Volatility index not really that high, but the volatility in the market, the range in this market, absolutely crazy here. Let's see, yo, what's up, yo, in the chat, saying, Obi, yes, show us how you see the reversion or not. Good question. You know what? Maybe that's a good thing to kind of go through here. Let's go through some different stocks. Let's go through the market as well. I want to look at I have the ES and the NASDAQ on the side here, like I always do, just to keep me in touch with what the bigger picture market is doing, what the futures are doing. As of right now, SPY, I don't know, man. Right away, excuse me, a level that pops up right away for me is this 740. We're about $3 away from that. Kind of weak on the day, only about 3 hours, just over 3 hours left in the trading day. Excuse me. So 3 hours left in the trading day. We still have more than enough time to kind of hit some of these lows. Prior day low on the SPY. What is that? to 742.38, and today's low is coming at 742.11. So we did kind of crack that prior day low, and this is a 30-minute chart. So we'll wait and see. I don't know. You really have to show me some distinct participation from the buyers for me to be like, all right, well, maybe the selling is slowing down or kind of turning from here. There's no sign of slowing down. We've had only 2 green 15-minute candles since what is this? Since about 10:15. Move my stream deck here. So about 10:15. Only 2 15-minute green candles on this one. Similar kind of action here on TQs where you have strong selling, and then yeah, right there since about 10 o'clock, 10:15, only about 2 green 15-minute candles with no real sign of slowing down. Right? Take a look at something like this, where, you know, sellers step in, aggressive, comes into a prior area of support where we see, you know, Thursday, June 25th, there was strong buying on the TQs off of the 72 level. Next day comes in, guess what? 72s is bid. Coming into the end of the day, 72s comes back in. Next day, 72s comes back in, 72 is bid. So we're coming right back into, we're about $1 away from that 72 area, and that's where kind of buyers have been. But you can see here, this is the data, the day that I'm talking about, the 29th of June. This is a distinct difference right here. You have a strong flush of volume into a prior support area, a recent support area, so there might be some recency bias there as well that might be that you might be able to take advantage of. And then 72 bid, straight swipes back to 74s, and then off to the races for the rest of the day. And again, that was the V-shaped recovery on Monday. Coming back into the end of the week, guess what? We're making a top wick on this week. So going to the weekly chart, this is what we're talking about right here. So strong red week last week. We are starting to chop it up a little bit. It seems like we're starting to get a little bit weaker here, but I don't know. We'll wait and see, and we'll wait to see what that 72 has in store. And you can see here multiple times, even on this one attempt on the week of the 8th of June, we drop all the way down to 66s and then slam right back within the same week back above 70s. So should be interesting. But intraday, we can go through some of these Mag 7s as well, but not really seeing any sign of slowing down. We'll take a look at some of the ones that have sold off here. Google will go to the 3-minute chart, make it proper right there. Boom, you can see here, we attempt to push through 364s twice today, bit of a double top, cracks the trend, cracks the structure, cracks the opening range low, and longs are definitely, you know, getting rocked out of their positions below this opening range low area here on Google as well. No real sign of the sellers kind of slowing down. We are going maybe a bit sideways, but look at this. This is a 15-minute chart here on the right side on these futures. You can see here we have about, how long? 9 minutes left to finish printing this 15-minute candle. We'll wait and see if that'll potentially come in, but I want to see some strong bid. I want to see, like, for example, if the buying is to come in, I want to see Google start trading above 356s. If the buying is going to come in, I want to see what else is sold off. I guess Tesla. I want to see Tesla actually break a bit of the bid and maybe reclaim this 400. And you know, it doesn't have to get all the way back to VWAP, but maybe reclaim that 400. And then let's see. Let's look for more things that could give us a potential nuance for the market turn. We know Meta had a very strong push yesterday. Oh boy! Wow. See, remember yesterday I was talking to you about Meta, and I'm like, yeah, I tried very hard to short this thing back through 600, and I got rocked on it. And sure enough, it goes to 630s. But guess what? All that hype gets wiped. Pretty much all of yesterday's action coming right back in, about a 50% retracement of that initial reaction in the pre-market from yesterday, pulling right back into 585s here on Meta. So I guess, you know, sometimes you're a little too early. I have a tendency to get involved with the front side of the move, and getting so aggressive yesterday in my heart and soul, being like, this is way too overpriced. But guess what? Market doesn't care what you think or what your opinions are. Did I manage risk effectively on that idea? Arguably no. But the idea definitely coming into fruition today. And I even thought about it coming in today. I'm like, maybe today's the day. You know, I got rocked yesterday trying to short in and around 6 to 610s here on Meta. Today's the day that we crack through 600, and lo and behold, 600 all the way down to 584. So this was the trade today, back through 600 on Meta. But you can see a little bit of sign for slowing down. It has curled, that aggressive, maybe you want to look at the angles of these things sometimes just to be like, all right, just kind of drawing that in. Look at that angle straight down. And then you can, the angle itself starts to curl and flatten out, right? So maybe some slowing down of sellers there on Meta. But again, we talk about active versus passive participation. Right? Yeah. We talk about active versus passive participation. The sellers were very active in the first hour of the session, and then maybe become a little bit more passive as action starts to chop up and really slow down.
Did I do something? Oh, I didn't even. I didn't do anything. Everybody's like, I did something. I'm like, I swear. You guys are always giving me a heat, man. That's crazy. No, I don't think, Nick. I don't think NVDA turns around here. Sorry to interrupt your little spiel.
No, it's all good, man. Yeah, we were just talking about the turn. Like NVDA, yeah, sure, maybe. Okay, boy. I got a bit of a level here at 193.50s, but again, it could be nothing. Oh, okay, all right. Oh boy, look at that right here. We just talked about recent levels, recency bias. There was buyers here literally yesterday. The question becomes, will Nvidia hold this 193.5 level on the day? Sure, the only time buyers came in here was yesterday, and maybe some chop from last week here as well. But prior day low is an interesting price to work with, and Nvidia maybe one to keep an eye out for, because this is where buyers showed up yesterday. Doesn't mean they're going to show up here once again today, but something to watch out for. What's up there?
Yeah.
Nothing massive here, guys, but just be aware. Seeing reports that sirens have been activated in Avavim, close to the northern border. This headline did not give any locational context, so you know me, I looked it up. This is in Israel. So apparently sirens being activated in Avavim, close to the northern border. Again, Avavim, Israel. Back to you.
Man, yeah. I seen him wave the finger, but I don't think I did, to be honest. Anything could have happened. But guys, as you can see, I typically have you all up on the screen. Now you're gone now. It's just that type of day. So you guys are all to fend for your own out there, and don't at me, all right? 120%, man. Yeah, I will tell him. You know how I go, Assassino. No, but in all seriousness, CLRO, we're going to be talking nothing but stock here for the rest of the day. So let's see what we got going on. $6.80, 118% to the top side. My boy Nick was asking me, he's like, hey, do you think NVDA can turn around today? I don't. And I don't think it's going to be able to turn around for quite some time. All right. I have no idea about the timeline, but I just mentioned to you guys about this falling into the realm of Microsoft 2.0, which would be really, really disappointing as you see some other names just kind of leapfrog. I'm not going to say leapfrog, but I mean, when you're at the top, and you know what our good friend Drake once said, many rappers apparently have claimed that it's lonely up there. So maybe at some point, it will lose its top spot. Let's see if we can do this. It shouldn't be that complicated to type in a ticker and pull it up, but apparently it is. So here it is. This is what I'm getting at, right? And this is what I'm talking about. So you grow. Maybe NVDA grew too fast, right? Too quick, too fast. But here it is, 2024. You're back to those levels. You consolidate for a really, really long time here. From January of 24, and then you don't really break out until April of 25. Over a year of just sideways. It's just up, down. Next thing, one day you're up, the next day you're down. One day you're up, next day you're down. Eventually, you get that breakout. Azure Cloud just growing at a substantial clip rate, but then the street not liking it. Excuse me, whatsoever. So, at the end of the day, it's a tough look, and I'm just hoping that this company doesn't fall into that same technical kind of never-ending revolving door of just up, down, and just not doing anything from an appreciation standpoint. And that's why the options writers, and maybe why it's one of the most heavily activated options activities name, right? It's on the top of the volume list for quite some time. Here it is on the daily. Boom, off to the races, is gone now. All right, so you pull back, you're now retesting this zone. I think a time for you to engage on this bad boy is on the other side of this trend, right? So If it happens to break, then by all means, maybe it can find somewhat of a continuation. But I'm just not getting that feel right now. And did Apple do anything along those lines, considering we got a lot of time? I'll leave chat to Obi there and see what we got going on. What was the name I was about to pull up? AAPL. Do we have any lengthy consolidations just like that in here? Let's see what we got going on. Is it gone now?
I mean, the market's dropping through 29.5.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see. I mean, no, not really. Nothing compared to what we've seen here in Nvidia. Let's see what we got going on with these bad boys. Why does it do that sometimes? It's going to drive me crazy. So, yeah. No, it hasn't. Apple doesn't have that same narrative. So, if you want to talk about appreciation, what if I just were to do this, man? And I'm speaking out loud. It's like, what if I just dump this stock and just buy just straight NASDAQ? What if I just dump the whole portfolio, Obi, and just buy the NASDAQ?
Whoa, you don't want to crash the markets.
I know, man. If I did that, it'd be absolutely disastrous for the markets. Imagine I just offloaded everything right now and I was just like, all right, I'm just buying NAS. I'm going to buy NAS here and just place orders throughout all of here. What I would do, so what I actually do is like when I add into something on the way down, which sometimes can be obviously disastrous, but if you're planning things from a long-term perspective, if I'm looking to, say, allocate $10,000 worth of one stock, what I'll do is just to scratch the itch is $500 here, $1,000 here, $1,200 here, $1,500 here, $2,000 there, to the point where when you're grabbing it at lower prices, you're absorbing more and it equals to a higher percentage point until you're fully allocated to $10,000. I'm not saying that's what I'm gonna do, but don't think it hasn't crossed my mind. I also did think about this as well too, Obi. And again, when I speak, guys, you gotta understand, this is my money and I don't expect you guys to do the same thing. I was thinking about selling everything and just buying all SpaceX. But the issue with that being is, and trust me, I'm not doing it, guys, so everybody cool, calm your horses down here. The issue with that is, Obi, and what I don't like about SpaceX is that at which maturity it came to the market. Like this stock instantly hopped into the $1 trillion club before, like the second it went open. And then it leapfrogged some of the largest market capitalization names that have been in the market for quite some time. And it was mainly Amazon. So let's actually do that right now. I know there's a couple easier ways to do things, and then I'll send it back to Obi and see what we got going on here. Juan, you message me and then delete? What happened with that, brother? Why do you do that? We don't do that. Or you could delete the message, man. All right, let's see. You could re-message me if it's important, or you just feel like it.
He didn't want to tell you. That's why he deleted it.
Okay. All right, man. Hey, what it is what it is, man. That's crazy talk. Top of the market.
It's chilly in here.
It's freezing.
I had to grab my vest.
Yeah, it's absolutely freezing in here.
And I reloaded on the green tea, keeping me warm.
Okay. I like the green tea. I have no idea what the chat is. Okay. Obi. Okay, there we go. Bang. SpaceX number 7. Yeah, I know, $2.4 trillion. Let's actually make this a full screen here, guys. Nvidia at the top of the list. Okay, this is Canadian dollars. We don't want that, man. We don't want the snow peso, Obi.
Indian rupees.
Yeah, Indian rupees. That's crazy. Yeah, let's actually do that, man. Let's have a little fun here today. Let's see if we can get that working. Do we have it up here?
Yeah, INR. It's the third one.
All right, let's see how much this is worth in Indian rupees. Holy
trillion.
Wow, 445 trillion Indian rupees. That's crazy talk there, man. Let's head over to.
Let's get back to the dollars.
Yeah, let's get back to dollars real quick on this one. Let's see. Nvidia, guys, 4.6 trillion. Apple, at this pace, is going to beat it for that #1 spot. I'll probably call it by the end of next week. Microsoft absolutely falling off a cliff. Google's up there. SpaceX in that 7th slot. How many companies in the $1 trillion club? Remember when there was only 6 names in there? Now we have
I still remember
16.
the first time we hit $1 trillion. market cap, like on any company.
And then Walmart was a part of that club, but losing multiple hundreds of billions off of its market cap. Yeah. I believe AMD is going to be that next participant to the top side. But I mean, SK Hynix, $1 trillion club, Eli Lilly, Berkshire, Micron,
oh, this is worldwide.
Samsung.
Nice, because Aramco's in there. Nice.
This is prestige worldwide, brother.
Yeah,
prestige worldwide. 1.6 trillion market cap, and Broadcom 1.7. But this was ahead of Amazon at its highs. So
yeah.
Hey man, not too bad of a look there.
It'd be interesting, man. Like, I think the man's got two stocks now in the top, top 10. Top
Imagine once they're combined.
Right there.
Man, oh man, it's so if you combine them right now, they're 3.4 trillion.
He's already hinted at doing that.
Yeah, I know. They're talking about merger. 3.4 trillion. That's going to be the fourth most valuable company on the planet.
Yeah.
So yeah, man.
They're gonna pull a little bit of a Google there in terms of how big they're becoming as a percentage of the market. But yeah, that's absolutely wild. But we'll see. I think SpaceX is going to be an interesting story, and I think again we talked about this yesterday, similar to that of Tesla. And mainly because of the sentiment and positioning by participants, not necessarily because of the company, more because of the man who runs the company. It's more of a bet on him than anything. And if there's anything that I've learned over the years, that I would not bet against Elon.
Why? How do you bet against him at this point?
Like you do not want to. And there people have, and guess what? He's proven them wrong time and time again. Sure, people talk about his outlandish goals, his outlandish kind of goals to meet, and kind of forward looks. But guess what? You need to. It sounds cliche, but you need to aim for the stars if you're looking to land on Mars.
And I will say to Elon's credit, as much as I did pull up that Wikipedia page and laugh about how his timing has been off for pretty much every single claim he's ever made, he has eventually achieved most of those claims, even if it is years after the fact. Exactly. So I think for Elon, I feel like sometimes it's overpromise, underdeliver in the short term, though I do think he does deliver in the long term.
Oh, he definitely does. Yeah. It's just like he's the thing about him is just like he knows that something is possible, and he'll have like a timeline. He'll be like, we'll get it done by then. And it's not that, sure, the timeline can be a little bit unrealistic, but it could be, it's more along the lines like, okay, it's within the realm of being able to get done. It's within the realm of possibilities, and therefore, eventually he does get everything done. So that's why I say maybe you can bet on him not getting stuff done on the time that he says, but getting it done eventually is definitely something that he's definitely for.
It's better late than never. Yeah, this is a young Juan, man, right here, the chosen Juan doing his thing over here. He's saying there's Mohawk days. That's a little spike up there, brother. I don't know how much of a faux, or maybe that's more of a faux hawk there.
Yeah, it's a little bit more of a faux hawk.
That's more of a faux hawk. Let's say the chosen one back in the day. Oh, such a handsome feller, for sure. Nice get up, man. 100%. All class. The chosen one. Thanks for showing us that there, brother. So yeah, man, good stuff. Let's see. Hey, man, let's see if we can find anything. Like, listen, we don't have very much risk on the table, but we're one trade away, as we typically always are. Turning things around here. For imbalances, maybe we might be able to find something. I know that's quite a ways away. No Sia here today. I was gonna steal her lunch. I already stole Sharif's lunch, so maybe we'll get
as many as he can get.
Yeah.
Oh boy, he's already getting a little tired from all the lunch stealing.
Yeah, too much. You know what I said the other day?
What did
they should bring back. I'm not a big McDonald's guy, but they should bring back McDonald's cookies.
I've never had their cookies.
Whoa, those things are fire.
Actually?
Those were fire, yeah, back in the day. Yeah, and the pizza. Did you ever have the pizza?
McDonald's pizza? No.
Yeah,
I can't say I've had McDonald's pizza. I know Tim Hortons said they started a pizza. I still haven't tried that yet. But
you wouldn't catch me trying Tim Hortons.
Yeah, I don't think I would try. Maybe I would try it, but I don't think I'd go to McDonald's for their pizza specifically. I know I like their coffee. Their coffee's nice.
I heard they're low key really good. The coffee.
Yeah.
No, you wouldn't know, eh?
No, yeah, no, it is. Yeah. It is go. Sorry, I just I saw someone in the chat there being like, can we have a poll for how is today going to end? I'm gonna take a wild guess and say red.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna put your money,
I don't know how wild that guess is.
Yeah, I don't think. But I'm gonna say
unless and until we do 100% full-on V-shaped recovery like we did on Monday, end off the week how we started the week, then maybe yes.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. But it does seem like, Joe.
What do you want to do the poll?
That there are more sellers than there are buyers.
And those guys, I wish I could have a conversation with some of those sellers here today.
This is where you play the more you know graphic.
Yeah, the more just in case you guys were aware. All right, let's set it up here, guys.
Let's set up
what should the poll
be?
Have you had McDonald's pizza? Yes or no? Should you want to start with that one, or do you want to do how do we close on the day?
We'll do how do we. Yeah, let's do how do we close on that.
Okay, all right. We'll keep it stock related. How do
green or red?
Yeah. Green or red here. Green.
Or how does the market close on that?
Yeah, I mean,
that's the question. How does the market close?
All right, we'll change it, man. All right, you ready, guys? Get those votes and start voting right now. How does the market close on the day? Green or red? Get those votes in. How come we don't have a single vote? Somebody just put in Wendy's in the chat. Shout out to Wendy's. 2 votes here, 4 votes on the red. How are you even voting green? There should be a crazy landslide right now. I feel like it was Fabian who voted green. No, he's just showing he's innocent. Yeah, 39% as we get more people starting to step in green. Man, anything can happen.
Yeah, Los Pollos Hermanos. Yeah, exactly.
What does Los Pollos
He's saying
say?
It's not wild, Obi, if market is down over 1%. It would be wild if it turned green. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
We're one
I was being
truth away,
sarcastic about wild being red. That was the sarcasm.
Even I knew that was sarcasm. And that is actually like a pretty big deal.
Yeah, exactly. When Adair gets to sarcasm, then it's
pretty blatant.
It's pretty obvious. But yeah, no, yeah, exactly. My whole point was saying that if we turn green, that would be absolutely wild. Am I making a statement that we cannot turn green? Absolutely not. Anything can happen. Nothing is apparently impossible. Like selling off crazy amounts. Like
what does SanDisk down
or buying
right now,
up
Obi?
Apple like crazy amounts. What's that?
What SanDisk?
SanDisk probably, if I were to take a guess before I pull it up, it's probably still within the bottom quartile of its price action today. SNDK. Oh yeah, I was gonna show. We were talking about long-term positions.
Yeah. You're gonna reveal the one secret position that you had that you didn't want to tell.
No, So my best trade.
Yeah.
Ever. I sold it. I finally sold the last pieces of it a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I'll talk about it after this one. I'm more than cool talking about the trades I'm already out of. Funny during I think it was 2022 or 3, I sold I would say more than roughly around half of the position, maybe a little bit more than half the position, because stuff came up, life happens, I had to pay for some stuff, and I'm just like, all right, well, I gotta liquidate.
You're building this defense really good here, man. Let's see what we got.
Liquidate this. Okay, so first of all, we talk about I know you guys like to hype stuff up. So how many bags do you think I made on that per share?
But what is the value of a bag?
100%. Okay, you know how people talk about like a 5-bagger, like a 10-bagger. Okay, never mind.
I like that.
But it's just like it was crazy. I didn't even expect it to do what it did over the past couple
I'm gonna go 7 bags. 1 bag? Oh, up 10-bagger.
Close.
You got a 10-bagger on there?
Yeah. So I also have been holding this one since 2019.
Okay, that's
so there's also
Bombardier.
Since I joined the floor, since before Bombardier did this crazy move, I told every single person who would listen. I was like, hey, listen, Bombardier is sick. I got in a few years ago, but it's still doing extremely well. It's still doing really, really good. And it's a Canadian stock. almost too big to fail. So I sold.
Bombardier was in trouble for a minute, weren't they?
They were, but this recovery, I couldn't even have predicted this kind of recovery and blast off. My average was they split a few times. My average was $19 and some change from down here all the way 2021s.
Okay, and we're trading at like
2021s, 2020s. Yeah. So split adjusted, my average was about $19, and you can see here 326. So that was absolutely crazy. And then I just sold the rest of it. I think the week before last. Nice, so it's about 2 weeks ago. Finally got around to selling the last of my Bombardier, as it looks like it's going to continue trending up. So that was kind of I didn't really want to do it, but I almost was like, okay, I got to reallocate some funds, so might as well get rid of this. Where's the next trade? But we talk about swing trading. This is the kind of swings that I like to get involved with, or I happen to get involved with.
That's an investment, bro.
I really liked Bombardier at the time because it was just beaten down. And then I looked at the monthly charts on this as well. You can see, like, look at this thing. This thing got rocked in 2001, 2003. Right? Mm-hmm. So all the way to, again, these are split adjusted prices. This was all the way up to $523. Now again, this trades on the TSX. I think it's dual listed as well. I'll check in a second. But you can see it was being down and doing absolutely nothing for a very long time until you can see in and around here where it started to get really thin and flat is where I started to really, really like it here. And like I said, I did get involved earlier in 2019. You can see here, held a bit of the bag on that one, and then added some more in here, giving me a split adjusted price of sub $20. But yeah, bit of a bagger on that one there.
Nice, so, man.
Where's the next swing trade? That's the question that I'm asking right now. And I think I was in a few, but I haven't seen a crazy, decent, good setup over the past couple of months just yet. But that was one of my best trades ever.
Nice. Yeah, that's good, man. That's good to hear. Nice hold, man. That's where the majority.
I barely ever looked at the stock. Funny enough, earlier this year, I started getting alerts on my phone from the position. I was like, oh, what's happening here? What's Bombardier doing? I haven't looked at this in a while. I knew it was up, but I knew I wasn't up like I was up nicely, but I had already been up that much for the past year or so.
You were a bigly on that one there.
Bombardier doing absolutely craziness on the monthly, the yearly. Mm-hmm. I remember, Sean, you remember me talking about Bombardier over and over. Since I joined the floor, Sean remembers. I was just like, it's like, hey guys, I've been long Bombardier, and it goes absolutely parabolic. Yeah, I was like, dude, it was a garbage stock from 2003 to maybe 2022. And then since then, it's just been straight rocket to the upside. But,
that's good.
I'm looking for the next Bombardier, basically.
It might be right here. CLRO OBS, this thing's up 127% on the day and continuing to move. Adam James abroad is long from $5, now gaining a nice return here on this bad boy as it's continuing its northeast trajectory. So pullbacks continues to the top side. So yeah, man, things are looking pretty bright in this name. Obviously, they come and go. They're fun while they last, and I don't know if these often be sustained. There is a name, S. Have you heard of this name? Past couple of days, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you were telling me it's been running for the past a few weeks.
No, a couple of
post-split runner, nice.
Yeah. You don't see so $8.85 to a high of around $106 here today. So man, oh man, that's a nice little return right there to the tune of 836%. And then you get the reverse split right here. You probably did another reverse split right there. That's never too good. And guess what? Another reverse split over here in 2024. So these guys are just hanging on by a thread, trying to stay within the financial markets. So I'd probably get delisted at some point. But yeah, it's unfortunate. At one point, like, think about it, guys. Here in Robinhood, we were up to $120, now down to 111. So yeah, I mean, is right, Katina, man. But what is still?
Yeah, Tesla's.
Tesla, yeah, we know good. Tesla just keeps going down. Ethereum up 5% though, just in case you're curious there, Katina man. And then Coin as well up 2%. Now MSTR was up around 11% today. Now only up 7 4/10 there. What is Tesla? Yeah, Tesla's getting absolutely rinse jobs right now. That's the thing that like it's like 1, 2, 3, 4 updates. Yeah, okay, see you later. We are moving south side on this bad boy. And I thought this was going to be the run where we made it for this pivot. Definitely not the scenario on today's session, that is for sure. Things getting absolutely ugly. Fabian rolling in with his lunch as well too. He's looking pretty good. Sean's got the lunch going, getting back from the gym. And then there it is, boom. Team in full effect here today, 390 and change. You think we head to 367 there, Obi and Tesla? Man, down 8%.
If it's going to continue
okay,
this way.
hold on. Oh, whoa. So Tesla down 8% on pace for largest percent decrease since July of 2025. The largest percent decrease since July 2024, 2025, where it fell 8.2%. Snaps a 4-day winning streak on this bet.
Let me guess. What day was that it fell?
The day of the week?
No, like what?
July 24th.
Okay, I was gonna say it was probably deliveries, but I guess it was earnings.
Oh yeah, July 24th. Yeah.
Nice.
4th most active stock. So yeah, definitely an uglier session here for Tesla. Sucks. We've seen on the daily, that's a massive engulfing candle, and then also SpaceX down to 50% here too. Ob. Nicely, like this was an uptick. I think this was a bull trap, to be honest with you, man. Before it starts to head a little bit lower there in SPCX.
Yeah, for sure. I think that, I was answering some of the questions. Ryan Carlos in the chat asking me, have you tried, let me go back to his comment real quick. Have you tried Fable for your TA or algo projects? It's fire. So I haven't really tried it for any like TA stuff. But this weekend I'm definitely going to be working with it to work on some of my projects. I don't think I have any algo that's looking or analyzing technical analysis. Maybe, I don't know. Give me some ideas in the chat how you guys are looking using AI to kind of do that. I usually tend to be okay with finding my supports and resistances and chart patterns. It's more of the back testing. And the parsing through data and data crunching that I use the AI for, and maybe sometimes as your personal psychologist, because it knows your performance. It reads your journals. You talk to it. You have a history with it, and then you can have a conversation with it. And we talked about how valuable some of these AIs can be, depending on what tier you're paying for. And if you guys weren't around yesterday, we talked about. I gave an analogy borrowed from a podcast that I recently saw, where he was talking about the discrepancy between the different tiers of payment is absolutely ridiculous. And the analogy that he used was, if you're using the free version, it's as if you're asking someone who's in the 8th grade, who potentially knows about the topic. If you're in the initial paid tier, it's like asking maybe like a second-year student. And then if you are in the elite, the $200, the pro or the elite subscriptions, it's as if you're asking a PhD student in that field for the same kind of answer. And that's the distinct difference between the different tiers of AI that you get. So. It's a classic iteration of you get what you pay for on this. But I'll definitely be trying some Fable out this weekend for sure. I'm excited to see what it can do, because unfortunately, when it did come out, I was just like, all right, I'm gonna go home and try it. And before I even got home that day, it got banned basically by the government.
That's crazy.
So I was like, oh my God, is it really that powerful? It got me even more interested in it. But should be fun. Should be interesting here. You can see Ryan Carlos saying you can connect your IBKR via API to fetch data. It's much better much better even than Opus. Not cheap though. Very impressed so far. Enjoy. Yeah, no, for sure. I am very impressed with what some of these agents are now able to do, and it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. I knew coming into 2026 this was going to be a wild year in terms of progress for AI, LLMs, and agents, and everything else that's coming along with that whole package. But yeah, being blown away every time they release something new.
Yeah, it's in Mythos. I remember I was watching some stuff on Dario the other day.
Yeah.
And I just find I think they did a little bit of fear mongering there, to be honest with you.
For what? For Mythos?
With Mythos, yeah. Man, this thing is still running. Are you kidding me? That's crazy.
Wow, CLRO?
Yeah, man, it's still going like up to $8, 151% here today.
Nice.
Man, oh man, that's crazy, man. I mean, should we be surprised? At some point there was going to be a name that was going on this big time run. CLRO up 150%, and like it's really picking up some momentum. Man, oh man, if I actually need to lock in here and see if we can get something rocking and rolling on this bad boy, we could do a little bit of a transaction for it. I don't want to chase it or anything along those lines. Obviously, the tech trade is definitely cooling out here today as it's selling off, but CLRO living in its own world, Clear One Inc., and rightfully so. So let's see if we can get a boom, CLRO. Yeah, let's go, man. Yeah, things are looking good. Thank you for the bangs on that one there. Whoever sent that Assassino, or was that Tiffany? Whoa, let's go. All right, that's what I'm talking about. All right, I'm going to need some of that type of support over here if we're going to be looking to go a little long here. We're going to go small. Let's see if we get an uptick. This is a really dangerous play, to be honest with you. But, hey, man, we're going to get involved in a little CRL. Oh, there it is. And we're out. Bang. All right, we'll take that nice little scalp. Oh, give us some more breathing room on that one. 80-20s to 40s, just like that. On this bad boy. This is just a momentum style play. Again, it can continue to scream a little bit higher. Oh, wow. All right, there it is. Oh, okay, watch out. It might halt again here momentarily, but just a little scalp city on this. Nothing crazy from a side standpoint, Obi. But there it goes. Comes right back in aggressively. But if we're going to move on this type of path, it's like I would have preferred to play it over here at the high of the day break. There was a really good opportunity. I'll head over to the 5-minute time frame. It was this one initially that I did see this around 11:30. That is the cleanest one, in my opinion, as it just went absolutely parabolic. So, yeah, this break is the high of the day break, more or less. Aligning with my style, okay, of $6. So that's not horrible. We'll take the little scalp. Finally, a little bit of a W here, over here, Katina, man. Nothing crazy, but hey, it's better than
You got
nothing.
out of all of it already? Or are you holding some?
Oh, bro, I'm out. You scalp that bad boy. You get out like on that momentum. Look where I'm buying it, all the way up here. I don't think that, like the pullback can obviously, I'd have to hold some of that from 823 to where the 746, that's like 80 cents against me. I mean, it could still go, but you have to be prepared just in case there's some form of a rug pull on it, just gets out. So it's just a scalp city on that one. In and out, man, sit within the same minute. Those are the best ones. So yeah, not too bad. We'll take it. Again, nothing to really write home about. Head back over to our watch list and see how SanDisk has been performing. That's my big infatuation here today. Robinhood at one point was up 8%. Now we're only up 3%. But where's SNDK? Where are you? DRAM down 8%. Did you want to get involved in any of these memory plays if you're not already, Obi, or do you know?
No, I.
Oh yeah. That's right. We had this
waiting
discussion.
for. I mean, that it's a good thing that yeah, I like what you've pointed out right there.
Yeah.
We are starting to see some signs of breaking the trend, right?
Yeah.
And I guess DRAM is a good vehicle to watch because again, it's one of those ETFs that kind of watches the theme and the sector there. So yeah, DRAM could be a great indicator there as well. I'll go to some of the stuff, some of the questions in the chat right after we get back from Adara.
Good stuff.
Keep an eye on TMUS, T-Mobile in focus. Watch this stock here as we hear that the FCC, Federal Communications Commission, has given the okay to T-Mobile, which will allow them to assign some 800 MHS licenses to Grain. So potential licensing, or at least partial licensing approval here for TMUS. Not much of a move, but thought I'd mention it. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that that CLRO is just holding.
Yeah, it's still going, man.
Good luck to anybody who's still involved with that one. Yeah, definitely squeeze territory there on that one. Nathaniel in the chat saying, guys, thoughts on NBIS and CoreWeave dips? Okay, we can take a look at a couple of those are NBIS and CoreWeave, and I think there was one more question here. I think we got the boom with the CLRO, the super chat. I think, did we cover that one already?
Yeah. Adam James.
Yes. So good stuff there on the CLRO for whoever is trading that. Hard to borrow CLRO? Yeah, I bet. It's definitely hard to borrow.
What are the shorts cost on that thing, Obi?
I don't know.
Not like you would want to.
I haven't checked today, but I would say they're probably sub-dollar for us. Yeah.
You think at this point up 170? I don't think they're. I think
they might be sub-dollar.
Check for Katina Man. Katina Man's checking right now. Yeah, CLRO.
Sure, yes,
you think they're sub $1?
I mean, here's the thing, man. Real Trading does pretty well at giving us some of the best prices when it comes to borrows.
Bro,
borrow fees are probably, I wouldn't call it. It's just one of the minor edges that we do kind of have at the firm is just
I don't really want any Katina Man. I just want to know.
Really great.
No, I don't want them. I just want to know how much they are. Just for.
4.5 cents.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right. There you were right there.
Easy,
Bang.
easy.
So 4.5 cents, and you can blow up every. No,
exactly.
So,
right? That's what.
So honestly, don't stand. Look at this 916.
Get
it's gonna hit
200%.
200%. It's gonna hit 200% at this point. So. Yeah, man, it's definitely a big-time runner. Nice move in from $5. You're probably going to get 100% return momentarily.
Adam James abroad saying 950.12 ... blue skies. All right, okay.
950 to 12, man.
I like the vision. I like the vision.
Absolutely squeeze city. So what do you say? Guys, thoughts on Affirm? Did you want to go on that one? FRM?
Sure. FRMM. We'll cover that one right after we get back to from NBIS and was it CrowdStrike or CoreWeave? I think it was NBIS and CoreWeave. So let's take a quick look at NBIS and then CoreWeave. And what was the question there? The question there. Thoughts on the dips? All right. Okay. So I guess NBIS. Yeah, monthly it's been dipping. Pretty strong dip here on the monthly. Let's go back down to say like a daily here. Interesting. Yeah, it seems to be coming into some prior recent support from May and June. You can see that here. Maybe just shy of that $200 level. If I see this right off the bat, I'm asking the question: is this going to sustain above 200? If it does, then maybe, the trend is maybe more intact. If we do stay, well, it is definitely more intact if we stay above 200. But if we crack that, I think that could be nice as well for a potential scalp. And that's just me thinking from an intraday short-term perspective for a quick little scalp. But yeah, it seems like the past couple of times, or the past one time it's dipped into this area, we did get a bounce all the way up to 300, but nowhere was that 300 printed. The 299.86 is the high on NBIS, trading a little bit lower on the day today. We can take a look at CoreWeave as well. Dips on CoreWeave, my opinions and thoughts about dips. Guess what? Every time we've dipped into this area, 85 to about 70s, we've caught a bit of a bid, and that's just adjacent of that opening, maybe not opening a range high, but opening week high for CoreWeave from its IPO from last year. It was around $65-ish, and you can see that's been, there's some defense being played there, and the question becomes, if we do come back down here, once again, it does seem like we're headed back down there on the daily chart here, and maybe on the weekly it'll be a little bit clearer, less chop. You can see boom, 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 lower highs into a potential support level. What can that mean? That's definitely, for me, that's definitely a little bit, I guess, bearish. I'm looking for potential continuation. If it can break through 65, then yeah, 33 is well within range. They're only about $30 away. But yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I'd have to see if the buyers that were there at 66s, 65, 67s are still there once again on CoreWeave. So that's my opinion on those two. I don't know if you want to talk about NBIS or CoreWeave, and then we can move on to what Perito asked us about the FRMM.
Oh, we still haven't even done that? Oh, okay, you're going on about Core. I thought that's what you're like.
Because we were asked for about both.
Were we? Oh, okay, cool. Let's head over to, let's see what we got going on. NBIS, Nebius Group definitely took a hit yesterday, just on the fact that I mean, it was a tough look on Nebius yesterday, guys. I mean, considering what Meta had going on there, you have the catalyst on that front. Now you're heading towards some key levels. You're down 30% off of the highs. So there's Nebius, but let's pull up our FRMM. I'm actually not familiar with this name, but let's see what it is. Forum markets. Okay. Hey, listen, there's a bull market somewhere, as our good friend Jim Cramer would like to say. And is it in FRRM? No, FRMM. Again, I don't know. We could pull up and see what these guys actually do.
Forum market. This is like crumble on the chart, man. It barely does any volume. Like 270K, 300K average. Get out of here, man. That's not. It's not something. I mean,
volume?
It's not enough volume to day trade. That's for me, at least. Like that's not hitting any of my scanners for sure.
So it's eZilla. Have you ever heard of eZilla? Provides a digital asset platform modernizing capital markets through the tokenization of institutional grade real world assets. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I'm familiar with this here now. See, look. Okay. So we're going to get in that in a second. Look what happened on this name. Boom. Just like that, Obi. Boom. You climb up to 950 and then you halt down all the way like $1 quick, just like that. So now you're going to hit these halt bands momentarily. Is it going to? And it's halted. Tap down to $7. Wow. Tap at $7.15, Obi. That is absolutely disastrous if you've been holding this. So here it is. These guys are going to get involved in the world of tokenization.
It's looking quite nice right about
now.
Yeah,
I should have got those shorts. I should have got those shorts. I should have got those shorts.
He was ready to give you 50 left.
Yeah, I know. I should have took the shorts. That's crazy. But anyways, in all seriousness, here it is, right? Like these guys are getting into the world of tokenizing real world assets, whether it be house vehicles and everything along those lines. So maybe in the near future, once the cryptocurrencies really start to find their footing, and I know Robinhood's looking to get involved with this same thing too, but let's send it off to Adara.
Is on Intel, nothing massive, but just worth noting here, I'm seeing Semi-Analysis, which is this newsletter that lately they've been sort of market moving. They release different analyst kind of notes here, mostly on semiconductors, hence the name Semi-Analysis. Anyways, they just released a positive note here about Intel, saying that their EMIB-T roadmap shows, quote, aggressive bump pitch scaling and larger bridge capabilities. Now, apparently these features that they mentioned make this new Intel roadmap a credible alternative, quote unquote, to TSMC's CoWoS for AI packages. So potential TSM competition from INTC. Also comments here from the president of Iran. Nothing massive, nothing huge here, but USO is pushing higher. He's saying in part that defending armed forces is, quote, my duty, and I will back them with all my strength. So more oil and armed forces comments here coming from the president of Iran. I'm keeping my eyes out for more. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much.
Do you want to take a look at this LGO? It seems like it's a precious metal.
Sure. I'll take a look at it just in a second here.
Yeah.
T, what's up? What's up, yo?
What's up, yo?
MACD cross on the 5-minute, wick on the 15, trend broke. SPY reversion question mark?
Oh.
All right. So here's the thing. Yes, I do not use MACD at all. I have very strong personal opinions, but you know, if it works for you, it works for you. It's great. But I like that you mentioned multiple different factors, because again, you want to look for that confluence of factors. So you said MACD cross on the 5, you got a wick on the 15. This is the wick that you're talking about, and then you say trend broke. So I'm not watching the MACD. I don't know what you're seeing there. I do see the 15-minute wick, but when you say trend broke on the SPY, where's it at though? Where's the trend break? You can see here, prior bar highs on the 15-minute, sure, you had a bit of a violation here, a little bit, but they've been holding steady and quite well since the sellers stepped in at 10:15. There has been no break of trend. Now you can go to a 5-minute chart, you can go to a 3-minute chart, you can go to a 1-minute chart. Where, my friend, do you see the break of this trend? That's the question that I'm asking, right? So yeah, a little rough here. There's a nuance in terms of drawing trend lines as well, because not all trend lines are created the same. But you can see right here, when we do break that bid and we do attempt to push a little bit higher, and we make the first higher, make the first lower high, that's more information to me. So I want to anchor my trend line to the beginning of my trend line to that piece of information, because that for me, just like anchored VWAP, is an event. So that event, now of course it's not as significant as like an earnings report or anything, but in terms of price action, what has happened here? Buyers came in, we break the support intraday, we chop, break trend, we break back below this opening, into this opening range area, and then buyers step back in, they attempt to bounce it, and then we make a lower high. And that's where sellers have stepped in once again, showing dominance for the rest of the trading session. So that's why I want to put my initial point on the trend line to really be like, all right, that's a piece of information that I think is worth maybe a little bit more than some of the stuff that we've seen earlier on, and therefore I want to anchor my indicator to that point. Now, of course, you could have started off there, and then you could have been like, okay, well, what about here? There's some volume here. It broke here, Sure, this is on a 1 minute chart. That's why confluence of higher time frames really matters. 1 minute's going to give you a lot of noise. So on the 3 minute, still hasn't really broken. Now throw up a moving average, you'll see that the 21 very likely is holding as resistance on this 3 or 5 minute chart on the SPY, if not the 8 or the 9 moving average. So there has been no break of trend that I see as of right now, even though the 15-minute candle gave you a strong bottom wick. Now this is the thing about reading patterns and candlesticks. The candlestick by itself does not have a lot of meaning. This candlestick plus a lot of confluence could have a lot of meaning, right? But we talked about prior day low potentially coming in here on the SPY. We've already cracked below that. Not only that, 15-minute prior bars have held, 30-minute prior bars have held quite beautifully. 1 hour prior bars have held since the open. That bid, that little bit of a bid up that we see on the shorter time frames does not exist on the hourly chart. We've only been selling off since the open on the hourly chart. So that I would have to disagree with you when you say that the SPY trend is broken, even though there might be other signs here that maybe buyers are stepping in, like a wick on the bottom of a 15-minute chart, but not enough confluence for me to really be like, all right, that's something I'm going to be willing to make a decision on. But that's just my that's just how I perceive it. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye out here on MSFT. The information reporting that Microsoft is apparently merging its enterprise and consumer AI chatbots. Now, this is coming from a Copilot executive by the name of Jacob Andreou. Again, they're going to be eliminating their low-value Copilot features and merging enterprise and consumer chatbots. That's according to the information. If I get anything more, I'll let you know. Also, TSLA here trying to crack 390. So market weakness abounds. If I see any other stories, I'll keep you posted.
All right, thank you very much, Adara. Yeah, that was my little spiel on the SPY. So thank you, T. What's up, yo, for that super chat. Yeah, sorry, there was a couple other tickers that you wanted me to look at or talk about. You had brought one up earlier.
Yeah, it was.
Sorry, I missed that one.
I forget what I had it up here. I'll pull it up actually. Someone was
like LGO or something.
Yeah. It was LGO off.
LGO.
Yeah,
okay.
It's Canadian. I mean, it's
look at that SPY fresh lows.
Yeah.
GG's.
But yeah, exactly. See, that's just going to be the narrative of today's session. Someone on TikTok there, guys. We're going to keep an eye out on the TikTok chat. So it's a Canadian-based mining company here. Then I went and pulled up some of the technicals on this bad boy. We'll get a little bit deeper of a look here in LGL. I mean, it is tough. But it's cheap, right? Like if you're looking for that exponential, what happened?
Adam James with the super chat.
What did he say? What did he say?
I mean, I don't know. You can.
Are we allowed to read it?
You can read it. You can read it out if you want. There, you don't have the chat open on thing, but it's funny. I don't know if I want to say that out loud, but you know what? Thank you for being here, Adam James.
I said I love them. I think I take that back now at this point. So. Yeah, it is what it is, man.
Flip game strong?
Yeah.
It's just flipping them biases.
Let's see what the boys say. He's always up there. I know he's always got something. He's always saying something. So, yeah, other than that, man, we're here to do a job and talk some stocks, and that's what we're going to continue to do.
Stock talking.
Yeah, stock talking. Any thoughts on USAR after this pullback? For sure.
Yeah. That's the latest super chat. Yeah. Thank you, Stowe. 741. 714.
So yeah, I mean USAR, yeah, rare earth, just getting smoked, man. Just like some of the other names, right? $19.93. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a lot of sideways price action.
Yeah.
Within this stuff, it was hot for like a little bit when we were in play, and then it just proceeded to give back the majority of its move there. So
like last October was pretty hot. Yeah, that's what you're looking at, right? The big moves
and Netflix
there. Last October. Yeah.
Netflix is, I mean, speaking of like Netflix is a sign of strength here today. I think that just speaks enough for the market, to be honest with you, of how today's session is going. Maybe we take another little scalp city here on CLROOB and see what we got going on there with that front. So let's see, we go small again. Maybe we can lock a little something out. We'll wait for a pullback. If it cracks 8, then the thesis is going to be completely invalid. I'm glad. It's obviously unfortunate that we didn't get to part of this here, and then boom. Just halts down, but now holding up here once again. So someone just offloading a bunch of shares, and you can see the volume really step in on the downticks. So yeah, not too bad, not too bad. All right, no, it's not time. I don't want to chase this either, Obi, because I feel like it could get a rug pull at any given moment. CLRO, who else is in this?
I mean, you had one moment of clarity, and I think that moment there's a lot to learn from that, where you took the trade there.
Yeah.
Right. It's like you kind of washed it through all of that. It was choppy, and you were like, damn, this is gonna push 8.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think real risk there is to be like, all right, if this drops back below $8. You can have an edge in at like, not even that. You can just be like, don't drop the quarter. You can be like, all right, 8.25s, cross down to $8. It's not going to slip you 25 pennies, even if even if someone's going to slap into the bid. But if you're like, yeah, this is a Momo that's going to push through that $8, I think giving it a quarter, even on an $8 stock, a quarter is a lot of room. But even if you kind of size down and just give it a quarter and let it work.
Yeah.
Maybe even then, maybe you're not even getting out because it's trending and it just slams back into 8.5. So maybe you end up getting out exactly where you did anyways. But I think, definitely great entry there. Great intuition to be like, hey, yo, I need to get involved here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm looking to see what we can do. I think it's going to break down though at this point, right? Like we failed to push up here. So that 857 marker looking to come back in at this point. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely a little bit of a quieter session at the end of the day. So yeah, all right, let's see what we do. All right, this guy is, he's funny. I actually just read what he had to say.
Yeah. Adam's funny. He's always got jokes in the chat. And again, we appreciate you all for being here and lightening up the mood, making the chat lively. Always appreciate that. So don't forget to hit the like and the subscribe there. We only have about 15 minutes left, guys, until the midday show is over, and we still have 2 hours left. With Sean and Joe.
Yeah, with me.
At the big
couple more days. So, one more day. Neil will be back on Tuesday, guys. Neil
on Tuesday. Okay. Nice. So I think that excited for the long weekend.
Yeah.
It feels like we've had maybe a little bit too many long weekends back to back, but it'd be nicer if they spread them out during the year.
Brother, there's months where you don't even have one.
No, I know. I'm saying. That's why they should be spread out into those months where.
I'm not. Ain't no complaints coming from me, brother.
Oh, I know, but I'm just. I like it, even if I'm not necessarily taking fills or trading. I just like to observe open markets and just kind of look for opportunities. Maybe that's a little bit much, but. It doesn't always happen.
Well, the European market's open, Obi, so you can
exactly. Tomorrow, TSX is going to be open. Euro's going to be open. So there's always that's a beautiful thing about being here at Real Trading. Market access that we get for stocks and markets around the world, right? Markets around the world, and we talked about yesterday. Looking at and trading and getting some work done on different markets like Toronto, like Europe. I know we say Europe. Europe is a broad term. When it comes to Europe, there's markets that close at 10:30. There's markets that close at 11. There's markets that close at 11:20. That close at 11:30. So in and around that first couple of hours, that's when you know you have the London close. You got the London Open in the morning, right? So there's a lot of different opportunities if you have access to stocks from all around the world. And yeah, shout out to Real Trading for that. Wow, absolutely beautiful. Look at that, back through 8. That's a scalp. Because think about it. It's like all those longs are getting in, like taking a scalp through 8. You know they're getting rocked below 8, and now we've halted down. Let me guess, it's tapping 25s. Tapping the quarter. It's tapping the quarter on top of the 7. So that should be interesting there. But a couple more hours till the end of the day. Shortened week, so got to watch out for those potential end of week squeezers. And CLRO definitely has already shown some I guess competency in terms of squeeze ability. And where did it start off at? Below $3-4?
Yeah, we can figure that out here. Where did it
$3, $3.50?
This is where this started getting accounted for there. We can head over to somewhere where we can see clear one and head over to when it starts getting accounted for at bright and early 4 a.m. this morning. I was doing nothing. The volume really started to step in at 8:20 in the morning. Goes down to $3.26 at the lows, and then goes up to $9.57. So that's 200%, just like that on CLRO. Now you're halted to the downside, to be honest with you. So, I mean, it is what it is, guys. Hopefully you didn't get trapped up here. That's why I took that scalp. I thought this was gonna happen a little bit earlier, but that wasn't the case. It happened $1 or so, $1.30 later, but then now just moving aggressively to the downside in a halt of 737. Looks like he's going to open a little bit higher, but another one on this name, Palantir, up 4 1/5%. So there's some strength, guys, in Palantir. Don't know why I didn't trade this one today. It was choppy in the morning. Yeah, and it's kind of struggling to find a specific direction. But the one thing that's positive about it, though, Obi, is not breaking down with the overall market. Gold and silver, 2%. Holding on, so it was just more or less one strong candle there, and then gold here $1.75% to the top side, but consistent lower highs, right? So that comes into play. That support level broke at 377.60, and then that is that. DIA, IWM. How's the IWM been performing? How is this name only down? How is the Russ only 2% all the time? Yeah, that's a great question, man. Meta giving back
all in 1 week. Is that daily or in the week?
What, IWM?
Yeah.
Yeah, in a couple of days. I mean, 2% off of its all-time high. It's not much, right? Like the SPY finally putting in a down day. Is this going to be another failed attempt? Right, I heard Mitch talking about this. So we have 3 lower highs right now, and it looks like we might break down before we even make that push higher, which is
what
totally
about that
fine.
wick though?
This one?
Yeah.
Dude, I mentioned this the other day. I'm like, watch out, but that's when you get some bullish price action, right? Like 3 green days in a row. Now you're getting the pullback. So
no, I know. It's just like, so when I see something like that, I see the three lower highs, and then I see the aggressive buying. So it's just like, it's kind of just like in a flag, right? Now, if you look at it more as a flag, the flag is situated at the top of that bigger leg. From all the way down there, right? From April.
From here.
So we've bid up. Prices started to, consolidate, and the price discovery is happening between 770, 760s, and 730s, maybe sideways consolidation. Any strong dips are getting bought up, and any sort of push is selling off for a couple of days there.
I think it's a bull trap. It's a trap.
It's a trap. You got some nice isosceles. You got the Bermuda Triangle indicator going in.
Triangle there.
Going there. Don't want to get lost in that. You
don't want to get lost in that.
Yeah, you don't want to get lost in that. That triangle has seen a fair share of ships sunk, both on the charts and in reality, I guess. So.
Yeah. What was I going to pull up? You said Bermuda Triangle, and it reminded me of It's a Trap, and that's going to be SpaceX.
Nice.
Yeah, bro. Oh well, it is what it is, man. Yeah, this was Trap City all day, in my opinion. I think we're gonna make another leg lower. This trend line's still fully intact, right? So, boom, there it is. Let's see what we got holding up. $150. What's the tap on this? 741 is the tap on CLRO. Let's see if we can find a couple more opportunities. Man, I'll go back to my actual what we have on the name, and sorry to kind of beat the dead horse at this point, guys, but NVDA with a high of 198 now down to 192 and no signs of slowing down. It's just absolutely trend. So micro pullbacks throughout the whole intraday session on the SPY and on the Qs, and it's just been fade city at that point. So a little bit tougher of a look. Robinhood giving up the majority of its moves. So not very many of the more popular names have the ability to hold on to some of the gains that they put together this morning. So yeah, I mean, it is. Bitcoin, though, still up 2.25. Okay, just absolutely choppy. Hey, listen, guys, it's the weekend, so I wouldn't be surprised. Like, we know volumes are really going to start to cool off if they haven't already from that lunchtime. Yeah, from that lunchtime hour. So 772, there it is, bang. That opened up a little bit higher than what it halted down. Let's see if we can get another move or an additional leg higher. CLRO.
Yeah, people in the chat were, I was mentioning different markets as well, and people were like, yeah, what about crypto? Crypto trades 24 hours. Yeah, crypto is another, stable coins are a little bit better of a vehicle for sure when it comes to trading round the clock. But even then, I think it might be waiting for the setups, waiting for certain catalysts, and waiting for certain technical things to happen. But no, I definitely agree with you. Crypto is somewhere where I could definitely be, spending a lot more time extracting from the markets, but not necessarily something I do right now, but could be something I look into in the future as real trading does start to dabble into bringing some of these entities and these vehicles onto our native platform. So that should be interesting as well. I know those options are still in the works, still coming along, and that should be interesting as well. Unfortunately, we won't be able to sell any options. I'm kind of sad about
On what?
On the P8 platform. We're only able to buy calls and puts, I think.
Bro, you may as well just buy puts, man. There's no point in getting into the options writing game, especially with that, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean,
may as well if you're.
I think it's to each their own, but
completely different stories.
I think there's definitely
different objectives too.
Yeah, exactly. It's like what kind of business are you trying to run? How you want to run your business? I think that's a bigger part of selling those options. But CLRO ride over saying Arun Warrior. Yeah, I guess that seems a bit of a bit of a reversion for now. But what does it do with $6? Is it at VWAP? Does it get all the way down to VWAP? It's starting to break kind of a bigger trend as well. Again, with only about 2 hours left, just over 2 hours left in the trading day. But yeah, going back to what I was talking about, crypto. When it comes to crypto, I think something I have been kind of taking a closer look at, but again, like I said, not really trading it at all, is Solana. Solana for as like a daily, not really a daily vehicle, but like one that potentially comes in and out of play a lot more than some of the other names here on in the cryptoverse. But yeah, let me know if you guys have any stable coins that you guys like to trade intraday, maybe swing trade over a couple of days or weeks or what have you. Throw some of those in the chat, and I'm more than willing to take a look at some of those. But when it comes to intraday trading, I think that Solana is definitely one to watch. I don't know how many people trade the ETH pair, but again, Solana, much better price, does a lot more volume. And why do I say Solana? I've observed a few different trading competitions where it's like crypto only, and the top names more often than not tend to be like Solana.
Really?
Yeah. So
okay.
How
has Solana been performing? What is it off of its all-time high there?
I mean, again, I'm talking more about like day trading.
Yeah, that's
right.
Fine.
But in terms of investment and just holding on to it, I guess it's just kind of sideways. It's off of its highs, 295 highs.
From a percentage metric, what's it? What
295 high, so that's Let's get the wick. Get the wick.
5%.
Get the wick. Come on, man. Get the damn wick. Whatever. Close enough. About 80%. Roughly about 75, 80%.
Damn.
Yeah. So.
What happened to the XRP army, man? We're gonna.
Ripple. Now that's a name.
Yeah.
I haven't heard in a very long time.
Army getting depleted.
Yeah.
What are we down?
Where are we? XRP USD.
XRP
USD on Coinbase. Wow, it's back at $1. Okay, all right. I mean, hey, listen, like this was the run up. This was the run up going 2024 to 2025. That was the crazy run up, and yeah, we attempted to break that high once again. And I remember I was just like, I have some Ripple lying around. Let me go check it. And I think there was some broker change that happened. One of the so I had to transfer my coins over to someone else before they shut down. And when I transferred it,
from Binance,
what was the name? Not Binance, dude. It was one of the ones. It was one of the Canadian ones that closed down Bittrex.
Oh, okay.
Right, Bittrex. Bittrex was sick. Bittrex was so good when I first joined it, even as like I would trade intraday crypto on it. A lot of these like, whatever coins that just do crazy amounts of volatility in short amounts of time, and Bittrex was the one. And then, anyways, going back to the story, when I had exchanged the XRP to put onto the when I transferred the XRP to put onto the other exchange, they had made me put it into ETH. And now I do not hold XRP, I just hold some ETH. So there is that there. So ETH also decently pulled back off of its highs as well. And if we go to a percentage point here, let's do more of the same here on ETH. ETH roughly from its highs down about 60-70%. So seeing roughly a similar kind of action there. We'll go to see our friend just before I pass it back to Joe. See our friend Bitcoin, and what has Bitcoin been doing?
Has not been good over there, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say the same thing I was saying, I guess, at the beginning of the year, that we kind of false broke 125, the 120, 125 area, and I was just like, yeah, well, this is a little bit. Maybe it's time for the reversion, was what I was saying there on the back through 100K, on the back through 80s, 85s, 70s as well. Now we're kind of starting to chop around. This breakout, this is the epic breakout, right? 2024, this was the place to be, because what was the high here? The high was, I think 73, 74s. Yeah, so basically a 75 breakout on Bitcoin was the place to be. But that was in 2024, and that was a huge trade here on the breakout. See, I still have my lines up from all these years, from all these years. I got a bit of an anchored VWAP, maybe some range. I don't use a lot of indicators on Bitcoin, only the ones that I feel are, somewhat dominant. And I think that we have broken a bit of a dominant trend, breaking back through this 100K and this 85 mark. But, Bitcoin cycle does what Bitcoin cycle does. We'll see. Just like everyone has been saying, this time around is different. We'll see if this time around is really different.
Well, this time around, it is now 2 o'clock around these neck of the woods, guys. Yeah, thank you very much, Obi.
Boom.
I'm going to send it over to the other side of the room there. Get involved with some Katina Man, see what he's been up to for the past couple hours and how the gym has been. Guys, thank you very much. Obi joining us. Yeah. That's it. I think that's it. Yeah, Sharif be back on Monday. Neil back on Tuesday. Don't worry, y'all. Neil back on Tuesday. And yeah, hopefully everyone has a good 4th of July weekend.
Happy Independence Day for those of you who I won't be seeing tomorrow. But yeah, take care. Have a good one. We'll give Joe a little bit of time to go and get set up there. But yeah, thanks for joining us. Once again, do not go anywhere. We got another show, the second half of the day coming up, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Into the close there. So that's coming up soon enough, every single day. So don't forget to throw that like and that subscribe. And have a great long weekend. Are you ready to go? Okay, all right. So without any further ado, I'll see you guys around. Have a great weekend. Stay safe. Don't get into too much trouble. Pass it off to Sean, guys. Take it easy.
Our traders here, Obi, they don't get into any trouble. These are a bunch of great traders and not getting into any trouble this weekend, I hope. And if you are, do it with the ones you love. That's what we always say around here. I mean, it's not that much of an awe situation there. Hey, what's up? What's going on, Joe? We don't got a pool in our house, and my kids are now at one of the local pools on the day, and it's 44 degrees feels like right there, feeling like 114 Fahrenheit outside right now, and that's going to continue, I think, pretty much for the rest of today, and a little bit of relief tomorrow, as of course we get that holiday, and we're just going to try to spend it walking around a little Queen West tomorrow. The family's got a little plan to go downtown, grab us a couple bites to eat, just check out a little bit of downtown Toronto and see the buzz in the summer. We talk about that all of the time. Yeah, we're here, guys. Welcome back. Thanks, Obi, for all of that. And yeah, man, SpaceX, we've been short this one. We were long and then we were short. And we do this all the time on SpaceX. SpaceX will be it's the only trade I'm actually up on today is SpaceX. And here it comes right back into VWAP. So, small percentage left on board on this trade, but shorted it basically VWAP, all day there. Was able to grab this back into the downside there for, of course, this name. And, just looking to see where we're going to go from here now. And I think where we're going to go is maybe through this level. So we're getting ready to stop out if we ever do break that 160. That's sort of what we were trying to go short with on the first place here, but it's a nice battle back. We definitely found that bottom of 156 a couple times. When it came, we didn't get anything out. When it came back down into right there, then you can start to see where we start to bid that out in and around 156. So, it's been not a great day, obviously, for Elon and company there. SpaceX not helping out either. And the main one that we're talking about, and this is the one that my whole day, like if I don't trade Tesla, I'm green today, but I did, so we're red. But there it is, downside there for Tesla, and just it's looks a little more dramatic than maybe it was in the fact that we were able to get out. But it's been a bad day, needless to say, for Tesla and its shareholders. And I heard actually them on the midday show say this is one of the worst days since July of 25, I think it was, but it was one of their past earnings days. And so you're getting really schmacked to the downside right here on Tesla today. We potentially, though, we keep on saying, let's not touch the pot if it's too warm, but this one right into there, 390 has held. So just like in the morning where everyone was trying to tempt myself, I felt like, to try to go long into there. And I even had to tell Joe, whoa, let's slow down on the long talk right there until we find a base. Looks like we might have been able to find one there at 394, good little level there, bump back up near 400, and now we're looking at that. But, the watch list today is a brutal one, man. And I was trying to search through it to try to see if there's any opportunities. The good thing about this story is Netflix right here, up 6%. Yeah, I'll move it over a little bit. There you go. Is that better, Andre? Netflix right there, up 5% there. So that's a good one there for Netflix. Apple, yeah, perfect. There's Apple as well. So Netflix at the highs and trying to get higher there. So we like that stock. We like what that's been doing. We like what Apple has been doing, right? We reported earlier today, and it was even last night when we talked about that 395 level and what we thought about it. And that was something pretty simple, man. And that was just that, hey, what about this, right? What about the fact that is Apple going to look into China for some of that memory that they're looking for, and not to remember about China, but to get memory? And there we go, up 4.5%. See if we can, curb some of the costs associated with, the microns and all that of the world, that supply and demand all out of whack. So there's some CXMT company there in China. We're waiting to hear back to see if that winds up happening there as well. We'll get to that in a minute. And then Palantir right there. We're just going to go through the couple of the top names. Coinbase also going. J&J. We couldn't be happier with J&J right now. 261. We did rotate some money out of the Marvells of this world, which is great. We sold Marvell at 330 and bought some J&J and everything at 230, 228, something like that. So that's a good one at 261. Palantir also up 4.5%. So, some stocks are working, but most of them aren't. I will reverse this. Let me just go this, and we can talk about some of the negative ones there soon too. Marvell down 11. At what level would you go long on Tesla? I was just talking about that. So I do think that for Tesla, we'll zoom in on that watch list in a minute. We'll talk about Tesla quickly. So, I just looked at 390. So, and again, I think we have to preface all of this discussion with time frame, right? I don't think there's anything more important in trading than what your actual idea is. down and actually base out an idea, you got to figure out, okay, like where is that idea? Is it a longer term one? Is it a short term? We had Mitch on this morning. We're gonna have Steve Heilman on soon as well.
Oh, let's go.
This afternoon, yeah, we're gonna see what he's up to. And then the idea behind everything is swing trading versus investing versus what we do here on the show which is just day trading, right? And so I was gonna say that if you're looking to buy some Tesla and hold it, I think, I never want to say like on day one, but if you don't have a big position, this is its worst day, as we just said, since last July. So I would say that if you are somewhat of a Tesla bull, just thinking that, hey, you like what they're doing. They had not record deliveries. They had great record Q2 deliveries, but they had great delivery number today, surprising myself and Joe, as we both were long their Tesla and thought they was going to hold, but did not. So, today I think there's an opportunity to buy a little bit of this. Why not? The Nasdaq's down 2.5%. If you like the stock, get it down 8%, start to nibble. But it looks like, and we've been down here before, this sort of an area, right? I mean, honestly, I know it's easy to say, oh, well, we can get down to 364 and then just buy it. But, that was right there. This goes all the way back to May of 25. So we're back a year where we saw that level. We had dipped into 300. So to say that that's not possible, I think that is very possible. But yeah, I would say you buy a little bit today, then you could buy a little bit in this area, 350 to 360, and then you hope to high heavens that we wind up holding around that $300 marker. So I like Tesla right there, but if you're talking about on just for today, I think we might have missed today's dip buy opportunity. I mean, I don't know what Joe and Obi right, correct, were doing on the midday, but that 390 came once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. So you had a great bottom there over the last 2 hours on Tesla. Obviously, what we had said before is still true, right? You don't want to trade something that you've been burned on, and that would have been a tough one to take, especially being down on that stock today. But I don't mind that level down there at 390, and I think if you're going to short it,
I think it's a little late. It's too late for it now.
Might be too late for the short, but we haven't seen this 200 period. I mean, and again, like we haven't seen this 200 period since the very open. So, you're coming up to it now. So I think it's interesting to see what happens right now at 394. On Tesla. And yeah, there it is. So if you've been patient, let's just take this as an exercise here, because now we can wait to see what this 200 period moving average is all about. And if it winds up holding it, great. And we'll be able to say, okay, next time we see a dramatic move like this, we come up to the 200, we'll have a look. But for me, if you're long, sell some here. I just don't know if it's a trigger long, or if it's a trigger short. I'm not sure, but it's definitely a level that I have marked off. And what I use the 200 period moving average for is for a momentum change. So I would think that if we take it, I don't know if it's a breakthrough, we could take it, go up to like 96, 97. Then when we come back, we'll see if it holds one more time. I don't trust it the same way as like a VWAP. If we come up to VWAP, then I think we can bounce back under. This is just, to me, is to give a quick look, see what's going on. And if we try to, like what I tried to do here was, once we break the 25 period on a shorter time frame, that's kind of when I like that long. You see it was pretty choppy, the 25 period into here. Didn't give us much. So now we're at a longer time frame, and we're going to just give it a go and see what winds up happening here with Tesla at these levels. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's a good one. And I can't be more disappointed with a stock than I am with Marvell, honestly. I mean, down 11% today, straight to the downside. This is a...
Yeah, but man, this thing's on a big time run.
And we did get out of it, Joe. We didn't get out of it, but we got out of some for sure. And we're still happy with it. It's not, don't let my, disappointment be, longer term. But at the end of the day, you're back to the 50 period moving average. And if you didn't get, it's down $100 from its highs. So there's lots of examples where you have, you're cherry picking, right? But, that's not down 4%. That's good math there, calculator. Let's see if we go from there.
You're down 30, almost 30%. There.
Yeah, it's not working. Yeah, but I was gonna say 100. It's easy math. It's $100 basically on 340. So you're down about 30% there from its highs on Marvell. So not good, and hasn't made me feel that good to watch this happen. But to your point, let's not cry over spilled milk. I mean, it's been a great run for Marvell.
It's been a great run. But I've been saying that from day one, man. When you see these parabolic moves, the market will just come back in. That's just the nature of the beast. And you know what? If you truly believe in the company, Katina, man, I think it's a good opportunity. You're like, oh, yeah, nice. I don't have to buy it all the way up here at $330 or $300, right? You can get a little bit more, especially because I think at this point, this gap is going to be filled all the way down to 218 here in Marvell. That's just a quick, swift move up here in the span of a couple of months from May to where you peaked, right? So that's 57 bars, 84 days, less than 3 months. Less than 3 months, the stock goes on a 264% return. All right, so yeah, that's a pretty hectic move. That's pretty quick. And then now, in half the time, in 13 days, you give back 30% of that move. Sean, can you take a look at VICR? Sean absolutely can. I will pull it up too because I know he's been going on a little bit there. So we'll see what Vicor Group is. Have you ever heard of this company? Down 22%. But there you go. Like, as our good friend Sean Kramer would always say, there's a bull market somewhere, and it looks like it's in this name. Like, this trend is holding up pretty well. From October of last year, you're still up 440%. At the peak, you're up 609%. So things are looking pretty good.
Yeah, no, we'll have to look at that name because I don't know what that is. VICOR, Vicor Group. Yeah, we'll take a look at that. But first, I want to make sure that you are all aware of a great sponsor of our show, and that is OGen, ticker OGEN on the NYSE American. This company has now activated its phase 2A clinical trial in Australia with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002. It's an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Oragenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. Please go over, have a second, and check out OGen right there. As you know, Joe and I talk about it. I mean, it's near and dear to, I think, both of our hearts. As I played rugby, I played football, baseball, obviously. A lot of sports where basically every sport that you play, you're somewhat at risk. Basketball, taking an elbow to the head, or anything like that. And then there's examples there, falling down and people getting in accidents, riding your bike. Like any little thing like that. Concussions, very, very important to take care of. Go check it out with OGen. And I mean, I think even myself, like we were at hockey again, and it was a camp in Rochester. We weren't there, but a friend of ours was showing us a highlight, and some girl was like back checking basically, and sort of gave an elbow, not an elbow, but kind of like an elbow, get out of the way, like trying to get the puck. And unfortunately, I guess the skater lost an edge and right into the boards. And this girl that same age as my daughter, so I was gonna say 11 or 12, apparently was concussed. And so, I mean, I know you have stories about that with hockey. I mean, I think everybody that's played a sport, something to do with concussions, and, elders as well, slipping and falling downstairs or anything like that. So check them out. It's OGen, and you never know what's going to happen, man.
Never, man. Your brain is precious.
That's why we always say,
the most precious thing.
Love life as much as you can, and, try to enjoy, the outdoors and your loved ones in front of you. So. But yeah, thanks to OGen for continuing sponsoring, and just a very important topic. Whether or not you look at the stock or not, I think OGen trying to do something new. And we had them on the show a couple weeks ago, and they actually brought that intranasal device, and it was very, very interesting to see. And thanks to Dara, that was a great interview, and we'll see if we can grab them on again and just introduce that one more time. So Steve Talman coming off in about a half hour, so we'll get to him. Let me know if there's any questions or any stocks you want us to specifically ask.
We looked at Stevie, the chat you're referring to, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, if they have any questions, I mean, I'm going to ask him about Tesla today, and like that sort of drop, and how he feels and what that sort of looks like on a stock, and hear the most talked about. And you had some bangers I saw in that CLRO. We were going to pay for some shorts on that. It was 4 cents, which turned out to be, you were like, maybe I'm going to go short, maybe I will. And then we didn't get it. And then it dropped 50 or 60 cents. And so sometimes you can see, paying for shorts.
Like $3.
Yeah, now it's $3 down. Yeah, so there's another one. So what is the story there? Did you guys break that down?
I can figure it out here.
We can always ask Adara. CLRO. She's going to look into that one more time for us. But yeah, 61.90. I mean, it's great to see. I think it's CLRO,
they acquire a company, Corgent, in merger deal plans, $10 million.
Yeah, it's just the merger.
Yeah,
that's
$10 to $15 million raise.
Yeah, CLRO, and a couple halts.
Jensen sneezes, and this is like $15 million.
It's so crazy, right? I mean, the thing is about all this stuff with Jensen, like, they're invested. You know what Jensen's invested in? A name that I got, roped into. I'm feeling like Jensen.
Marvell.
Is Marvell. No, I mean, Marvell's
But he is,
sweet.
though. He's got $2 billion.
Yeah. But the other one I was saying, like, I feel like Jensen's my new Tom Lee here. IREN was a name that they're invested in as well. And IREN's been running to the doors right now. And, like there's a flood happening here. This is getting crushed down here. Now down to $39 is IREN. We bought this thing at 50. I think we first bought it. We last bought it right here. I don't know if it was that day or it was this day, but we bought it down here on this 200. So the first time we just missed it there, and we're able to get in right. Yeah, it was 48. So we're 48s and like 51. So at the end of the day, we're long at, let's call it 49. So not a good day for me if we look at my holdings in IREN. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, be careful here, guys. I don't have too much info, but just be aware. A little bit of a bounce here off the lows. ONDS, ONDAS, and a name that is watched a lot here. Apparently, they've received some kind of NASA contract. I looked at the notice. I didn't see their name immediately, so if I do see more details, I'll let you know. But just be aware this is circulating. ONDS apparently receiving a contract from NASA. Back to you.
Warrior, what's up to you in the chat, man? Yeah, you're right. I remember that even when I was buying it, there was some hatred on the channel here on the chat for IREN. And I don't really know why. So Arun, let me know what your thought.
Arun say?
I don't know. He does. Oh. I do remember looking, and I try not to look at the chat. I look at the chat a lot, but for investment advice, I mean, I feel like it's important that you make your own sort of investment thesis, and if you do or do not like a stock. But I thought I was buying something a little more conservative as well with Constellation.
Oh.
And that one has been a shit show as well. So that's gone from 280 all the way down to 240, and this one's been a disaster, almost the same way as IREN. So I don't really, get it, but there they go to the downside as we thought this power was going to be an issue, and it's just I'm losing.
Dude, look at this day here, man.
With this one,
15%.
Yeah, well, SNDK. I mean, I'm not going to call these things a house of cards, but
it is.
I feel like it is a little bit right there around a house of cards.
Just move it like.
Oh, what's up? There's Ozan is going to meet Sharif around 6:30 for dinner. Yo, what's up, Ozan?
Nice, Ozan.
There you go, man. Say shout out to that. There he is, right there, Ozan. Here we go. Hold on a second. This is for Ozan. Tell Sharif we miss him a lot, and we hope that he is enjoying his time as. Actually, don't tell him that. We know he's enjoying his time. That is for sure. But you can tell him that he is missed, but he knows that as well. So shout out to Sharif and you, Ozan.
Like
there we go.
Waves, always rolling. So stay in the game. Like, subscribe, and let's go.
Okay.
Why does it get red in the background there at the end? It's like, I feel like it should go green, like the Incredible Hulk.
We talked about that.
Yes. Out there. So, this mic. I gotta fix this.
All right, fix your mic while I ramble on a little bit here about some of the cryptocurrency names. I mean, look, Bitcoin up 2% here, Katina, man. Like, who would have? I mean, no one would have guessed that. Out of all the spaces here today, that you'd see the most strength within MSTR, Ethereum, BMNR, Coin, Circle. Circle got slapped around the other day.
Slacked is a good one. Slacked.
Yeah, slapped, and whatever else goes along with that. Oh, I thought this went negative.
Because I know why. Do you see that? It's USDE. Did you see that symbol? The stablecoin X?
No.
This was actually on our watch list today. USDE.
Okay, for Circle. Okay, yeah. I understand why Circle is getting hit off of that, but Robinhood and those other names are up. But yeah, Circle was down 13% or 15% at one point.
Yeah, well, there was that new stablecoin that sort of was supported there by.
So like that's the thing. Like, how littered? So we got USDT, we have USDC, and then now USDE.
Yeah.
So I mean, what are we going to go down the alphabet? What are we going to go down the alphabet here and just?
Yeah, but it's not the easiest thing. I mean, it's got to be backed by currency. That does take, it has to be one-to-one against the U.S. dollar.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's not the easiest thing to just create. It's not. But once you are in that ecosystem, I think there's a lot of value in USDC. I mean, that's what and Tether and basically all of those names. I think
it just makes everything so much easier.
I love it, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's the best idea.
No, I think it's great. I mean, to get in and out. Look. To the point that we said before, and I'm a little surprised that Robinhood's moving around. Obviously, Robinhood's moving around on the Trump account.
Yeah.
And the bounce a little bit in Bitcoin. But I used to open up my account all the time, to look at crypto. And I'm like, maybe I'm more scared now to do it, but I'm not open. Like, I have not even thought about getting more Solana or Cardano or Ripple. And heard you guys talking about Ripple XRP down to $1.
Why would you? There's no reason.
But this is what I mean. Like, I'm not even excited about it anymore.
No, it's not.
I don't know. Maybe that's the right time to buy. When everyone's all hyped up about crypto and we're not.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the time. Or sorry, when nobody's hyped up about crypto, maybe that's the time that you step in and start to buy, so that when the stories start to come and everybody floods it, then you're already long and you can ride the wave back to the upside. But I still do think that there's a lot of traders out there that feel that crypto and Bitcoin is a long-term story. So I feel like there's a lot of nervous hands right now not pushing the buttons to get in. People are much more comfortable buying the Microns of the world or the Sandisk or something like that, where they're gamblers, but they can get behind why they're buying it. You know, I think Bitcoin's lost a little bit of its way there as far as like, is it a store of value? Are we holding it against a NASDAQ, you know, worry? But the NASDAQ's down 2% today and Bitcoin's up. So we're going to go over...
Sorry, before we go over there, how would something of a store of value lose 60%? I just don't...
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's the problem, right? I mean, that used to be part of this talk.
Yeah, exactly.
Was like, oh, if you're in Venezuela or you're in... I mean, there's been a few countries that have turned over, right?
It made it like their legit currency.
Bolivia, right?
It made it.
Or when Israel, you know, we're starting having some, the Israeli shekel dropped. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I wasn't 50%, but dropped, and people were like, "Oh man," because what's going on with that dollar shekel? If you just converted that into Bitcoin, then you would have had X amount of Bitcoin and not worried about your current currency, right? I mean,
so it drops 50%.
Yeah, and the whole thing is, man.
And then Iran wanting payment in Bitcoin as well too.
Fiat currencies across the world. I mean, with monetary policies and everything that's been happening, I mean, they're really getting, you know, beat up. So let's go back over to the desk with Adair and find out what she's up to.
Yeah, just beware here, guys. Couple headlines. BX on watch. Blackstone's QTS apparently abandoning a massive data center in Virginia. The other story involves MU, nothing massive here, but comments from Citrini, if you remember Citrini, that, I guess, research post that basically indirectly or tangentially led to that big fall in some of these SaaS stocks in terms of like what AI would look like looking forward here. Anyways, regardless here, Substack reporting that Citrini, or in its Substack post, Citrini says that there are rumors of memory efficiency breakthroughs. So keep an eye here on MU with that in mind. Back to you.
I was thinking about a trade here. Yeah, I mean, Micron's having a day, that's for sure. Micron right now, actually, Micron's holding out better than some of the other ones. Down 7% is Micron. Our Google, though. I like the long, you know, we like the long, my guy, but right here, what about short? But we do have VWAP just kicking out right here, so I think there could be some sort of a talk here about shorting Google into 359, especially with the market right now well away from VWAP, not even close right now in the market to VWAP. So I do feel like a push in here from the NQs could be happening as we, you know, push back down to the lows. We're too far. I don't think, you know, that's too much of an epic run to get back to VWAP. And I mean, we're plugged into the news. We've got Adair here. If anything does happen, obviously we'll kick that out. But right there, 159, not 159. That'd be horrendous if Google got to 159. But I
would just buy it. I would just dump everything in my portfolio and buy it.
Your portfolio would already be dumped, though. That's the problem. So I don't really know what to do. But yeah, 360, 359, a good little level there for Google. I mean, thinking about that short for sure. We did get that question about when to buy Tesla. Looks like, yeah, man. I mean, there's that. Remember we said we'd check this back. And I mean, look, the market's not doing a whole heck of a lot, but this doesn't surprise me either. We are having some resistance down here at our 200 period moving average. So yeah, potentially this looks better to me now to go back into the short potentially, and back in. I've been short this name all day, but right into there because now we have some candles that we can play off of, right? When you're moving up into it, and I'll take a line from my friend Brian here, Shannon from Alpha Trends, and that is like, none of these really mean anything until we see what happens around the actionable spots, right? And so it's like you're in the penalty box until you're out. And right into here, it's like you can come up to the 200 period moving average. If you short there because, hey, every time it gets a 200 period moving average, I have to act on it. No, you don't have to. It's just telling you right here that maybe after 200 periods or 200 minutes of data, these are the average prices. So right now, you're looking at it in 200 period, it's just over 3 hours. It's not like, 60 minutes in an hour. So right there, this is the average price that we're looking at right now, 393 and change over the day. So we're gonna have a quick look and see what happens in and around 294 to 394 to 394.50 here on TSLA. So maybe, and we said that if you were long, this would have not been a horrible idea to get some out in and around that area. I'm going to stick by that. And then one more talk, and then we got to go over to Adara at the window to the wall. We are going to watch out for SpaceX. And I still want to get short, but not right here. I'm going to wait. See that little top wick right into here?
Yeah.
I have an offer. Well, I don't have one now, but I think I'm going to, against 160.
Okay.
Let's just see. 160 has been a key level. If it comes up there, we won't get hit that hard, but we will take a shot. 159.50, shorting into 160. That's going to be the trade for me on SpaceX. All right, you want to say anything? You want me to throw it back?
We go right there, my boy.
Let's go back over to Adara and see what she's up to. She's got a lot of infographics, and here's one of them.
We know.
Here is a Independence Day themed update here for To the Window, To the Wall, where I pull up an infographic chart window and we put it on the wall. Now, every once in a while, an infographic series comes along that just really, I think is going to be really fun. And then I get into it and I realize, what have I signed myself up for? This is it. So basically, you guys may recall, if we go back to mid to late May 2026, so about a month and a half or so ago, I did an infographic series just looking at all the public companies that were pursued in any legal way by Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. You can find this on XTTV Research. So when I did that series, I realized how many public companies are pursued by these state AGs. So I thought, why not go through all 50 states and see every time they mention public companies? So that is what I did. I went through every single state's press releases so far this year, so just 2026. I didn't go further than that. And oh my gosh, lots of public companies are getting sued or getting different types of legal action. So that's what I found here. I've been researching this kind of for the past month or so, but I really tried to grind this out so I get it for you all for Independence Day, which is when this will be posted on XTTV Research. Let's explain these terms. So allegation is basically, if an allegation is made against a company. In this case, I think really the only allegation we had so far this year was against a company for, and that company I believe would have been OneMain Financial, and the allegation in this case had to do with price fixing or something. No, sorry, that was it was Novartis for price fixing. But then you've got suit, so that's if there was a lawsuit or any update to a lawsuit. Statement, just a statement made here about the outcome of an investigation, about maybe the intent to invest. It's pretty neutral statement here. Alert is when you're saying, hey, consumers, watch out, there's an issue with this company. Request is when you're asking either a company or you're asking a wider body, for example, the DOJ, to investigate. And then a letter is when you send a letter to a company being like, hey, we have an issue with this thing you're doing. Please look into it. It's slightly different from a request. Yes, guys, I know I had to split hairs here for this. Settlement is when you make a settlement with a company. Investigation is an investigation into a company. And then a win is when you win a lawsuit against a company. I know I had a lot of explanations here. So let's get into this. What's really interesting is a lot of these, and mostly here for North Carolina, Wisconsin, Connecticut, and Illinois, a lot of these lawsuits were just kind of like coalitions. So a whole bunch of states get together and they all co-sign each other on a lawsuit. That's what happened with a lot of these Meta and Google related lawsuits. It's also what happened with Live Nation. So again, guys, just to clarify, these 6 states here are the states that had the most actions against public companies so far this year. So what's interesting here, though, was the top 1 and top 2. So both of these had 16 actions each. Texas and New York, respectively, they had some coalition involvement, but a lot of their stuff was not related to coalition. So Ken Paxton here, who I already mentioned, he sued Celsius entirely on his own here over caffeine and harming Texan children. He had some issues with Netflix. He had some issues here as well with AstraZeneca settlement. This Cal-Maine settlement was a whole bunch of different states, but he had his own separate Cal-Maine settlement as well. So he's a unique one here, Ken Paxton. Then you've got Letitia James here, Attorney General of New York, and she's got a Gemini and Coinbase lawsuit that a lot of the other companies weren't really involved with here. She also had this Instacart letter over some of their pricing. And then, again, a lot of these, the rest of these are coalitions. So one other thing I wanted to note, because I realize this is a lot of information, I'm also just processing the amount of time as I stand here that I spent on this. But some of these logos here too, it's not like individual actions. Some of these letters were sent as a group. So a lot of these payment companies like Sezzle, Block, PayPal, Citigroup, MasterCard, Visa, that was a group letter here that was basically like, hey guys, please try to block the sale of vapes through your platforms, right? So anyways, I hope this makes some kind of sense. There will be more infographics made with this data, but like I said, I've literally just kind of put all the data in a database. It's been a lot of research. I hope this makes sense. I hope it is appreciated, and I do wish you all a very, very happy Independence Day. I will see, you guys can find this on Independence Day on Saturday when I post this. And with that, that is a very verbose, maybe too intense update of To the Window, To the Wall, as we send you back over to the guys.
Thanks.
Well, But no, great information there. Check it out. I mean, we always talk about it. Go to @TraderTV Research. You can find those out. And as Adara mentioned, it'll be posted up there tomorrow. Lots of infographics. I mean, Adara loves doing them, and we love her doing them. So we do now have those up. Not that one, but many others posted there. And it will be soon up there @TraderTV Research. And another thing you can go to is our campus program. And right there, if you do scan that QR code right in front of you right now, you will be part of the campus program application process. If you want to become a real trader and use the same software we're using, be able to take all these shorts and all these small cap names and all these different markets. You'll be starting off in the United States markets for sure. So make sure you're available for the continuous trading session here in the United States. However, this program is not available for those of you that live in the United States. Is it available for everybody else? You are trading during the U.S. market hours. So make sure whatever country you're in that you are able to trade during the U.S. market hours. This program is designed to help you master, of course, the market microstructure, the different marketplaces and venues that are available to you, the different order types. You hear Joe and I talk about market on open orders or pegged orders, limit orders, midpoint orders, everything like that. And then you learn the execution on a professional side versus retail and amateur side and get the flow state. We talk about with Obi there, reading the tape and whatnot. Space is limited. Make sure you do apply here right now. And look, we have a 30-40% of our audience outside of the United States. So make sure that you guys do click on that and get involved. And hey, worst case, go check it out, see if it's interesting for you or not. It's the Real Trading Campus program. And it's just called campus because it's like a school. Like, you go, you're in school and it's kind of like we're treating it. I mean, look, let's call it like it is. It's basically we are on prop floor right there and it's a way to get involved. Check out the software, get the training. And a lot of other prop floors, it's just kind of like, here, we'll take your money and we'll run, right? And this is a completely different situation. It's just your time. You got to get in there, have an application process, not accepting everybody. And then at that point, we'll, weed it out. And it's not Joe and I, it's another team that does that. And they'll be able to tell you and answer all of your questions.
They met Lars. They never met Chris. And they met Wayner before, too. They met Wayner and Larsy.
You guys can go check those guys.
Larsy was on not too long ago as well.
Oh, good. Okay, good. Yeah, I don't think I was here when Lars was on there. But, yeah, great, great talk there about Real Trading Campus. And make sure you do go check it out, yo. All right, man. Tesla's still trying to go. And there it is, man. Now we're trying to break higher. And now you're getting some confluence here between the 25 and the 200. So the 25 period and the 200 period both coming together here around 390, 350s. So we'll have to wait to see if that winds up holding. But look how choppy it is right now, right? I mean, I think it's one thing to say, hey, I like the long or I like the short here, but something's got to break. And I don't think it's really worth it right now. I think you'd get stopped out a lot. If you were playing this top, I mean, you wouldn't have got stopped out yet, but that's a slippery slope. As right now, Tesla battling its demons to try to figure out what it wants to do today, now down 7%. That Google that we talked about earlier, that's kind of moving around, but it's, back up to VWAP. And we said we'd have a look, at this near VWAP, and it seems like it ran away from it there. It went down about 50 cents, and now you're right back up. And with the futures maybe coming back down in, you could find yourself into an opportunity here with that trade. So maybe have a look at Google, trying to go short off of 359. I don't hate that trade right now, but it's going the other opposite of the market, which gives me a little bit of worries there. But you can't always get everything, right? I mean, we talked about a name like a Palantir. How about a SoFi that we were trading today, right? Another name, like, again, really like SoFi there. There's no doubt about that, but it just didn't really fall into our lap here today as we tried to go long early. And it was working, and even into here, we offered 10s and missed it. Realistically, I should have another tick there, but it would have only been for 10%, as I really did think SoFi had a chance to moon today, and it does not. I mean, I thought it was a good trade there, breaking some of those highs, and then on the daily and starting to head back up to the upside. And then we lost it right there when it broke the 200 period. And since then, it's just been downside for SoFi. So there's an example of a 200 period moving average that we haven't seen in a minute. And there's the break higher. So maybe SoFi does have some abilities to get going a little bit here off of $18. So we can see if that does happen. In another name that we looked at this morning that I didn't trade off of, and I want to check back here because it's right here right now, and that's BSP, and that's Bending Spoons. And yesterday's IPO came through, and what an IPO it was, man. I mean, you could have got long there at $30.7. I think it was 37, no, 31 flat. The low was 30.70, so 30 cents worth of a breather, and then it just ripped, man. Ripped up about $12 there into 42. We saw that a couple times, and then right at the close, down. And then we saw this movement, right? And I wrote down on the note, what about 36? And that actually held. 36.50 was great until it wasn't. Now you've got 34.50 there. So bending spoons, not a great day 2, but a great day 1. So we'll see if that can wind up holding here. And again, they're an app developer, but also they buy, used assets, used apps that are maybe, I think Vimeo, or not Venmo, Vimeo, Vimeo? Is that in music or video chat, something like that? But anyways, they're sponsoring that now and trying to turn that one around. So there's a few apps that are underneath there.
You see what your boy Dan Ives is up to? I know you heard that he's leaving.
I heard he took the bag somewhere, to go and got paid by some financial company.
Yeah, so apparently this is what he got going on.
Yeah, what is it?
He's leaving Wedbush after 8 years.
That's wild.
Looking to seek something along the lines. A firm, which Ives will be formally announced in the coming weeks, plans to provide proprietary research, strategic advisory service, capital raising, and investments across sectors, including, not the tech sector, energy, and financial. I've said he has also intends to continue covering technologies, stocks, and a research capacity while helping build the broader business. Okay. I think he's probably the biggest tech bull I know. And I think rightfully so.
Tom Lee too.
Tom Lee's very big tech bull. I mean, hey man, IVES, right?
His.
You know what I mean? So here's his ETF over here, Danny Ives, not Johnny Ives there. Danny over here, down 10%. But I mean, since it came to market here, Sean, $25 all the way up to 37. From July of last year, you get 40%, which isn't bad whatsoever. I don't think I'd complain too much. There's some pretty hefty pullbacks in between.
I was on an X thing with Dan Ives.
Yeah, I remember.
Not too long ago. Yeah. It's interesting to hear. His
man.
Voice is like unmatched. Like you definitely recognize it.
You know who it was instantly. Just individuals.
Circle X. What do they have there? I don't know. Pods. I don't know what it was, but yeah, it was really fun when hearing him and talking to him.
Was he wearing? Did you see what he was wearing?
No, was this an audio thing?
Audio.
Whatever they call them on X there when you get together. And it's just an audio kind of meetup there. And a bunch of us were on there.
Yeah.
I can't remember anybody else other than Dan Ives, but there was somebody else, a female trader that's pretty popular. I can't remember who she is.
What happened to, I guess it might probably not, what happened to your girl Danielle Shea, man?
Yeah, she's still at Simpler Trading, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, doing some option stock there and stuff like that. So yeah, we can have her back on maybe. But yeah, sometimes the different businesses change and, depending on who they work for, they don't necessarily, they don't want to come on and promote different things. And
Absolutely.
So we just do that. And but we do have Steve Talman coming on pretty soon.
Yeah, where's Stevie?
Well, he's coming on. When he's coming on, I think it's 45. So 2:45, we'll have him on there, and we'll see what go on with him and what he's been trading today and what he's thinking about some of these names. Basically, the only name that I'm still trying to look at Google. I mean, it looks like that would have been. Damn it. So we had a question this morning, remember? And it was like, how many times do you look at something? Spaces. Thank you, Ozan. Is that what I called it? I said circles. Yeah, spaces.
Close.
Close enough. But look, we had a question this morning and it was like, Sean, how many times do you second guess yourself and then it winds up working? Yeah, well, here's another example. And I said that it's tough to always do that because I'm bad for that. Like my wife will tell you 1,000 times over, like, I'm always like, should have we done that or should have we done this?
Yeah.
We made a decision.
Yesterday.
Yeah, I know. So, and I wish I had a better example because I don't really have one right now, but it's every day. So tonight when I go home, I'll remember it. Yeah. Oh, then I got to remember it till Monday.
Really go, I wish I
Yeah, no, it's just like, I can't remember what some of the things, like, for example, I'll, maybe like yesterday we had burgers, we barbecued them outside, so it's fine. Everything was great. But then even if it starts raining a little bit, I'll be like, oh man, I should have just had the burgers inside and I knew it was gonna rain.
Something's happening with Apple here.
Oh yeah? What, ripping?
No, they have volume spike, man.
I'm not my news service is not pumping in my ear. I'm gonna refresh it and see if we get it because I don't know if they're taking a little bit of a break, but we can look at Apple right now. But and Neil talks about it all the time, and I think it's a very negative trait to be second guessing yourself or whatever the word I'm looking for. That trait, it's not great. It's more about being it has nothing to do with confidence. It's just like, don't always. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it's called. But
I think you should just be like satisfied with the decision.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah, don't always look at. It's like you don't want to look at others and say, well, I wish that, or why don't I have this, or whatever it is. But the word
you don't want to look at what could have been. You know what I mean?
Yeah, coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Yeah,
that's the stuff that you got to get rid of. But I'm bad about that. So.
Shout out to could have been records.
Yeah.
Other than that, guys, like we're in a little bit of Apple, nothing crazy. Like if I'm gonna stick with a strong stock, I may as well see if we can grab something around the lows on this bad boy. Not working out for us right now, consistent lower highs. I thought we were going to make that push, but there's some form of volume. It's not translated on some of my other charting platforms, which is totally fine. But if it starts to break 307, then we'll just get out, man. We have no issues with that. Haven't been trading the tech names very well. I don't know about you, Katina, man. The winner for us today, which was small potatoes, pennies on the dollar, really, was that small cap gapper that was moving higher. Other than that, we took a hit bright and early on Meta, looking for the continuation in yesterday's trend. That wasn't the case. It just decided to sell off and give back the majority of its move. And we've seen this on multiple occasions, so I don't understand why I was expecting anything less. And it's almost like the earnings report, right? Like, so it's funny that I'm going to put this out there. I think that we should remove NVIDIA's earnings reports as classifying it as the Super Bowl of reports, because every time it stayed inside of its expected move over the past 4 quarters and proceeded to sell off after. So what do we watch? They call it the Super Bowl, and it's a little bit lackluster. If it went parabolic and broke the expected move on the majority of those occasions, I could get behind it. But what we've been seeing as of late is just so big, and the numbers are so big that the street doesn't really react to it how we're expecting it to.
The
man,
funny
it's
thing about
more
that Super Bowl stuff. The Super Bowl is not even the best. The Super Bowl aren't even. Last Super Bowl wasn't even that great of a game.
Is it
last Super
like
Bowl.
Very rare? Is it?
Yeah, it's very rare. It's like one of the best games of the year.
Yeah, exactly.
Super Bowl, but. Yeah, to your point, I think you're 100% right. The NVIDIA earnings were so important back in the day when nobody even really understood what
2.5 years ago.
Yeah, what it was all about when they were starting to,
exactly.
They had we're expecting $100 billion in revenue, and the next thing you know, they shot up like $500 billion.
The revenue is like 400% year
or 5x.
Yeah,
next thing you know, it's like, oh my God, what do we have here? And then everyone was ready for the next one and the next one. And they kept on performing and performing. But right now, it's just an interesting time for the space, and I just think you got to be very, very careful about NVIDIA earnings. And but we're coming up to earnings, right? Bank earnings are very soon, actually. If I go into here and go into details, I think it's the end of this. Is it the end of this month or even before then? Let's go. J.P. Morgan's normally one of the first ones that starts 4 days.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, July 14th.
14th.
Yeah. So a couple weeks. So just in a couple weeks there, you're going to have bank earnings coming, and that's going to be 12 days. So that's going to be cool. Oh, dividend being paid in 4 days. Get ready to back the truck up on those dividends, Joe. You can buy yourself a cup of coffee there. But yeah, we'll wait to see what happens with that. What did you say? Apple is going crazy? It's not doing anything.
No, it's not doing it. But look at this volume here. I don't know. It wasn't translated on anything.
We averaged into a little bit of SpaceX here. I don't know if it's going to be a good trade here, man, to be honest with you, this time around. I noticed that trades only, sure we got a good fill there. It's not like it's dramatic here, but not going down anywhere. But I just feel like you got to be careful. I don't, you're now above VWAP, all this kind of stuff. I mean, getting out, this is why we didn't average in until we got something that was really close to 60, because I'm not 100% sure that that's even going to be a trade up there. So we'll just be really light on this, and we'll take a shot and see what ends up happening with SpaceX. It's my #1 stock today. And I was telling this to either myself or I think maybe you were grabbing your food, but if I didn't have Tesla, we'd be positive today. And that's a shame, because we had lost there on Tesla. We actually basically pretty flat here on the SPY. We tried to go long earlier on the S&P, and that just didn't work. And eventually, once it broke that sort of low there, we got out. So that was like just sweat off our brow. Nothing too crazy there for that one. And then SoFi, we had that talk too. SoFi, we actually had on 4 or 5 units or so on this. So when it dropped out, thank you, Tiffany. When that dropped out, we lost on that one on SoFi. But again, getting out on the 200 period. And before we go to Steve, here we go.
We should ask Steve if he thinks we should denounce.
Yes, let's go. Nice move down. Denounce what?
NVIDIA as a Super Bowl of earnings.
Yeah, we can ask him that, and I think there's no better time to bring on Steve Talman right now from Trade the Pool. He is an analyst. He is a good friend of ours, and he is on the show right now. There he is. Hey, there's Steve. How's it going? You got a hat with an orange on it. Is that a Florida hat?
That's a Giants hat, man.
That's a Giants hat.
Yeah,
You better
come
believe
on,
it. I'm
man.
representing my
Nice
coach this
one.
week.
I didn't see the SF there. That's a good one there
Giants
coming through. Like the Giants, you had the Yankees on. We're happy with the Giants on as well. So welcome. I don't know if you just heard what we were talking about there. If there was one earnings name out of everything, so we have in 12 days, we start with JP Morgan, all the bank starts. We get into another whole earnings season, which we get excited about, and I'm sure you do as well. If there's one name that you're looking forward to this next round of earnings, and I know I'm putting you on the spot. Maybe you could give us one or two names. Which one are you most interested in heading into this next quarter?
You kind of took my pick. JPM's number one.
Oh.
Next up, I want to see Morgan Stanley, and I want to just see how the banking industry is doing as a whole, especially the guys who financed the SpaceX deal. I think that's the most interesting.
We don't normally talk about banking stocks or that sector with you, Steve. Why is JP Morgan, like for me, it would be one of these tech names that I'm really excited about, but why is the bank, you just mentioned SpaceX, but why the banking sector heading into this next round?
Well, I'm a little bit tentative about where the market's going next in the next couple weeks, and I think that bank earnings could really help stabilize that. I think that they look good and they want to lead up, and I think that would help kind of guide the market in the right direction, even if we do get a little more downside in some of these tech names, or especially the semiconductor names. So looking for strength in the financials to kind of just lead the way and show the market you have nothing to be afraid of. Let's keep buying those dips.
Yeah, I was going to say, are you looking to buy a dip in a bank if it's a weak earnings, or maybe sell a rip because we're uncertain of the market? But I think you just answered that, looking to maybe buy on some weakness and get some money back into the financials. So I do like that kind of a call. Well, from a stable business like banking, right, somewhat stable anyways, where we can sort of foresee what's going to happen, to a name where we don't really have too much information about where it's going, and especially on a day like today, because we got great deliveries from Tesla, Steve. And I want to ask you about this because it's its worst day since last July. So we almost got to go back a year. Well, we do have to go back a year to find the last time Tesla was down 8+%. So that's what we're dealing with right now. It's Tesla on a horrible day, down 8%. And guess what? They had decent deliveries. The deliveries numbers beat expectations, and yet Tesla's still doing this. So what are we thinking about right here? I mean, I know that we cracked under the 200-period moving average and looking to get a little bit lower into some of these levels that we had seen in the last couple of weeks. But what's your take on Tesla? Are we staying away?
Do we care about delivery numbers? Is this even a car company? I'm not sure it is anymore. You know?
Yeah, valid, yep.
So for Tesla, I think it's at a really interesting spot. Pardon the messy chart here, but we are interacting with a long-term trend line, this uptrend line. We're still holding a higher low so far, but like you said, the rejection at the 200 is a little bit suspicious. And for me, my big level is 420.69. I wish I was joking, but that's the most responsive level I've seen on Tesla over the past year or so. So until we can reclaim it, I can't be a bull. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, we don't really love that, and you mentioned it already. I've been talking about it for a while. Like, if you're buying in Tesla stock because you think they have great cars, I mean, you've probably got to go back a couple decades before you make that kind of a call, right? I mean, hasn't been a car company that's moved on those numbers in at least a couple years, from what I can remember. But one company that is moving on numbers, and we can switch over. I'll give you a second. It's Rivian. I mean, Rivian today, RIVN. They had better deliveries, and they don't have much going on other than cars. I mean, their own autonomy and things like that. And I shouldn't say they have nothing else going on, not much else that I know of. But there's Rivian. It looks pretty good to me. You go back into February, where you had that little wick top of 1850. We made that again in April. We did it again here in the beginning of June. And today, we start off with a catalyst. And again, better delivery numbers. Their R2s are finally starting to roll out. And this doesn't look too bad for me on potentially a breakout. Again, supported by VWAP, supported by the 200-period moving average. It looks like we're trying to get a little higher here on Rivian. Are we taking any of these car companies, or is there just more interesting things in the market to worry about other than what this looks like on a breakout?
I mean, I've been watching it. I was very impressed by the strength today. I didn't actually know what made it pop. I just saw the outlier, or the relative strength there. I love the chart long term. I was watching it last week when I thought it broke down. I didn't watch this hammer candle close, and now it's showing the strength out the upside. I think the only thing that capped this rally was simply the relative weakness in the market overall. So I'm definitely watching this one going forward. And I know you say they're just a car company, but I'm putting this in my robotics basket because I think that automation aspect is going to be the biggest selling point for these going forward.
Yeah, and they also actually have deals with Volkswagen, I believe, as well, to try to get some of their batteries and their charging equipment over there as well. All right, recently, and I'm just going to ask you about one more, and then I'm going to throw you back over to Joe, because yesterday we had a really interesting take on Meta, right? I mean, Meta yesterday was, wow, it was the talk of the town, and we were lucky enough, Joe and I both, to have these levels right into there. When we broke 600, we actually had it the first time, then we had it the second time, and it was $20+ winners there, and it was a fun time, and we were all really loving Meta. And then today happened, and I don't have any trades on it today, but yeah, man, it gave pretty much everything back here on Meta and not looking great. Down to 586. Yesterday's we sort of started around 560. It's pulling back as now Zuckerberg's got to go find somebody to sell his compute to. Looks like you're trying to figure out all this CapEx, all this spend. But poor Meta, we saw a bump up when they announced the subscription model. We saw a bump up yesterday on the compute and that angle. Now maybe a new business for them, but it's come right back in. Look, I'm still long this name. I think a lot of us are, but I don't really like it anymore. It's Meta, and I don't know. If we can't get going on good positive catalysts, then what are we going to get going on? Meta, what do you think about this name?
Man, I think you hit the nail on the head. If this catalyst is not enough to catch and hold, then what are we doing here?
Yeah.
I'm looking at this and looking at a similar move in BE, Bloom Energy. I got long this one yesterday. It popped 15% on good news after hours. Thankfully, I took some off, but man, it's back here under my buy price. And when you have this fast and loose price action on some of the leaders, I know Meta hasn't been a leader, but still, it makes me feel like we might be about to kind of break down. If you look at the weekly on Meta as well, it's a little bit spooky. It could very well be a distribution range, especially with this ugly top wick, despite it being a green candle. So a little ambiguity there, but I can't feel great about holding this. I'd be with you in that camp there.
Steve, what's going on, brother? Long time no talk. All right, man, I'm just going to do it. We're going to rip the Band-Aid right off. Let's talk a little bit about these memory names. Micron blowout quarter. They've been on parabolic runs. You go from Western Digital, SanDisk. Now, what is going on here? You're starting to see a little bit of a breakdown. Do you think that price is just catching up to valuations?
It's tough. It's good to see you, by the way. Yeah. It really is tough here with these. When they move so hard and so fast, day to day, week to week, every single minus 10% day, you got to be thinking, oh, this is the end. And then it rips like crazy the following day, following week on some other headline, usually something that we already knew. So in this case, I think we were getting punished overnight on the cost beat for the news that Apple was in talks to buy Chinese memory. I'm pretty sure we got that headline like a week and a half ago. So I think this is just kind of the name of the game, the state of things when, I mean, when you have an index that's so over leveraged like this. I mean, I know a lot of traders myself, and I'm sure there's a ton in Korea that are massively over leveraged and probably getting blown out, forced to sell today. So it's sketchy. I'm not calling a top, but I did pick up some MUZ today as a hedge. So take that for whatever you'd like it for, but I am a little bit short here.
Yeah, no, I mean, well, if we're talking about a bottleneck leading into mid-2027, then by all means, I think for individuals like myself who didn't participate in this run, I think that could be a good opportunity, considering we're down 20% plus in all of these names here, Western Digital, SanDisk, Micron, and if you're looking at DRAM, the ETF, down 25%, I think this could be a good opportunity in the near future for some individuals to get in on this dip buy. What do you think about that?
I am so split because I have been wrong in not buying every single dip. I bought some of them. I bought the one to 350 and I bought the one to 500. I didn't buy all of them and I wish I did. So it's hard to say this 10th time is the wrong dip to buy. You know, I don't want to put my name on that call. What I am saying is I'm just going to wait for a little bit better structure. And I just know if we are, you know, at a little air out period, then MUZ is going to keep me a lot safer than most other things. I still think chips go higher. I still think memory goes higher. Like you said, the bottleneck is not going to resolve in the next couple months. But man, can these pullbacks be rough. So I want to see a little bit of strength on the MU and probably buy on a recovery of the 1,000 because that's when my hedge is going to go red. And then all my longs in the semis and software space are going to be quite happy, I think.
I like that you brought up chips. I'm in the same camp as you. I like that you brought up chips. Now, Nvidia, one to not create, but design them and ship them off to Taiwan Semi, who actually fabricates them. What is going on with this name? I mean, we got the custom ASICs, these application-specific chips coming into play, but if we're talking about that, Broadcom is down 20% too, and Marvell taking a pretty hefty hit as well. So what is going on with this chip trade right now?
I think it's just getting aired out across the board. I don't think this is a reflection of the fundamentals, because the fundamentals are still stellar across the board on just about any of these names. We saw it just time after time on earnings this quarter. Everything is booked up. The projections are great. You know, there's a lot of room in this trade if the market doesn't get scared. Of course, we're running hot on a short-term bias, but that's why I think you're talking about looking for these dips as buying opportunities. It's just a game of hot potato, because eventually it'll crack. These are all cyclicals for the most part, and they will take hefty downside moves eventually. I'm just not seeing it quite yet. And I think we got a few more pushes left.
There's a name that I want to talk about specifically, and I just mentioned Nvidia. If we can look at the technicals, what are you thinking here? Because I see a head and shoulders, and we're right back to our breakout zone. I'm getting a feel that we might head into the mid 180s here, maybe even 170 worst case scenario. What do you think from a technical standpoint on what we got going on with Nvidia?
Well, I don't particularly like what you're saying, but I can't really disagree either. I'm a long-term investor.
Yeah, exactly. So me too. Yeah.
You know, so I don't like say it ain't so, but it could be. So, you know, we got in a little bit early. It was in this little pullback here to 200. I got in like 205, 207, something like that. So I'm a little underwater. I'm not freaking out about it, but it doesn't feel great. I did not add the 200 yet. I'd like to see a higher low and a reclaim of the 9-day actually to get involved. It's right at 200. I could have taken my spot at the 200. Today, I'm not kicking myself too much. I think I'd probably get another chance. But realistically, I was hoping we would get a straight up squeeze off of this kind of failed curled top move that we got, just like we did, sorry for the lag here, in this kind of setup down here. This curled top tried to wash out and then ended up squeezing shorts. I thought we'd get the same move. It's wilting now. So I think that your spot is good. There's a big gap there where it kind of broke out from this breakaway trade with the rest of semis, but it's just not as strong as the rest. So I am in a little bit of Nvidia for the kind of mean reversion play on chips, but as usual, buying the laggard, it wasn't the play. I should have just been dip buying MU.
I like how you mentioned the point of buying the laggard because it was falling behind AMD. We're watching this name go parabolic, and it's like, what's going on? We eventually got that $200 break, climbs up to 238, and then it just breaks right down, going right back almost into the middle of the range once again. Now, that's fantastic. I completely agree. I'm a long-term investor in NVDA, and I always will be. It's just not looking great right now. But what's also not looking great, even though we're getting a little bit of a bounce right now, is the cryptocurrencies here, Steve. What do you think about Bitcoin? What are we thinking about Ethereum? It's pretty ugly. We're down 60% in Ethereum. We're down 55% in Bitcoin. Do you think it's just part of the halving cycle and it's going to take a little bit longer for us to recover? Or do you think it's just there's shiny new toys out there within the memory names that we're just putting crypto to the side for now and we'll pick it back up once we get bored, and that's just that cyclical effect of the market?
You know, it's tough to say. The one thing I do know is that I'm glad that I haven't been DCAing this, because I was a bull up near the top when it was looking good. And, you know, it's just been really rough. These are a very messy chart here, but what I'm kind of seeing is this potential slanted head and shoulders. I don't know if it's going to play out. We are at an interesting spot. I'll take off my drawings here. We are at an interesting spot just trading into the 200-week moving average. And that always is a cause for pause. You know, maybe we are getting a kind of I think ICT traders call them turtle soups, basically a failed breakdown where we go below this big flush out wick and then start squeezing shorts. Maybe I'm not seeing it. I need proper structure of the flush out and then a higher low, just like that there to get involved. So if we get this flush out, pop into a higher low, we could set up an inverted head and shoulders of sorts. Maybe like that. And we can look somewhere in that 66, 67 zone for potential right shoulder. Till then, I'm not touching them.
I see you at 29. Sorry, Sean. I see you at 29,000 there marked on your chart. I know a lot of people talking about 30,000 potentially there in Bitcoin too. So tougher look in the crypto.
I'm sitting here because we did get that highlight there about there's Zuckerberg talking a little bit there.
There you go.
Not super happy with the way things have been performing lately. So I started to go a little short there on Meta, but not really working out right now. All right, Steve, we got to let you go soon. But give us a name. I mean, everyone's always looking to say, hey, what is Steve looking at? One of the best guys we know in the game as far as charting is concerned. So, you know, what's breaking out? What's on your radar? And is there anything that you're sort of telling people now to look out for? Something something that maybe you just talked about, maybe going a little short in the memory space, but what are you looking at? Can you give us something specific?
Sure. I'm going to keep it real simple, guys, because it's easy to get convoluted on the dip, try to figure out what the heck to buy. What's strong today?
Right.
IGV, software, Microsoft. Right. Microsoft's actually green today. So this is the top buy for me. I'm looking for IGV to be making a higher low here on a weekly chart. I don't know if it's going to do this, but I sure would like it. So my top play, Microsoft, I've started buying early. We're getting a weekly reclaim of the 200 week, most likely here. So I think this is a screaming buy, a nice swipe out of the lows. It's a high quality company and it's been punished. So if we're looking for lifeboats, if we're looking for the rotation trade, if we're looking for some of the heat to come off of the check cashers in the semiconductor industry, maybe some of that money rotates back into the check writers in the software as a service. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I mean, we saw even Palantir even battling back a little bit there over the last couple of days as well. So we do like that, the IGV. And you can even play the IGV if you didn't want to pick one name. But Microsoft, the top holding, I believe, in the IGV. So thank you, Steve. Steve Teilman from Trade the Pool. You want to let people know you got any calls going on after this? Anything you want to tell everybody about?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to be going right into Power Hour over on Trade the Pool's YouTube channel. If anyone would like to follow me over there, you can just search Trade the Pool on YouTube and we'll pop right up on the live tab there. As always, you can find me at Steve Teilman on Twitter, SteveTeilmann, and give me about 10 minutes. I'm going to go run over there and update my Discord server link because I think last time it expired. So wait 10 minutes and then try to get into my Discord server from that bio and you'll be good to go.
Great, thank you. That's Steve Teilman. Go check him out on all of that and give him a couple seconds to update his Discord. So thanks, Steve. We'll get you next week. Happy 4th of July. Enjoy your day off tomorrow. And yeah, stay out of trouble, and we'll see you next week.
Go JPM.
Likewise, guys. Take care.
Thanks, Steve. We'll go over to Adara. Oh, there he is.
Keep an eye here, guys, on META. Reuters reporting that apparently there was an internal town hall at Meta during which CEO Mark Zuckerberg told staff that their developments of AI agents hasn't accelerated in the way we expected over the last couple months. Now, this is significant because META has spent a lot here with CapEx or promised a lot on CapEx. Again, META CEO Mark Zuckerberg warning that agent development hasn't quite accelerated the way the company hoped. Back to you.
I mean, thanks, Adara, for that story. And, I heard it too, same kind of ways there. I just started going short, and this was a very, very small, look, it's easy to say, like, when you lose, okay, we didn't put on that many shares, but we didn't. When it came back up into this level, so we averaged in a little bit, we got stopped out there. We basically took a couple slices and dices in there, and we've lost on it, but we have basically, just to tell you guys, like a quarter of a unit. Like I'm not trading this very heavily when you get those kind of stories, and especially when you get volume spikes. It's just when I'm hearing like things aren't going that well or not participating the way we thought it would, things aren't growing as fast as we thought. Like, to me, those negative words, I think we were right, but you can see right here, we talk about algos and everybody getting word of things before it's actually even broadcasted out. So, sometimes you got to give it a little bit of time, and that's why we just kept on taking pot shots at it, because you know what? The thing is, if he's on a town hall here and internal memos and all this kind of stuff, there could also be positive things that are said as well, right? And so just like that, like he could right now be announcing something else. The next thing you hear about is, go ahead.
I think this might have already happened, though. I think this is like past tense reporting.
Yeah. So it's going through the report and figuring it all out. But sometimes what I was sort of getting at, and as opposed to what Adara was saying there, if it was live or not, is the fact that you never really know what the story is going to be. Okay. Adara has more information. It's not great, apparently. Here it is right here. 2026 company reorg wasn't as clean as it could have been. Yeah, okay, so this is what I mean. Like, when I'm seeing this kind of information, I'm thinking negative. But the stock's not really, it's kind of right back to where it was before a lot of this had happened. So this is why, again, I think the best.
But we knew morale was low. Like, we've heard of that before coming through.
But the reorg didn't go that well. So did they get rid of the wrong people? To your point, did people fight them on it? Is there,
exactly.
Some sort of legal battles going on? I don't really know what the story is.
Listen, I forget what they call it, but in the NFL, you have to hit certain goals in order to get paid.
Yeah, like performance metrics.
Performance metrics, right? So do you think it would have been smart or strategic of Mark Zuckerberg, instead of throwing $300 million there, all these hundreds of millions, poaching talent away from other AI startups and other companies? that he involved some form of incentive, like, hey, performance obligations, like you need to hit this goal in order to get this payout, instead of just throwing all this money away. And all the superintelligence lab has spit out right now is MuseSpark. And you asked me the other day, what is MuseSpark?
Did I?
Yeah.
I don't know
no one knows what MuseSpark is. Exactly. But the
so why are we talking about it? Because that's the one thing.
Well, because that's what he spent all this money in order for them, and this is what this is the first product that superintelligence lab has spat out is MuseSpark, and everybody's like, what is this?
Anybody know what it is?
No.
But no, it was Obi apparently. Yeah, it wasn't with me. But I don't know. So obviously Obi, myself, and you. I don't know anything, but we do know that they were trying to change it up a little bit with their organization of the subscription models. But this was company.
Like this is absolutely company, and we've been talking about this. I don't know. Like
now it's all the money on SpaceX.
That's good. It's just coming out like he's just trying. They're in rescue mode right now.
Seems like that.
Yeah, they're in recovery mode. It's like we don't really know what to do. The fact that he's getting involved with the prediction markets now. You're adding
like what's up with that? That's right.
Right, like paid tiers on Instagram, understandable, but such a pivot to the point where you're getting involved with prediction markets shows you that it's probably not as clean under the hood as what you're expecting. And to my point of saying no one knows what MuseSpark is and why it took so long, it's like, I remember when the article came out, Sean, it's like, okay, cloud providing isn't off the table, it's on the table. It should have been on the table the minute you decided to go through this crazy CapEx and deplete all your free cash flow. Like that should, in my opinion, I've been saying this for quite some time, and it's unfortunate that it's falling into the...
I mean, we both own Meta shares, and it's too bad that you've lost his way a little bit.
My third largest holding.
Yeah, you mentioned that. Sorry about that, but maybe we get it back.
But there's nothing to be sorry about. It's just
just sorry that we're we're losing on these positions, right? But there it goes right now. Look at that. So we just got a little bit of a cover there. This is in 1 minute. So obviously something else has now happened where it's battling back right now. So we just stop out. The minute you break that sort of the 200 and the 50, we're getting out. So out there. So we will slap an L there. We tried it. News coming in. It's. Look, man, it's the power hour right now. It's on to a weekend. Not much going on. We thought we would take a dance here in Meta, but there goes Meta, right? Maybe there's something going on right there right now. Right here, going through this 55.87 right here, right now. We'll see if that can get a little bit higher as it's starting to go. And, just a little bit of talk here as well. Like, there's our SpaceX. Yeah, that's internal town hall.
Yeah. So worried in early 2026 that we're going to. So it's across the board.
Yeah, as this all comes through, man, we'll work around with it. But yeah, SpaceX, we just shorted that right before we went on the air with Steve, right? I mean, it might have even been as we were there, and I said that we're going to go short there against 160. So that's 50 cents worth of a shot. It came back in. We get back onto the short here on SpaceX, and it just goes to show you, man, it's my #1 stock today. We should have just stayed on that one, and we didn't. We moved around, and now we just took a couple shots there on Meta. Maybe Meta's breaking higher right here. So yeah, it looks like the news story is not stopping and it's still going up just a little bit higher now for Meta. Wow, 587 going higher here as Zuckerberg's still going on here in this memo. Yeah, it's the same. So I'm hearing it in my ear. Yeah, just top executives back in 2026 said that they were maybe a little slow on the AI front. Just listening still. Yeah, a lot of the AI capabilities haven't come to fruition yet, is what I just heard in my ear. So there are more things being leaked right now with this story. So Meta just went up $8. 583 to 588. Sorry, $5 there in a straight line, and now it's trying to pull back just a little bit on Meta. I think we'll stay away from it, to be honest with you. Now it's just we'll keep looking at it. I don't mean stay away in that range, but look what happened here, man. The 200 period, we had talked a little bit about it, but talk is cheap if you don't do anything about it. But there it is, man, 394 right off your 200 period. We said that it was giving us some areas to short off of, and that is exactly what it did do. So now you're down about a 250 or so off of that. August, what's going on over there, August? Yeah. Will it recover? Depends on what your stocks are, right? I mean, I think there is a good chance for these stocks to recover from today. As we said, man, there's blood in the streets for sure. Like a name like Marvell down 12%, right? I mean, that's not going to be good pretty much for anybody's account. Tesla down 8, ARM down 8, MU down 6, right? MU down 7%, sorry, as we continue to go. TQQs, who cares? Roblox down 6, Intel down 7%. So that's getting worse and worse by the minute here. AM, like look at Intel, boom, downside, right? AMD down today, AMD. Down today. So yeah, like as this market continues to breathe, I think you got to understand that these are living and breathing markets. And, you know, every day doesn't mean what's going to happen the next. And we can't, you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater a little bit here. I think it's still important, as Steve just said there too, you know, with Nvidia, when Joe was asking about it, and that is like, are we done? Are we cooked on Nvidia? Like what exactly is going on there? And it's kind of like, well, we all like the story behind this AI race, and we know that there's going to be winners and there's going to be losers, but you can't have these kind of up days without having these kind of down days. I mean, you got to take the good with the bad, right? I mean, if we were throwing our account out right here at 450 when AMD went down here thinking, oh my God, what have we done? Well, you missed then the run up to 580. And if you throw it out today, you may miss that run back to 580 again. But without that crystal ball, I do think we've been talking about like a name like J&J. I'm going to go to Adair in 1 second. You know, get into some different names. And we have done that on 220, 225 or so on J&J when it was battling right back into this area about a month ago, and now reaping the rewards here as there's been a turnover in what people are trying to buy. More push to value, less push to this sort of AI boon. So yeah, man, I don't think you're cooked, but I do think that today would have been a good day to sell yesterday. I don't know if you want to sell in a down market, down 2.5%, but that would be up to you. And Adara has something else. I'm going to guess it's more Meta.
Yeah, so again, Sean, I'm still not seeing anything of the headlines that I'm seeing circulating that is like really super positive or exciting here for META. One thing they did say, again, this is just being reported, that Mark Zuckerberg said this at a town hall, so not confirmed, coming from Reuters. Apparently, Zuckerberg said, quote, the bets the company has made on its reorganization haven't come to fruition yet. And then he also said, though, that top executives were worried in early 2026 that they weren't going to move fast enough on AI. So, again, nothing like super positive or exciting here. He also already said that the reorganization wasn't as clean as it could have been, quote unquote. So the idea that these bets they've made haven't come to fruition yet may be a little bit concerning here. Back to you.
Yeah, I think that's it, right? I think it is a little concerning. But, you know, Zuckerberg does have a way of, I guess, you know, he doesn't really hold back. I mean, this is an internal memo. So I think we might want to wait to hear some kind of confirmation or something, you know, to make sure that maybe a clarification on this. And, you know, sometimes things are misunderstood, and I'm not trying to make light of it or excuses on it. But, you know, when memos get leaked, I think we got to be careful about how to interpret them. But, you know, that's another discussion for another day maybe on Meta. And I think what we talked about with Steve is just something there where yesterday we had a huge bump. And it's just like, if people actually believed that this was a change of, you know, sort of giving them that go ahead now that people can go in there and start to buy. I mean, we looked at Meta's PE yesterday, it's 22. Like it's below market. So it's like you can either buy the S&P is more expensive than a Meta right now. And that doesn't, you know, for the growth and everything and for the user count and everything that Meta has, it's kind of surprising that the market is really hitting it as hard as it is. But I do like, and you know, I want to take Steve's, not word for it. I mean, the market is what the market's doing. And it's, why not think about some Microsoft at some point? You haven't missed the boat, right? I mean, I think that no matter where, and we just talked about this before, don't have FOMO about what other people are doing or what price other people are in at. You know, if you had bought into some support there, of course, that would have been genius. That goes back to March. And look, I could show you a lot of examples, and Meta, we just had one, where if you bought every single time it looked like support, you'd be in trouble. But this time it looks like we've held, just like right here. You might have thought that this was going to hold into here before like this sort of happened, and then whoosh, that fell back in. And right here, you might say, well, that might be the bottom that held, and it didn't. So you got to be careful on making those decisions. But yeah, Microsoft with the IGV definitely seems to be catching a little bit of a bid these days. And there it goes, Microsoft to the high side. So let's buy Microsoft instead of Meta. I think that would make a little bit of sense. And you don't want to catch falling knives. You might want to catch something that's back on the come up, right? Okay. And Meta is not, and Microsoft is. Joe, let's have a quick look at this. Well, last time we refreshed this, it was 31% this morning, so based on yesterday. Then we get that number this morning, the jobs number, and apparently not great number there. And that started the market, took the market up to 0.7 on the NASDAQ. Now we're down 2.5%. So let me refresh this.
Oh, man, I don't even have any of these things.
So I kind of just didn't do as much as I'd hoped there. July now, 20% chance for a rate hike. So I think the market's not going to like, I mean, this is not rocket science again. The market will not like a rate hike, but that's looking more and more likely now. It was 31% yesterday, 20% right now, and it was 16% earlier this morning. So let's just wait. I mean, it's July the 29th. So they're not, what is it, the 2 weeks before Fed, Adara? Or when do they go into their...
Pardon?
When does the Fed go into their quiet?
I believe a week, but it's interesting because I actually haven't seen anyone on the calendar very much at all. And that could at least partially be because there's now a culture, thanks to new Fed Chair Kevin Warsh, that is basically kind of encouraging not giving any forward guidance.
Yeah.
And we have had a couple Fed speakers talk and more or less say that, I mean, I don't feel as strongly about it as he does, but I actually don't mind it. So I have a feeling we're probably going to get a lot less Fed speak, though there will be, Sean and Joe, something I do want to mention. On July 14th, we're going to get I love this, semi-annual testimony here in front of the House and Senate banking committees, and that'll be with Fed Chair Kevin Warsh. I love watching that stuff. I will definitely be covering it for you guys. Also, I do have news while I'm here that just came out here. The information reporting that Tesla's capping its employee AI spend at $200 a week, nothing massive.
Oh, I was going to say, Adara, he stated that he made that very clear during his first meet. He made that very clear during his first meeting that he really doesn't want to be as public as the previous Feds, right? So, I mean, hey, shout out. There's a task force for that, for sure, task force, without any question. But at the end of the day, man, I agree with it. He says he doesn't want the market to react to what the Fed does. He wants the market to react to what the banks do, more or less, at that point, and not wait for a Fed decision, which I mean, it's not too bad.
Warsh is loving the task forces, eh? Okay, here we go again. Zuckerberg remains, see, here we go. So this is the thing about how, we go from a negative spin, and I haven't even finished reading it, but I saw the remains confident part, that long-term trends still support Meta's reorganization strategy. So, okay, from no strategy to a great one to now we're happy with it. So this is the back and forth, and we can, again, have a quick look at Meta just to see what's going on. Nothing right now. So we got thrown for a little bit of a ride there. Nothing to cry about, but we lose about 10% of our day or so on that move there. So it kind of sucked. But at the end of the day, we're here to take a shot, and I did there, and it's not the greatest of shots, that's for sure, on Meta. But I thought it was fine. Shorting into there, shorting the news when it first came out. I mean, if that's the story that I thought it was going to be when he talked about AI not really picking up the way he thought it would, and all this money that they had spent not really, working as well as they thought. I thought we got a good little movement back down there on that secondary short, but the first little area, they're not a good one, and we'll wait to see what Captain Zuckerberg has to say moving forward on that one. Okay, let's go back over to some other names here today. I just saw in the chat. What's up, man? Yeah, Meta going down for sure. Shan, can you tell me about Oracle? I lost very big. Yeah, so what can we talk about with Oracle here? I mean, we saw Google go out and raise some money. We know that Oracle's, was doing that as well. And it's just as this data center talk, and, it's never really a good sign here when you get, traders and people looking at a stock and saying like, where's the bottom and are we going to hold this time? So, when I look at Oracle right now, you're right back here. And I remember, and Adara wasn't sweating it out or anything like that. She stayed with her conviction on this name, so shout out to that. But you did have a nice bump up. I mean, things were looking a little rosy when the market took that Google raise pretty well and thought that, okay, there is enough money out there for the build out. And then all of a sudden, this kind of started to happen and Oracle fell on its face. And now Oracle has about 20 straight down days. And again, it's their remaining performance obligations. And it's just the fact that if anything slips up with OpenAI, with some of the funding, and SpaceX has gone well, but it hasn't gone that well. I mean, SpaceX did have, hey, look, the SpaceX went out at 135, right? And then it came to market at 150. It went up to 225, fell back in. I remember sitting here at 225, and I was like, I should get some out, and I didn't, and that was a little silly. But all the way back in now. So I think we're just a little worried about that, about the fact that maybe OpenAI isn't well received in the open market here on an IPO. Anthropic as well starts to come to market. market, and there's going to be a lot of public money that's going into these stocks, and it's just a matter of like, are they going to be able to fill out some of those obligations with Oracle? And if not, then Oracle's going to be caught holding the bag on developing a lot of this. And then they're going to have to lower their own numbers and everything like that. If some of these data centers, there was a story before of like, I don't know where it was, maybe it was in Atlanta or something, about a data center, wasn't going to open, or they've sold the space to somebody. And this was a long time ago, but I'm saying as an example, if we get a story about that, things aren't going that well, then yeah, Oracle's going to take it on the chin even harder. So we do get a little worried about that. But it's the same reason why you're seeing a stock like Marvell, AMD, Intel, a lot of these names going to the downside today. SOXL, SMH. It's just what's been hot maybe is cooling down. Yeah. And I don't think that that's rocket science to say something like that.
I think, so I've been talking about this for quite some time. ChatGPT, monthly active users, 1 billion. Weekly active users, 900 million. Web traffic drives over 5.3 billion monthly active. You have to take into consideration, I understand the stigma around Sam Altman isn't that good. They're saying he's a snake, he's not trustable. Dario doesn't like him, calls him all in. You have Alex Karp calling out these guys last night as well, too.
Alex Karp.
But 1 billion monthly active users on iOS and Android apps, you know how huge that is? This is the exact reason why this was the fastest growing app of all time. Nothing's came even relatively close to it. Claude, this is where you're going to get the majority of the growth. This is why I like Anthropic a little bit more. Even though these names are coming at insane valuations, the tool across the Claude ecosystem, you have Workspace, you have Claude Code, and everything else along those lines. I like Claude a lot, and I like Anthropic a lot. But I'm not gonna count these guys out, because you don't get to 1 billion monthly active users by being hot garbage. I understand that we talk about it quite a bit.
Go.
I thought you were pointing over there.
Oh, no.
Or like you want? Did you want to chime in?
your kind of moves there.
Did you want to chime in on that?
Yeah, but I want to let you finish.
No, I'm good. Go ahead.
Because okay, so you have all these users, but yet you're not making any money.
That's the issue.
See, so that's
the issue.
Right. So to me, it's like we could say this is the greatest thing of all time. If I go outside and I start handing $20 bills to everybody, I'm gonna have a lineup that is unlimited.
Unlimited.
Right?
Absolutely.
And that's what's happening right now. They're giving away the stuff for free. People are downloading these apps, they're looking at ChatGPT, they're using up all these tokens for free. FREE, free, right? One. So this is what's happening. All this stuff is being paid on the back of investors, on the back of private equity money. And that is shitty. So that's what's going to happen is that once they finally become public and they open up their books, I think there's a nightmare coming for Altman and friends. I don't think they even should come public. Because again, and it goes back to what I was talking about earlier, and I actually heard Obi talk about this. Remember, he said if you have the free version, it's like talking to somebody in kindergarten. If you have the pro version, it's like talking to like a professor. And then if you have like the super pro version, it's like talking to a PhD. So there's different versions here, and they all costing a little bit of money, but every single version you're using is being subsidized by enter name here, right? And I think that's the problem. And until we actually see some kind of revenue.
To add to your point, there's so you have 5% of the 1 billion people that are on your platform who are paying a subscription.
5%.
Right? So you know what I mean?
I don't know how that number works out, but it's just, even those subscription numbers though, Joe, to your point, they're not charging the right amounts. My son he's in it, and he has the Pro, the $200 Claude version, I guess. And he said that, there was an article, and I just took him for his word, so I have to look this up. But it's about $7,000 worth.
Yeah, we got to look that. We have to.
Even if it's $1,000.
Okay, so what did he state again? Because this is the beauty of having these tools. What did you say? So per token generate. So per token.
I'd have to look. We'd have to ask. We have to ask a large language model for free to give us that.
Well, that's the whole point of this. So you're saying it costs $7,000 a token.
Not a token. It's just let's just say for $200 you get 1,000 tokens.
Okay.
But that should cost you it's costing OpenAI 7,000 to produce that 1,000. But I do want to say one thing before we go over to one in Adara, and that is that I could say this about every single business basically that ever existed, right? And that is that when you're in the infancy of a business, it's customer acquisition. There are costs associated with it, and until you figure it all out, there will be unfortunate losses that wind up happening. So YouTube lost money for years and years and years, right? Amazon lost money for years and years and years and years building up this business, right? And so what winds up happening is we look back at it and, you know, you're going to look back and say, wow, this was a different time than 5 years from now. You know, so this is something that we still have to work through. I still do believe in the AI race. I mean, I was telling you that all of my, not all of mine, but a majority of my holdings is stuck into many of these companies, and I still do believe in it. But it's getting to the point now where that's what's being questioned.
Yeah.
You know, we're here to try to get some education and try to understand where stocks might be going and what we're in for, right? And I just think that that's maybe where we're going, and it's downhill.
So it's per million tokens, about 5 cents to $30.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. So I think, like, what kind of a range is that? Like, this is why we need to open up the books and figure out exactly what it's costing these guys to produce the tokens, right? And so, anyways, interesting talk.
You heard what this morning, what your boy Alex Karp said. He's like, that token, it's BS.
Yeah, and that's what he said. That really the only strength is in the compute power, because there's something there, and you can sell that, right? Absolutely. And so that there's a need for that. And then he was also talking about the idea generation, but we can get into that in a minute. I still have to. It was only 8 minutes. I'm about 6 minutes through that. I watched it this morning when you sent it.
Oh yeah.
We sent it last night, so thank you for doing that. But right now, I like Alex Karp, actually. I think
I told you, I like.
I mean, he goes right on CNBC and is like, "Look, we just made a deal with Jensen, but I gotta have to."
That's how he started. He's like, "I gotta be respectful.
But I have to be respectful in what I'm going to say."
2 minutes later, he's like, "All right, well, Dario."
He just started pulling out the claws there, right? But I think that there's some. I mean, I respect people that speak honestly, anyways. But all right, let's go back over. He's here in the morning. He's here in the afternoon. It's Juan and Adara at the desk.
The U.S. stock market will be closed tomorrow, but here's another market or group of markets that actually won't be. It's the Asian market. So Juan's going to take us through what happened last night, what to expect tonight.
Oh, let me just start by saying it was an absolute free fall. An absolute free fall in the South Korean market last night. Mainly Asian tech, all to the downside. A huge risk-off wave sentiment. The Kospi, South Korean Kospi, plummeting nearly 8%, triggering some intraday circuit breakers as well. I mean, big names such as SK Hynix, they were down by more than 14.5%. Samsung, more than 9% downside. Even in Japan, the Nikkei 225, pretty much the same thing happening. They were down by 2.47%. Tokyo Electron, down by 7.4%. Advantes, down by 10%. Everything down for tech in Asia. So, what can we look at? What can we look forward to at the open for the Asian markets tomorrow? Basically, watch that Kospi, watch that South Korean market, especially the early order books. Following that 8% free fall, you know, there's going to be automated margin liquidations. That's definitely or most likely happening. But if there is some forced retail selling, that can go down for a secondary gap down. If there's any institutional buying, maybe there will be a defensive save. But all the tech names like your SK Hynix and your Samsung, keep an eye out on that in the Korean Open. In Taiwan, also the same. TSMC, they remain under pressure right now. So if global tech sentiment fails to stabilize, which we're looking at right now, not really stabilizing as of now, Taiwanese chips may see some foreign selling at the open tomorrow. But in India, they were the only ones that actually were in the green today. So treat the 24,300 level as your resistance tomorrow. 4.6% surge in IT definitely helped push them over 24,000 today. But watch whether that volume can challenge the overhead resistance. And you never know. There might be some pre-weekend profit booking that forces a retreat back down to 24,000. So at least India is looking good in terms of IT.
Yeah, let's see how India and all these other markets end up looking. And we'll see Juan with me here once again on Monday at 11:30 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. here for the Euro and Asian market segments, respectively.
Yeah, we went early there. Yeah, I thought it was 3:30 there, but 3:29. So thanks, Juan. And yeah, we saw the Kospi yesterday. I mean, again, SK Hynix, all these memory names are just so big into that.
Samsung,
that it's like sometimes you'll see, I get an update on my phone. It's like, wow, the South Korean index is down like 15% overnight. I was like, what the hell? But then it's just one or two stocks.
Yeah,
that's leading the way there. But Yeah, that too. And so just make sure that you do check it out. Follow us.
I think that was Tiffany this time she hit it.
Oh yeah, when the heck was even that, Tiffany? Yeah. So check it out. Thanks one for all that. And if you are looking for something to trade, not bad. There's a lot of liquidity over there. And we did hear that SK Hynix is trying to come through on a ADR. We're going to be listed here on the U.S. markets at some point. I was going to say CDR. Yeah, CDR. Maybe there'll be a CDR at some point. I can trade that. It's funny. I'm just obsessed with the CDRs now because I hate paying. Honestly, I don't like paying the conversion.
Well, every time you do a transaction, it's like, all right, well, you just understand that your funds don't match the currency for the underlying asset that you're trying to buy, and they charge you that conversion.
So it's just kind of like I'm over it.
Oh, you know what?
SpaceX is ripping. So I'm gonna
go ahead.
Just quickly. 160.25. I'm out. I don't want to stop out exactly at 160, but if it does break 160, it's gonna run. So a little nervous there. Not nervous hands, but it's nervous because it's going higher here. I'm not nervous about it, but there it goes. A nice little move there in for the highs of SpaceX again. The highs of the afternoon coming into play right now for SpaceX.
Pull up TO for me.
We'll short a little bit of this soon we're into it, but I'm getting out soon if that does break. And I do have a bid, and I'm going to call it up for you in a second. I do have a bid at 159.70 and then hopefully 159.30. So if we do fall back in, want to get out a little bit of this one. There it goes. We're gone. The minute that broke, by the way, there, it was easy to know that we were going to get stopped out. So we give ourselves another 25 cents. But we stopped a fail on the last reload. But definitely, P&L wise, I can look and tell you we are up nicely there on SpaceX today. So we're pretty happy about that. You want me to go spcx.to?
Yeah, I heard there was a discrepancy between.
Well, I think it takes a couple minutes for it to settle down. But yeah, so right now 1.56.
Yeah.
No, 1.6%.
Someone was asking me about that this morning.
Okay, I don't know why that would be like that. Maybe there's something wrong here in this.
But you're not.
No, because up to 28. I wonder if we had. Okay, so you see.
Was there an adjustment?
No. Well, look. This is SpaceX is not down. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yesterday was not 20. I don't know what the problem is. We have to be looking at this because right there, 28.60. Right, yesterday down to like 26.50. Like SpaceX didn't have a 10% move. Like that's yesterday's close. It's not down to. So there is something yesterday. I don't know what's going on with this one actually. Maybe we should find that out because normally there isn't that discrepancy like this. So I don't actually, SPCX, I don't know why it's like that, to be honest with you. Because yesterday's move on SPCX in the NASDAQ, you basically this morning, this is what I was saying, we opened up where we were. So I don't know why that dumped down. Is that an arbitrage opportunity?
That's what I'm saying.
It can't be because it would have been closed by now. We just have to look that up.
Someone asked me it this morning too, and because I don't have.
I don't have the answer to that. Because look,
I didn't have it
either.
If we
call up, let's just do anything. Let's just go to Nvidia. Let's just randomly do one. So here's Nvidia in Toronto today. I hold these. So down 3.5% in Toronto. I'm trying to think about. Oh, man, we're a bunch of idiots.
Why? What is it?
Bro, it didn't trade yesterday.
Well, wait, hey, man, at least you're smart.
No, it's not me. Thankfully, I figured it out because it's starting to bother me a little bit. There was no trading yesterday. So when the market was open yesterday, whatever SpaceX did yesterday,
they just added on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's it. End of story. That's the reason why. I think every single, they should all be slightly off. Yeah, Nvidia's off by 1%.
Yeah. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Now you can breathe, right? You were freaking out there.
Well, I wasn't freaking out. I was just trying to, because when I don't, it's like anything.
Yeah.
When you don't understand something, that's the whole point, right? It's like, if I don't understand the way something's looking, and we're sitting on here trying to talk about, our investments, and here I am saying I love buying these CDRs, and I look over, and all of a sudden there's like a 4% difference. That's going to affect, the. I'm worried about changing over money at like 1%.
Yeah.
And you're showing me an example here.
Down an extra
I've got 1% every day, apparently by holding on to these. But no, that's why those CDRs. I think they're really popular here in Canada. I think they're starting to get it. We did have a few individuals from CIBC come on and explain those CDRs to us, and they're just like the ADRs. So when you're looking at, Alibaba is another example, right?
Everybody listening compares to the ADRs there.
No, but it's the same. It's the same mathematics, how it works, right? And that is that these ADRs are based on what's happening in China, So overnight they readjust and so on and so forth. So you're actually buying Alibaba shares that are deposited. It's American depository receipt. It's not the actual share, itself. You're not going to get a voting right or anything like that. So anyways, that's what's happening there with Nvidia and the rest of them. Nvidia down to $193.50, Joe. Yeah, not great.
Disastrous.
Like this was $200 at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
So wow, just absolutely getting rinsed. Down there to the downside is Meta as Nvidia today. As I just looked at Meta 385, not doing a whole heck of a lot. And today's afternoon was brought to you by one of the most exciting things that happened this afternoon was this right there, and that was Meta, of course. Had that move, had a couple stories there. I tried to short there. We got short right there at the 50 and the 200. Once it took that, we got out. So skin of our teeth out, but a L there anyways on Meta, and an L our last trade on SpaceX, but it's nice to see that's getting a little bit of a bid there. And Alibaba, is that over 100? Not today, I don't think. $96. So this is another name that seems to be in a little bit of trouble, but nothing to really worry about. But Meta downside, kind of looking like that Oracle trade, right? Nice downside play there for Meta. I've talked about this a couple of times. I think that if we're going to talk about the cost of AI, China known for cheaper costs and inputs. And, so if we are worried about using a generic LLM to search up like what hockey stick I should buy my 11-year-old and things like that, like what I use it for, then maybe a Quen or a model that's a little cheaper may work. And I think that there could be some companies as well that may move over to cheaper alternatives. And I think Alibaba will be knocking on that door at some point. So I don't know why crap stock. Why don't people just eat weed rather than burn it? I'm not sure it tastes very good.
Doesn't taste horrible, to be honest with you.
Weed?
Yeah.
Eating weed?
Like a edible?
Oh, you mean if you put it, bake with it?
Yeah.
Stuff like that, can of butter.
You mean like
we were actually at a Barnes
candy?
& Noble. We don't have any Barnes & Nobles here. So when we were in Vermont, we went to a Barnes & Noble there, and it was just, I think it was a bit, I don't know if it was cookbooks. My wife was looking for one of them, and there was a big Snoop Dogg one there,
Yeah.
and it was something like cook or it was, I forget what the name was, but it was a play on weed, and it was like recipes you could make with or without cannabis.
Yeah.
And it was back and forth. So to your
Dude,
point,
what do you mean? Like they get think about it at the store.
no, I'm not Guatemalan. Yes, go on.
You get it's like a Swedish berry form, like a fuzzy peach form and stuff.
I wouldn't know anything about that, Joe. Let's go back over the desk with Adara.
Just be aware here, guys. I'm seeing apparently President Trump will be speaking or having a CNBC interview aired at 5 p.m. today. So obviously after trading hours, but I don't know if you're trading the Asian market or the European markets. Just be aware here, guys. He will be speaking at 5 to Joe Kernan of CNBC. Back to you.
All right.
More action happening on CNBC as we speak, and we get ready. We want to say big happy 4th of July to everybody, right? You got any plans for tomorrow?
Just gym, man. Just be outside, hit the gym.
Yeah,
hit
might
the
as well
outdoor
do
workout
something
gym.
like that, eh? But what does that mean? Hit the gym? Like that can't be done for all day.
But once you've crushed, man, it's big chilling after that.
Yeah.
Work on a couple of things at home as well too. Got a couple of projects going on that I've been working on for quite some time.
Nice,
so we'll get some nice some bits of that done. Yeah. So other than that, man, just big relaxing, hitting the gym.
Nice.
And working on some side projects, seeing what's going on with the overall markets as well too. Keep an eye on the
side
TSLA.
projects.
Yeah,
Okay.
you know.
Yeah, you're getting closer and closer. Pretty sure he's Nicaraguan.
Yeah, we're not far.
Close.
We're getting there. Yeah, he's actually Ecuadorian.
Come on. Let them guess.
Oh, sorry, man.
Let them
pretty
guess, man.
sure. With
Colombian, maybe.
was that what you're aiming for? I was gonna say from Panamanian. Is that how they?
Let these people guess.
He's Mexican.
What's going Mexican? Hey man, what a game that's gonna be. What day is that one, man? Isn't it? Oh, no, it's U.S. No, it's U.S. Belgium. It's Mexico England. Wow, that's going to be a game.
Yeah, that's going to be a big game.
That is going.
It's funny.
To
So my buddy,
be
he's from
game.
England, living in Mexico, and he's like, "Oh man, this is obviously awfully conflicting at this point." So other than that, guys, let's head over to our watch. Let's see how we've got approximately 20 minutes left, 10 minutes till the imbalances come out. Guys, 12 minutes to be exact. TKO Holdings getting absolutely beaten to a pulp on this one, Katina, man, today. So what we do have Oh man, I thought we were going to break out from 219 down 11% off of that previous pivot. But our good friend Steve Talman talking about JPM, thinking that we can get on a little bit of a run here, get up and go as we tapped into the all-time highs last week, I should say. So a nice breakout there. Before we send it back to Adara, let's see what we got going on. HIMS, I know a lot of people talking about HIMS. Are we still talking about this stock, which is absolutely crazy?
You see, a lot of people are.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Why? It's actually not too bad.
Yeah, I think it's a great day.
A nice recovery. Yeah, a nice recovery there. It's more or less in that meme craze. But Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, banks a little bit of a mixed bag here, not too bad. And then Robinhood, at one point we were up 8%, now only up 3%, 3.7%. Let's send things off to Adair.
Just beware here, guys. CCXI. So CCXI, if you've seen this ticker on social media, this is a group called Churchill Capital Corp. They are a special purpose acquisition company. So they're set to combine with Agility Robotics. The last update I saw in this merger or business combination was June 24th. This could happen pretty soon. I've seen a couple different headlines about this company and Agility over the last couple days, but this one is the one sending it here into new intraday highs. Blue Crest Capital Management and Michael Platt apparently reporting beneficial ownership of 2.35 million Class A shares, or roughly 5% of the company here of CCXI. So again, we get a pretty big stake taken in this company ahead of its business combination with Agility Robotics. Back to you.
Good stuff. Yeah. Thank you. Before we go back to you, Sean, I want to bring this up. This is Coin, 2x leverage product, right? 2x leverage, down 95% off of its highs. This is going to have to reverse split in order to stay afloat. Okay, so Coinbase has been getting beaten up that bad, and that's why you don't own these leverage products for investment vehicles, because this will never recover. It's done. Like if you thought you were going to be a shareholder and get the complete appreciation, it will never amount to what Coinbase can do, unfortunately.
No, I think that's why we talk about trying not to hold them for the longer periods of time. I think you're right on right there. Yeah, man, Ronaldo is in the building right now. Not in our building, I wish, but he's in Toronto, and that's going to be quite the game here tonight as we got Portugal. Oh, what's going on right now? Oh, 1-0 Spain. Okay, I didn't mean to ruin that for everybody. But Spain versus Austria, I think that was going to always have been a Spanish victory. I mean, the odds at the beginning of the game were similar to probably what they are now, but now 1-0. That's probably a lock right there as you're heading into the first half. Becoming closed, or over with. And then tonight, wow, Portugal versus Croatia. If you guys get a chance to watch, and if you don't believe us about how hot it is right now, watch this game tonight, and I guarantee you that's all the commentators will be talking about, other than hopefully what a great game it is, but how warm it is here in Toronto. This should be interesting. If you guys are soccer fans, and I don't know, maybe it's wish kind of Sharif was here to answer this for me, but I'm not sure how weather affects the over-unders or anything like that, but I'm not sure how many goals are going to be scored. It's a really scorcher here. Portugal.
It's windy out too.
I didn't feel no wind when I was there.
All right, that's good. But
that's good. Maybe it was windier yesterday. Switzerland versus Algeria. 3 great games happening tonight, and this one's going to be super close, man. Switzerland versus Algeria. I say go Algeria in this one, as Halim, my barber, is Algerian.
He's Algerian.
The very first time I went to him, we kind of hit it off right away, and he goes, Sean, I'm going to give you a free haircut.
Yeah.
For the next 5 haircuts or whatever, or you pay me double, but you have to guess what my nationality is.
Oh, okay.
I had if you looked at this guy, I had no idea. Never would have I guessed Algeria.
So if you don't know, just guess maybe Algeria.
I just said I'm not down with it. I got to assess the risk, and I had no idea what it was. So anyways, great guy there. And then this is what I'm talking about. Sharif's going to be there. You're long SoFi, 1890. Sorry about that. I do like SoFi.
Oh, that's Sharif's friend.
We'll get that. Oh, Judy with the?
Yeah.
Okay, what's up, Judy?
His girlfriend.
Right. Oh, his girlfriend. Okay, shout out Judy with Sharif. You dropping some information here that we should all know about? But here's Sharif and talk speaking of the devil. I'll talk about SoFi in a minute quickly. But there it is. Australia and Egypt there. Argentina, unfortunately, I think will clean that one up there. Colombia, Ghana. Here's Canada. This is big, man. July the 4th. Let's wait to see what happens.
We're not even that big of dogs.
No,
really,
man. 2-1 now.
Yeah.
It actually came in a little bit there. I was trying to find out France is going to crush. Brazil versus Norway. Wow, what a game that's going to turn out to be. This is what I was looking for. Here it is. So USA versus Belgium. Wow. So these are the 2 games that I think we're looking out for.
That's a pick 'em.
What a Sunday. What a Monday.
What a pick 'em on
both of them.
Yeah.
Like Mexico, England. This is in Mexico, though.
Yeah.
So that should be awesome, right? Is Mexico the dog in their own home? Crazy right there. And then USA, the favorite at home against Belgium in what looks to be another pick-up, but shout out.
Did you see Mexico City when they won?
Nuts.
Oh man, nuts.
It just shows. I actually get like bumps when I see that because
big time.
It just shows all the love that there actually still is in this world.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, that people can come together and they're coming together for something so awesome as sports. I mean, that is amazing. And you know, you see it all. New York actually, I was surprised that New York didn't get lit on fire when the Knicks won. I mean, I thought that was.
It was borderline.
It was, but I thought it could have been worse.
Yeah.
Anyways, I was really happy to see how well that parade went and everything too. So yeah, I couldn't even imagine if Mexico wins this World Cup, like.
It's shut down.
It's shut down.
You're not getting any flights into like the Sinaloa. The cartel is going off.
Absolutely amazing to do have that. So yeah, I know some of the Knicks fans were fighting Spurs fans. I don't know.
Yeah, man.
I'm over all that. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on PLTR, Palantir and Watch. The information reporting that Palantir CEO Alex Karp said that some U.S. government customers have, quote, migrated to open source AI. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But either way here, guys, PLTR headline again, some U.S. government customers reportedly migrating to open source AI, as apparently was said by the CEO himself, Alex Karp. Back to you.
Okay.
I don't really know what to think about that. I don't really know what that means for Palantir. So open source, I mean, you still need to use the Palantir software to analyze the data. And we talked about what open source means. Do you own your code or do you not? You know, there are some different worries there. And especially if you're talking about the government, I don't know. Doesn't seem like England will not get, I know. That was crazy what they did for Ecuador. They found, did you see?
They found where they were staying?
They heard about the apartment or the condo or the hotel that they were staying at there. And apparently the Mexican fans were literally up all night, just like the loudest, like people around that space has ever heard. So the Mexican people were definitely giving it to the Ecuador team, and apparently they weren't able to get much sleep.
Wow.
And so England, I mean, you can't really hide. You know, like I'm sure
they will find you.
Right, they're probably not broadcasting where they're staying, but I'm not sure that's going to matter.
There's somebody who is keeping every
someone's
eye.
Going to. I mean, literally yesterday in Portugal, the 427 was lined with people.
That is insane. That's why
they were like
understand.
stopping traffic to make sure that the Portuguese bus went that. Like this is major highway. These people are like risking their lives.
Well, remember when Taylor Swift, didn't she get the garden to shut down for her?
Well, yeah. I mean, there's certain security risks that are associated, and then the other problem is. We have Speed here right now as well, and apparently he's going to be broadcasting live from a Toronto field there, and he's going to be showing, you know, whatever he's doing.
I like Speed.
Me too. But my son said something like Speed said he's never going to come to Canada or something.
Why?
I don't know. And now he is here.
You know,
for this.
Well,
I don't know if he has something against it. I don't know if he has passport issues or what, but he's here right now.
The guy's everywhere in the world.
Speed. So Toronto's going to represent real good today, and I think it's going to be a great time and a great party. And Marissa mentioned to me, she's like, "Oh, do you guys want? Like when you get home, do you want to go back downtown and go to the aquarium tonight and everything?" I'm like,
"Oh, you won't be able to
45 degrees, first of all, and second of all, exactly." Like, I'm not trying to walk around downtown Toronto tonight. I mean, it'd be so much fun, but, you know, that should be wild. I'd rather kind of watch the game and see what's going on there tonight. But, yeah, congratulations to any team that's advanced to the next round. And congratulations if your team qualified for the World Cup, unlike Italy.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. They didn't qualify, and they lost to Bosnia in kicks. Italy basically had to beat Bosnia in another qualification. We were up. I don't know if it was tied or we were up 1-0. Then in the 30th minute, we got a red card. We played the rest of the game. They scored in the 80th and they won in kicks. And Bosnia advanced and we did not. So, and then Bosnia lost again to the United States yesterday. So, all right, coming up in just a minute and a half, we do have the imbalances coming through. It looks like we'll have a pretty mixed board right now. QSR, what's up to Tim Hortons and Popeyes and so on and so forth. That's looking like that could be a bid. And again, here's another one of those names we talked about. Kava or CMG or something, Yum Brands, QSR, another one of the plays, and again back into the food business there. We'll just have to see what's going retail kind of thing there. Is that Sweet Greens? SG is there. So there's a couple of these names that are on there. Blue Owl's on there as well as a little bit of a bid. That name hasn't really recovered, from, again, SaaSmageddon. They were really hit on that one, saying like if you invested in all these SaaS names, there's CRM, again, another SaaS name there coming upside. What has CRM done recently? Yeah, bad things as we get to the downside on CRM as well. But we've had a nice little battle back in some of those names, including Palantir and whatnot. And we'll get that going in just a couple of seconds. Right? What does Dave say here, Joe?
Dave, man, I appreciate you, man. I'm a highly respectful individual. Dave's IQ, neutral trade of the day. All right. Buying those dips to hold over weekend, YOLO, go USA, Mexico, and Canada.
Yeah.
Good luck. Stay safe in the heat, everyone. Yeah, make sure you eat a lot of food and drink a lot of water.
Oh, we did get that super chat about SoFi. I forgot about that one.
SoFi.
Stuck at 1890. So we do have right now just a couple seconds until. Yeah, I think SoFi does eventually break out, but it's not great that it faded at the exact same spot that it should have broke out today. So it should have kept going through 19. It came back in, and now it's hitting at 18 clean. So I like SoFi, man. Even Mitch was on this morning saying, "Oh God, if I talk about SoFi, then Sean's gonna like that." And I did, but wow,
Apple. There goes Apple.
Nvidia with a big one right there, man. I mean, Nvidia, wow, 8 million to 7 million to buy.
Yeah, let's roll.
Apple buying as well. That goes up to 309 as that's starting to go. Amazon with the buy. Can't wait to this number that Adair is going to give us. There's huge buys right now on the market. And what's the market actually doing? Boom, shakalaka. This is why it's very dangerous to hold shares into these imbalances. But we had shorted Nvidia before a couple days ago. Was it yesterday or the day before when we bought that Nvidia on a dip when it came in on a sell? Now it's a buy. So do we go short on Nvidia? Let's wait to see some of the action that happens right here on NVDA heading into the close. There it is. Holy crow. $7 billion to buy?
Wow.
Are they buying or what here into the open market? And these are open orders. So this is someone's trying to buy 7 million shares at close of NVIDIA. And they've already paired it off. So there was a 14 million buy at one point. So yeah, NVIDIA right there. Look, it's done 103 million shares today.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, they're buying it and they're buying it pretty good here. It's NVIDIA. Let's see what winds up happening. Intel with the buy. That didn't really move too much on that, but it's a big buy heading into the close. Google, like they're all there. So there it goes, man. NASDAQ, buy. Everything buy. The Mag 7 is a third of that buy. So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
There's a nice little pop in Apple
as NSYNC would say.
Buy.
Yeah, something like that.
Don't
quit your day job.
JT. Well, I mean, I had no intention to, man. Either.
Yeah. I might quit my day job.
You might?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I was gonna say, I hope not, man. What are you gonna do
quit
after
this
that?
place. Can't believe I get paid to come in here and do this.
Yeah, exactly.
I
Great
love
times
coming
always.
in every day.
No, in all seriousness, there goes Apple, guys. I mean, it was up big today. You go through the Mag 7. We're talking about them throughout the whole intraday session.
That was a horrible NSYNC. Yeah, that's right. That's why we're not quitting our day job, Bye. You got to do like a little bit of a bye. What was that thing that they did?
Yeah.
Some sort of a ain't no lie, baby. Bye.
Shout out to JT. I think I liked him a little bit more.
I mean, they did want me a part of NSYNC in the original group. I was a little busy then.
What's up?
JT's asked me. Yeah.
Have you guys seen that video? And I mentioned this before in the show, but it's really iconic of baby JT. I think JC Chazé also of NSYNC might be there. Baby Ryan Gosling's definitely there, and it's on the Mickey Mouse show, like the kids show, and they're singing "Cry for Me" by Jodeci. And if you're thinking that's a weird song for kids to be singing, it is, but it's excellent. It's an excellent performance. If you've not looked up these like children singing "Cry for You" or whatever by Jodeci, it's so good.
Into Shadow Jodeci. 4.6 to the top side here for AAPL. SpaceX positive here today.
This is popping.
Yeah, 2.6% as it's moving higher. Microsoft positive today. So there is signs of strength. There's a bull market somewhere. You just have to find it. Tesla almost 8% to the downside at those lows, a little around 8% plus. Broadcom, Meta, Mags, AMD, all to the downside, guys. AMD getting hit the heaviest here. Second heaviest, I should say, down 5%. Tesla down 8. ARM and Marvell. Marvell down 11.25 here today, Katina, man.
No, don't speak ill of Marvell, my guy.
Absolutely disastrous. But don't forget, you've been on a big-time run. 15 and
Thanks,
8
Vancouver Island.
Year.
But I like the West Coast,
30% to the downside. Old kids on the block. Yeah, man, shout out to Backstreet
I should have gone
Boys.
to New Kids on the Block. I think they performed a couple years ago at the amphitheater.
Okay.
New Kids on the Block. They did have like a reunion tour or something like that.
What was that group called?
They had,
where
New Kids on the Block had Step by Step. Oh, Harry Styles?
Yeah, and Zayn. One Direction.
One Direction. Yeah, I used to have a joke there back in COVID. I said something like, Neil would say something like, oh, the stock's only going in one direction. And I said, I forget what it was. Yeah, there was something.
It'd be like something along that. Okay, all right. Good stuff. But you know what's going in one direction as well, too, at this point, Sean? CrowdStrike, you guessed it.
Hopefully upside.
Tapping to the all-time high here. We've got to get that split adjusted here. Fabian, because there's no way I'm sliding in the rankings in the portfolio.
Sliding in CrowdStrike's DMs, or?
If I could, I would.
I mean, CrowdStrike, wow. That guy, remember when he asked Claude, or he was talking to these LLMs and asking them if they could represent, or if they could replicate his business, and, should we be feared and everything. Do you remember that was CrowdStrike? That's why CrowdStrike went down.
Well, yeah, during SaaSmageddon when everybody thought.
Yeah. Everyone, and then look what CrowdStrike's, look at that chart.
Look at the recovery, man.
Wow.
Their earnings were 40%. Legit. It was down 40%.
Palo Alto,
I think this is 5 days in a row green for Palo Alto.
If Jesse was here, he'd be hating this boy band tangent.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 days. Who said that?
Dave. Where is Jesse? I thought.
I don't know, man. He's gone. No, it's my guy. He's gone.
That's what I thought. Okay.
He's MIA, man. We don't know where he is.
Okay.
Hey, we know how this game goes, Katina, man. It's not the easiest one for sure. It can become.
Oh, you think he's MIA for that reason? I don't know.
I'm not saying. I'm not making any.
Maybe he's on vacay.
Hey, Blicky Spears says he's messaged him and hasn't heard anything today.
He made that Deshaun thing. That was pretty funny when he made that.
Well, I came up with the Deshaun with the
I know. He said the picture of the bandana. I actually tweeted that out.
Yeah, I know. I remember that. You like the Deshaun Strickland? Hold on. 5%. 5% to the top side.
Nvidia.
I wish I had more shares on this, obviously. 307.71, now 309.20 here for AAPL.
What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on META. Guess what? I have more comments from Mark Zuckerberg, reportedly coming from this internal town hall, as reported by Reuters. Now, most recent comment here from Zuckerberg, quote, AI puts strain on the company and the stock price would be higher without it, but it's a long-term investment. So basically, he's admitting they're kind of struggling right now. The company and the stock are struggling, but he believes in this long-term investment. That's what's happening here with META, with just 4 minutes to go now until the end of the session. Oh, there's a super chat here from, can you help me out with the name? I cannot hear it. Roland, thank you, Roland. I'm sorry, I have very bad eyes, hence the giant glasses. Thank you for the $2 super chat, Roland. Adara is a memory stock herself. Happy 4th. Well, thank you for the kind words. And I hope I don't have, the wild volatility of the SanDisks and the microns, etc. But I'm really happy to use my memory to provide you all with information. So thank you very much. And happy 4th.
We love all the super chats, and that is right. I mean,
we love you.
But hopefully Adara is not like a memory stock today, because those stocks, otherwise, you'd be hanging them up today down about 11.
Buy the dip.
For some of those names, man. Is it a buy the dip situation? I don't know. Marvell down 10, Tesla down 8 right now, ARM down 8. IBIT, good day for IBIT, good day for Ethereum today. The crypto names starting to bounce back a little bit. ETHA. Good little levels.
We're all at Apple here, by the way, as we head into the close. So
it's always dangerous. I always wonder about taking trades into the close, right? With the last 10 minutes, I try to get out, and if anything, I try to hold about 10%. If I still like it, or I think there's going to be a decent move, and it's nice to see that big Nvidia imbalance, which, by the way, is paired off. And it didn't have the same movement like we did the other day. Sometimes when these things pair off, they'll go the other way. But the point is that it's still a 15 million buy at the end of the day here. So we'll wait to see where that winds up sending a name like Nvidia into the open market at the close. We'll see a big print coming through for Nvidia. We should also see a decent print for Apple. That's going to be at least 10 million shares coming through on that one. And look at Apple. Just what a monster today. Like this might, and look, it's not a record day for Apple, but it sure might be over the last couple months. Like up 5%. Apple doesn't normally do this. And you're going to talk about up 5% today, but just here on the week, what a week it's been there for Apple. I can't see what that is. But anyways, it's more than 27. It's at least 10, 15% there on Apple over the week. So that was a good one there for Apple, closing out almost at highs again. I mean, this is a daily chart. So for everybody that was like, oh man, Apple, I don't know what's going on there. Like, they might be Tim Cooked. And then all of a sudden, it's just like they're now one day away from all-time highs again.
I know. It's just funny how quick we write stuff off sometimes. Like the stock dips, I get it, and now it's Tim Cook. Like it's over for it. Like, come on.
It's so stupid. But it is not. It is now cooking to the upside there as Apple. They're having some of those chicken sausage, Joe. They're loving those. And there it goes upside there as Joe. Apparently, Joe the other day said he introduced me to Farm Boy, so thank you so much.
I did.
You didn't even come close, bro. I've been Farm Boy for life.
Oh my!
There's actually a plaque in your local Farm Boy that says "Thank you, Sean, for being our first ever customer."
You know the sign.
It's actually in your Farm Boy.
You know the sign where you walk in, it's like manager on duty.
It's right beside that first ever customer.
Yeah, it's you. That's crazy, man.
You did introduce the one thing I'll give you credit for, which is not even
man. This
is the veal meatballs.
Yeah.
And what else?
The flattened chicken.
Which I'd had before. You mentioned it, but I did have the lemon pepper, and I give you credit for that one. Look, man, I'm not the guy that you have to worry. There's no
clearly I have to be worried about.
You do, yeah, because it's fraudulent what you're saying. That's all.
Crazy.
You want me to get here we go. This closing bell is sponsored by VinFast. We want to say a big shout out to VinFast and their loyalty to us, and thank you, VinFast, for your continued support of the great show that is known as Trader TV Live. I was going to say I can get Marissa on here right now.
Yeah.
And I'll ask her, when was the first time roughly, that we shopped at Farm Boy?
Yeah.
It would be well before.
Yeah.
And I even knew who Joey Options was. For sure, man.
All right,
Farm Boy.
All right,
you know why? Because I remember when we started talking about it was when, this is a whole hell of a long time ago, when Amazon was buying Whole Foods. And I remember that I was trying to equate, because we didn't have too many Whole Foods around here.
Yeah.
And we still don't have too many. There's one right now in Yorkville, and I'm not even sure where there's another Whole Foods, to be honest with you. And I was equating it to a Farm Boy, and it's something similar. Yeah, there's one right here, right on Bay.
Square One, there's one as well.
Square One. Okay, Square One, yeah. And then I like to be an investor in Trader Joe's. If Trader Joe's ever came to Canada, I really am a fan of the Trader Joe's. I'm a fan of this trader who's named Joe. And I want to say thank you so much for joining us all week. Neil will be back next week, but not until Tuesday. So you get this handsome gentleman and me next week as well. So we're here on Monday. And I believe Sharif is back. I'll have to look in the calendar, but I think he's back there. We hope that Sharif's having a great time there in Texas. I'm not sure if he's in Dallas or Houston right now, but he's going to be there watching the Egypt game, and that's
Fort Worth
tomorrow, I think, and then Canada on Saturday. So what a great opportunity for him to get into some games. And I was actually very foolishly looking at tickets for tonight. I was looking at that last night, so I was like, you know what, this is going to be the last game here. But of course, as if you're going to get tickets at a reasonable price with the Portuguese Croatia game. That's not going to happen.
That's chump change
for
you.
Yeah, it was 2,400. Between the lowest ticket was 2,400. I mean, I'd have to buy a pair at least. That's 2,400 there for one ticket. So I'm not even sure what it is now, but I'm not going, especially in this heat, man. I don't even know if it would be overly enjoyable. I mean, the game would be awesome. But man, wear white if you're going tonight, man. It is hot out there. Don't draw some attention to yourself over in the sun. So, what is Sean says, Crapstock, Sean, is Neil your best friend? Yes, I have many friends, and I am a big fan of Neil. Neil and I have gone back since grade 7. So we went to the same school all throughout. We went to the same high school. We went to the neighboring universities. I went to Laurier, upper echelon. He went to Waterloo, a little lower. And then I've said this right in front of him because we battle back. Laurier's called the high school down the road from Waterloo. Laurier maybe had a couple thousand people. Waterloo, tens of thousands of people. Waterloo more known for engineering and whatnot. Laurier is a business school, so I went there. But we went. So we traveled well together. And then when I first started working here, Neil was doing something else, and I invited him. This is what I mean. This is what we're friends. I invited him out one night to meet everybody, and obviously he's a great guy, so we got along with everybody. Then he applied, and I was already in, so we got him in, and the rest is history on that one. So yeah, but I think we've become. I mean, all of us. I didn't even know. Joe before this, I think we've become good friends. Sharif, everybody, Brendan, everybody around here. Neil and I both from Brampton. So shout out to Brampton. Shout out to Winnipeg, Adara.
Yeah.
There we go.
Shout out to
the capital. I didn't. What's going on at the corner of Bain and Portage?
Oh, Portage is how you say it. Portage in Maine. Yeah, that is it's a lot of fun, sketchy corners.
Isn't that's downtown Winnipeg?
It's hard downtown
Portage and Maine.
Yeah, anywhere. Okay, Maine's actually worse. Like there's I think it's Maine and Higgins. And one time I said to my mom, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna take the bus down there because it's faster. She's like, don't do that. Like take the other bus that's longer. And I was like, okay, because there are a lot of areas and just you don't want to get involved. But I do love Winnipeg. I always I will shout out Winnipeg. I'm gonna shout out all areas of Winnipeg, but also Transcona and North Kildonan, where I'm from. If you guys are from there in the chat, shout it out and shout out to everywhere in Winnipeg and Winnipeg Beach.
There we go. Yeah, big shout out to everybody's hometown. Your hometown is?
Rexdale.
Rexdale.
Yeah.
Oh, we went bowling up in Rexdale.
Oh, right there on the Bolorama. Yeah, Bolorama, man. That's my spot, man.
Yeah,
just down the street, right across the street from the
Let me guess, you introduced bowling to me too?
Yeah, well, obviously.
Right across from there.
Yeah.
Bolorama was all right.
Have you ever been to that breakfast joint right there, Willie's or something? I forget what it's called, Willie's.
Dude, we went to Wally's.
Wally's,
right
yeah.
after that, and I love some Wally's.
Hey,
Joe, you did not tell me about Wally's, but I do like that. I was there, we went there.
Wally's,
My boy had beef dip.
Yeah.
My kid had fish and chips.
Okay.
This is the thing, man. He's 24 years old. He's not really a kid. But they have the normal fish and chips.
Yeah.
And they have the halibut. Fish
we
and
had
chips.
to get that more expensive.
You had to get
one.
the halibut right there.
And
don't
then
worry, Dad. You slide the cart.
We know what's right down the road. Quench.
Yeah, well, we're there all the time. That's one of our big ones there, Quench, as an arena. But you know who else met there at Wally's? Carney, President Carney and Ford met there.
Oh, did they? Yeah, and then we also just down the road we have the infamous Steak Queen.
Yes, we know about that. But we were into Wally's there. It's just funny that you mentioned that, and you mentioned Rexdale. So shout out right here, man, in the GTA. All right, thanks for a great day again today, Joe, and thanks for everybody here. Thanks, One, and for providing us with those updates as well. Thank you to Adair for everything that she continuously provides me. I don't think we'd have half the show if we didn't have Adair. Thanks for Brendan on the open this morning as well on the desk. So it's great to see him every day, and people loving seeing Brendan as well. Big shout out to Tiffany, who's killing it over there. Andre, Fabian and Ramin doing great job. Yeah. Everybody knows about them as well. So I hope I didn't miss anybody. I don't think I did.
Michael.
Michael. Yeah, Michael. I mean, everyone. Michael's the best.
Yeah, Michael is.
Michael sits in there. Michael's the guy I yell at when we don't have any quotes going on. It's like, man, we don't have no quotes, Michael. What's going on over here? But shout out to Michael, and I hope he has a good time as well. Are you working tomorrow, Michael, or what? Oh, he's off.
Oh,
yeah,
no,
Michael.
Hold on. No, he gets Canada Day and the 4th of July.
Michael's on like that Randy. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
these guys have I think they have about 100 vacation days a year. These guys.
Good,
that's
good.
And I park here. Michael, we share
I know Michael.
Yeah, we're right there. Yeah. I'm always like, hey, Michael, we see each other every morning and at the end of the day as well. So we park beside each other. All right, it's 4:06.
Yeah, man, we got to get out of here, man.
Thank you so much for a great day. Thank you to everybody in the chat. That's Joe. I'm Sean. Ciao for now. Happy 4th.